A strange ceiling. Where is this? Trek found himself waking up from a hammock. There were more than 10 hammocks hanging in the dim room, with wooden panels on all 6 sides. He was wearing an old-fashioned sailor suit, which made him wonder if he had blacked out and was dragged to play an escape room. However, in his memory, he had spent a day in the library to review for the final exam. After returning to the dormitory, he saw the latest information of the One Piece comics. He sighed. It would be great if I could travel through time. And then his eyes went dark. At this time, he stood on the floor and found that it was not just the hammock that was shaking, but the whole room was shaking slightly. He opened the door to see what was going on. A foreigner dressed like him and dyed blue hair came from the corridor and looked at him in surprise. Trek, are you okay? I thought you couldn't wake up. This is great. Trek was stunned and exclaimed, although he didn't know why this foreigner who spoke fluent Mandarin knew him. Was it Mandarin just now? Forget about that. Who am I? Where am I? Where am I going? There are too many questions. He hurriedly asked, where's this place? The blue-haired man was surprised for a moment, shook his head, and laughed. Hey kid, our cruise is a fashion trip from the Clover Kingdom to the Mirrorball Island. You won't forget it, right? Forget it. You should rest more. I still have things to do. Trek blinked his eyes. These two place names, aren't they the two islands in the East China Sea in the story of the cover page of One Piece? He went up to the deck of the wooden sailboat with a confused head and turned into a hall where the dance party was being held. As soon as he entered the door, he was dazzled by the mixed styles of clothing and colorful hair. When he looked up, he saw a playful girl with orange hair standing at the railing on the second floor. Trek has seen that face for more than 10 years, and he is sure that he will not recognize it wrong. Nami. Trek was shocked. I really traveled through time. Just when he was about to go find Nami, a person who couldn't tell whether he was dressed as the captain or the first mate looked over. Trek, you're awake now. Why don't you go get some work done? Trek hadn't figured out what to say to Nami. He couldn't just say, I'm your fan. He left the hull first, stood by the railing of the deck, and let the sea breeze cool him down. Wait, the big barrel containing Luffy will be salvaged onto this ship. Trek was delighted and immediately went around the deck to look for the sailors who were fishing for wine barrels. The pirate world is indeed colorful. Exciting adventures, magical devil fruits, powerful domineering, and a magnificent era. But ordinary people without strength have a miserable life. The High Sky Gold is unaffordable, and don't forget that the Sky Gold is for the celestial dragons, and the princes and nobles themselves have to collect money. You may be robbed by pirates and bandits at any time. When walking on the street, your wife and daughter may be accidentally robbed by the celestial dragons and their lackeys. The unlucky ones will be killed, and the more unlucky ones will be taken as slaves. If you are in a non-member country, you will be even poorer if you really can't afford the Sky Gold. You have to worry about the Navy's looting and pray every 3 years that you will not be used as prey by the celestial dragons as a human hunting game. No, I'm a time traveler, hey. System. Trek suddenly stopped. Ding, the system of above 1 billion people is loaded. Ha ha ha. Trek couldn't help laughing. Focus on the lines of subtitles. This system is dedicated to helping you stand at the top of the world. Sign in to get various rewards. The quality of the rewards is random. You can sign in every day or accumulate days to sign in with a higher probability of getting high-quality rewards. Subtitles appeared above the system interface. Is this the wrong system loaded? Trek blinked. This is the world of pirates. But the system did not respond to his question. Ding! The system has been successfully loaded with an initial gift package. Do you want to open it? Yes. Trek responded without hesitation. Take the gift package first and talk about the others later. Congratulations on getting 20 years of innate chi cultivation. Immediately, Trek felt more energetic, and what he saw was clearer and brighter. A glance at the palm of his hand, it became much redder. A fist, feeling more powerful, tighter, and more stable. This is the innate chi. Trek focused on himself. I felt a warm airflow, which first circulated around my upper body and then spread out and went around my body. This should be the small circulation of the 5 internal organs and the large circulation of the 4 limbs and bones. System. How to use the innate chi? And you haven't answered my question yet. Is the system loaded wrong? Trek looked at the system interface. There was a sign-in button on the interface and a critical sign-in button that marked the accumulated days. There was also a portable space button in the corner. It was gone, and the system did not respond. Is there no intelligence like a system elf? Oh, forget it. Trek could only shake his head. He tried to focus on portable space and thought about clicking it. The picture in his mind turned into a white and non-dazzling piece. The reward items are placed in the portable space by default. Do you want to change it? Trek thought about it and thought in his mind that he would not change it, and the subtitles disappeared. This is the legendary Mind operating system, right? Trek nodded. He closed the portable space with his mind and looked at the system interface. There was only one day left, and only the sign-in button was lit. Trek clicked the sign-in button with his mind. Ding! Congratulations on your sign-in reward. Measuring ruler. He didn't have much impression of this thing, so he quickly looked at the subtitles. A note popped up at the measuring ruler note. Chemical weapon. Can amplify the chi injected by aliens, strengthen attack power, and release chi for long-range attack. Huh? Isn't the black knife similar to chemical weapons? No, it's not just that. Chemical weapons can also emit waves. It must be the combination of the black knife and the demon sword to be a chemical weapon. Trek understood the chemical weapons. Being in the world of pirates, he couldn't help but associate them. He looked at the portable space, and the measuring ruler with a black handle and a white body was floating in it. It can be seen as a sword without a tip, a grid, or a blade. Trek moved his mind, and the measuring ruler appeared in his hand. With a thought, he injected a stream of chi into the measuring ruler, and the hazy air enveloped the measuring ruler, and then it suddenly expanded even larger. At this time, this is a big guy. It might be full of wine. The excited voices of the two sailors came. Trek ran over to see that the two had just fished up a wine barrel. I'll help. Trek hurried over to lend a hand. After the three promised to leave a share for the sailor on the lookout, they secretly moved the wine barrel to the sailor's cabin. The fat sailor took a stick and pried the wine barrel open. The thin sailor took a look. Why is there a person inside? Is he dead? Luffy woke up when he heard the sound, opened his eyes and blinked, and looked into his eyes. Yeah. The thin sailor was startled and squatted on the ground. Luffy stretched and stood up. I slept so comfortably, but I'm hungry. Trek couldn't help but grin and said, Do you want to eat? Come with me. Luffy was overjoyed. You are such a good person. I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who wants to become the Pirate King. What's your name? The two men were so scared when they heard Luffy claim to be a pirate that they shrank into the corner. Trek turned around. My name is Trek. Chapter 2. Will you be my companion? Crook was initially unaware of the kitchen's location, but he soon found it with little effort. Luffy, with an outstretched arm, was voraciously devouring the food before him. Crook observed this curious sight without any sense of bewilderment. It was equally astonishing that Luffy appeared unfazed by Crook's presence. Taking a sip from his drink, Crook inquired, Luffy, do you really set sail in that wine barrel? Luffy, momentarily distracted, replied, Oh no, my ship encountered a massive whirlpool, and I survived by hiding in the wine barrel. Crook nodded silently in understanding. Indeed, vessels of such size must carefully navigate around whirlpools, which for protagonists like Luffy are mere trifles. Luffy, as the central figure, was destined for greatness. According to the latest intelligence Crook was aware of, one could even say he was the reincarnation of a deity, possessing immense potential, a solid background, and the favor of fate. Joining the destined crew was undoubtedly an opportunity to seize. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the air. The ship began to tremble. Luffy, in a state of panic, looked around and exclaimed, What is happening? Pirates are attacking, came the urgent reply. It was the notorious Iron Club Alrita, with a bounty of 5 million berries. The sound of frantic footsteps echoed from the deck above. Crook felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. As an ordinary person facing ferocious pirates, he could only imagine the dire consequences. Crook had a clear understanding of his own capabilities. Despite having acquired innate energy over the past 20 years, he felt no significant change. He was still just an ordinary individual who had practiced martial arts for 2.5 years during his high school years and had participated in a few sparring matches. Even with the measurement tool in hand, facing bloodthirsty pirates was not an occasion for arrogance. He watched as Luffy, after a brief moment of panic, blinked and took another bite of chicken leg, continuing to indulge in his feast. Leaning back against the chair, Crook remarked, You truly are carefree. Luffy offered him a chicken leg, asking, Would you like some? Crook accepted and took a hearty bite, savoring the delightful flavor. A thunderous crash reverberated on the deck, yet it was not an explosion. Crook surmised that Alrita had leapt from her ship onto the deck, causing the walls of the dining hall to buckle under her weight. In his hometown, who could accomplish such a feat? She was indeed a monster. The noise above began to diminish, and footsteps approached the stairs. A small figure with pink hair peeked around the kitchen door, startled to see Crook. "Hey, KB, are you hiding again to slack off?" he exclaimed. 3 more footsteps joined from the stairs. "No, that's not it. What are you doing here?" "Wow, there are 2 more people here." "KB, you're not thinking of helping them escape, are you?" "Aye, aye." 3 pirates blocked the kitchen entrance. A burly pirate brandished a long knife and pointed it menacingly. "Hand over all your money, or we'll kill you." Crook, gripping the measurement tool, stood firm. "We have no money, and we want to give our lives." With the blade aimed at him, he felt a pang of anxiety, a primal instinct to evade. He recalled tales from his hometown of young individuals who were fatally stabbed while resisting robbers. Rumor had it that once pierced, all strength would drain from one's body. His breath grew heavier, but he was a system-empowered individual. Even if he doubted himself, he had to trust the rewards offered by the system. The imposing pirate, frowning, turned to Luffy. "What are you doing, you brat? Are you looking down on me?" Crook was taken aback. Luffy, still holding food in hand, looked at him quizzically. "Me? I'm just eating." Furious, the burly pirate bellowed. "How dare you underestimate me? I will kill you." The tall and stout pirates rushed in. Luffy stuffed food into his mouth and leaped up. Oh boy. He pressed both hands against the burly pirate and Apos' head. With a loud crash, the sturdy wooden table broke in half under the force. Crook seized the opportunity with his measurement tool. The 2 pirates who had entered were momentarily stunned, frozen in place. Crook swiftly struck out. "Take that." "Yay." The stout pirate's eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground. The tall pirate, terrified, stammered, "Why you?" and turned to flee. Crook, amazed by the tool and Apos' power, could not let him escape. He swung the measurement tool, focusing his intent. A surge of energy erupted, forming a wave of impact that shot forth from the tool. Boom. The tall pirate was struck into a C shape, crashing through a wooden wall and then another before finally coming to a stop. "Wow, that was impressive, Crook," Luffy exclaimed, marveling at the flying pirate. Near the door, KB cautiously crept up the stairs, eager to escape, but careful not to make a sound. Crook, still feeling the effects of his previous attack, realized he could channel even more energy for greater power. He looked up to find Luffy right in front of him. "Crook, come be my partner." Luffy grinned widely, showing off his large teeth. "Me? Join you?" Crook had not anticipated such a proposition. "Absolutely. You're fascinating and a genuinely good person," Luffy affirmed with conviction. "All right." Crook nodded earnestly. He had received the good person card, but since it was from Luffy, there was no concern. "Oh, I'm full now. It's time to find a ship. I wonder if they will lend me one?" Luffy patted his belly, recalling an important matter. "The ship of my former employer is currently under attack by wicked pirates. If we help them defeat those villains, they should be willing to give us a ship, right? Plus, I have an obligation to my former employer." "Sounds good. It's settled." Luffy clapped his hands joyfully. The duo climbed up to the deck, where they witnessed the formidable Alrita, a towering figure with remarkable height and weight, gripping KB and towering over him. The sight of Alrita was a significant visual shock for Crook. Nearly 2 meters tall and block-shaped, she was beyond what even a sumo wrestler could achieve. Anyone would be left speechless. Alrita, holding KB by the collar, spat, "Quickly tell me, KB, who is the most beautiful woman on the ocean?" KB, terrified, was rendered speechless. Luffy, now grasping the situation, asked Crook, "Is she the wicked pirate? The rude lady?" The deck seemed to fall silent as the henchmen gazed at them in fear. Alrita abruptly turned her head. "Who? Rude lady? Who dares to call me rude? You little brat, die." Boom. The entire deck shook. Alrita lifted her enormous weapon and leapt toward the staircase, ready to strike. Crook instinctively leaned back, gasping in shock. Chapter 3. Who is the most beautiful woman on the sea? Why are you following me incessantly? "Hey," Luffy exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. As Trick dodged, he turned to see Luffy still standing there. Luffy, quickly, bang. A steel rod from Alrita struck Luffy squarely on the forehead, smashing through the deck and sending him plummeting below. "Luffy," Trick gasped in horror. Despite knowing Luffy was made of rubber, he couldn't quell his anxiety. Why didn't he dodge? He could have easily evaded that. Peering down, Trick saw Luffy pinned beneath some debris, and he breathed a sigh of relief. At least he hadn't fallen into the sea. After all, he wasn't confident in rescuing anyone from the water. His home was by the coast, where he understood the perils of the ocean. Feeling relieved, Trick's heart warmed. Luffy must have stood there to draw fire, fearing he wouldn't be able to evade it. Gripping the measuring rod tightly, he thought, I'm sorry for worrying you, Luffy, Captain. Arlita thrust her spiked club toward Trick's face. Speak, brat. Who is the most beautiful woman on this sea? Arlita bared her teeth, her eyes wide, threatening to strike if he didn't provide the correct answer. With a sinister smile, Trick replied, across the entire sea, it's the pirate Empress Boa Hancock. In the East Blue, it's the little thief Nami. In the West Blue, it's Nico Robin and Jewelry Bonnie. Though it seemed that all the women mentioned were indeed quite beautiful, he couldn't recall the names of others. Fuming, Arlita shouted, What did you say? What nonsense is that? Who is more beautiful than me, Arlita? Trick swung the measuring rod with force, clanging against Arlita's club, deflecting it above her head. You insufferable brat! Furious, Arlita gripped her club and swung it downwards. Trick realized it would be too late to attack her now. He steadied himself, gripping the measuring rod tightly to block the incoming blow. Clang! A glimmer of hope shone in his eyes. He could withstand this. The enhanced power of the measuring rod held firm against Arlita's assault. At that moment, a loud crack echoed as a large section of the floorboard splintered. Trick and Arlita both fell into the ship's hold. Trick thought to himself that falling might be advantageous, as he wouldn't have to worry about being besieged by henchmen. However, he wondered if the fall might injure him. Thud, regaining his balance midair. Trick landed firmly on his feet, elated. After all, he was an adept fighter, and he could absorb the impact. Arlita smashed several crates, her club slipping to the side as she attempted to rise. Trick dashed forward. Measuring rod. He struck Arlita on the forehead with a wave of force. The shockwave sent splinters flying from the wooden walls of the hold. Arlita collapsed, unable to move. Trick shook his head. This is too easy. It seems that in the pirate world, people are generally quite resilient, especially the stronger ones. Perhaps this world holds great potential for humanity, as evidenced by how Kobe remained unscathed despite Arlita's relentless attacks. Speaking of which, where is Kobe? I must find him. Trick thought of the shockwave he unleashed. In the pirate world, sword techniques can produce flying slashes, so he decided to call his shockwave Flying Impact. Meanwhile, Luffy emerged from the debris, performing an impressive maneuver. Oh, well done, Trick. Luffy cheered. Ha, it was nothing, Trick replied, embarrassed. Those two are monsters. That kid stood up after taking a blow from Miss Arlita, and the other one managed to defeat her. The henchmen were astonished, peering from the hole. Luffy looked up and saw a glimmer of hope. Rubber. He stretched his arm to grab the deck. What is this? The henchmen were startled and began to retreat. Rocket. Luffy propelled himself upward. The henchmen scattered like fireworks upon impact. Trick and Luffy returned to the deck. Luffy glanced to the side and noticed a naval ship approaching. Not good. The Navy is coming. Luffy panicked. Oh, we should hurry then, Trick thought. What are you so anxious about? No one knows you're a pirate because you have no bounty. Oh, wait. Luffy will surely announce it himself. Let us take the small boat and leave. The ship owner won't blame us. Trick felt urgency rise within him. Whereas Kobe? Without him, we can't navigate. Wouldn't we just drift at sea until we starve? At that moment, Kobe was trembling in fear, hiding in a crate just outside the main hall. Those two are terrifying. Trick searched high and low but couldn't find Kobe. Instead, he spotted a small boat tethered between the yacht and the pirate ship. His eyes lit up. He abandoned the search for Kobe and ran to help Luffy with the escaped boat. Let us go, Trick shouted, tossing the small boat overboard. Grabbing 2 oars, he jumped down alongside Luffy. Whoosh. Bang. A naval cannonball exploded beside the pirate ship, sending a column of water spraying. Nami, who was counting their spoils, was startled by the splash. Quick, escape, Luffy shouted. Lead the way. Trick called to Nami. Nami quickly grabbed an oar, propelling her small boat forward. She had no choice but to comply. She needed to flee as well. Trick hurriedly picked up his oars, rowing vigorously. After a bit of wobbling, he finally stabilized and followed closely behind Nami, distancing themselves from the naval ships. Nami turned back, exasperated. What are you two doing following me? Trick raised his voice. We don't know how to navigate. That doesn't mean you can follow me around. Go, to the side. No. Luffy burst into laughter. Ah. After sailing through the night, Nami attempted several times to escape while they weren't looking, but Trick's piercing gaze remained fixed on her. With his innate energy honed over 20 years, he was quite alert. Nami felt she might snap. Ugh. What do you two want? I'm Trick, and he asked Luffy. A pirate. Indeed, I am destined to be the pirate king. Therefore, we seek companions. 10. No, 11 companions. We need a musician. Luffy, She seems quite skilled at navigation. We lack a navigator, don't we? Right. Come be our companion. The future Pirate King extended an invitation to the most talented navigator in the world. Absolutely not. I despise pirates. Nami retorted, waving her hand dismissively. I'm the one who steals from pirates. You made a small fortune this time, didn't you? From Arlita's ship, Trix stated. What do you want? Nami guarded her treasure warily. Arlita was defeated by us. I'm merely suggesting that perhaps encountering us has brought you good fortune? Trix posed a probing question. Is that so? Nami pondered, her eyes glinting. All right then, I'll accompany you for a short while. It appeared she had no interest in treasure. Perhaps these two were not very bright, yet they were undeniably powerful. Having defeated Arlita, Trix sighed in relief at her agreement and set down the oars. A new day dawned. He gazed at the system interface in his mind, unable to resist the urge to check the rewards for signing in. Thus, he mentally clicked the sign-in button. Chapter 4, Dragon Swallows Water. How daring of you. Ding, congratulations. You have received a sign-in reward, Dragon Swallows Water. Trix no longer expected a response from the inquiry system and turned his gaze to the subtitles. Use the Dragon Claw technique to enhance suction power, drawing the target closer to execute the Dragon Claw attack. So it is essentially a set of Dragon Claw techniques, a move that combines the flower-picking finger with another powerful strike. The Dragon Claw. Trix shaped his fingers into claws and gestured. He was eager to test its might, but they were on a ship, and he was not Luffy. Gazing at the Dragon Claw, Trix's thoughts began to wander. Sabo's Dragon Claw Fist, with its three-clawed formation, was learned from Dragon. Dragon and Appo's Devil Fruit was likely a mythical type capable of manipulating wind and weather. When considering the three great disasters and their respective factions, it was clear that Dragon belonged to the mythical category, possibly akin to the Feathered Serpent or some grand dragon. Shell's town was now in sight. Nami remarked, I heard that the bounty hunter Zoro was captured by the axe-wielder Monka from this Navy base. Trix shot her a glance. Why was she speaking up? Oh, right. She wanted the Grand Line C chart from Monka's base. If he and Luffy caused a ruckus at the Navy base, it would certainly facilitate her plans. Luffy blinked. A bounty hunter? Is he strong? Trix often found himself puzzled, taking a while to sort it out. A bounty hunter captures pirates for rewards, while a pirate hunter was Zoro's exclusive title. Nami nodded. They say he is a very formidable swordsman. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. He sounds incredible. It's decided. Let us recruit him as our comrade. Trix raised his fist. Oh, here we come, Straw Hat Crew's novice package. Stepping onto the beach, Trix took a few more steps, relishing the solid ground beneath his feet. Nearby, Luffy had just disembarked when his stomach grumbled twice. Trix couldn't help but laugh. All right, let us eat first. We need our strength to get things done. Luffy cheered, yay. Food time. Nami shrugged her shoulders in exasperation. You guys dared to set sail without bringing food. There weren't many restaurants on the island, but Trix soon found one owned by Rika and her mother. Little Rika was bustling about, helping in the shop, just as the dishes were served. The door was violently kicked open. Barumbar swaggered in, a bamboo sword slung over his shoulder. Let me see if there are any fools left in this establishment today. A table of customers fled in terror, leaving without paying. He plopped down at that table, indifferent to the chair's discomfort. Propping his feet up on the table, that bastard has been tied up for over 20 days and still hasn't he died. Humph, I'll execute him tomorrow. You all better come watch him die. Ha ha ha. Rika was dumbfounded. How can you do this? Didn't you agree to release Zoro if he endured for a month? Upon hearing the word agreement, Luffy looked up. Barumbar pointed his bamboo sword. What? You unhappy? Trix interjected. Rika, come here. What was this agreement you mentioned? Rika began to cry. That day, she recounted the circumstances under which Zoro voluntarily allowed himself to be captured. Trix couldn't help but sigh. Zoro was indeed a true hero, steadfast and honorable. Barumbar listened with a sinister smile. I heard from the Marines that outsiders have arrived. It seems there are indeed some blind fools among you. Let me tell you, I am the son of Colonel Monka, the ruler of this base. Now, what do you plan to do? Fight me? The Marines behind him stepped forward, emboldened by his glare. Luffy suddenly raised his head and roared. What do you take the agreement for? I will defeat you. Bam! Luffy's elongated arm struck Barumbar squarely in the nose. Barumbar fell to the ground, his nose crooked. The Marines had never anticipated that Luffy could reach him from such a distance. A devil fruit user. Barumbar has been knocked down. What do we do? There was no choice but to apprehend them. Otherwise, Colonel Monka would not spare them. The Marines hesitated for a moment before lunging forward. Trick stepped ahead. With them charging, there was no time to hesitate. Trick unleashed the dragon claw, one hand seizing the clouds and the other plucking pearls, causing two marines to collapse to the left. With a swift motion, he executed the black dragon emerging from the forest, sending the last marine crashing into the wall. Barumbar has been defeated. Run. The remaining patrons gasped and all stood up to flee. Stop, Trick shouted. He pointed at them one by one. Are you leaving without paying? Nami's eyes widened. These two were so formidable. It seemed that what they had said about defeating Arlita was indeed true. Moreover, Luffy's mouth was stuffed. Let us go. The door is wide open. Trick sighed. Swallow your food before speaking. He dug into his pocket, but froze, instinctively glancing at Luffy. Forget it. He certainly wouldn't have any money to pay. Trick raised his eyebrows at Nami, hoping she would understand. Nami was speechless, shaking her head repeatedly. Let me make it clear. After I pay for you, you owe me 3 times that amount. 2,000 berries means you'll repay me 6,000. Understood? Rika's mother waved her hands. No need. No need. You all should hurry and run. Otherwise, it will be terrible when Colonel Mako arrives. Trick placed the money on the counter. Rest assured, we are good pirates here to defeat those wicked marines. Luffy, like a python, swallowed a large quantity of food. Let us go. Rika, clutching a food container, tried to follow. Trick stopped her. Is this food for Zoro? Hand it over to me. I will ensure it gets to him. The streets were empty, devoid of people. Trick frowned. The streets were deserted. Perhaps it was not quite accurate to say it was deserted. Upon reaching the walls of the Navy base, they still hadn't encountered any Marines. Climbing over the wall, they found no Marines gathering in the training field, only a wooden frame with a green-haired figure bound to it. Nami poked Trick's shoulder. You two go ahead. I have my own matters to attend to. With that, she slipped into the base building. Zoro looked up, despite being battered and covered in dirt. He exuded an aura as fierce as a wild beast. Hey, you two are quite bothersome. Get lost. Trick grinned. He interpreted it as an invitation to join the fray. Zoro, your aloof demeanor won't last much longer. Chapter 5. Is it stuck behind? Something feels amiss. Luffy had already leaped over the wall and dashed forward. Zoro, we've come to rescue you. He reached out to untie the ropes. Zoro was taken aback and shouted urgently, What are you doing? Let go of my hands. You know nothing of the situation. What are you planning? Luffy, with an air of certainty, declared, I am Monkey D. Luffy, destined to become the Pirate King. You are a good person. We are here to save you. Just untie the ropes. Trick stepped forward to explain. I'm Trick. We are aware of the situation. Bellamy arrogantly declared that you will be executed tomorrow. Zoro was struck dumb with shock. Trick continued, We understand your resolve to protect the Lecon family. However, the Monka family is not one to honor agreements. We must find another way to ensure their safety. Luffy roared, I will defeat that guy. Trick raised a hand slightly. Exactly, and we are pirates seeking allies. Luffy suddenly remembered, right? Zoro, join me as my comrade. Zoro felt a wave of cold sweat. What is going on with you two? Trick interrupted. Don't be fooled by our captain's recklessness. He possesses great wisdom. He humorously remarked that he was merely a prompter. Zoro sighed and gazed at the sky, thinking, I cannot perish here. I have goals to fulfill. I must become the world's greatest swordsman. My name shall resonate throughout the heavens. Trick whispered to Luffy, who proudly asserted, We will help you reclaim the sword that was stolen, and if you want it back, you must become my comrade. Hiki. Zoro exploded with frustration. You have a wicked mind. Bastard. Trick nodded, acknowledging that dealing with someone prideful required giving them a chance to hesitate. Luffy remained behind, continuing to wrestle with the ropes. Trick dashed into the base building, sprinting to the top floor. With a thought, he summoned a measuring tool, smashing through door after door. Upon reaching the 4th room, Trick was about to break in when he noticed the door was ajar. He gently pushed it open and saw Nami opening a safe. Trick urged, Nami, hurry. The Marines will be here soon. Startled, Nami spun around, exclaiming, What are you doing? You scared me to death. Trick approached and noticed she was holding a parchment depicting a bright red nose. The clown buggy has stolen the sea chart. Trick inquired deliberately, What is that? All right, let us go. Nami's dismissive gesture suddenly froze. The clown buggy stole the sea chart I wanted. Let us go reclaim it. Trick nodded, fine. But we must rescue Zoro first. He exited the room and smashed open another door. In this lavishly decorated room, he spotted 3 swords, grabbed one, and was about to head for the stairs. Nami called from the window. Didn't you say the Marines were coming down? Are you planning to get trapped by them at the stairs, you fool? Trick shrugged it off. Even if they were blocked, it didn't matter much. After all, it was Nami, and not getting beaten was a win in itself. Being scolded was a small price to pay. Nami descended using the rope from the window. While Trick protected his hands as he slid down, Nami pulled the rope back up. Near the staircase window, a Marine poked his head out, pointing and shouting. There they are. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, a towering statue of Monka loomed ominously. Nami sighed. It's because of that thing that I couldn't get the treasure this time. Trick observed Luffy struggling with the ropes, and it appeared Luffy and Zoro had reached an understanding. Trick drew a common sword, preparing to cut the ropes. Zoro insisted, "Give me the sword." Trick raised an eyebrow, handing him a blade and positioning the Wado Ikemonji near his mouth. "Now, commence your performance." Zoro was momentarily taken aback. Trick frowned. "Is something wrong? Is it stuck behind?" Zoro, infuriated, shouted, "You idiot. Stop that." Trick chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. Zoro gritted his teeth. "You fool. I'll kill you." Trick adjusted the Wado Ikemonji back into position. Zoro bit the hilt, twisting his body to slice through the ropes and wooden frame. Now free, Zoro chose not to dwell on Trick's antics. For the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase as a line of Marines charged forth, their guns drawn. "No," Nami gasped, quickly hiding behind the others. Trick stood side by side with Luffy and Zoro, his brow furrowed in concern. "This ends now. You dare wreak havoc on my territory? Do you wish to rebel? Do not underestimate me. With your meager strength, you are nothing but a mere annoyance in my domain." Monka, towering over 2 meters, rested a massive axe on his shoulder. That size and that axe, ordinary pirates could hardly contend with him. "Prepare," Monka bellowed, as the Marines readied their triggers. Zoro assumed a fighting stance, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Faced with the multitude of gun barrels, he doubted his ability to escape unscathed. Trick inhaled sharply. Something was amiss. If all the guns aimed at them collectively, Luffy could take the brunt of it without harm. But now, those Marines were scattered, each aiming in different directions. Did they intend for him and Zoro to pull Luffy apart to shield him from bullets? Whoa, Dragon and Appo's breath. Trick swiftly stepped aside, extending his hands in a claw-like gesture. A powerful suction force erupted. The Marines' guns were instantly pulled aside. Some managed to grasp their weapons, while others lost their grip. "What is this? My gun. This is bad." The Marines began to panic. In midair, visible currents of air swirled. Trick understood this peculiar phenomenon of the pirate world. The air was known as the atmosphere, and it was truly remarkable. Ah yes. One reason the Mera Mera no Mi was said to be undesirable was that even moderately strong individuals could ignite friction with the atmosphere. The current spiraled like a vortex, lifting debris from the ground and propelling firearms into the air, undeniably amplifying the suction. With the force of Dragon and Appo's breath steadily at work, the Marines were drawn into a chaotic whirlpool. They could hardly maintain their aim and were too frantic to fire. In search of something to cling to, the open training ground offered no refuge. Grabbing onto fellow Marines only pulled them into the maelstrom. What? Monka and some Marines, staying a distance away, stepped back in shock. "Who on earth are you?" Zoro asked, astonished. Before Trick and Appo's dragon claws, a mass of ordinary Marines formed into a large sphere. He could only unleash as much as possible. Fortunately, Luffy chimed in, Gum Gum Pistol. A group of Marines was sent flying in 2 directions. Zoro's expression transformed into one of even greater astonishment. Chapter 6. I am not a sword master, but an extraordinary being. There are 2 ships. You too. Zoro was utterly astonished. Luffy stretched one side of his mouth, grinning widely. Indeed, I am a rubber man who has consumed the Gum Gum fruit. Zoro and Appo's eyes widened, unable to comprehend. The devil fruit. Monka, sweating profusely, exclaimed that those who consume a devil fruit gain unimaginable powers. I have heard numerous legends, yet I never expected to encounter one here. However, no matter who the opponent is, opposing me means a certain death. The soldiers, armed with sabers, and the fallen Marines. Monka was forcibly urging them to rise. Trick turned back and said, I have not consumed a devil fruit. I am an extraordinary being capable of harnessing chi. Oh, in any case, chi is quite marvelous, allowing for a multitude of abilities. He believed there was nothing wrong in speaking of it, for the sea is vast. If the word about extraordinary beings gets out, it would likely be similar to the Lunarian tribe. Although special races are often targeted by the Gorosei for experiments, extraordinary beings harbor no past grievances against the celestial dragons. Moreover, within the Straw Hat crew, there exists a Nika and the Gorosei, through a twist of fate, have not taken any special actions. Trick also harbored thoughts of teaching Luffy and the others to harness chi. However, he currently possesses this strength due to 20 years of cultivation, which has elevated the innate chi ceiling of an average individual over the span of 2 decades. If Luffy and the others were to start from scratch, the benefits would be minimal. Nami exclaimed in surprise, "That sounds amazing. Finding these 3 fighters is truly a windfall." Monka, witnessing their laughter and camaraderie, became increasingly furious. How dare they underestimate me? Since they can draw people and scatter, surround them and cut them down. Monka swung his massive axe forward, and the Marines rushed to the sides to form a surrounding circle. The 4 of Tricks to back, with Nami assembling a long staff in preparation for battle. Nami was so nervous that her palms were sweating. After so many years at sea, this was her first confrontation with the formal navy. Whoosh. One side's Marine was sent flying by Zoro's slash. Bang. Another Marine was struck away by Trick's soaring impact. "I will defeat you." Luffy charged at Monka. Clang. Monka blocked Luffy and Appo's punch with the flat of his axe, but was forced to take 2 steps back. Zoro sheathed his sword and looked at Trick. "What was that attack you just performed?" Trick concentrated. "Oh, that measuring tool is a blunt weapon. What you just witnessed was a soaring impact of chi, not a swordsman and Appo's flying slash. It is said that when a swordsman reaches the realm of sword mastery, they can slice through steel and send their strikes flying." Zoro furrowed his brow in contemplation. "Soaring slashes? Swordmaster?" Trick observed him, sensing he was recalling something. "It seems to involve a balance of toughness and gentleness, capable of severing steel while also failing to cut through paper." Trick had heard many concepts akin to this, such as the wooden sword has no equal and the heavy sword has no edge. It was uncertain how much Zoro could achieve through mere contemplation. After all, understanding is not a formula. If merely hearing and understanding were sufficient, then Zoro's master, Yasu, would have imparted it to him directly. Trick and Appo's thoughts drifted. If Luffy and Zoro were to grow stronger, they must unearth the potential within themselves. One had adventured in the mountains and battled beasts since childhood, while the other had diligently trained from a young age. Both had essentially transformed their bodies into treasure troves, awaiting discovery in the midst of battle. Additionally, the 3-colored haki, such as the armament haki, possesses elements beyond mere physical strength, namely, momentum. If the opponent is not sufficiently strong, they could be defeated before their momentum even rises. It also requires a sufficiently powerful adversary to be provoked. Nami, regaining her composure, remarked, "Arin and Appo's, you 2 going to assist? Our opponent is a colonel from the Navy." Trick pointed, "Look over there." Nami turned her gaze. "What is happening?" "Monka is being beaten mercilessly." After Luffy pummeled him with a dozen punches, Monka fell unconscious. Following Monka and Appo's defeat, the Marines were filled with mixed emotions. "If anyone still wishes to capture us, let them come," Zoro coldly observed. The Marines slowly rose, excitedly tossing their weapons into the air. "Fantastic! Monka has been defeated. We are no longer under his control. We are free." The Marines erupted in cheers, some embracing in tears. Luffy, innocently, remarked, "What is this?" The colonel was defeated, and they are all so happy. Zoro was utterly perplexed. What is with these Marines? Nami, being astute, explained they were merely afraid of Monka. He had always forced them to do things they were unwilling to do, so at this moment, they hardly care. Meanwhile, Trick was cleaning the battlefield. The standard-issue sabers and flintlock rifles discarded by the Marines were still quite useful, far superior to the weapons of pirate lackeys. Since his personal space was vast, so large he could hardly fathom, he decided to collect a few for later use. After all, they could come in handy for the occasional ambush. At the Rika family's inn, Zoro had tea eaten in 3 weeks, and Luffy was hungry again. Trick and Nami had not eaten either. The innkeeper, demonstrating great hospitality, treated them well. Zoro faced a stack of plates, Trick had 3 plates, and Nami had 2. Luffy faced a towering stack and was still eating. Trick expressed his admiration for Luffy's appetite. After Zoro finished his meal, he inquired, "You mentioned wanting to become the Pirate King. I presume you have gathered quite a crew by now." Luffy nodded, "Yes." Zoro continued, "Where are they? Guarding the ship?" Luffy glanced around. "Nami is the navigator. Trick is an extraordinary being, and you are the swordsman. Next, we shall seek out a musician." Nami crossed her arms. "I never said I would join you as a companion. We are merely in a cooperative relationship." Zoro was shocked. Just the four of us? What about the ship? Do we have a ship? Luffy nodded again. We do. Trick raised two fingers. We have two ships. Zoro felt as if he had boarded a pirate vessel. They are small ships, right? Luffy spread his arms. Before long, we will acquire a vessel of grand proportions. Zoro felt he might lose his mind, bursting into laughter. How will we manage that? Luffy dreamed aloud. There will even be a pirate flag. Zoro conceded. I really have to regard such a person as my captain. Rika curiously asked, Hey, where are you big brothers planning to go next? Luffy replied cheerfully, to the Grand Line. Nami, as the professional, stepped forward. First, we need to find the sea chart for the Grand Line. Clown Buggy. The sea chart you stole will soon be mine. Oh. Luffy brimmed with enthusiasm, eager to seek the Grand Line sea chart. At that moment, a group of Marines arrived at the door. An older Marine pushed the door open. Excuse me, I heard you were pirates. Is that true? Luffy looked over and nodded. We just found another companion. The Marine lowered his hat's brim. We are all extremely grateful to you for rescuing our base and this town from a tyrant. However, now that it is known you were pirates, for the sake of the Navy's honor, we cannot simply stand by. Please leave this town immediately. At the very least. Out of a sense of duty, we will not report you to headquarters. The townspeople began to shout angrily at the Marines. Luffy smiled. Then let us go. Thank you for your hospitality, innkeeper. Trick called from the back of the storeroom. Wait a moment. I'll gather more provisions. The Marines and Appo's persistence could be deemed commendable. In the world of pirates, regardless of good or evil, the vast majority possess this admirable trait of dedication. Upon seeing this group of Marines, Trick rushed to gather supplies. Otherwise, at sea, it would only be the four of them eating those apples. No, there are not even any apples on the ship now. Chapter 7. The Art of Manipulation, Instant Form Version. Target Sea Chart. Drifting on the sea. Trick was not in the best of spirits. It was his second night spent on the open sea, and the small boat lacked even a canopy, leaving him drenched in dew upon waking. Hence, he decided to check in to refresh his mood, especially after hearing from Nami that the destination, Orange Town, was not far away. Ding. Congratulations. You have received a check-in reward. The Art of Manipulation, Instant Form Version. Trick's eyes lit up. The contents within the parentheses seemed extraordinary. Feed the object with chi, allowing it to instantly transform into a weapon that can be manipulated at will. The art of manipulation was more precise than other techniques of remote control or telekinetic manipulation, being both stylish and powerful. The manipulation longsword, while lacking the enhancement effects of a sword spirit, remained formidable. This technique requires the user to nurture an object with their chi from a young age for many years before it can be wielded as a weapon at will. The instant form version enabled one to achieve this level of control the moment chi is fed into the object. Could this be a part of the extraordinary applications of the divine mechanism? Trick suddenly recalled something. However, this was merely a single day and Appo's check-in, not even a critical hit. It could be considered a major boon. He retrieved the celestial measuring tool and held it in his hand, feeding it a burst of chi. Instantly, he felt as if the measuring tool had become a third hand, hovering and dancing around him, creating a sensation akin to true mastery over it. The manipulated weapon resembled a drone. Feeding it chi was like charging it, and mental control was akin to remote operation. Moreover, the celestial measuring tool itself was a transformative weapon capable of launching aerial strikes. The aerial strikes consumed the chi that had been previously fed into it, akin to a drone equipped with a rocket launcher carrying RPGs. As the celestial measuring tool floated before him, Trick stepped onto it. Orange Town was now in sight. Luffy asked Nami, "Is the sea chart really over there?" Nami nodded. "Yes, the chart is in the hands of the clown Buggy. We must defeat him and seize the chart." "That's absurd. Buggy has a bounty of 15 million. It would be a miracle to defeat him. Let them create a diversion and steal the chart in the chaos. After all, they are pirates." Luffy protested. "No, that is not a reason to fight." Nami looked at him in astonishment, about to speak, only to realize that the small boat they were on was moving backward. No, it was slowing down. Nami turned around and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Trick had already risen several meters while standing on the celestial measuring tool. He looked up and said, "I'm practicing sword flight." Luffy's eyes sparkled. "Whoa, that's amazing. I want to try too." Trick shook his head. "Not now. This requires chi control. And I need to be more skilled before I can carry someone." The celestial measuring tool lacked buckles, railings, and any protective light or sword aura. Trick himself felt somewhat unsteady. After mentally preparing himself, he commanded the celestial measuring tool to fly forward. In the next moment, whoosh, the measuring tool shot out. Trick was propelled backward by the friction, flailing his arms as he plunged toward the sea. Zoro, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. What have I gotten myself into? He stood up, ready to rescue him, when he saw Trick suspended head down in midair. Trick wiped the sweat from his brow that was close. I almost forgot that the art of manipulation is not limited to just one weapon. At the last moment, he remembered this and fed 2 bursts of chi into a pair of shoes. He then executed a kick to flip himself upright, soaring into the sky. The art of manipulation allows the weapon to move as the user and Oppos, Eswell directs, and the shoes were firmly attached to his feet, giving him a sense of invulnerability. A large bird flew by, startled by Trick, and quickly took off. Haha. Trick's laughter echoed through the sky. This was just like the abilities of the float fruit. The float fruit allows objects to float at the expense of stamina, while the art of manipulation consumes chi to nourish the object, which in turn expends the fed chi to move. The celestial measuring tool floated back beneath Trick's feet, and after a brief flourish with the measuring tool, he returned to the boat, realizing that only with the celestial measuring tool could he truly master sword flight. At this moment, he focused on testing the limits of his current manipulation skills. He took out a military knife from his spatial pocket and fed it some chi. However, he noticed that after manipulating the shoes and measuring tool, the knife's response was significantly delayed. Trick retracted the knife. Is the limit of 20 years of cultivation 3 weapons? However, unlike other users who had nurtured their weapons from childhood, he was not bound by the same limitations. The maximum he could manipulate simultaneously was 3 weapons, but it did not mean he could only control 3. Trick placed his hands on the small boat and fed it chi. With a mental command, all manipulated weapons began to rise. The celestial measuring tool ascended a bit, causing both small boats to shift upward. Zoro sensed something amiss. You don't mess around. Trick responded with a smile. Don't worry, I'm steady. The movements of the manipulated weapons consumed the chi fed into them. The 2 small boats had already been transformed into manipulated weapons when the chi was fed, so manipulation was not an issue. However, due to their size, the amount of chi fed was insufficient to lift the boats and their 2 occupants into the air. Trick also discovered that he could view the boat as a whole or target individual components to feed chi. To save time, he focused solely on the keels of the 2 boats. He could feel the chi spreading thinly throughout the entire keel as he fed it in. As he continued to feed more chi, the keels began to fill. He could have continued, but Trick stopped. The chi within him was not infinite, and he needed to recover after expenditure. Moments later, both small boats took flight. Nami, bracing herself against the boat, was astonished. Is this really possible? Luffy grinned widely, laughing. This is so much fun. Let us go. Zoro leaned against the boat, exhaling in relief. Trick then inquired, so what is the plan regarding the sea chart? Luffy shook his head. Let us go ask him if he is willing to give it to us. Nami facepalmed, while Trick chuckled. Such a simple-minded thought, haha. After all, Luffy had spent his life playing in the mountains. Aside from the basic concepts of right and wrong, one couldn't expect him to understand human affairs. One could foresee Luffy's thought process. If he is willing to give it, he'll give it. And if not, then so be it. If it comes to blows after asking, then it's his fault. While this reasoning may seem amusing, it was not entirely flawed. One could argue why someone would relinquish something they painstakingly acquired. Yet from another perspective, how could one be so certain that they had no intention of trading? However, Trick did not intend to approach it this way. Utilizing a foolish child to accomplish tasks is not the behavior of an adult. As a crew member of a respectable pirate crew, it was paramount to clarify matters and let the captain make the final decision. This also addressed the issue of how a pirate crew sustains itself without resorting to plunder. Chapter 8. The Plan? What is a plan? Facing the barrel. The atmosphere in Orange Town was eerily tranquil. There was not a single sound of human life, nor even the chirping of birds. Upon reaching the shore, Trick collected some seawater into his spatial pouch before catching up with the trio. Trick addressed Luffy with grave seriousness. Luffy, the clown buggy is currently pillaging the town in preparation for his entry into the Grand Line. He has stolen the map of the Grand Line to assert his dominance over it. Indeed, there exists a rivalry between you and Buggy. Luffy's expression turned solemn as he adjusted his straw hat. I am the one who will become the Pirate King. Let us go and retrieve the sea chart. Nami, bewildered, questioned, have you lost your mind? Do you know how high Buggy's bounty is? Are you really going to confront him? The group marched forward with fierce determination towards the center of town. Trick mused to himself. This atmosphere resembles the climax of a theatrical performance, does it not? Is there a place to change attire? However, events did not unfold as Trick had anticipated. At the end of the street, a man and a lion stood barring their way. Boom, boom. With each step the enormous lion took, the cobblestones trembled beneath its weight. The man proclaimed, "I am Machi, the beast tamer of Buggy's pirate crew. This town is under our control, so if you wish to avoid a swift demise, hand over your valuables." Unable to contain himself, Luffy pointed at Machi and exclaimed, "What is wrong with that person? His hat looks absurd." Machi retorted, "How rude. This is my hair, you know. Hair. Ricky, take them down." Roaring, the lion Ricky lunged forward, its massive paws swiping at Luffy. Nami gasped in horror. Luffy. She never intended for anyone to be killed. Was the captain with a bounty of 15 million really that terrifying? Trick and Appo's expression mirrored her shock. Such a colossal lion would be considered a prehistoric creature in its homeland. Luffy leaped back to evade the ferocious assault of the lion, exclaiming, "What are you doing? That and Appo's dangerous." Machi replied with irritation, "What do you think I and Appo's am doing? I'm going to kill you." Luffy's eyes narrowed. "You shall not lay a finger on my friends." Machi scoffed, "You should worry about yourself first." Ricky crouched low and pounced. Luffy and Appo's eyes widened as he recalled the technique, Gum Gum Pistol. He jumped, extending his arms to coil them into a makeshift hammer. Using his hands to grasp the lion and Appo's head as the hammer and Appo's head. The ground resonated like a drum as Luffy and Appo's arms rebounded and spun, slamming Ricky and Appo's head into the earth. Thud. Ricky rolled over, eyes rolled back, tongue out, and fainted. Nami, covering her mouth in disbelief, gasped, "Is this a joke?" Trick smiled at her. "Our captain is quite impressive, isn't he?" At that moment, Nami couldn't even protest about not being part of the crew. Witnessing Luffy's extraordinary feat firsthand was entirely different from watching it in the anime. It was hard to fathom how such a slender figure could take down such a massive lion in one strike. The visual impact was equally profound for Trick. Machi was flung through the air, panic-stricken as he rushed to Ricky, trying to rouse him. "Ricky. Hey, Ricky, are you all right? I and Appo's, I'll knock you out." Luffy, leaving his hands in place, charged forward, Gum Gum Rocket. Machi and Ricky soared into the sky, not knowing how many rooftops they had flipped over before crashing down. Luffy dusted off his hands. "All done." "Hiki," Zoro coolly remarked, "let us keep moving." As the most reliable member aboard, he fell into a battle stance the moment Luffy declared war. That lion had proven no match for Luffy. It was clear he was itching for a spar. Trick was relieved to find that the anticipated ambush by Buggy's crew had not materialized. As they approached the town center, raucous sounds emanated from the tallest building, a tavern. Trick couldn't help but think, so, it wasn't a banquet for the purpose of returning the sea chart to Nami. They simply wanted to host a feast? The four encountered no further patrols or lookout henchmen, arriving at the base of the tavern. Nami raised her finger, beginning to outline her new plan. "Listen up, everyone. We'll sneak into the building and locate where they've hidden the sea chart. If we encounter any pirates, we must quietly take them down without drawing attention. Once we have the sea chart, we'll make our escape." Trick chuckled. "A plan? What is a plan? Unless it's laid out beforehand, it's merely a framework." Luffy stepped forward and shouted, "Buggy, hand over the map of the Grand Line." Moments later, a red nose poked out from the rooftop 5 stories high. "What? Who dares call out to me? You know the map of the Grand Line is with me? Well, whatever. If you want it, come and take it." Buggy turned his head, digging in his ear, wearing a scornful, derisive expression. Trick stifled a laugh, not because of the red nose, but due to Buggy's captain's hat, which sported 2 strands of hair jutting out like pigtails. Who in their right mind would wear their hair like that as a captain? Buggy noticed Trick and glared. "You, what are you laughing at?" Trick straightened his face. "Me? I'm not laughing. Who's laughing? How infuriating. I must not let the atmosphere crumble from my end." Luffy beamed with enthusiasm. "Then, take this." He swung his arms up, reaching to grasp the edge of the rooftop wall. Trick quickly leaped into the air, using a measurement tool to aid Luffy. They are also devil fruit users. The henchmen instinctively took a step back. They knew well the fearsome power of a devil fruit user, especially since their captain was one. Buggy was momentarily taken aback by Trick and Appo's appearance. That is, the ability of Gold Lion Shiki. "This is bad. No, wait. Shiki is dead. Isn't he? Heh. If I can defeat the new user of the float fruit, My reputation will soar. Buggy turned back, angrily shouting, "Why are you all in such a panic? Attack! Give me a grand show and take them down." He pointed at Trick. "You lot. Use the special buggy bombs to bring him down." Just then, he turned around and saw Luffy yelling Gum Gum Rocket as he barreled towards him. The pieces scattered in a frantic escape. Buggy screamed in terror as his head flew off first, his body fracturing into numerous parts that scattered everywhere. Luffy zipped through the fragments, exclaiming, "Yay!" He then arced through the air, landing against the outer wall of another building. "Ha!" Buggy laughed, adjusting his head. "See? I am invincible." Buggy! Buggy! The henchman cheered. A massive cannon was being maneuvered by several henchmen, aimed directly at Trick. The fuse was already lit. Trick moved left as the left cannon aimed left, and right as the right cannon aimed right. He took a deep breath. After 20 years of innate energy cultivation, he had relied on transformed weapons in battles, and felt little change in his physique. If he were hit by a special buggy bomb, it would likely spell doom for him. Chapter 9, The Explosion. Such an impressive technique. Baki and Appo's cannoner seemed to have impeccable aim, capable of striking even the distant great bird. Trick stood motionless, aware that if he were to be predicted while dodging, it would result in an awkward situation. As for fleeing, that was out of the question. Zoro and Nami were still down on the street below. He fixated on the cannon, preparing to act the moment the fuse extinguished. Suddenly, a frown creased Trick's brow. The specially crafted Baki shell did not merely explode upon ignition. It had to be fired first, and would only detonate upon impact. This reminded him of a time when Luffy had repelled a shell using a rubber balloon. This was manageable. Trick steadied himself on the measurement tool. With a flick of his mind, he summoned 2 military knives from his spatial pocket and hurled them with force. Baki laughed. "Useless. No matter the strike. It cannot affect my abilities." Yet, as he chuckled, he witnessed the knives curve and fly straight into the cannon and Appo's mouth. What? Realization dawned on Baki, and panic set in. He flailed about, glancing left and right, and upon spotting the staircase leading to the roof, he dashed towards it. The fuse sizzled out, and with a resounding boom, flames ignited, propelling the specially crafted Baki shell. The projectile collided with the curved blade that Trick had mentally anchored in place. Boom! A shock wave stirred up a cloud of dust, causing the cannon to shatter, and the vibration collapsed the rooftop floor. The floor crumbled, sending the crowd plummeting to the 4th floor, with thick smoke billowing, obscuring the scene within. On the 3rd floor, Kabaji looked up grimly. On the 2nd floor, Machi, tending to Ricky's injuries, recoiled in fright. Below, Nami exhaled in relief, patting Zoro as she announced, "I'm off to find the sea chart." Zoro nodded coolly. As the smoke cleared, the ruins of the 4th floor stirred ominously. Baki emerged from the debris, dragging an unconscious minion, his expression one of terror. Debris flew from the staircase as Kabaji leaped up. Baki turned. "Kabaji, you've arrived." Kabaji, arms crossed and expression cold, replied, "Yes, I am here. This is indeed the greatest humiliation we have faced since our inception, Captain." Baki's gaze turned icy. "I am so enraged I can scarcely speak." Kabaji glanced skyward. "Captain Baki, leave this to me." Baki grinned widely. "Excellent. Let them witness a spectacle." With a sly smile, Kabaji sprang into action. Trick remained vigilant, prepared for the impending confrontation. Kabaji unleashed a steel wire, anchoring one end to a nearby building. The stage was set for Kabaji, the chief strategist. The aerial arena. Kabaji leapt high on a unicycle, wielding a long blade, and landed deftly on the wire, racing towards Trick. Zoro looked up and grinned. "Oh, a swordsman." Trick narrowed his eyes, lowering his altitude while channeling energy into the wire. "I shall quell Captain Baki's fury." Kabaji thrust his blade forward, radiating lethal intent. Trick swiftly manipulated the wire, extracting the anchor from the wall and flinging it downwards. Kabaji, propelled by inertia, continued forward, furiously pedaling. It was then he sensed something amiss. Why was there a force pulling him down? Who was tugging at him? He glanced down. The unicycle plummeted, and he fell with a thud to the ground. Baki cried out in anguish, "Kabaji!" Kabaji, struggling to extend his hand forward, muttered, "Cursed. How could such a formidable technique be unleashed?" With that, he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Trick couldn't help but gasp. With such a display, "I expected you to possess some hidden trump card." He inhaled sharply, simultaneously relieved to see that Zoro confirmed Kabaji was merely unconscious. The people here were truly resilient. To fall from such a height and only lose consciousness. Down below, Zoro grumbled, "Hey, you stole the opponent I wanted." Trick shrugged. "There was nothing I could do. I didn't foresee his downfall. Baki, seething with rage, declared, "Damn it. Let me die in style." Luffy extricated himself from a pile of debris below, this time managing to leap steadily to the fourth floor. He shouted at Baki, "Your opponent is me." Baki, mid-launch towards Trick, turned upon hearing the voice, a smug smile spreading across his face. He split apart to evade Luffy's attack. Trick retreated slightly. Since the captain wished to engage, he would spectate. Rubber rubber, stamp. Rubber rubber, pistol. Rubber rubber, machine gun. Luffy unleashed a barrage of attacks in rapid succession. It was hard to gauge Baki's strength. But one thing was certain, he had a knack for dodging, and the three-dimensional chaos of the air made it even harder to land a hit. At that moment, he had yet to reveal any vulnerabilities due to treasure. Ha. Luffy panted heavily. Damn it. Can't hit him. Can't hit him. Baki even leaned in close to Luffy, making silly faces. I'm coming. Zoro appeared behind Baki. With a flurry of swift strikes, he unleashed 3 consecutive slashes. Baki was cleaved into pieces, yet instantaneously reassembled. Baki roared with laughter. Useless. Useless. Ahaha. Watch out. Trick shouted. He searched for Baki's elusive foot. Suddenly, he spotted Baki's hand gripping a dagger, preparing for a sneak attack on Zoro and Luffy. The two exchanged alarmed glances. One swiftly deflected the dagger with his sword, while the other stomped down hard on Baki and Appo's hand. Baki felt the pressure and yanked his hand back, blowing on it repeatedly. So painful. So painful. Cursed you. Trick descended towards the rooftop. Let me handle this. Baki, noticing the blunt weapon in Trick and Appo's hand, scoffed. That one work. Give up. Baki's components began to disperse. Trick extended his fingers, flower-picking finger. A suction force formed between his thumb and index finger, pulling a nearby fragment into his grasp. Baki stared in disbelief. How? What? No. Stop. Trick grinned widely, raising the measurement tool to strike the fragment in his left hand. Bang. Oh ho. Stop. Stop. Please stop. Baki writhed in pain, leaping about. Trick ready to strike again, but felt his grip on the fragment slip. Upon inspection, the fragment had divided into even smaller pieces and fled. In that moment, Baki's rage seemed capable of lifting his hair. How dare you treat me like that? Do you underestimate me? Trick extended his finger. Baki gasped, eek, and retreated hastily. Trick pursued, Baki fled, and Trick followed. Not only was he chasing, but he also kept an eye on the ruins of the fourth floor. At last, he spotted Baki's feet, each connected to a small leg. Baki's feet were unable to fly, and he shuffled forward using his legs, appearing cumbersome and slow in his movements. Chapter 10. No way. Capture Buggy. Immediately, Trike turned and dashed towards those feet. Buggy, witnessing this scene, was taken aback, his eyes widening in alarm. Hey. No way. Wait. Stop. Hold on. Trike, however, paid no heed. In a fit of desperation, Buggy lunged towards Trike. Trike glanced back, manipulating the steel wire to swirl like a tornado, hurtling towards Buggy. Buggy gasped and quickly sidestepped. As he felt the chase closing in on his feet, he panicked. Shatter, shovel. With a powerful thrust of his calves, he plunged his feet into the staircase like a shovel. Trike raised an eyebrow. Is that a new trick, windmill or pancake? He turned to look at Buggy, who was grimacing. Ouch. Oh no. Yow. As Trike reached the staircase, he discovered that Buggy's feet were wedged between 2 steps, crashing down layer by layer against the stairs. Buggy cursed in agony. Damn floating scoundrel. Face me properly in a duel. Trike smiled at him. Hee. Buggy, both furious and frantic, pursued Trike. Hey, you. Just as he reached the staircase, a massive slab of stone came crashing down upon him, pinning him firmly. Fuming with rage, Buggy gritted his teeth and shouted, Shatter, disassemble. Reassemble. With legs alone below his waist, Buggy accelerated downwards. Trike clicked his tongue. Buggy and Appo's feet could be anywhere. Fortunately, the hall on the first floor was quite spacious, allowing for ample hiding spots. Trike noticed another staircase beside him leading down to a basement. Approaching the door, he heard a clattering noise from inside. Trike quickly ducked through the door, nearly blinded by the sight. Inside lay a trove of gold and jewels, along with a girl with orange hair who appeared to be packing the treasure into bags. Nami gasped, astonished, as she stared at the pair of feet on the ground. Trike felt elated. Found you. Nami, quickly tie those feet up. What is happening? Buggy's weakness lay in his inability to fly, and now he was closing in fast. Nami frantically pulled out a rope, binding Buggy's feet and even tying a bell. You scoundrels. Buggy spotted the treasure, his expression shifting dramatically. How dare they touch his loot? It was unforgivable. He was even angrier than if he had been struck. Without hesitation, he lunged towards the pile of riches. Nami screamed, shutting her eyes and stamping her feet. Ah! But midway through his leap, Buggy halted, crying out in pain. Ah! Trike seized the moment, swinging his measuring tool. Buggy's eyes bulged as he was sent flying. Puff. Trike, however, did not laugh. Was he not dazed? Even when struck by a chicken. Buggy merely shed a tear before regaining his composure. When he was ultimately knocked away, he and T fainted either. Nami, sensing silence around her and realizing she was unharmed, finally opened her eyes, exhaling in relief, appearing utterly exhausted. Buggy, gasping for breath, floated up. In my life, I detest two types of people, those who touch my treasures. At that moment, a voice echoed from the stairwell. Hey, Nami, Trike? So you're here. Buggy, seeing Luffy peek out, grew even angrier. And that straw hat brat. Shatter, Grand Assembly. Luffy blinked innocently. Huh? Whoosh. The bound feet returned to Buggy, and he strained to summon the upper part of his body, inadvertently toppling backward. Trike shouted up, Luffy, bring me a larger barrel. He swiftly dashed over, seizing Buggy and Appo's feet and lifting them. Sure enough, Buggy was still intent on causing chaos. Return my treasure. Nami clutched the treasure tightly as a tug-of-war ensued between the two. Trike, exasperated, delivered another blow. All right, behave yourself. Luffy soon returned, balancing a large wooden tub. Trike poured seawater from his spatial pouch into the tub. Buggy, fixated on his treasure, was oblivious to the proceedings. One piece after another, Trike submerged Buggy into the seawater. It was only when Buggy and Appo's head drooped limply to the ground that he widened his eyes in disbelief. You dare treat me, the great Buggy, like this? Remember this. Buggy struggled to shout, but he was powerless now. Trike clapped his hands. That's a wrap. The group ascended to the first floor, where Trike prepared to tie up Buggy's subordinates. Suddenly, a voice called from the entrance. Buggy, come out and duel with me. Trike, carrying the tub, replied, Old man, Buggy has already been defeated by us. On the third floor, glass shattered as Leaky and Machi crashed down. Zoro sheathed his sword and jumped down. The mayor, clad in simple attire, was dumbfounded. You managed to defeat Buggy and his crew? Who are you? Luffy, beaming with admiration for the old man, cheerfully declared, I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. Trike added, a good pirate. The mayor, recovering from his shock, looked uncertain. Nami divided the treasure into two portions, placing one before the three. Here, to thank you for saving me. This treasure is for you. Buggy's collection is quite valuable, totaling 10 million berries. After deducting the 10,000 berries I owe you, you still get 4,990,000 berries. Trike chuckled, while Zoro and Luffy seemed indifferent to the treasure. Nami handed the sea chart to Luffy. Here, the sea chart of the Grand Line. Luffy cheered. Awesome. We can head to the Grand Line. Trike called to the mayor, asking him to help tie up the pirates. After a brief chat, they learned that the Navy had already been contacted, and their ships would soon arrive. Feeling more at ease, Trike decided to leave Buggy behind and inform Orangetown to issue a bounty. However, he was uncertain about what would happen once Buggy fell into the Navy and Appo's hands. After all, Buggy's luck with his conqueror and Appo's hockey did not work like Usopp and Appo's miraculous escapes. But rather, he often rose again after being defeated. A group of townsfolk rushed in, shouting to take down Buggy, only to be halted by Trike, who directed them to help instead. Buggy's crew had ravaged much of the town's food supplies, and Trike provided only some fresh water. He purchased several outfits to replace his sailor uniform, opting for gray shirts and black trousers, ensuring they matched in style to maintain a uniform appearance with the other boys aboard. Preparations complete, the group carried 2 bags of treasure back to their small ship. Oh, set sail. To the Grand Line. Luffy shouted excitedly. Nami interjected. Are you really going to enter the Grand Line like this? With just these 2 small boats? No way. We need at least 1 larger vessel and more companions. All right. We need a musician. Luffy envisioned the celebratory scene of their crew feasting once they had a musician. I know there's a village to the south. We might find a larger ship there. Nami suggested. Oh, off to the southern village. Luffy's attention was drawn back. Chapter 11. Golden Bell. Patience, please. The following day, Trick awoke but remained still, using his mind to activate the system interface for check-in. Ding. Congratulations, you have received the check-in reward, Golden Bell. Trick had little recollection of it. Was it the golden bell of the iron cloth? He was already proficient in the golden bell technique and immediately put it to use. Qi flowed into his body, condensing in his hands, transforming one of them into a golden hue. This was a foundational martial art, requiring the condensation of qi on the body, continuously consuming it. Trick tapped his golden right hand with his left. It did not produce a clanging sound, yet it was remarkably solid. He attempted once more, realizing that his 20 years of cultivation provided sufficient qi to envelop his entire being in the golden bell. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Could this be the golden armed haki? The application of armed haki around one and Apos' body was akin to adding an extra layer of armor, amplifying one's offensive capabilities due to its increased hardness, resulting in more painful strikes. Wasn't the armed haki similar to the golden bell? Moreover, while the defensive capacity of armed haki might disperse when enveloping a larger surface area, the golden bell did not, suggesting that the golden bell was fundamentally more potent. He just needed an opportunity to test whether his qi could harm those with immunity to certain types of damage. At the bow of the ship, Luffy shouted, "I see an island." Just beyond the short beach lay a small cliff approximately 10 meters high. Trick stepped onto the soft sand, relishing the solid ground beneath his feet. The sleepy Zoro stretched lazily, while the gluttonous Luffy raised his arms, exclaiming, "Time to eat." Suddenly, Zoro and Apos' expression changed as he turned toward the cliff, gripping the hilt of his sword. "Someone is here, be cautious." Trick grinned widely. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sand sprayed up as small craters formed around the feet of the group. A long-nosed boy emerged from the bushes, declaring, "I am the great pirate who rules this village, beloved by the people, known as Apos. Our captain, Apos, Captain Usopp. If you have designs on this village, you are gravely mistaken. My 80 million subordinates will not spare you." A row of pirate flags waved vigorously from the bushes. Initially, Luffy gazed at Usopp with shining eyes, but faltered upon hearing about the 80 million subordinates. Once he regained his composure, he exclaimed, "That and Apos. That's amazing." Nami crossed her arms, casting a skeptical glance. "ISN and Apos. See that just a bluff?" Usopp was taken aback, realizing he had let slip his exaggeration, hurriedly covering his mouth. Luffy, incredulous, responded, "Are you kidding?" Usopp glanced around nervously and noticed Trick soaring over the cliff's edge, causing him to take a step back in alarm. Trick spotted the three youngsters busily shaking the flags and laughed. "Haha, it seems this Captain Usopp has 3 little subordinates." At that moment, the trio looked up and, frightened, plopped down onto the ground. Run. The one with a green pepper head and the one with a carrot head scrambled to their feet and fled. Wait for me." The onion-headed one followed closely behind. Usopp anxiously turned away. "You 3, don't leave me behind." Witnessing this scene, Luffy burst into laughter. "You are quite amusing." Usopp's legs trembled as he readied his slingshot. Don't underestimate me. I am Usopp, known for my pride." He boasted. "My slingshot is more powerful than an ordinary pistol." Zoro and Luffy exchanged glances. Luffy adjusted his hat. "Since you and Apos drawn your weapon, you must be prepared to wager your life, for this is no mere scare tactic." Zoro unsheathed his sword. "Before you stands a genuine pirate." Trick extended his finger, drawing 2 long swords that hovered in the air. "Let us determine our fates and settle this." Internally, Trick was exhilarated. How cool. So cool. He had fantasized about performing such a feat countless times while reading novels. The air was frigid, chilling to the bone. Usopp, in his nervousness, fumbled, causing a lead pellet to drop onto the cold ground. The tension snapped. He collapsed to his knees, trembling. Indeed, the words and aura of a true pirate are extraordinary. Laughter erupted from Trick and his companions. Nami shook her head helplessly. "Boys." Luffy wiped away tears of laughter. "I learned this on the spot from the pirate I respect, Shanks." Usopp was taken aback. "Shanks? You know the red-haired Shanks? That great pirate?" Luffy grinned. "Yes, your father is Yasopp, right?" Usopp, astonished, tumbled down the cliff, quickly flipping back up. "Yes, Yasopp is indeed my father's name." "But how do you know?" Trick watched in amazement. Though the cliff was not particularly high, how could he roll down without injury? Anyone who still called Usopp an ordinary person would have to contend with him. Trick's own physique was what one might consider ordinary. Luffy remarked, "I saw him when I was a child. You look just like him." With this connection established, the group entered a tavern in Syrup Village, chatting and laughing. At the dining table, Luffy reminisced about Yasopp and Apos' sharpshooting skills. It was said he could hit the space between an ant and Apos' brows. Generally, Trick would be skeptical. But considering Usopp's prophetic lineage, it was another story. Luffy, engrossed in conversation, barely touched his meal, though that was relative to his appetite. Nami seized an opportunity to speak. In that case, I wonder if there might be someone in your village who can help us navigate and if we could acquire a grand ship? Usopp and Appo's expression shifted, becoming oddly uncomfortable. As you can see, this is merely a small village. I regret to inform you that you may be disappointed. Zoro looked out the window. There's a large mansion up on that hill. Nami clasped her hands. Is that Usopp and Appo's friend? Could we ask for his assistance? Usopp blurted out. No, that and Appo's. That's not possible. He startled himself with his own exclamation. Ah? I just remembered I have something to do. I'm quite familiar with the owner here. Please feel free to eat and drink. As he spoke, he stood up, ready to grab his bag and dash outside. Trick firmly pressed him back down. Usopp cautiously extended a finger toward Trick. Is there something else? Trick placed an arm around Usopp and Appo's shoulder. Hey, no need to rush. You see, although we are pirates, our Captain Luffy is friends with your father, which makes us friends too. Do you understand? You can't just run off to the mountain peak and start telling prophetic tales, forgetting the important matters at hand. Usopp nodded repeatedly. I understand, and then what? Trick chuckled heartily. A friend of a friend is also a friend, surely. A friend wouldn't do anything excessive to another friend, right? Usopp grasped the implication. That's right. We're friends. Trick continued to coax him. We came to see if we could find a companion and a grand ship. Arin and Appo's. To you, someone who respects the call of the pirate flag and dreams of the sea? He chose his words carefully, knowing that the decision to recruit rested with Luffy, the captain. Usopp gazed wide-eyed at Luffy, who, putting down a large bone of meat, burst into laughter. Yes, Usopp. Join us as our companion. Usopp paused, pointing at himself. Me? He could hardly believe it. Was he being recognized? Luffy nodded earnestly. Yes. Elation surged through Usopp as he boldly stepped onto a chair, clutching his slingshot. Oh, let me be the sniper of the pirate crew. Trick's eyes widened, blinking in astonishment. At this moment, is it not overly awkward to the point of being Sundra? The Black Cat pirate ship rests upon the waters to the north of the island. Zhang boards a small boat and rows towards the northern shore, intending to land there, and then proceeds southward to meet Kuro. Chapter 12. The Straw Hat Flag. What have you done to our captain? Usopp turned to Luffy and asked, by the way, what is the name of our pirate crew? Luffy adjusted his hat proudly and exclaimed, the Straw Hat Pirates. Hee. What about the ship? Usopp inquired, to which Luffy confidently replied, we don't have one yet. He was adamant that only his own ship would count. And the flag? Usopp asked again. We don't have that either. Luffy insisted. Then come with me. Usopp, filled with enthusiasm rather than disdain, led the way for the crew to take action. Luffy set aside his meal and dashed out, encountering the three little ones who joined him in going to Usopp and Appo's home behind the hill. Usopp rummaged through a pile of materials and produced a large piece of cloth. So, what should the pirate flag look like? He asked. Luffy answered matter-of-factly. It needs a straw hat and a skull. Usopp pulled out a brush. Skull straw hat with swift strokes. The flag of the Straw Hat Pirates was born. Chopper's eyes lit up. Impressive, Usopp. Usopp wiped his nose with pride. Of course. I am a man with 50 years of painting experience. Nami responded dryly. Yes. Recovering from his earlier embarrassment, Usopp suggested, let us raise it and see. Don't you have a small boat? Luffy pouted. No way. It has to be on our ship. Usopp held up the flag. Isn't it okay to just take a look? Luffy insisted. No? Nami interjected. All right, let us first see if we can acquire a ship. So, what is the situation with that friend of Usopp's on the hill? Usopp explained. That's the Kaya family, but do we have the money to buy a ship? Chopper raised his hand. We do. Nami exploded. That's my money. Chopper shook his head. I know. Besides, it's not enough to buy a big ship. A second-hand large sailing ship costs around 50 to 60 million berries, while a lightly used one is still about 20 to 30 million. Nami cast a sidelong glance at Chopper. Are you saying? Chopper retorted. What are you thinking? Stronger warriors challenge even stronger foes. How could a master swordsman like me bully the weak? Zoro raised an eyebrow. Stronger warriors challenge stronger foes, you say? Usopp suddenly recalled. Chopper, how did you fly using your sword? Chopper let his weapon soar. I possess the ability to harness chi. Luffy, a user of the Gum Gum fruit, refrained from mentioning Nika, fearing that without the guidance of Teacher Kai, he might be overtaken by Nika and Amp, Apos, essence. The word, strange person, could lead to trouble on the sea, akin to the Lunarians. Generally, even if a strange person bore no grudge against the celestial dragons, the Gorosei would likely increase the bounty to capture them for research. Yet, Chopper was aboard the Straw Hat ship. Luffy, being a user of Nika's form, was destined to be their adversary, and they could not capture him. Luffy would certainly never abandon his friends. So what did Chopper have to fear? He had considered teaching Luffy and the others to harness chi. But that came from 20 years of training. 20 years of training referred to the limit of innate chi that an average person could cultivate over that time. Luffy and Zoro starting from scratch would yield little benefit. Luffy stretched his mouth wide. Exactly. Usopp, filled more with curiosity than fear, asked, "Is that the power of the devil fruit?" Nami redirected the conversation to her concerns. "So, what do you mean by having money?" Chopper replied, "We can defeat a crew with a bounty, and then we'll have money." Zoro was at a loss for words. Hey, where do you find pirates to claim bounties on other pirates? Are you a bounty hunter?" Nami laughed in disbelief. "Where else are there pirates besides us?" "Besides, none of us have bounties." Chopper looked at Nami in shock. "No bounties? How unfortunate." Chopper then turned to Zoro. "As pirates, we can and Apos claim bounties ourselves. But could we exchange captured pirates for bounties, just like in Orange Town?" Nami held her forehead. "That sounds good. But the problem is, where are the pirates?" Chopper replied nonchalantly, "Nami, aren't you a thief who exclusively steals from pirates? There are pirates all over the sea, right? We might just encounter a crew soon." Luffy laughed heartily. "Exactly. Thanks to you for thinking of that, Chopper." Chopper gave him a thumbs up, right? All that effort to explain wasn't in vain. Luffy understood and agreed. Feeling touched, Nami sighed. "What kind of ship have I boarded?" The group, led by their captain, set off toward the sea to wait for pirates. Usopp stood there with his mouth agape, unsure of what to say. This was a secluded place. In my entire life, I've only seen 2 crews. And you are the only ones I have encountered. Descending the slope, they walked through the grassy fields of the village. A brightly dressed individual approached them, walking backward in a space-like manner. Chopper pointed. "Look over there. That guy seems suspicious." "Usopp, is he from your village?" Usopp shook his head in confusion. "No." Luffy shaded his eyes. "What a strange guy." The figure, Zango, halted and looked up. "Hey, who called me strange? I'm not strange at all." He pressed his hat down and held his stomach. "Nami couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. He looks very strange to me." Zango's pink heart-shaped eyes twinkled. "Nonsense. I'm just a passing hypnotist." Luffy exclaimed with wonder. "A hypnotist? How impressive." Usopp doubted. "Is there really such a thing?" Zango looked at them with a serious expression. "Oh? Someone dares to question my hypnosis? However, I don't easily perform hypnosis." Zango changed the subject and produced a ring of knives. "Watch this closely. When I say 1, 2, Zango, you will fall asleep." Zoro was speechless. Wasn't he supposed to not perform it easily? Yet here he was, putting on a show. Luffy and Usopp stared at the knife ring, their eyes unblinking. Zango, filled with confidence, counted 1, 2, Zango. Thud, thud, thud. Luffy, Usopp, and Zango himself collapsed to the ground, snoring. Zoro was at a loss for words. "Even you fell asleep?" Chopper pulled out a steel wire from his space. "What have you done to our captain? Watch as I tie you up." No one responded to him. Zango was sound asleep. Nami, Zoro, and the 3 little ones all wore expressions of disbelief. Chopper didn't care. He swiftly bound Zango with the wire, finding a total of 6 knife rings on him. Zango was indeed someone who spent his days hypnotizing himself, possessing a high tolerance for sleep. Just as Chopper was counting the rings, Zango woke up. Chapter 13. A pirate indeed. He is truly a villain. Zango, visibly irate, bellowed. "Who tied me up, you scoundrels?" His chin, resembling a cigar, bobbed with his agitation. Trick demanded sharply, "Speak. Who are you?" Zango gritted his teeth. "Curse it. I am Zango, the captain and hypnotist of the Black Cat Pirates, with a bounty of 9 million. The 3 young ones recoiled in terror. Zoro and Apos, as incredulity reached a peak. "You are indeed a pirate." Trick nodded with satisfaction. "Indeed. Aside from Kuro, all of you are steadfast rogues." Upon hearing the bounty of 900,000 berries, Nami broke into a cold sweat, only to quickly regain her composure, her brows raised, eyes sparkling. 9 million berries? Zango roared. "I'm not named 9 million berries, you fool." Trick inquired, "What brings you to this village?" Zango clenched his jaw. "Oh no." Captain Kuro still maintained his habit of pushing his glasses with his palm, a testament to his physical prowess over the past 3 years. If he ruined his plans, he would surely face dire consequences. Trick leaned closer, frowning. I scent a conspiracy. What grand scheme do you intend here? Let me guess. Is it to harm that wealthy household atop the hill? Zoro and Nami were unsurprised. In Shurub village, that household indeed exuded affluence. Nami and Zoro knew well that pirates like them, who refrained from plundering upon arriving at an island, were a rarity. Zango lowered his gaze in silence. Trick pressed further. Where is your pirate ship, Black Cat Pirates? Zango remained mute. Trick suggested to Nami and Zoro. Let us take him to that household and inform them to rally the villagers before deciding our next course of action. Zango seemed startled and shouted, Wait. Nami, with skepticism. Asto, what is wrong with that household? Is there something or someone you fear? Zango, taken aback, hastily retorted, What are you talking about? I merely passed through this island to resupply. Nami wore a knowing expression. Oh? Yet Zango clammed up, refusing to speak further. Trick silently commended her. Nami was indeed astute. Trick considered tightening the wire for interrogation but thought better of it. He roused Luffy and Usopp. Let us take this fellow to Kaya's house. Luffy, perplexed, asked, What is happening? Upon hearing Trick's explanation, Usopp panicked. Aside from Luffy, everyone shared a mutual understanding. The situation was manageable now. Ah, Usopp. You brought friends to visit Miss Kaya, smiled Mary, who had just returned and was busy tending to the plants. Mary, we're in trouble. This man is a pirate who secretly came to the island to commit misdeeds, and we VE captured him. Usopp rushed forward. Indeed, that's exactly as Usopp said. Trick added. Oh, this is dire. Mary's expression soured. 2 burly bodyguards approached, having overheard the conversation. We should avoid worrying Miss Kaya. Let us discuss this outside. Big man, go summon Butler Clabatel and inform him I have matters to discuss, but don't elaborate, Mary instructed one of the guards. Hey, I'm not doing anything. Let me go? Zango began to struggle fiercely. Zoro, holding him, subdued him with one hand. By the way, Usopp, who are these friends of yours? Mary inquired. Her composure slightly regained. I'm Luffy, a pirate. Luffy cheerfully introduced himself. Mary's polite smile froze, rendering the atmosphere awkward. Luffy, what are you doing? Nami clenched her fists angrily. Now is not the time to reveal that. See, they must have ulterior motives for capturing me. Zango cried out again. The bodyguards drew their guns, aiming at the group. Our captain's stance is this. While we are indeed pirates, the morality of a person is independent of their profession. Good is good, and evil is evil. We are pirates who are good people. Do you understand? Trick attempted to clarify to Mary. Just then, Clabatel, alias Kuro, arrived. Guided by Big Man. Upon seeing Zango, Kuro first expressed anger, then composed himself, adjusting his glasses with a grim demeanor. Spotting the situation, Trick pulled Zango in front of the gun barrels. He is the villain. Zango has confessed everything. Trick shouted, Despicable pirate. Pirates are cunning and treacherous. Do not believe him. The Lord has been kind to me, and Miss Kaya has treated me well. How could I conspire with pirates? Quickly, drive them all away. Kuro shouted, embodying the persona of someone loathing pirates. When he mentioned collusion, everyone cast him strange looks. Did I say he confessed? Did I accuse you of colluding with pirates? Why are you so agitated? Trick questioned in rapid succession. Kuro faltered. Mary and the others instinctively distanced themselves from him. Clabatel, why would you betray Miss Kaya, who has been so kind to you? Usopp, not foolish, pieced it together. Kuro lowered his head, remaining silent. Hey, let me go? People are going to die. Zango struggled desperately once more. Good. Playing the loyal butler for 3 years makes me want to vomit. Kuro raised his head, his gaze fierce and menacing. I have invested so much and planned for over 3 years. Eliminate them all. Zango is of no use. Kill him afterward. Clabatel commanded. You. Mary was incredulous. Call me Kuro. As long as I kill you, I can hypnotize Kaya to sign over her estate before she passes. And then a pirate attack would pose no problem. The estate will be mine, and I shall live as a wealthy man. Kuro's eyes flicked to the dagger at the guard's waist. There's no time to fetch my claws. This will suffice. You are quite detestable. I will defeat you. Luffy shouted angrily, clenching his fists and charging forward. With silent steps, Kuro moved with an extraordinary rhythm. Trick thought, here it comes. He had considered unleashing a powerful attack, but that was merely a fleeting thought. He raised his right hand, 2 daggers appearing at his fingertips, which he cast forward. Kuro's movements had always been under careful observation. The daggers shot towards the guards and Appo's waists, Where? Luffy's eyes widened. Kuro's figure vanished. Trick could not see Kuro either, but knew his target. Splat. Crimson splattered. Kuro reappeared before Big Man, taking a step back. You managed to wound me. He pressed his injured right hand, his gaze dark. Your opponent is our captain. Why engage the guards? Trick grinned, signaling he was merely a distraction. A foe like Kuro was rare in the East Blue, and without weapons, he was even more vulnerable. It was only right for the captain to take the lead in combat, though Luffy often found himself in precarious situations during battles. Chapter 14. Combat Strategy. Training Tools. Are you a user of the Devil Fruit? Kuro's wound had coagulated, and he pushed up his glasses with a venomous glare. Step back, everyone, and give our captain some space. Trick gestured towards Mary and the others. Nami, without needing to be told, had already retreated. My opponent is you, Luffy shouted. Launching a rubber pistol attack, Kuro sidestepped, twisting his waist to evade while adjusting his glasses. Luffy, with too much force, soared past Kuro, nearly losing his balance upon landing. Kuro flashed away. Indeed, he vanished in an instant, causing Trick to raise an eyebrow. Just observing and attempting to track Kuro's figure yielded some insights. Quite impressive. Kuro reappeared behind Luffy, his fingers curling into claws as he struck out with ferocity. Missed. His fingers were still a meter away from Luffy. Precisely the length of a cat's claw. What on earth is he doing? Nami, Kuden, and Appos helped but asked Zoro, who, along with Trick, was too preoccupied to respond. Luffy turned around in shock, eyes widening further. He swiftly retaliated, landing a punch that sent Kuro flying, glasses shattering as he fell to the ground in a starfish position. The stoic Kuro remained silent, merely adjusting his glasses, shards cascading down but not removing them. For my plan, perish? Kuro rose to his feet. No. Luffy lunged at him. Grasping Kuro, Luffy attempted a rubber hammer strike, but Kuro broke free. A rubber whip followed by a pistol shot, Kuro not only dodged but also leaped onto Luffy and Appos' outstretched arm. Seizing the moment while Luffy was off guard, Kuro landed a blow, pushing Luffy back several steps. Do you know how much I sacrificed over these 3 years? I felt nauseated more than once. I was so close to achieving perfection. With success, I would never have to worry about the Navy's lackeys or bounty hunters again. Living peacefully as a wealthy man. You all nearly ruined it for me. I will kill every one of you. Kuro's voice, once filled with rage, now took on a chilling calm. His form vanished. Luffy abruptly turned. You don't understand what it means to be a pirate. Luffy unleashed a fierce whip-like attack. Crack. Kuro's silhouette reemerged, interrupted by Luffy's strike. He actually managed to hit him at such speed. This is chaotic, exclaimed Mary and the bodyguards in astonishment. Kuro, with a menacing expression, stood once more. I am truly insulted. It seems you lack comprehension of what a true pirate is. Let me enlighten you on how terrifying pirates are who have danced with death multiple times. Kuro lowered his hands, swaying side to side. What are you doing swaying there? Luffy stared intently. Trick grew vigilant. 3 blade rings spun rapidly, circling around Nami, Mary, and the others, resembling a protective barrier enveloping them. The manipulation of objects was quite effective. With a mere thought, one could achieve the desired result. Zoro assumed a 3-sword stance, bracing himself. What is happening? Is something about to occur? Nami panicked. Why are we all encountering these monsters together? Spoon. Kuro seemed to find his rhythm, raising his head with an ambiguous gaze. Uttering a low command, a gust of wind surged forth. Don't collide with the blade rings. Trick transformed into gold. The wind rushed towards the few in the front. Boom. Trick felt 4 fingertips prod his abdomen. It was merely a sensation, devoid of pain. This was partly due to Kuro being unarmed, for his footwork to remain fluid. He had to let his hands glide, lacking the weapon to deliver a significant impact. Boom. Zoro was struck, his back arching painfully. He let out a muffled grunt, gripping his sword tightly, continuing to search for Kuro's whereabouts. Where do you think you're going? Luffy shouted, pursuing. Boom. Struck while running. He stumbled and fell to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Zoro's gaze sharpened as he swung his sword, but it met empty air. He too received a hit. Luffy and Appos' head jerked to the side, his hand flailing backward involuntarily. He simply closed his eyes. Trick remained unyielding, sounds of impact resonating around him. Mimicking Luffy, he shut his eyes, only to realize he couldn't and Appos' replicated. It was understandable. Luffy had honed his skills fighting beasts from a young age. As an ordinary person, Trick found his senses dulled upon closing his eyes. He opened them once more. Wait, closing my eyes is to enhance other senses. With my 20 years of chi training, I can't sense the spoon-s movement? Trick pondered. He had always claimed to be an ordinary person, a tangible feeling. He hadn't trained from the ground up to attain those abilities. His thoughts were still confined by common sense and habit. It was time for a change. Trick ceased to dwell on the sensations around him. He raised his golden fist and struck downward. Boom. His fist landed heavily on Kuro's cheek. I understand now. I have yet to fully master my abilities. Trick exhaled. This was an action driven by subconscious instinct. Kuro fell to the ground, bouncing slightly and rolling away a few times. My plan will not fail. Kuro's cheek pressed against the ground, still unwilling to concede. He staggered to his feet. Trick addressed Luffy and Zoro. I have succeeded. You may continue. Kuro was thus treated as a training tool. Though Luffy and Zoro were operating under different strategies, one adapting mid-battle, the other analyzing post-fight, they both grew stronger through combat. Now, Trick realized he could do the same. Trick led Nami, Usopp, and the others a bit farther away. Soon, Kuro, having regained his composure, vanished once more. Perhaps having fought Trick first had something to do with it. Luffy swiftly captured Kuro. Kuro and Appo's expression was one of sheer disbelief. Twice in one day, someone had shattered his spoon. You're no pirate, Luffy exclaimed, extending his head backward. Duong. Kuro rolled his eyes back and fainted. Captain Kuro. That formidable Captain Kuro was defeated. Zhang Ao remained incredulous. Trick cast a glance at him. He produced a long steel wire, splitting it in half to bind Kuro and Zhang Ao together. Your Captain Kuro was just about to eliminate you as well, wasn't he? He must ensure his peace. With so many of you knowing he is here, how could he find peace? Trick said with a smile. Zhang Ao fell silent. He understood Kuro was capable of such actions. So, what is the plan with your pirate crew? When did you agree to strike? Trick inquired. Chapter 15. The Lie of the Pirates. Forge ahead. The Black Cat Pirates, despite the absence of any news from Zhang Ao and Kuro, would inevitably storm into Syrup Village to plunder. The feline brothers were exceedingly displeased with their obligation to heed Kuro's commands. With Zhang Ao no longer restraining them, their actions would become even more reckless. However, Zhang Ao had come to terms with his fate. Receiving a bounty was preferable to death. He would signal for the henchmen to come ashore. Trick urged him to remain patient, insisting that Zoro needed to tend to his wounds and that they should have a hearty meal before undertaking any tasks. After sending someone to conceal themselves by the seaside for lookout duty, Mary led the group to Kaya and Appo's residence. Usopp, you've arrived, Kaya exclaimed with delight upon seeing him. Usopp, filled with joy, found himself at a loss for words. She had to be informed. It was time to act. Trick patted Usopp on the shoulder. Time to eat. Time to eat. Time to eat, Luffy proclaimed, sitting at the long dining table and repeatedly banging on it. As the dishes were brought into the dining room, Luffy swiftly extended his arm, snatching the food and stuffing it into his mouth. Ah, the convenience of a rubber mouth. Trick recalled the scene of his classmates competing for food during their gatherings. Usopp, having reassured Kaya, hastily rushed outside. He needed to gather the villagers to the villa on the hill, as per their plan. Pirates are coming. Pirates are coming. Everyone, hurry out to take refuge at Kaya and Appo's house. Usopp shouted at the top of his lungs as he ran. That insufferable Usopp. What brings you here again? The villagers grumbled. Who has time to play with you at noon? We won't let you escape this time. The villagers, fuming, pushed open their doors, brandishing pots and pans. This time it's real. The pirates are truly coming. If we don't seek shelter now, we'll be in trouble. The butler, Clabatel, is a pirate and intends to raid Kaya and Appo's home and seize her possessions. Usopp was taken aback and quickly raised his hands to explain. Is this really happening? And yet you still accuse Clabatel of deceit. How can you say such things? Stop lying. The villagers grew even angrier. Usually, when he played with them, he showed some restraint, but now he had gone too far. It's true. I swear it's true. Why won't any of you believe me? Usopp cried in desperation. If it's false, I'll admit to deceiving you. A broom was hurled at Usopp, followed by a pot lid. Startled, he swiftly dodged. I'm telling the truth. This time it's genuine. Usopp shouted through tears, feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. He dashed toward the villa. Trick, Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and Mary emerged from the villa, carrying Zhang Ao and Kuro, heading towards the northern coast. Usopp, what's wrong? Are you all alone? Mary inquired. Noticing Usopp and Appo's distressed state. Everyone doubts me, but it doesn't matter. Let this pirate invasion become yet another of my tales. I shall vanquish those pirates. Usopp declared resolutely. All right, let us go. Luffy cheered, grinning widely. On the northern cliff, Usopp gripped his slingshot tightly, standing tall. Trick ignited a firework, which burst into a display of vibrant colors across the sky. The villagers mistook Usopp's actions for mere entertainment. On the northern sea, the Black Cat ship's massive sails stirred the pirates into a frenzy as they set sail towards the beach. They're coming, Usopp exclaimed upon spotting the pirate ship, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Yet he stood his ground. Let us kill. Treasure awaits us. Hey, there are beautiful maidens in this village, right? Heh. There must be handsome boys as well. The pirates leapt onto the sand, charging up the slope. Stop. If you come any closer, I want to be polite. Usopp shouted from the top of the slope. Ha, just you lot? You're making me laugh. Perfect, let us take them down. The pirates licked their lips, continuing their advance. You might as well not shout, Nami sighed, covering her forehead. Ha. Usopp, I believe in you. Trick gave him a thumbs up. Really? Oh no, just watch me. Usopp replied, excitement coursing through him as he pulled back his slingshot, his legs still quaking. He aimed and released his grip. Whiz. Bang. One henchman fell at his feet. The pirates surged forward, falling one by one. As they neared the summit, they finally spotted Zhang and Kuro, discarded on the ground. What? The captain and Kuro have been captured. This is bad. Run. The henchman panicked. Don't even think about escaping. Rubber machine gun. Luffy stepped forward, his elongated fist raining down like a torrential storm. Bang, bang, bang. The henchmen fell en masse. The sand and wind swept across the grass, echoing with the cries of the incapacitated henchmen. With a swish, two figures, a lean black cat and a stout white cat, leapt from the ship. I told you not to fear Kuro anymore. I don't know what Zhang Ao is thinking. We've plundered numerous villages over the past 3 years and have grown stronger. The feline brothers spread their arms wide, adorned with claw-like iron tips on their gloves. Captain, their captain has been defeated by you. Leave these two to me. Trick stepped forward. Oh, Luffy glanced at him, nodding in agreement. I'll join. Zoro drew his sword. Trick transformed, his body shimmering with a golden hue as he charged forward. The feline brothers cried out in terror, I don't want to go. Don't force me. I'll die. Zoro, finding the encounter dull, sheathed his sword. As the feline brothers approached Trick, their expression suddenly changed. Cat charge. They lunged forward, claws poised for attack. Clang, clang, clang. Trick relaxed, wielding his weapon, effortlessly deflecting their assault. What? He actually blocked our combined attack. The feline brothers exclaimed in shock. They exchanged glances, preparing to switch tactics. Cat trample. The white cat leaped high into the air. Die. The black cat and Appo's claws were poised to strike Trick's waist. Yet in a twist of fate, the black cat's claws met Trick's golden skin, leaving no mark whatsoever. With a swift motion, Trick brought his weapon down upon the airborne black cat, sending him crashing to the ground, gasping for breath. Yes, that's the feeling. I found it. Trick mused, weighing his weapon, no longer following instinct, but mastering himself. The white cat descended with a fierce roar, but in midair, Trick struck him squarely in the face with his weapon. Ugh! The white cat rolled his eyes and collapsed. Quick, the ropes! Mary shouted to the two bodyguards. That was quick. Is it over already? Nami peeked out from the bow of the black cat ship, holding a bag. With the battle concluded, cleaning up the aftermath proved to be more laborious. Binding over 50 henchmen would take considerable effort. I wonder how much bounty one henchman is worth, she pondered. What has Kuro's bounty again? Nami flipped through the wanted posters, unable to find it. 16 million berries, Trick recalled. That much. Nami gasped, momentarily lost in thought. Unsure of what to say? I truly don't know how to express my gratitude to you all. Melly approached earnestly, expressing that without them, Miss Koya would have faced dire consequences. Chapter 16, Sign-in Mobile. Mary, Sword God and Sword Saint. That evening, a small gathering was held at the villa atop the mountain. While the number of attendees might not denote a true banquet, the amount of food devoured by Luffy certainly qualified it as such. Seeing Nami enjoying the breeze on the balcony, Trike approached with 2 glasses of drinks in hand. What's wrong? Today we scored a bounty of 16 million and another of 9 million, not to mention a grand ship and a small bag of treasures. Shouldn't you be delighted? If that isn't sufficient, there's also Arlong with a bounty of 20 million in the East Blue. We could capture him in exchange for more, Trike said with a cheerful grin. Nami suddenly turned her head sharply, her eyes flashing with resentment and sorrow in that brief moment. No, it's nothing, she replied, shaking her head softly. Is everything all right? Trike asked, startled. He thought about the strength she had previously displayed. Was it not enough to vanquish the nightmares haunting her? After all, they were nightmares, exaggerated by pessimistic imaginings. Trike chose to remain silent. He knew that if Nami decided to leave now, he would be at a loss regarding how to reach Kokoyashi village. That night, Trike experienced the first peaceful sleep since arriving in this world. Upon awakening, he glanced over and saw Nami discussing with Mary how to manage their spoils. He prepared to commence today's sign-in. Let us make it a bit more spectacular. Trike rubbed his hands together and mentally initiated the sign-in. Ding. Congratulations. You have received a sign-in reward, leading 90 mobile. Trike was taken aback. What is this? Upon closer inspection, he read, rare item, extremely difficult to purchase. This mobile contains the complete anime of One Punch Man, as well as various music, movies, and the One Piece manga for entertainment. Such a treasure, Trike exclaimed, automatically disregarding One Punch Man. As he took the phone in hand and opened the One Piece manga, he remembered some of the plot vaguely, having not followed it closely since the Wano arc, mostly catching snippets on short videos. Now, being in the real world of pirates, the narrative would unfold over days. And without some iconic references, he might miss crucial details. To grasp the situation, he needed the manga swiftly. After flipping through the East Blue arc, he jumped ahead to the conclusion of the Wano arc. I can't fathom why Luffy has taken a liking to Momonosuke, he mused. However, he recalled Luffy, who typically disregarded stories, listening intently to the tale of the heroic Odin, moved to tears. It seemed that the mere mention of Odin's name was akin to a curse. Oh dear, Bartholomew Kuma suffers too much, Trike sighed, tears brimming in his eyes. Kuma's kindness resonated deeply within him. The last time he had cried watching One Piece was many years ago, during the heart-wrenching moment when Sister Curly was taken aboard the ship by Tiger. The time before that was when the Mary ventured alone into Eni's lobby. After a moment of reflection, he resumed reading. The ending is indeed as I imagined. He tucked the phone away and retrieved the accompanying charging cable, unplugging the lamp to power up the device. Shaking his head, he thought about the chaotic state of technology in the pirate world. On the southern coast, Mary led the group to their destination. This is a token of gratitude prepared by Miss Kaya, filled with various supplies, Mary indicated. The Mary was anchored nearby. Is this for us? Luffy exclaimed, overjoyed. A light sailing ship. Mary, you've already given us 30 million berries, and now you're gifting us a ship? That's too generous. Nami remarked, feeling a bit embarrassed as she examined the ship's material. Usopp, you must take care. Kaya smiled sweetly. Yes, I will become a brave warrior of the sea, Usopp declared valiantly. As everyone prepared to board, Trike suggested, Mary, you've already given us Crocodile's bounty. You'll exchange it after, right? Since it's on the way, we can escort you near the 77th branch. Indeed. Luffy chimed in, equally excited. Hey, Usopp. We're setting off. Zoro called from below as he raised the anchor. Usopp, feeling a bit shy, dashed onto the ship. The Mary hoisted the Straw Hat Crew's flag and set sail. Trike made his way to the ship's lower deck, while Mary piloted the cargo ship alongside. And Kaya waved goodbye from the shore. The following morning, they arrived near the waters of the 77th branch. After exchanging farewells, Trike refrained from signing in today, opting to save it for a few days in hopes of a critical hit. He was still focused on channeling energy into the Mary's keel. His technique allowed for instantaneous formation, yet he needed to infuse the ship's components with energy. While feeding energy into the keel, it wasn't yet a complete vessel. Trike realized he would likely need a refining technique to apply energy to the hull. The keel was substantial, divided into a main spine that ran from bow to stern, accompanied by dozens of rib-like structures. Finally, he completed energizing the main spine. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he stood up. The process involved pauses, with the energy depleting and then replenishing before continuing. However, completing the task was a relief. Once he achieved control over the keel, it would support the ship in flight, utilizing the energy he had infused over the day and night. Having ascended to the kitchen, he found no one was cooking. Trike had some skills but lacked the motivation to prepare a meal. Everyone was munching on dry rations. Luffy, still brimming with enthusiasm, hadn't yet claimed a special seat. After devouring a pile of provisions, he began bouncing around again. Before long, Luffy and Usopp had rolled out a cannon. After a brief tussle, Luffy fired the first shot. Hearing the sound, Trike stepped out of the dining area, surprised, and quickly retrieved his phone, locating the rocky hideout of the Sword God and Sword Saint. Comparing it to the sea surface. Boom, boom, boom. The sea breeze filled the sails as the Mary surged forward, with Luffy and Usopp reveling in their antics. Trike finally spotted a rock formation resembling one from the manga. Wait, Trike shouted as he noticed Usopp preparing to fire the cannon. Stop. There seems to be someone up there. Where? Where? Usopp asked, confused. Are you sure you're not mistaken? It's possible, but shouldn't we check it out? Trike suggested. All right, let us change course. Luffy decided, while Usopp adjusted the ship's direction. Where are you heading? Nami inquired as she emerged. Yawn, Zoro added. Also stepping out of the cabin, the Mary made a slight detour, approaching the rock formation from behind. Joseph, Joseph, my dear brother Joseph, Johnny cried, kneeling beside the unconscious Joseph, who lay on the ground, clad in yellow. Johnny, Joseph, how did you end up here? Zoro exclaimed in surprise. Zoro, Joseph. Johnny sobbed, shielding his eyes with his arm. Could you please explain what happened? Nami demanded, clenching her fists in frustration. Trike and Zoro moved to lift Joseph aboard the ship. It was then that Johnny recounted the events surrounding Joseph and Appo's condition. Chapter 17. A gentleman should not be so calculating. Nami sighed in exasperation, pressing her forehead with her hand. You lot, go bring that box of lemons out. Are we going to eat lemons? Luffy exclaimed, joyfully bouncing into the warehouse and biting into one. Yuba's face contorted like that of an old man. I told you to bring the lemons out, Nami shouted. Her fists clenched in frustration. Luffy shrank back, momentarily subdued. Usopp squeezed the lemon juice into Joseph and Appo's mouth. Joseph has awakened. I and Appo's fine. I and Appo's fine. Johnny. Joseph and Johnny clasped hands and began to spin in circles. Trick was astonished once again. Fortunately, this time, Nami was equally shocked. He recovered so quickly. Nami found these peculiar happenings quite absurd. Joseph seemed to regain his senses and collapsed to the ground. By nightfall, Joseph was able to get up and move. The group once again nibbled on their rations, while the rain fell outside, creating a desolate atmosphere. We really need to find a cook, Nami lamented. Big sister Nami. I know where to find a cook. At the sea restaurant Bartai, Johnny suggested. We also need to find a musician. Luffy raised his hand. Bartai? Where's that? Nami ignored Luffy. The next day, as noon approached, Luffy exclaimed, I see a huge, enormous fish. While squatting on the railing, shielding his eyes from the sun. Hey? There's a naval ship over there. Let's go around the back. Trick said, holding a telescope. Oh, Luffy responded loudly. Trick nodded. In Luffy's mind, it was only natural for the Navy to chase after pirates. Inside the Bartai Hall, Luffy impatiently drummed his fingers on the table, chanting, food, food, food. Sanji, holding a plate, scolded Luffy irritably. Hey, you jerk, if you break the table, you'll have to pay for it. Luffy, oblivious, stretched his arms to pull the plate towards him, exclaiming, food and Appo's here. Sanji grimaced, but upon turning, he noticed Nami. In slow motion, the scene transformed as Sanji addressed Nami. Beautiful lady, may I inquire if you are satisfied with the food? It is indeed my creation. Just then, Luffy finished the entire dish. Jerk. Don't you know that ladies are to be served first? Sanji shouted angrily, then turned to Nami with a suave demeanor. My apologies, madam. I shall prepare another dish for you. Nami flashed a sly smile, leaning in slightly. I wonder if there is a discount? Sanji bowed slightly, for the beautiful lady. Everything here is complimentary. Usopp raised his hand. What about me? Do I get a free meal too? Sanji furiously turned to him. There is no free meal for you. Trick rapped the table. A gentleman should not be so calculating. Otherwise, the ladies might think you have ulterior motives. Sanji glared at him. What did you say, you jerk? Trick replied curiously. Isn't it true? Has your companion or girlfriend ever mentioned this to you? Sanji clutched his heart, as if struck by an arrow. What? Is that so? Zoro leaned back in his chair, smirking. The cooking fool. Sanji exploded. What did you say, Mosshead? Zoro stood up, slamming his hands on the table. What? Do you want to fight? Sanji loosened his collar. I'm all for it. Trick couldn't help but laugh, quickly standing up. All right. Let us not brandish knives or kick in front of the ladies. Sanji straightened his clothes. Next time. And, beautiful lady, this table is on me. Nami giggled. Thank you. That saves a significant amount. Not far away, the naval officer Hobody shouted, waitstaff. Sanji approached, while Trick slapped the menu on the table, calling over Patty. And ordered a plethora of dishes. Wastefulness was certainly not an option. They might not even have enough to eat. You dare to strike a naval officer. How audacious. A voice cried out in the restaurant. Trick turned to see the commotion. Just then, two sailors burst through the door in a panic. It's bad. The demon mannequin has escaped. Hobody, lying on the ground, disregarded his pain. What? We injured dozens to capture him, and after starving him for 5 days. He still managed to escape? The demon mannequin? Is that a kin from Admiral Kleek's crew? Where in T they supposed to have entered the Grand Line? How did they end up here? Several guests gasped in surprise. Bang! The door swung open again. A man in a jacket adorned with 2 dragon heads strode in. Where in Amp? Appos, es the food. I want to eat. He plopped himself down on a chair, propping his feet on the table. The restaurant fell silent. Many recognized the flag of the Kleek pirates. Patty smiled nervously as he approached. Sir, we certainly have food, but may I ask if you have the means to pay? Akin slammed his hand on the table. Did you not hear me say I want to eat? Why isn't the food here? Patty flexed his arms like Popeye. No money, no food. With that, he knocked Akin down and tossed him outside. The onlookers erupted in cheers. Meanwhile, Sanji quietly rolled up his sleeves and brushed past Seth. Hey, Sanji, are you really going to cook for a penniless guy? That's a member of the Kleek pirates. This is bad. Carney attempted to intervene. Sanji ignored him and entered the kitchen. Curious, Luffy followed him inside. Trick turned his attention to a large lobster, murmuring, this is also a dish. One must be dedicated to achieve success, but it must also be presented beautifully. After quite some time, Luffy returned to the dining table, resuming his feast. It seemed he and Sanji had shared quite a lengthy conversation about their dreams. Perhaps dreams truly could stave off hunger. Once their meal concluded, the group had no intention of leaving. They had come to find a cook, and Luffy had set his sights on a target. Trick noticed Nami lost in thought and, after taking a sip of his drink, remarked, Nami, there's a business opportunity here worth 17 million berries. Interested? Huh. 17 million berries. Should I pursue it? Nami's excitement surged. What's the deal? Where is it? With 35 million berries in hand, returning home would suffice for 100 million berries. However, after redeeming the village, they would still need to continue living. Trick observed her expression, thinking it was crucial to ensure the ship was seaworthy. Yet, if she were not deceiving herself, aiming to gather 100 million berries as hope might not be sustainable. Trick chuckled. The man known as Admiral Kleek has a bounty of 17 million berries. Nami was taken aback. Are we really going to fight pirates again? Trick nodded. 17 million. The second highest bounty in the East Blue. Nami felt he had lost his mind. No way. The crew spent 4 days at Bartai, with Luffy pestering Sanji daily. Yet he was unable to persuade him to join the ship. Trick glanced at his phone. Today is the day. 5 days accumulated is quite good. He directed his thoughts towards the system interface, activating the critical sign-in feature. Chapter 18. The Compass Sword Formation. Who do they think they are? Ding. Congratulations on receiving the critical hit sign-in reward. Compass Sword Formation. Huh? Trek expressed his confusion. The combination of object manipulation and the art of Chi-Min Dunjia, named after the compass's ground reference, is called the Compass Sword Formation. Trek acquired this technique, and, although he learned to use it, it took him quite some time to fully comprehend it. The characters from Z to Hai consist of 12 symbols, and from Jia to Kuei, 10 symbols. With 4 vacant positions left behind Z before Jia begins, arranged in a clockwise manner to form a circle. This circle can vary in size, designed to ensnare or repel enemies. It can have up to 3 layers, upper, middle, and lower. Z and Wu are positioned opposite each other along the Z-Wu line, indicating the direction directly in front of oneself. The weapons, manipulated from the intersection of the 2 characters, would strike towards the intersection of the other 2 characters. For instance, if the circle is slightly reduced to trap the enemy, using Kuei Cho, Si Bing, one would only traverse the middle layer, allowing the weapon to arc from the left hand to feign an attack against the enemy and Appos' left hand, while actually striking at the right. Illustration. As it is a sword formation, it naturally involves more than one manipulated weapon. Moreover, the speed of these weapons is amplified within the formation. Trek attempted to apply the clock scale to the compass sword formation, but found it utterly incompatible. The center of the Z character corresponds to the 6 o'clock position. But one must consider the intersecting lines, with the first layer comprising 22 characters and 24 intersecting lines resulting in 552 possible configurations. While a single weapon in the 3-layered formation can yield 5,112 variations. Fortunately, this understanding was part of the learning process, where he had to comprehend, memorize, and calculate. Trek had mastered it. During usage, he need not concern himself with which four characters were involved. In any case, he would not move in a straight line, making it difficult for others to grasp the essence of reality and illusion. Bang! The door of Bartai was pushed open once more. The patrons had long since retreated to the side. Outside, a warship adorned with the clock pirate crew and Apo's hourglass skull flag lay anchored, despite its dilapidated state. The sight inspired an uncontrollable dread among the onlookers. Akin supported Clock as he entered. Clock, weak yet sincere, uttered, "I am sorry. Do you have food and water?" "I have money. I can offer as much as needed. I can't remember the last time I had a proper meal. Please, I beg you, provide me with food and water." This moment of genuine pleading left Akin feeling as if he were bearing a burden of humiliation. What had happened to him? Lacking both authority and presence, was this truly the notorious pirate fleet commander Clock? Potty and Karn were incredulous. Sanji silently made his way to the kitchen once more. Clock collapsed weakly onto the ground. "Captain, please, I beg you, save our captain. He has tea eaten in so many days." Akin cried out in panic. The guests, cold sweat trickling down their brows, dared not utter a word. "Ha! This is splendid. This is the true face of the infamous villain. Clock, the commander. Immediately contact the Navy. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity," Potty exclaimed, standing up with a laugh. The patrons echoed sentiments of Clock's deserving fate. A chef, arms crossed, declared, "He will surely attack this establishment. Do not give him even a drop of water." Clock struggled to rise, kneeling humbly, his forehead pressed against the ground. "I won't cause any trouble. I promise to leave quietly after I eat. So please, save me." Akin turned his head away, nearly in tears. "Hey, here, Akin. Give him something to eat." Sanji emerged with a plate of fried rice and a bottle of water. Clock, disregarding everything, stuffed the fried rice into his mouth with both hands. "Sanji, take that away immediately. Do you know what he has done? He is a man who will stop at nothing for victory." Karn rushed down, agitated. "What? So he is a despicable person?" Luffy scoffed at Clock. "Luffy, this is dangerous." Usopp whispered from the staircase. Karn continued to enumerate Clock and Apo's crimes. The saying goes, a full stomach leads to attacking the chef. Clock suddenly slammed his fist on the ground, rising to elbow Sanji, sending him crashing onto the table where Trek and the others sat. How dare they sit there and watch? Who do they think they are? Crash. The table was overturned, and food spilled slightly. What is wrong with this person? From the staircase, Nami shouted, "Sanji!" Luffy exclaimed. Sanji, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, transformed. His demeanor shifted to that of a ferocious beast baring its fangs. He stood up, head bowed, reigniting his cigarette. A waste of food is inexcusable. He charged at Clock, eat it all. He executed a kick aimed at Clock and Apo's neck. Clock, clad in an ultra-alloy battle suit, but sans helmet and neck protection due to injury, was caught off guard and sent flying upward. "Commander Clock," Akin gasped. The dilemma of loyalty and righteousness weighed heavily upon him. Trek raised his hand, summoning 3 curved blades towards Clock, displeased. "Our companion cannot bear to see you starve. And yet you strike him." Although it wasn't Apo's yet the case, it was close enough. Clock propped himself up, declaring, "How dare you underestimate me? I am the strongest." He activated the shoulder and waist armor of his battle suit, revealing 4 small, mounted machine guns. Seeing this, Luffy stepped forward, roaring, "You dare lay a hand on my companion? I will knock you out." Clock opened fire, 8 barrels spewing bullets. Luffy extended his arm, launching a rubber fist and charging forward. Trek's body shimmered golden. Zing. 7 lead bullets lodged into Luffy, creating long protrusions. 1 bullet headed towards Trek, though somewhat uncertain. He decided to brace himself with his arm, forming a golden shield. Bang. "Hey," Trek chuckled. The bullet struck his golden arm. Its impact merely a sensation, a solid feeling akin to being hit while donned in armor, devoid of pain. He dared to take it because he had drawn a conclusion through supplementary knowledge. Watching Luffy fight on his phone, it seemed as if the punches had little effect. Being present and witnessing it, he realized Luffy's claim that his punches hit with the force of a firearm was no exaggeration. Moreover, even a block of iron could enhance one's defense, as a heavy hammer striking an iron block would only dent the hammer. A block of iron could withstand Luffy and Apo's punches. Subsequently, the defensive power of armament haki surpassed that of iron blocks significantly. He had long suspected that armament haki was akin to a golden bell shield. Now, he had confirmed its defensive prowess to be comparable. "Luffy, With a fist like a gun, struck Clock squarely on the forehead. Clock fell back with a thud. Luffy and Appo's body, like a slingshot, retaliated, sending the 7 lead bullets back, making Clock's ultra-alloy battle suit clatter. At that moment, Zepp emerged, dragging a large bag containing provisions for 100 people. Upon witnessing the scene, he paused momentarily. Zepp tossed the bag. Here, take it, but do not fight in my restaurant. Trek chuckled. Sanji, unlike the others, had a guardian. Akin had become ensnared in a predicament of conflicting loyalties. Sanji and Appo's dilemma of not allowing Clock to starve while safeguarding Bartai could still be reconciled. 3 curved blades latched onto Clock and Appo's shoulder armor and waist, pulling him outward. Trek turned back, stating, "Let us step outside to fight. As for the food, I kindly ask the owner to have it delivered to their ship. Since we are to fight, let us do so without restraint." Zoro grinned. How delightful. Chapter 19. The Array of Swords. Eagle Eye. After being hurled onto the Black Panther warship, Click took a moment to recover. Rising to his feet, he removed his glove to reveal a massive diamond. In terms of both manpower and might, I am the strongest. Allow me to demonstrate what true power is. It was as if the man who had just endured a couple of heavy blows and was thrown out was a different person altogether. Luffy had already leaped onto the warship, followed closely by Zoro. Trick shook his head. Click relied solely on his monstrous strength and equipment for combat, which lacked excitement. He assisted in maneuvering the Mary out to a strategic position to observe the battle, then ascended into the air on his measuring tool, claiming a prime vantage point. Useless. This is a super alloy battle armor. No matter how hard you hit, it won't budge. Click laughed heartily, brandishing a colossal meteor hammer with his innate strength. He missed the nimble Luffy but shattered the foremast, striking down several hapless minions lying on the ground. Luffy, irate, exclaimed, "How dare you harm my comrades? You scoundrel!" Trick glanced back at the dining area, where Akin was conversing with Sanji and others. He sighed, hoping they wouldn't reenact the scene of kicking the lame man's good leg. He shouted, "Sanji, Click is at a disadvantage and is wildly attacking his own men. If food isn't delivered soon, it won't need to be." Sanji, taken aback, appeared astonished at the strength of the Straw Hat Boy. Akin, startled, hurriedly climbed aboard the warship. Nami and Appo's eyes sparkled like diamonds. "That enormous diamond is real. Akin, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and eliminate those 2 rascals." "Are you ignoring my orders?" Click, tugging at the chain of his meteor hammer, was on the verge of exploding with rage. Akin brandished his iron ball staff and, gritting his teeth, charged at Sanji. "I'm sorry." Sanji's cyclone kick sent the iron ball flying. "You filthy scoundrel." The minions, having received their food, momentarily set aside other concerns, feasting with exuberance as if it were a festival. "I am Click, the leader, a man destined to rule the seas." Click bellowed, hoisting the massive mast to swing at Luffy. "No, it is I who shall become the Pirate King." Luffy raised his fist to meet the blow. With a resounding crash, the deck was left with a deep crater as Luffy propelled himself upward using the mast. "I have no time to play with you." Click tore off one of his shoulder guards, revealing an advanced large-caliber machine gun, complete with a belt of armor-piercing ammunition. "I'll handle this," Trick said to Zoro. As Click laughed maniacally and opened fire, Luffy shouted defiantly, charging forward without flinching. 2 curved swords shot up from the deck as Trick conjured a sword array in his mind, akin to a barrel-sized compass, placing it before Luffy. Much like the instance when Zoro had intercepted Buggy's surprise attack, this was the true essence of the array. The curved blades whirled back and forth, far quicker than when Trick operated without the array, creating an illusory shield to pave the way for Luffy. The bullets aimed at the array were deflected elsewhere with a cacophony of clinks. Luffy surged forward, landing a powerful punch squarely on Click's face. Ugh! Click collapsed, still seething. Die, die, die. Trick's curved sword deftly removed the shoulder guard Click had just discarded. Click was momentarily stunned. My MH5 gas bomb. Meanwhile, the fight between Sanji and Akin had reached its climax. The two were evenly matched in martial prowess, but when Sanji kicked Akin, it dealt a damage of 100, while Akin's iron ball inflicted 500 damage with negative effects. Having landed a solid blow, Akin used his staff to pin Sanji to the ground. "Akin, act now. Eliminate him." Click roared. Luffy, taken aback, halted in his tracks. Yet Akin's heart was torn in turmoil. Ultimately, he relinquished his staff, weeping, "Leader Click, I cannot do this. This man is my savior. I will not defy your orders in the future, but this, I cannot do." Click erupted with fury. "You fool. How dare you disobey my command? Do you wish to die? Luffy shouted back, you scoundrel. Seeing Luffy approach again, Click quickly flipped up the spikes of his cloak. If you dare to strike, then do so. This is your grave. Luffy's gaze was resolute. Gum Gum pistol. He slammed his fist against the spikes of the cloak, landing a blow on Click and Appo's face. Click spewed blood, unable to utter a sound as he was sent sprawling. What on earth is happening? He actually dared to strike the spiked cloak. The minions gasped in disbelief, faced with such a foe. Even the well-fed minions instinctively took a step back. Luffy, bloodied knuckles trembling, gasped for breath, eyes wide. You cannot decide my grave with such trifles. This is not where I shall meet my end. Trick noticed Click moving again. Click tore off the remaining shoulder guard and readied a monstrous rifle. With a thunderous crash, the rifle's head smashed into the deck, causing an explosion. Breathing heavily, Click taunted, now, let us see how long you can evade me, you landlubber. Luffy blinked. What was that? Was there an explosion just now? Trick shook his head, realizing Click was already doomed. Luffy was indeed fighting for his life. Shattering the explosive head of the rifle. With one final Gum Gum rocket, he obliterated Click's super alloy armor, sending him hurtling toward the sea. Nami's eyes widened in disbelief. Covering her mouth, that pirate with a bounty of 16 million has been defeated. Yet, upon glancing at Luffy, she saw his hands stained with blood. Trick and Appo's curved sword retrieved the unconscious Click. After all, the diamond in Click and Appo's possession had yet to be claimed. In the distance, on the coffin ship, a man donning a wide-brimmed gentleman's hat lifted his gaze. Trick spotted the eerie green light of the coffin ship and called out, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, come quickly to the Mary. And you, Akin, stop posing. Luffy, brimming with excitement, queried, what is happening? What is going on? Trick, filled with exhilaration, replied, it's here. Zoro looked toward the commotion. What is that? The man stood up, drawing a cross-shaped sword the width of a door. His movements were so swift that it was impossible to discern. From at least 100 meters away, the ship was cleaved into 3 segments, and the sea erupted in tumultuous waves as the warship shattered and began to sink. Eagle Eye slowly sheathed his sword. The ship has been cut in half. The minions were in an uproar. Trick and Luffy stood agape in astonishment. Zoro was frozen, his pupils dilating with shock. The entire sea trembled, causing the Mary and Baratie to sway perilously, threatening to throw everyone overboard. Trick snapped back to reality, steadying the nearly toppled Nami. The warship lay in ruins, scattered debris floating on the waves. The coffin ship drifted slowly among the wreckage. A minion, filled with rage, shouted, you scoundrel, what grudge do we bear that you pursue us here? Eagle Eye cast a glance at him, replying indifferently, I am merely passing the time. In a fit of rage, the minion sprang up, drawing twin pistols. Don't joke with me. Eagle Eye unsheathed the black blade, Knight, without even looking. It felt as if he had not merely deflected the 2 lead bullets, but that they had slid off the edge of his blade on their own. Trick understood. That was the manifestation of observation hockey. Zoro swallowed hard, his spirit ignited with battle fervor. Chapter 20, The Art of Esoteric Combat. I have never encountered such a supple sword. Zoro leaped onto a fragment of wreckage. Mihawk observed, a sword wielded solely by strength cannot be deemed formidable. Zoro, brimming with excitement, declared, I ventured out to sea to meet you. What have you set your sights on? Zoro secured his bandana, the strongest. Mihawk's interest was piqued. Humph. How foolish. In an instant, Mihawk traversed over 20 meters of ocean, landing on the debris. Usopp and the others boarded the Going Merry, cheering from the sidelines. Unfortunately, I possess no smaller blade than this. There are limits to disdain. Do not regret it when death comes. Zoro unleashed his signature on a Onigiri. But his 3 blades were held at bay by that diminutive dagger. The world cannot be so distant. What a ferocious swordplay. Zoro was struck down by a palm strike, rising only to fall again. Mihawk could not help but inquire, what burdens do you carry? At the pinnacle of power, what do you yearn to attain? Joseph could no longer contain himself. How dare you call my brother weak? You scoundrel. Johnny also drew his sword. Let us show you our might. Luffy quickly restrained them. Do not intervene. Hold your ground. This is Zoro and Appo's battle. Zoro rose once more. I absolutely cannot lose. Tiger Hunt. Do you wish to be pierced through the heart? Why not evade? I do not know. I merely feel that if I retreat even a single step here, all the vital oaths and promises made thus far will vanish, and I shall never return. Indeed, that is what defeat entails. Boy, state your name. Roronoa Zoro. I shall remember it. A long-lost warrior. Then, as a gesture of the swordsmanship's etiquette, I shall send you to the depths of the sea with this world's mightiest black blade. Mihawk unleashed Yoru, appearing behind Zoro, who felt the weight of his sword shatter in his grip. He carefully stowed away Enma and stood facing Mihawk, arms spread wide. Mihawk was taken aback. What do you intend? Zoro smiled broadly. The scars on my back are a swordsman and amp. Appo's shame. Mihawk expressed admiration. Impressive. Zoro, spitting blood, fell into the sea. Zoro. Cursed. 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 Luffy shouted in anguish, throwing a punch that sent him crashing forward. To hear the way of the world, one must be prepared to die? Trick dove into the sea, retrieving Zoro and bringing him back to the Going Merry. Usopp was already waiting with a medical kit. You wish to die too soon. I am Dracula Mihawk. Understand yourself, recognize the world, and grow stronger. No matter how many years pass, I shall await you at this pinnacle of strength. Surpass this sword. Surpass me. Roronoa Zoro. Mihawk's voice resonated. Zoro raised Enma. Luffy, can you hear me? Have I worried you? If I do not become the world's greatest swordsman, you will be troubled, won't you? I shall not lose again. Not until I have defeated him and become the great swordsman. I will never lose again. Do you have any objections? Pirate King. Luffy's voice replied. None. Trick quickly stepped onto his measuring tool, summoning 2 long swords, soaring towards Mihawk. Mr. Mihawk, please wait. I have a unique sword technique I wish to learn from you. Here, Trick could not help but recall the favor of Shanks. How could Mihawk appear in the waters of the Grand Line, only to be ridiculed by Kureha? He merely wanted to see the man who bet everything. Thus, as that man and Appo's companion, Trick had to seize the opportunity. Mihawk looked up, observing Trick and the 2 swords swirling beside him. His eyelids lifted slightly, recalling a certain man with whom he had never had the chance to spar. Come. Mihawk's black blade Yoru pointed skyward. Prepare yourself. The sword formation of the compass. Trick shouted. He understood that Mihawk's unsheathing of Yoru was not a challenge, but rather an opportunity for instruction. The sword formation conjured in his mind positioned Mihawk at the intersection of their lines, with layers above, middle, and below aligned with head, waist, and feet. The long swords shot forth like lightning, their trajectories obscured, resembling a crab trap ensnaring Mihawk. Yet, Mihawk appeared to stroll leisurely through a garden. It is known that when the weapon takes flight within the formation, it can deflect bullets. Mihawk approached the edge of the wreckage, occasionally rolling his shoulders. The measuring tool. Trick understood that shouting made no difference. The flying impact from his technique surged towards Mihawk, yet Yoru merely sliced through the wave of energy, shattering it. After launching the flying impact, Trick landed on the wreckage. He was not concerned about Mihawk unleashing his flying slash. This was not a challenge. Now, how about this? Trick turned the measuring tool and summoned another long sword. He focused his attention on the sword formation on the sitting character. Qian, Hai, Sun, Chun, Ren, Zi, Wei Ding, Jin, Een, Kuan, Shun. Mihawk's eyes widened as he swung Yoru, deflecting 3 swords. Not bad. Come again. Trick rejoiced. Excellent. Still, he did not concern himself with how the weapon would move, but rather the sitting character. His mind was filled with the concept of sitting. Luffy and Amp, Appo's reckless combat style could deceive observation haki, rendering him unable to attack. However, his esoteric combat style could deceive observation haki and still strike. Even without the enhancement of observation haki, Mihawk's movements were fluid. Unlike Zoro's brute force, Zoro's strikes were termed Kili, while Mihawk's were fluid and intricate, more challenging to breach. Not to mention, Mihawk and Appo's swordsmanship was exceptionally refined, and his physical prowess and reflexes surpassed those of these young men by countless degrees. For Trick, this was indeed a contest against himself. Mihawk could easily fell Trick with a mere motion, yet he refrained. Moving gracefully within the sword formation, Mihawk broke a sweat, his eyes growing brighter. Trick's eyes also sparkled with intensity. This was a form of tempering. His attacks were clever, and Mihawk's defense was remarkably skilled. Mihawk resembled a whetstone, sharpening Trick's attacks. Suddenly, Mihawk cautioned, "Be careful, lad." Trick leaned back in surprise. Has he grown weary of this? After the initial shock, he felt elated. Experiencing the prowess of a world-class fighter was undoubtedly a blessing. He issued a final command to the 3 swords, arranging the sitting character in a way that left Mihawk only a frontal collision path. Swinging the measuring tool with all his might, it unleashed a colossal flying impact, with Trick following closely behind. Mihawk appeared behind Trick, slowly retracting his blade. Trick gasped for breath, his mind filled with the image of that billowing cloak. The measuring tool held firm, neither shattered nor did he fall. Trick thought to himself, Mihawk is truly gracious. Boy, what is your name? Mihawk inquired. Trick quickly turned. I am Trick. Mihawk nodded and walked towards the coffin ship. I hope to see you again. Nami gasped, covering her mouth. How? Is this possible? That guy fought for so long against the world's greatest swordsman and has yet to fall. Chapter 21. Farewell to the Grand Line. Target Arlong. The yellow turban warrior symbol. Crick and Amp, Oppos, S minions exchanged glances. Retreat. Akin shouted. No way. The captain ordered us to seize the ship. Bala exclaimed. Just then, 3 swords flew through the air, slicing the gem-like centerpiece from his hat and shield. Oh, I've never suffered such humiliation. Bala cried out. The flame Bala technique. The shield clanged violently, igniting fierce phosphorescent fire. The measurement tool hurtled forth, shattering the shield, and sending Bala plummeting into the sea. Akin sighed, go retrieve him. We must depart. Hey, you lot, farewell to the Grand Line. Luffy waved at them. Oh, Crick handed several gems to Nami. What do you think of these? Not impressive. Nami replied, cradling a large diamond. My diamond is far superior. The cooks busied themselves with cleaning or preparing food in the kitchen. Are we having a feast? Are we having a feast? Luffy rushed into the kitchen, drooling, only to be shooed away. Nami sat in the hall, lost in thought. Crick mused that if she remained silent, he would propose they leave the East Sea for Kokoyashi village to acquire some wealth. Nami stared at the diamond. Belmare. She saw the dawn and Oppos, S-light reflecting upon her, thinking that with 100 million berry, she could redeem the village. Shikuden and Amp, Oppos, T let them know this matter was of no concern to them. Yet, Crick had been watching her. Otherwise, she would have left long ago. Nami felt an inexplicable sensation that Crick might know something. No, he must only have sensed her desire to take the money and leave. At this point, if she did not act soon, they would truly enter the Grand Line, and sneaking away with the money seemed impossible. However, given Luffy's character, he would likely not commit any extreme acts. A quarrel with them, and then she could depart with her rightful earnings. Perfect. Everyone, listen to me. Nami whispered. Yes, Miss Nami. What is your command? Sanji, passing by, transformed his feet into a whirlwind. Luffy and Usopp approached. Actually, I am a surveyor for Arlong's crew, Nami said, rolling up her sleeves. This is the symbol of Arlong's gang. Huh? Luffy blinked in confusion. Crick glanced at him, sensing he had not perceived the underlying tension. Nami, you. Usopp stammered anxiously. Indeed, I am that kind of woman. Stealing, disguising, deceiving. I approached you all to take your treasures. Nami did not understand why she revealed this at that moment. That's not true. You are our comrade, Luffy declared confidently. Crick silently nodded. Back then, Robin had vanished. And Luffy was oblivious to Robin's true feelings. Miss Nami, do you have any grievances? If you don't want to be with these ruffians, you need not worry. As a knight, I will certainly resolve your troubles. Sanji proclaimed, striking a heroic pose. You are also my cook. Hee hee. Luffy wrapped an arm around Sanji. You scoundrel. Who wants to set sail with you? Sanji exploded in anger. That is not the case. Nami insisted, her nose tinged with sorrow. But her words were interrupted by Crick. By the way, I heard from Joseph and Johnny that Arlong occupies 20 villages. Nami, could your home be among those 20? Were you forced to assist Arlong and Oppos, as crew? Crick said with a pained expression. That scoundrel Arlong. Sanji fumed. Nami suddenly stood up. What do you understand? That and Oppos, that's not true. She screamed. If they confront Arlong, they might die. The 7 warlords are terrifying. Arlong was once one of their subordinates. You have suffered, Nami, Crick said with a hint of sadness as he looked at her. Listen to me. Nami felt an urge to punch Crick. Yet, she sensed she could not. Fishman, I've longed to take a swing, Zoro remarked, raising an eyebrow. If only I had gotten there sooner, I would have tried it already. Let and Amp, Oppos, let's make fish soup out of Arlong. Sanji said eagerly. Let and Amp, Oppos, as turn Arlong. Into grilled fish. Usopp quickly thought of the newly created Flame Star. Nami stared blankly, and as she gazed, tears flowed down her cheeks. Luffy, with a serious expression, remained silent, removing his straw hat and placing it on Nami and Oppos' head. Huh. Nami was taken aback, raising her head. We are leaving. We will defeat Arlong. Luffy shouted firmly. Crick smiled with satisfaction. Let us go. Quite right. Nami must have realized her companion's formidable strength after watching the duel between him and Mihawk. To break free from her inner nightmares, truly a courageous woman who dared to confront Arlong and question him furiously. Sanji rushed over to Zeph, who was seated in the hall. "I'll be back shortly," Zeph replied with a stern face. "Who wants you back? Go away. The further, the better." Patty burst into laughter. "Huh? Sanji is finally leaving." Sanji retorted angrily. "You scoundrel. What are you saying?" Crick intervened. "All right. Stop the dramatics. We are all men here. A proper farewell won't cost you anything." Zeph shot back. "You little rascal." He wiped his face. "You little brat. Pursue your own dreams." Sanji's extreme disappointment turned to rage. "What a joke. This place is my dream." Zeph scoffed. "You only think of repaying your debts, you foolish boy." Crick ran to the door and pulled Luffy. "Luffy, Sanji is willing to join us." Luffy paused. "Is that so? Then we must hurry." He dashed over, wrapping his arm around Sanji's neck and dragging him away. "Let's go quickly." Sanji flailed. "Damn it." At the door, Sanji broke free from Luffy's grasp, knelt on both knees, and bowed deeply. "Father, take care of yourself." The Mary set sail. They charged towards Arlong Park. After departing, Crick realized that even though West Blue was not far, they would not reach it today. His emotions nearly became incoherent. Thankfully, with Luffy on board, the atmosphere aboard the ship grew lively once more. "Miss Nami, this is a special drink I prepared. Please, give it a try." Sanji approached with a highball glass like a whirlwind. Crick, Kuden, and Amp, Appos, T helped but think of a saying. Sanji and Amp, Appos, S flattery, purely a sycophant. Bored, Crick pulled out his phone and played some music. "Grease the bones, bring the marinade, I'll suck the oil, and boil the membrane for instant noodles the next day." Crick hesitated for a moment but still clicked to check in. Ding. "Congratulations, you have received a check-in reward. Yellow Turban Warrior symbol, heartfelt version." The symbol. It seemed to be a summoning type. Crick and Amp, Appos, S eyes lit up. Looking again, the heartfelt version stated, "As long as the heart is sincere." The ritual does not require specific materials. To obtain the Tongtian talisman with a single day's check-in must have a probability akin to winning the lottery. Moreover, the Tongtian talisman represents a high-ranking celestial position, equivalent to a machine gun. One must also master the symbols, akin to bullets, ignoring the difficulty of drawing the symbols. Using chi to draw symbols and read time versus drawing them well to give to others, each has its own application scenarios. Crick rushed down to the first floor of the cabin, grabbed a paintbrush, and asked Usopp to help him saw some small wooden pieces. Then dashed up to the second floor to grab a candle and snatch a dish. "Hey, you scoundrel, what are you planning?" "That was prepared for Miss Nami." Sanji chased after him. "Exactly." Luffy, recently ousted, expressed his dissent while Nami, drawn by the commotion, approached to investigate. There, she beheld Chirk setting a table upon the deck. In his mind, Chirk pondered the essence of intention, what truly constitutes heartfelt sentiment. A simple ritual, he mused, could undeniably enhance the significance of his purpose. Lighting the candles, he took up his brush and began sketching the talismans, ensuring that the focal points were established before arranging the rest. The sincerity of the design was indeed a touch capricious. He could feel his energy depleting as he painted, infusing the symbols with a unique rhythm. The power summoned from the Yellow Turban Warrior was intrinsically linked to his innate energy mastery. The symbols were completed. Even those devoid of energy could wield the crafted talismans. If one were to perceive the world as a smartphone, the symbols could be likened to various applications. Each app serves distinct functions. For instance, a music player app would bring the phone's speakers to life. If we regard the symbols as a music player, the Yellow Turban Warrior represents a specific song within a certain genre. Chirk proceeded to draw additional Yellow Turban Warrior symbols, distributing one to Usopp and another to Nami. "What is this?" Usopp inquired, staring blankly at the seemingly scribbled piece of wood in his hand. "This is the Yellow Turban Warrior talisman, capable of summoning a powerful ally known as the Yellow Turban Warrior to assist in battle. But hold on, do not use it just yet. Simply toss it when faced with danger," Chirk elucidated. In truth, the talismans relied on the wielder's intent. He instructed them to perform specific actions to avoid accidental activation and subsequent waste. Chapter 22. Who gave you the audacity to speak to me like that? Sliced away. At the bow of the ship, Nami gazed into the distance at Kokoyashi village, her eyes betraying a deep-seated resentment, yet more prominently, a resolute determination. Nothing could alter Luffy's decision now. Nami glanced at Luffy, then at Chopper, followed by a fleeting look at Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp. It was time to gamble her life, just as Luffy did. When Nami turned her gaze back, Chopper nodded at her. Truly, she was Nami. Even as a member of the trio that instilled fear, she did not hesitate to act when the moment called for it. It was akin to that moment when Captain Mouse had seized the wealth she had accumulated over the years, and she had clenched her fists in fury to confront Arlong. She needed to maintain her momentum and not let her spirit wane. The plan was devised by Nami, and the Mary docked at Gosa Town, near Arlong Park. Upon witnessing the devastation of Gosa Town, a hint of sorrow flickered in Nami and Apos' eyes. Johnny and Joseph trembled in fear, silently crying out, "That is the notorious Arlong of the East Blue, the terrifying fishman who has conquered 20 towns. What has transpired here? Was it some monstrous beast that wrought this destruction?" Usopp was aghast. Whether fishman or beast, whatever it was merely a dish to be served. Sanji stepped onto the ship's railing, declaring, "Let us depart." Zoro stood, resting a hand on his sword. Suddenly, a plump blue fishman emerged. Nami approached the railing. "It's Nami. You've returned." The nearby green fishman scratched his head in confusion. "Are those people your slaves?" "Ah, they've appeared. How terrifying." Usopp bit his finger. Chopper shook his head. It was his first encounter with a fishman, and the visual impact was overwhelming. There was a certain effect that instilled fear, akin to something that resembled a human yet was not, provoking an instinctual dread. "How dare you call me a slave? You filthy fish." Sanji leaped down. With 2 sharp thuds, the fishman collapsed. "Oh, well done, Sanji. I told you, fishmen are not that formidable." Usopp perked up at the sight. As they traversed the ravaged streets of the town, Chopper looked around inquisitively. He spotted a girl holding a small boy in Apos' hand and recognized her. Nojiko had initially intended to hide but was taken aback to see Nami leading a group of people. "Nami, it seems you found reliable companions. Congratulations." Nojiko smiled warmly. Nami paused momentarily, then resolutely turned away. "Go back. I don't want to see you." However, Sanji, like a wild stallion, rushed forward. "Excuse me, beautiful lady. Are you a friend of Nami and Apos'? I am her most dependable partner." Nojiko was startled, stammering, "Why you hello?" Nami lowered her head, insisting, "Enough. We must go. We've come to join Arlong and Apos' gang. What is there to discuss with the oppressed villagers?" With that, she led the way. Sanji, taken aback, stood up and followed her. After walking a considerable distance, Luffy innocently asked, "Why not tell her everything?" Tears streamed down Nami's face. "She is my sister. I am gambling my life to confront Arlong." Before the gates of Arlong Park. "Hey, Arlong." Nami could no longer contain her fury, shouting. Sanji, eager to deviate from the plan, kicked open the gate, only to be halted by Nami's raised hand. "Ha ha." Arlong's boisterous laughter echoed. Inside, beside a pool, the long-nosed Arlong lounged in a chair, gazing at Kruby. "It seems Nami has returned, having gathered a bounty of 100 million berry." Kruby grinned slyly, as expected of my brother. He called the rat ahead to seize her treasure. Arlong swelled with pride. "If we were to lose such a talented navigator, it would indeed be troublesome. We still rely on Nami for mapping the Grand Line." "Ha." Little Bat, bewildered by the situation, laughed along. The door swung open, revealing the group behind it. Arlong narrowed his eyes. "Nami, our companion, you have returned. Are those people your slaves?" "Ha." Nami, maintaining a serious demeanor, walked step by step towards Arlong. "Arlong, you promised that once I gathered 100 million berry, you would allow me to redeem the village. You will uphold your promise, one and Apos, to you?" Arlong rose, appearing solemn. "Of course, I am a man of my word. To break my promise would be akin to inviting my own demise." His expression then shifted to one of amusement. Chopper and the others stepped forward, entering the circle of fishmen. Usopp trembled uncontrollably, retreating behind Zoro. Chopper patted his shoulder, startling him further. "Indeed, an ADC should possess such awareness." Ha, Chopper remarked. Usopp, bewildered, asked, "What is ADC? What are you talking about?" The fishmen, observing the laughter among the group, began to feel confused. Nami's anger surged. "I have gathered 100 million berry. Return Kokoyashi village to me." Arlong grinned. "Very well. But you must first present the 100 million berry." Kruby chuckled. "Do you truly possess 100 million berry?" Nami's pupils dilated. "What do you mean?" The fishmen erupted into laughter, their guffaws echoing, clutching their bellies in mirth. Despite her anticipation, a chill crept up Nami's spine. Chopper and the others stepped forward, standing resolutely beside her. Nami clenched the yellow scarf talisman in her hand, demanding, What have you done with my treasure? Arlong and Apos' demeanor shifted abruptly, revealing his ferocity. Who gave you the gall to speak to me in such a manner? He disregarded Chopper and the others entirely, reaching out to grasp Nami by the throat. You bastard! Nami shouted, hurling the wooden piece. With a hum, a hazy wave emerged from nowhere. A towering figure, over 3 meters tall, appeared before Nami. The yellow scarf warrior, adorned with a yellow scarf, looked imposing in his coarse cloth attire, wielding a 2-meter-long sword that matched his formidable stature. Aside from the ethereal glow surrounding him, he appeared entirely human. The yellow scarf warrior towered over Arlong, who flinched as his fist collided with the warrior's abdomen. Caught off guard, Arlong nearly twisted his fingers upon the warrior. He stared in astonishment, glancing upwards. Nami looked on, astonished by the yellow scarf warrior, glancing back at Chopper, her mind racing with questions. How to? Nami's voice trembled with urgency. Imagine, command. There is no need to vocalize. Chopper instructed. Nami fixed her gaze on Arlong. Kill. The yellow scarf warrior bellowed with a thunderous voice, raising his blade with tremendous force. With a swish, a bewildered Arlong, his face a mask of shock, was sent flying. The ground shook as a massive chunk of stone shattered, debris scattering in all directions. Incredible. Usopp marveled at the yellow scarf warrior, glancing in awe at the wooden piece in his hand. Chapter 23. Brother Arlong would never deign to strike. Arlong came to a halt after crashing through a wall, clutching his stomach and appearing in no rush to rise. Nami, what are you doing? He questioned. Nami shouted fiercely. I have come to kill you. Arlong laughed heartily. You still Haven and Amp, Apos. T learned your lesson. Over the past 8 years, how many times have you tried to assassinate me, poisoning, ambushing? And yet, have you ever succeeded? You should know better than anyone that human strength cannot vanquish me. He cast a glance at her companions. Are these the reinforcements she summoned? Merely messengers of death. Nami, you shall forever remain our ally. Luffy adjusted his hat, declaring, I am Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. Nami is our comrade. I will send you flying. Arlong chuckled. Pirates, is that so? I see the nature of your relationship now. What can a handful of lowly creatures achieve? Little Octopus, with a grin, stepped forward. NYU ha, fools. Brother Arlong can Amp, Apos, be bothered to deal with you. That guy is more than enough. Saying this, the octopus man inhaled deeply, using his trumpet-like mouth to unleash a loud blast. Boom. The sea swelled into a massive bulge. NYU ha. All of you shall await becoming its bait. Come forth. Moo. Little Octopus laughed heartily as torrents of seawater surged from the pool. Moo. A monstrous marine mammal emerged, adorned with fish fins on its back, massive bull horns, and a mouth brimming with sharp teeth. Monster. Is this the creature that destroyed Gosa Town? Usopp gasped, nearly dropping his jaw. The creature bellowed, lowering its head to charge. Trick clenched his measuring tool and, standing on a long sword, charged forward. Moo. The creature glared ferociously. Measuring tool. Trick grinned menacingly. This opponent appeared to be quite a challenge, but merely appeared to be. Crack. On one side, a beast larger than the Mary, on the other, an insignificant figure. The measuring tool struck the creature and Apos' jaw, slamming its lower jaw against the upper. The entire sea cow seemed to be yanked from the depths, its tail fin barely breaking the surface. Moo the creature let out a thunderous cry, tears streaming down its face. Again, Trick swung the measuring tool, striking the creature's neck. Moo. The creature released torrents of tears, crashing backward. Boom. It sent waves soaring, creating a brief shower at the pool and Apos' edge. Moo. You have actually knocked down Moo. Little Octopus furiously pointed, shaking his fist. I shall be your opponent. Zoro, bandaged from head to toe, brandished 3 swords. 2 of those are military blades seized by Trick. He remarked. Kruby crossed his arms. It seems we must take action as well. Let them truly understand the vast difference between us and the fishmen. Ju declared coldly. The rabble surged toward Nami and her companions. Nami commanded the Golden Warrior to swing a sword rightward, slicing through a horde of rabble. Trick had previously wondered why stronger characters could effortlessly dispatch hordes of weaklings, and now he experienced firsthand the staggering disparity in power between the strong and the weak, greater than that between humans and small creatures. Sanji leaped forward, performing a flying kick that sent a group of rabble flying, as if bowling. Kruby raised his arm, resembling a great triangular fin, to block the incoming kick. You dare invade for such a woman? You lot are truly laughable. Sanji leisurely lit a cigarette. That woman? If you dare insult Miss Nami again, I shall toss you into a buttered skillet and turn you into fish fillets, you stinking fishman. Kruby crossed his arms again. Pirates espousing chivalry. You're decent for a human, but ultimately too green. As he posed in a fishman karate stance, Sanji unexpectedly landed a kick to his chin. When it comes to causing trouble, Sanji was undoubtedly the Straw Hat Crew's best. Little Octopus inhaled sharply, then suddenly sprayed ink everywhere. What? Zoro dodged to the side. He wasn't startled by the technique. He had seen it coming. Zoro's wounds reopened. Octopus triple sword, empty-handed against the white blade. Little Octopus brandished his 6 arms in a stance. Zoro swung down with his sword. Ouch. Little Octopus covered his head. I have no time to play with you. Zoro felt on the verge of madness, a strange premonition emerging that he would often encounter bizarre idiots or foolish creatures henceforth. Right. I need to grab my weapon. Little Octopus slapped his forehead. As Zoro swung again, Little Octopus clung to a pillar. What are you doing? Get down here. Zoro's mind momentarily faltered, and he shouted in frustration. The wound throbbed, and blood began to seep anew. Take this. Flame Star. Seeing Sanji and Appos, S success revitalized Usopp and Appos, S spirits. Look at those 2 officers. So arrogant, but they're really nothing. With a roar, fierce flames engulfed Ju and Amp, Appos, S upper body. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ju rolled on the ground. Now you've witnessed my prowess. Usopp, oblivious to his folly, reveled in his triumph. Trick interjected, the fishmen and Amp, Appos, S karate can even condense water flows in their hands. They are drenched. How much damage do you think your fire can inflict, Usopp? Huh. Usopp's laughter faltered. Ju extinguished the flames and stood. It seems you are eager to meet your demise. I shall grant you that wish. Usopp gasped in alarm, sprinting away. Ju disregarded others and pursued him. Usopp fumbled for a talisman but suddenly bit his lip and held on tightly. Before the building, Arlong rose confidently, the battle between equals about to commence. Arlong gazed ahead with a terrifying grin. You are a devil fruit user, aren't you? Luffy innocently replied. Yes, I am a rubber man who consumed the gum-gum fruit. Arlong laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. A landlubber. No matter what power you possess, it is useless against us fishmen. He cast a sidelong glance at Trick. Trick shouted, Luffy. Watch your hands and feet. Don't get them stuck in the stone. Luffy inquired. Huh? What do you mean? Be careful. Trick stammered, noticing Arlong was on the move and quickly warning him. You dare to be distracted before me. Iron Tooth Technique. Arlong lunged forward. Though the technique is named Iron Tooth, it mimicked a biting motion with claws. Luffy grinned, bouncing to evade. Arlong plunged his hand into the ground, lifting a massive chunk of stone with great effort. Rubber, spear. Luffy leaped, feet poised to strike downwards. Yet, the stone was too large, and Arlong held it tightly. Luffy's feet became ensnared within. Arlong wasted no words. Take this. With a mighty throw, he launched the stone, dragging Luffy into the sea. An anxious Nami couldn't even spare a moment to rub her forehead. Sigh, Nami, please take the Yellow Turban Warriors and go rescue Luffy. Chapter 24, My Along Paradise. Let's get it over with. Along glanced at the sea, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Aren't you going to save your captain? Huh. You must be a devil fruit user who can't swim. What good is flying? This is our territory, the domain of the fishmen. Once I deal with that brat, I and Appos, LL come for you. As Along spoke, Trick turned his gaze toward the Paradise Building. This edifice stood as a significant symbol for Along, casting a shadow over the many residents of the area and represented a mountain of suffering in Nami's heart. This building must be torn down. Trick hurled 2 yellow-gowned warrior talismans, demolished this Paradise Building. 2 valiant yellow-gowned warriors appeared. Yes, they echoed in unison, brandishing their swords and striding toward the building. Stop. You bastard, halt immediately. That is my life and Appos' work. Along shouted, his eyes wide with fury. He rushed toward the nearest warrior, lunging with his serrated nose. The left warrior was struck in the lower back by Along's attack, letting out a grunt as he nearly lost his balance but managed to kneel and regain his footing. He resolutely advanced toward the building. I and Appos, LL tear you apart. Along roared, extending his claws toward the left warrior. Crash. The right warrior delivered a powerful strike to the first-floor wall. Half of the wall beside the entrance crumbled with a thunderous sound. How infuriating! How infuriating! Along and Appos' eyes were bloodshot. He abandoned the wounded creature before him and charged to the right. The left warrior rose again and struck the wall, causing it to collapse with a resounding crash, dislodging several stubborn bricks. My paradise, my Along paradise. Along bellowed in madness. The corner pillars became exposed as the warriors approached. Along, now alarmed, abandoned thoughts of killing that wretched brat. He leapt and seized the right warrior by the neck, using his fishman's strength to topple him like a mountain. Along sprang up and darted to the left. Trick and Amp, Oppos, S3 longswords arrived, ready to strike. Along held. The new wounds on his back causing him to be flung away. Trick frowned at the sight. That was strangulation. Why is Along flying away? There were two possibilities. 1. The sword was used for a long-range attack. Having watched the animation and read the manga, he knew that long-range attacks seldom succeeded against formidable foes. This was likely due to the resilience of strong opponents. 2. Along, being in his 40s, despite being weaker than his contemporaries, had survived numerous life-or-death battles and likely honed an instinctive survival response in critical moments. Perhaps both factors contributed. With this thought, Trick readied his weapon and stepped into the Paradise building. Along had just collapsed the partition wall, glaring with malevolence at Trick's entrance. You dare to come in here? What audacity! As Along stood, Trick noticed he was only at the level of Along and Amp, Oppos, S abs. Along and Amp, Oppos, S eyes were bloodshot, filled with wrath. Shark arrow. Along propelled himself forward like an arrow. Trick spotted a saw blade on the wall and deftly stepped onto a flying sword to evade the attack. Indeed. If I can't land a hit, I shall make it more exhilarating. Along ripped down the saw blade, unleashing a roar to vent his fury. Lowly human, what have you done to me, a fishman? Trick chuckled lightly, piercing through Along and Oppos' heart with words. First, fishmen are a branch of humanity. Secondly, are you forgetting your pain after healing, or are you afraid to admit that you are terrified of being beaten? Veins bulged on Along's forehead. What do you mean? The large saw blade swung toward Trick. He intended to merely block it with his weapon. Crack. A triangular tooth shattered. Trick and Oppos' eyes widened in disbelief. You Don and Oppos, to even know swordsmanship. Giving you a weapon is futile. Along disregarded this, repeatedly slashing. Crack. The saw blade was quickly reduced to a thick iron rod. Shark gear. Along discarded the rod and spun, his eyes aflame, charging like a drill. The distance between them was mere inches. Trick radiated golden energy, aware that in this pirate world, strength often belonged to those with extraordinary powers. One could not afford to merely aspire to be a mage, especially not against formidable foes. Come, bet your life, fight to the death. Trick positioned his sword forward with his left hand while gripping the measuring tool at his waist with his right, channeling energy into it, augmenting its power. As he pivoted, Trick thrust the measuring tool violently. Upon striking Along and Amp, Oppos' jaw, Along and Amp, Oppos' body continued to spin at high speed. With the collision, a gash opened on Along and Amp, Oppos' head, causing him to tilt backward and tumble. Trick staggered back several steps, his right hand throbbing with pain. He noticed the protective barrier had saved him from serious injury. The pain felt akin to being struck by a wooden stick. Along propped himself up, holding his head, disbelief etched on his face. What? How could this happen? Trick mused aloud. Those teeth likely couldn't withstand it. Being bitten and torn is fundamentally different from being pierced. With unwavering determination, the left and right warriors continued to follow Trick and Oppos' orders, demolishing the obstructive brick walls. For large pillars were now exposed. Along rose once more, seemingly unimpacted by his injuries. Trick had grown accustomed to his resilience. Along, it is time to end this. Trick pointed the measuring tool forward and charged. Silence. I am a great fishman. Along opened his mouth wide to strike. Trick wielded the measuring tool, tracing two arcs that shattered Along's teeth and thrust against his jaw, unleashing a surge of energy. No. Along was propelled upward by the shockwave, his final consciousness attempting to resist, but it was futile. Bang! The ceiling shattered beneath him, and as his eyes rolled back, his hands hung limply. He continued to ascend. Bang! Bang! He broke through 3 floors before coming to a halt. Boom! The building trembled as the warriors swung their swords to sever the pillars. Rumbling. The Paradise building collapsed, debris flying in all directions. As the falling pillars shattered with a loud crash. That scoundrel has gone too far, Sanji remarked, glancing back. With the power to kick a ship into the air, his explosive strength was remarkable. When he moved seriously, He was nearly impossible for Crocodile to track. Lamb leg kick. Sanji leaped onto Crocodile and Appo's shoulder, executing a series of aerial kicks. Fiery liquor star. Usopp launched a slingshot. Chu, eager for revenge, was suddenly caught by the yellow-gowned warrior. A bottle of fiery liquor smashed against Chu, igniting upon impact. Let me show you my might. Usopp wiped his nose and pulled out a hammer. Three-sword style, tornado. Zoro crouched and twisted, directing three swords to one side. After battling Mihawk, he had gained significant strength. His ability to absorb combat experience allowed him to adapt and counter enemy techniques seamlessly. With a swift spin, Zoro unleashed the tornado, its speed overwhelming. Each strike precise and devoid of excess. NYU. The 6 blades of Little 8 were all flung backward, leaving numerous cuts upon his body. However, the resilience of his physique rendered him oblivious to the pain, as he brandished the 6 knives once more. 6-sword style, octopus pot shell contraction. The 6 blades converged to form a drill, thrusting towards Zoro. Zoro, burdened by exacerbated injuries, recalled the fierce battle against Hawkeye. Remembering the words that a sword wielded solely with strength cannot truly be called strong, and that it cannot even cut through paper. His gaze shifted from ferocity to a piercing intensity. Zoro seemingly calmed as he raised his hand, executing a single downward strike. Ektori. The slash erupted from the blade, slicing through the air. The seawater had already seeped to the edges of the shattered pool, and the trailing edge of the flying slash broke the surface, sending sprays of water into the air, enveloping the strike in a misty veil. Chapter 25. Overthinking. Nami clambered ashore first. Her gaze fixated on the ruins of the Paradise Building, leaving her momentarily stunned. A torrent of emotion surged within her. Belmare, at last, I have avenged you. Unbeknownst to her, tears streamed down her cheeks. Luffy, carried ashore by the yellow turban warrior, gasped for breath, exclaiming, Hooray! We're saved. Zoro cast him a sidelong glance. Muttering, what a fool. Usopp, brimming with excitement, dashed back, exclaiming, Hey, let me tell you. Suddenly, a large mass of debris was pushed aside, revealing the figure of Trick. He sprinted toward Nami, urgency in his voice. Don't forget, Arlong sent people to steal your money. Hurry, come with me. The past is gone. Now that revenge is at hand, we must look forward. As he ran, he leaned down, channeling energy into Nami's shoes. To her astonishment, she felt as if rockets had ignited beneath her feet, propelling her into the air. What are you doing? She shrieked in panic. Trick caught her, preventing her from tumbling backward. Below, Sanji jumped up, shouting, Hey, how can you be so rude to a lady, you jerk? Once Nami regained her composure, her adeptness at various modes of transportation allowed her to adapt to the flying shoes. She turned to Trick and said, Thank you, Trick. He waved her gratitude away, saying, It's nothing, we are comrades. Guided by Nami, they soon found themselves hovering over Kokoyashi village, witnessing a standoff between villagers wielding farming tools and marines brandishing rifles. Colonel Mouse glared with a sinister gaze, his whiskers twitching with rage. The audacity of these villagers to resist the Navy was astonishing. With so many of them, it would be impossible to eliminate them all without dire consequences. In this town, Arlong collected protection fees while also demanding gold from the villagers. Should any of them escape his grasp, it would spell disaster. One marine, astonished, pointed upward. What is that? Trick descended with Nami. She rushed toward Aiken and Nojiko, urgently inquiring, What has happened here? Aiken seethed. These marines have colluded with Arlong to seize the money you saved to redeem the village. Suddenly, Aiken faltered. Nami stared at him, bewildered. How do you know? Aiken, unable to contain his emotions, confessed, We all know what you have borne for us. That is why we pretended to disdain you. When the burden became too great, we could leave without guilt. Nami, you need not endure this any longer. We refuse to continue this way. Today, we confront Arlong. Tears flowed from Nami once more. Everyone. Colonel Mouse, irate, interjected, Hey, what do you mean I colluded with Arlong? Don't make baseless accusations. I warn you. I came here on intelligence regarding a thief who stole a large fortune. Nami turned, her eyes blazing as she retorted, Arlong has already been defeated. Mouse, taken aback by her fierce demeanor, stumbled back. What? What did you say? Trick stepped forward, asserting, Your benefactor has been vanquished. Those fishmen revealed your collaboration. Mouse, now frantic, glared at them. Do not slander me. Who are you? Trick patted his shoulder. Before you make any decisions, think carefully. Arlong is indeed defeated. You didn't think my appearance was unthreatening, did you? As he spoke, 3 swords flew from his back. Surveying the scene, the Marines accompanying Mouse dropped their weapons in fear. Mouse's lips quivered before he regained composure, a spark igniting in his eyes. Stop joking. When did I ever collaborate with Arlong? Show me the evidence. Can a pirate's word be trusted? Trick chuckled, nodding. It seems I cannot let you go. He swung the heavenly measurement, striking Mouse squarely in the face. Mouse was sent flying, landing on the ground, silenced. I have long found his rodent-like visage displeasing. I am Trick of the Straw Hat Pirates, a warrior. Bring it on, he shouted at the Marines. Halfway through his declaration, he recalled that aside from the captain, the Straw Hat crew had no official positions, merely various occupations, Sanji as the cook, Nami as the navigator, and so forth. This was futile. I cannot possibly win. This man is a devil fruit user. We must flee. Those aligned with Mouse must be of low caliber. As they heard the commotion, the villagers brandished pitchforks to the fray. The Marines hastily scooped up Mouse and fled. Trick graciously accepted the villagers and Appo's gratitude, leading the group toward Arlong Park. Along the way, they encountered Luffy and others rushing to join them, and together they returned to the park to clear the battlefield. Trick cast 2 more yellow turban warrior symbols, unearthing Arlong from the ruins. To their astonishment, Arlong lay lifeless. Trick raised an eyebrow, stealing glances at everyone's reactions. In both the anime and manga, there had never been a scene depicting the aftermath. Trick was uncertain how they would respond. Sanji approached, declaring, "Serves him right." He spat disdainfully to the side. This villain dared to harm Miss Nami. He deserved this fate. Zoro, finding a clear patch, allowed the village doctor to tend to his wounds. Usopp had already begun boasting to the villagers. These two were disregarded. Luffy, initially shouting for assistance, soon grew bored and began playing with stones. He sidled up to Sanji, asking, "Is he dead?" After glancing a couple of times, he appeared uninterested and wandered off to observe Zoro. Trick shook his head. He had overthought the situation. He had seen many instances where Luffy expressed dissatisfaction at the death of an enemy. It appeared he had worried unnecessarily. After all, Luffy possessed the resolve to fight with his life on the line. To take a life, one must be prepared for death. This is a simple truth. Suddenly, a villager pointed toward the sea. "Look over there. The Navy is coming back." Villagers erupted in outrage. The vile Navy. How dare they return? Drive them away. Trick retrieved his telescope, spotting the number 77 emblazoned on the ship and Appo's flag. He pulled out his phone and recognized it as the vessel of Commodore Brin Brin, who had previously been defeated by 3 fishermen officers. Trick approached Aiken. "It seems they are not with that Colonel Mouse. Let us make contact and see if we can exchange Arlong for a bounty. Let us not mention ourselves. Otherwise, we pirates will have to flee again. Haha." Chapter 26. Focus on wealth. Target Yuta. Get out. The villagers shouted at the warship. At the bow of the ship, the jewel-adorned Brigadier Brin Brin expressed his displeasure. What is the meaning of this? How dare these people show disrespect to Brigadier Brin Brin? And where is Eren? Is this not Eren and Appo's paradise? Days ago, a resident of Gosa Town had escaped and sought refuge at his base. He had rushed here with the warship, delivering a passionate speech about the chaos caused by Eren and Appo's gang. Now, seeing the villagers cursing at him and attempting to drive him away, he felt quite irritated. As the warship docked, Aiken managed to calm the villagers and approached. Brigadier Brin Brin stepped down from the ladder and inquired, "I am Brigadier Brin Brin of the 77th Division. What is going on here? Where is Eren? Was I deceived?" Aiken stepped forward. "I am the security officer of Kikoja Village. Eren was defeated by a group of passing sea warriors." Brigadier Brin Brin was taken aback. Sea warriors. Passing by, Aiken pointed behind him. "The fishmen pirates have all been defeated." Brigadier Brin Brin and Appo's eyes lit up. In the crowd, Trick was observing his reaction. If they attempted to take Eren without paying the bounty, it would surely lead to yet another confrontation with the Navy. Clearing his throat, Brigadier Brin Brin proclaimed, "Those sea warriors have done well. On behalf of the Navy, I, Brigadier Brin Brin, extend my gratitude to them." Seeing that he was about to ramble on, Aiken interrupted, "The bounty." Brigadier Brin Brin, feeling perturbed by the interruption, finally responded, all right, I understand." He pointed to a sailor beside him. "You, go to the ship and bring down the box from my captain's room." When 2 sailors brought the box and opened it to reveal exquisite jewelry, Trick realized he had overlooked something significant. Brigadier Brin Brin gestured, "You all, go count the bounties for the fishmen. I, Brigadier Brin Brin, would never be the sort to embezzle. He displayed the array of large gemstones adorning his hands. Trick shook his head. Generally, one would not carry a substantial amount of wealth into battle. Only someone as affluent as Brigadier Bryn Bryn would dare to do so. The handover proceeded smoothly. The Navy was not permitted to interfere in local matters except in areas where they were stationed. Otherwise, they would not linger long after dealing with pirates. Once Brigadier Bryn Bryn and his crew had taken Aaron's gang into custody, they departed. The festivities in Kokoja village soon commenced. After enduring oppression for so many years, the villagers were eager to release their pent-up emotions. Villagers from over 20 surrounding towns gathered around Kokoja village. Among the Straw Hat crew, Luffy and Usopp were the most delighted. Day after day, Luffy feasted while Usopp regaled everyone with stories and tall tales. Sanji found himself enjoying rare leisure, only needing to eat without cooking, as there were plenty of chefs from the many towns present. Trick was not in a hurry to sign in, saving up for a powerful strike. With no electricity in the village, he leisurely drank with Zoro. Trick glanced at the bandages wrapped around Zoro's body. Is it really wise to drink before your wounds have healed? Zoro took a sip. I'll be fine as I drink. Sanji approached, sitting down with a sigh. It's been 3 days. How long will this feast last? Trick grinned, a strange and slightly mocking smile. Zoro replied seriously, sometimes, this is quite nice. A few young ladies called out from the distance, and Sanji and Appo's foot immediately curled up. I and Appo's coming. Beautiful ladies. Zoro rolled his eyes. What you just said means nothing? Trick interjected, delicate, affected, disgusting. Haha. The sword god and sword saint were straightforward, dancing with the young ladies. After altering the tattoo design for Nami to include windmills and oranges, Frankie found Zoro to change his bandages. Hey, Don and Appo's tea drink. Frankie felt exasperated. Is there no doctor on your ship? A doctor? That sounds quite nice. Luffy appeared, holding some large bones. But first, let us find a musician. Zoro grimaced while changing his bandages. Why? Luffy swung the bones, because pirates must sing. Zoro refrained from expressing his irritation. I meant why we need to find one first. Luffy's attention shifted again. Hey, where's Nami? Frankie recalled. If she is not nearby, she is likely there. Trick knew the riddle and Appo's answer. But that task was best left to the captain. However, observing Luffy wander around aimlessly, it was clear he was not searching for Nami, but rather for the honeydew ham he had savored earlier. Trick visited the village bookstore, hoping to find records of maps from over a decade ago. The now-defunct Music Kingdom, the Elegia Kingdom, was home to a homebody streamer and musician. The transponder snail broadcasted, using the powers of the Song fruit to build stages across dimensions. The world's songstress, Yuta. More accurately, Brook was a musician. Yuta must have gained considerable fame by now. Recruiting her would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge, given her disdain for pirates, stemming partly from her belief that Shanks had abandoned her. Alas, that foolish red-haired pirate has caused trouble. Furthermore, she had heard tales from viewers in the live stream about encounters with pirates. Those who could afford the live-streaming transponder snail must have wealth. Thus, her understanding of the situation was inevitably skewed. Naturally, if she were to learn of all the negative circumstances, she might conclude that everyone deserved to perish and that the world should be annihilated. Elegia was located to the lower right of Low Town on the map, adjacent to the Oikote Kingdom. Trick calculated the travel time, and it seemed feasible, leading him to propose a decision to Luffy. On the 4th day, several orange trees had been transplanted to the ship and Appo's deck, and boxes of supplies were being loaded onto the Mary. The sword and sword saint bid farewell below, preparing to resume their roles as bounty hunters. What about Nami? She isn't and Appo's tea coming, is she? Usopp inquired. You didn't and Appo's tea do anything to her, did you? If Nami doesn't and Appo's tea come, my reason for staying on the ship drops by 98. 88. Sanji roared. I told you, I can't find any honeydew ham. Luffy suddenly frowned, pointing at Sanji. We can't move on without that ham. Meanwhile, Nami's silhouette was not found in the village, but they discovered over 100 million berries and a note she had left behind. Suddenly, Sanji exclaimed excitedly, set sail. Nami is at the end of the road. She dashed into the crowd. She told us to set sail. Luffy grinned. Zoro immediately began pulling up the anchor. Wait, are we really leaving without saying goodbye to her? Aiken and the others were taken aback. The Mary set sail. Stop. I won't allow you to leave without a proper farewell. Aiken chased after them. Nami pushed through the crowd and jumped onto the Mary, which had already begun to move away. her clothes fluttering as a cascade of wallets spilled from her grasp. "Everyone, take care." Nami proudly clutched a banknote. "What audacity! You little brat." The crowd erupted in cheer. "Hey, don't forget our agreement." Aiken called sternly to Luffy. Luffy chuckled and gave Aiken a thumbs up. Chapter 27. The Sun God Emerges. In the bustling office of Admiral Sengoku, the atmosphere was tense. Sengoku slammed his palm on the table. Rising in fury, how could a scoundrel like this emerge from the East Blue Branch? On the table lay two photographs. Sengoku and Amp, Appos, gaze fixated on the left one. What are the movements of the Golden Lion? How is it possible for an ability user resembling him to appear in the East Blue? That cannot be. Devil fruits are unique. Unable to contain his anger, he shot a furious glare at the sofa beside him. "Kapu, where did you find my senbei? This is my office. Do not meddle with my belongings. And look, your grandson has caused another major incident." One of the photographs depicted a dynamic shot of Trick striking a rat with a celestial measurement tool, while the other captured a profile of Luffy crouched down playing with stones. Kapu erupted into laughter, spewing some senbei crumbs. "Ha ha ha, it's just some senbei. Don't take it so seriously." Sengoku, seething with rage, retorted, "Your grandson has truly become a pirate, forming the Straw Hat Pirates. First, he assaulted Captain Monka of Shell's Town, and now he has attacked Captain Mouse. For the sake of the Navy's reputation, a bounty must be placed on him." He glared menacingly at Kapu. "Is there no town near Navy headquarters where naval families can reside? Is it merely to grant your grandson more time off? Or is it a deliberate push for him to become a pirate?" Kapu, as if just awakening from a stupor, leaped to his feet. "What did you say?" He dashed to the door, seemingly intent on heading straight for the East Blue. With Mariewa overhead, would anyone dare place Dracula and Appos' son at Navy headquarters? Thankfully not. Or I would be the next Zephyr. Sengoku gritted his teeth in exasperation. "Stop. Go fetch Mouse and Monka." Kapu returned, wearing a mischievous grin, clutching the bag of senbei and popping a piece into his mouth. Meanwhile, Trick was busy capturing moments on his phone. The merry-go had a pedal generator, so power was no issue. He aimed the camera at Usopp, who was still singing. Usopp and Amp, Appos' cheer song number 368. Who is the coolest person in the world? Luffy, feeling bored, wandered off, seeking other distractions. "Oh, right, Luffy," Trick called out. "Didn't you say you wanted to find a musician?" Luffy tapped his head with his finger. "Yeah, then I could sing." Clearly, Luffy had excluded Usopp's cheer songs from his definition of music. Trick, eager to reveal his thoughts, said, "When I was a sailor, I heard a musician from the East Blue singing. I think her name was the world songstress, Yuta." Yuta. Luffy pondered, stroking his chin. "Is she someone you know?" "Ah, I remember," Luffy exclaimed, jumping with excitement. "I knew Yuta when I was a child. She is Shanks and Amp, Appos' daughter, and her singing is amazing." Sanji, passing by while carrying some items, overheard and chimed in. "Are you talking about Miss Yuta? Her singing is extraordinary. She is so beautiful." Trick was taken aback. "You know her too? Well, that seems quite likely." He recalled, "I think Yuta is in the kingdom of Elegia." "Perfect," Luffy declared. "Let us go find our musician partner." Sanji twirled in place. Ecstatic, "Wonderful. Beautiful Miss Yuta, here we come." Luffy burst into Nami and Amp, Appos' drawing room. "Nami, we're heading out." Nami, startled, exclaimed, "Don't barge in like that." In any case, the merry-go was set on course for Elegia. 4 days passed, and through the telescope, they could already see the landscape of Elegia Island. The port and the mountaintop castle were intact, while the island, or rather the kingdom, was lush and green, with only a few corners revealing glimpses of buildings. Usopp, peering through the telescope, questioned, "Are there really people on that island?" Luffy, brimming with excitement, replied, "Who cares? Adventure awaits." Trick glanced at the system interface, noting the accumulated days for the critical hit sign-in was now 7. After a moment of hesitation, he clicked on it. Ding. "Congratulations! You have received the sign-in reward, the Sun God, Life Preservation Edition." As he contemplated what this meant, Trick felt his body grow remarkably sturdier. And it was no illusion. He looked at the description. Harnessing chi as fire, forging life as a furnace, condensing essence as elixir. The Sun God technique attained through the dual cultivation of life. Trick understood that the technique with the parentheses was extraordinary, enhanced by the system. Other effects momentarily felt insignificant. He sensed he had acquired a method for refining chi. As he activated it, he found himself in a warm cave, the chi flowing in, performing a therapeutic treatment akin to moxibustion. Gradually, the influx of qi intensified. Trick opened his eyes with joy. Indeed, this is a qi refining technique. It was not feasible to simply draw talismans on the vast ocean. Finally, there was something to refine. This was the part of the technique that had practical use. Trick pondered. Could this relate to Perona-S abilities? No, it's far more than that. The ability of the ghost fruit to leave one's body could be described as the Yin spirit, a stage before attaining the Yang spirit. Trick recalled the first time he heard the story of the sun god. It spoke of an old monk who, upon manifesting the sun god, traversed several provinces to visit markets. He sat cross-legged, and a figure, hazy and illuminated, emerged from the crown of his head. Trick concealed his presence and floated around the others. Only Luffy seemed to sense something unusual, spinning around in confusion. Now, Trick felt somewhat reassured. The sun spirit advanced toward the island. In an instant, he found himself in the grand hall of the castle. Trick summarized his experience. It was not spatial movement, but instantaneous travel, transcending walls and barriers. On the throne in the hall sat a tall man resembling a mad scientist, declaring, "Yuta, that is unacceptable. You must abandon that plan." Beneath him, a girl with long hair, half white and half red, styled in a bow, with part of her hair standing up like rabbit ears, coldly huffed, "I will find my own way to bring happiness to the people of this world." It seemed they had just had an argument. Yuta turned and entered her studio, while Gordon sighed helplessly. Before long, after an enthusiastic introduction, Yuta's powerful voice filled the air, contrasting greatly with her usual speaking tone. Trick had little to investigate now. He understood that the Song of the Demon only appeared when Yuta and Apos' emotions reached an extreme. He felt a headache coming on. It seemed Yuta and Apos' plan had been conceived earlier than expected. But this concern faded quickly. With Luffy around, what was there to worry about? Let the chaos ensue. If it came down to it, there was the divine Usopp to save the day, and if all else failed, Luffy would catch him. Chapter 28. Stop being a pirate. Shanks is the worst. Upon returning to the ship, Trick found Usopp frantically shaking him. After a moment, Usopp, visibly anxious, pointed at Trick and exclaimed, "Look, it's not that I'm afraid to go ashore. It's just that Trick fainted, and someone needs to take care of him." As Trick regained consciousness and opened his eyes, Usopp continued, "Let the great Usopp stay on the ship to protect Trick." A gathering of onlookers noticed Trick and Apos' awakening and abandoned Usopp, who was still pointing at himself. Nami, concerned, asked, "Trick, you're awake? What just happened? You didn't respond when we called you." Usopp was on the verge of tears, circling around, still feeling the need to go to the island, which looked ominously frightening. If Trick were aware of his thoughts, he would agree. The environment was indeed unsuitable for children. Trick explained, "I just used my newly acquired ability to scout the island. There are 2 people in the castle atop the mountain, one of whom is Yuta." Luffy, filled with excitement, declared, "That's great. Let us go find Yuta." The group disembarked, and Usopp could only follow along, dejected. Trick gathered some boxes and approached Usopp, whispering, "I saw a scientist up there." "Really? Really?" Usopp gasped, terrified. Trick smiled, "Of course, there's no scientist. It's just a person. Don't blame me for lying later." A path on the island led straight to the mountain's summit. Luffy dashed ahead, shouting, "Yuta! Yuta! We've come to find you." In the studio, Yuta looked out the window, her childhood memories echoing in her mind. Forgetting to maintain her performance in the world of song, she rushed out to see what was happening. After a moment of confusion, she broke into a joyful smile. "Luffy!" Luffy exclaimed, "Yuta, it's really you. You haven't changed at all." Trick understood that not changing referred to her characteristics. The two grabbed each other's arms and spun around joyfully. Gordon emerged, observing Yuta with a sense of relief. "Yuta, are they your friends?" Usopp, biting his fingers nervously, stammered, "Scientist," feeling as if his heart might stop. Trick patted his shoulder. "That's probably just Yuta's relative or something." Usopp felt his soul leave his body. Trick chuckled, "If your soul really flies away, I'll just put it back." Haha. At that moment, Sanji seized the opportunity to kneel before Yuta, extending his arm. "Miss Yuta, I'm your loyal fan." Yuta stepped back, crossing her arms. Thank you." It seemed she felt overwhelmed by this fervent admirer. Although she didn't understand the term, she grasped the sentiment and felt intimidated. Gordon chimed in, "Haha, please, everyone, come inside." The group sat at a long table, and Gordon quickly brought forth an abundance of food, indicating they lacked for nothing. Yuta brought 2 large chicken legs and placed them before Luffy. "Luffy, let us have another eating contest." Luffy excitedly placed his hands on the table. Sure, sure. The two began feasting, with Yuta devouring her food slightly faster than Luffy. Trick was genuinely astonished. Observing the surroundings, he still felt uneasy and ventured around the island. This was indeed the real world, not the world of song. Yuta could eat a lot. She could rival, no, surpass Luffy in her capacity. This implied that Yuta was not weak. Setting aside her eating prowess, she likely possessed a robust constitution, though she would not match Luffy, whose body had been altered by a devil fruit. Nevertheless, compared to Luffy, who had only recently set sail, she was not significantly weaker. Yuta cleared her plate first, triumphantly declaring, I won. Sanji raised his hands in celebration. Yuta is the best. Luffy, with his mouth full, protested, no, I won. Yuta huffed, you're cheating. Luffy rolled on the ground, exclaiming, I won, it's me who won. Usopp could no longer continue, raising his hand in exasperation. Hey, Luffy. It's better to admit defeat. Zoro and Nami sighed deeply. What kind of misfortune had they encountered by following such a captain? Children's quarrels, no matter how spirited, would soon be forgotten. Luffy, still gleeful, sought to play with Yuta again. Curiously, Yuta inquired, Luffy, how did you end up here? Luffy recalled the serious matter, pounding his right fist into his left hand. Right? I've set sail to become a pirate. I'm determined to be the Pirate King. Yuta, join us as our companion. Luffy spoke with exuberance, but Yuta's expression darkened. Disappointment mingled with a flicker of hope as she replied, Luffy, please don't be a pirate. Trick inhaled deeply. The child was attempting to act like an adult. Luffy blinked, why not? Yuta clenched her fists. Pirates are the worst. The most despicable villains. I despise pirates. Nami, upon hearing this, smiled wistfully, a hint of embarrassment in her expression. Just as she prepared to intervene and persuade Yuta, Luffy shouted, defending his idol, no. Shanks isn't a bad person. Nami was taken aback. Was that the crux of the matter? How did Luffy's mind work? Ah, never mind. One shouldn't engage with fools regarding such logic. Yuta, recalling unpleasant memories, became agitated. I hate Shanks the most. Luffy rebutted. Shanks isn't hated. Yuta screamed. Shanks abandoned me. Luffy, utterly unconvinced, insisted, impossible. Shanks would never abandon you. You are his daughter. The two exchanged heated words, each insisting their point. Trick let out a long sigh. So, Shanks was a fool after all. Undoubtedly, he regarded Yuta as his own daughter. However, what had led to the destruction of the kingdom of Elegia? The Song King had indeed left ancient legends in Elegia, having caused disturbances more than once. Was it true that pirates disbelieved in legends? Yuta was harmed by the Song King, and Shanks automatically assumed Yuta was responsible for the destruction of Elegia. Fearing she could not bear the truth, how could Shanks believe that this young girl, having acquired such terrifying power at such a tender age, could be left in Elegia? If it were true that Shanks feared her powers going awry, had the destruction of Elegia not been sufficient? Trick approached, placing a hand on each of their foreheads. Pushing them apart, all right, let us all calm down. Continuing this meaningless argument was futile. They needed to address the situation and uncover the truth with Gordon's help. The two continued to argue, trapped in their childish dispute. Shanks is a villain. No, he is a good person. Separated by Trick's hands, the two stubbornly persisted. Unable to stop, Trick felt exasperated. Two troublesome children. Suddenly, Trick noticed a shift as Yuta took a step back. Shut up. Don't mention Shanks to me again. Scattered memories were enough to pierce through the sorrow. Trick facepalmed, so the music began to play. In the castle and Appo's Grand Hall. The walls adorned with golden decorations shimmered. The ceiling is adorned with spotlights, their vibrant beams of color dancing gracefully. They have already been drawn into the enchanting realm of song. Chapter 29, Invincible in the World of Songs. Yuta soared through the air. Her pure white dress adorned with a magnificent set of golden armor, and behind her emerged two wings, one white and one red. You imbeciles will never comprehend the true essence of suffering. Release the restrictions immediately, she declared with fervor. In response, dozens of soldiers clad in black, their faces obscured by hoods and draped in red cloaks, materialized in the air before her. Yuta's jetpack propelled her to the summit of the scene. Luffy, abandon those tiresome pursuits of One Piece and the Pirate King. Even Shanks is not worth your time. Luffy, feeling a mix of irritation and confusion, retorted. What are you talking about, Yuta? Yuta's heart plummeted as she began to chant incomprehensibly, invoking a series of arcane phrases. The soldiers, propelled as if by jet boots, brandished massive lances and charged towards the group. Amidst the chaos, the timid duo shrank back in fear. Zoro unsheathed his sword, while Sanji exhaled a plume of smoke, positioning himself protectively in front of Nami. Luffy furiously dispatched a few soldiers, shouting, "Yuta, what are you doing?" Trick, channeling his energy into a protective shield, intercepted one of the soldiers' lances. It was not a mere act of bravado that allowed him to succeed. Rather, after dispatching a soldier with his celestial measurement tool, he realized that much of his energy output had been squandered. When he attempted to catch the soldier's lance, it was effortless, revealing the soldier's strength to be rather insignificant. Observing Luffy struggle against the soldiers, he noted that Zoro and Sanji were also facing considerable difficulty. Trick deduced that it was not a lack of strength in the soldiers. Instead, it was due to his unique state. After casting aside the soldier he had captured, Trick pondered two possibilities. Either individuals were drawn into the world of songs while their bodies remained in reality, with Yuta controlling their actions, or their consciousness, or souls, were transported into this realm. His essence, now akin to a sun deity, may possess a formidable resistance against the powers of the Song Song fruit. Alternatively, his conjecture about the armor-like haki functioning similarly to a protective barrier held merit. If this hypothesis proved true, then his energy could indeed serve as a form of haki, potent enough to negate the effects of the devil fruit abilities, albeit not yet to the extent of complete eradication. Within the castle of reality, Yuta orchestrated the fallen bodies, urging them to take their seats. When she reached Trick and Appo's form, he remained seated, meditating, impervious to her commands, furrowing her brow in confusion. She approached him and attempted to drag him toward a chair. In the world of songs, the castle lay in ruins, yet the stage expanded, its vibrant lights creating an atmosphere of festivity. More soldiers charged toward Trick, who, wielding 3 military blades, dispatched them with precision, deliberately sparing one for further examination of his theories. He refrained from employing any techniques, simply extending his hand to meet the soldier's lance. With a resounding thud, the soldier was sent spiraling away, illuminated by the beams of colored lights, resembling a radiant orb. Trick clenched his fist, recognizing the uniqueness of his sun deity essence. He recalled an overlooked detail, how Luffy and the others, whose consciousness did not attain the level of a sun deity, managed to retain their original strength after being drawn into the world of songs. Their attire mirrored their real-world appearance. Yet Yuta held the power to transform them as she pleased. In this realm, Yuta was akin to a deity. In the narrative, she had once transformed her support team member, Bepo, into a miniature version of himself. Yet, why did Yuta not reduce them to mere ordinary beings with a power level of 1? Was it that she did not wish to subdue them? That seemed implausible. The factor preventing Yuta from diminishing their strength was likely haki. Even if they had yet to awaken their haki, it lay dormant within them, unrecognized. The aura related to armed haki was palpable in Luffy and his companions. Thus, Trick surmised that his distinct advantage over them was not linked to haki or energy, but rather to his high resistance against the abilities of the Song Song fruit. Yuta sang passionately, her voice resonating. Tomoku wa diwa naya naya naya. She sensed something amiss with Trick as a swarm of newly manifested soldiers surged toward him. Trick steeled himself, muscles taut, and shouted, "Ha!" Luffy rushed toward Trick, waving and calling out, "Hey, Yuta, enough of this." The soldiers' lances rained down upon Trick, resembling a hedgehog. Trick grinned. The lances could not penetrate his attire, even without the protective barrier. With arms outstretched, he unleashed a wave of force that sent the soldiers scattering as if struck by an explosion. Trick gestured to Luffy, reassuring him, "No need to worry." Luffy paused, wiping the sweat from his brow, relieved. "I and Appos. Am so glad you and Appos. Okay." Yuta, equally astonished, halted, questioning, "Why is my ability ineffective against you?" Trick looked up and smiled. "Now, shall we sit down and clarify our situation?" Yuta, gritting her teeth, replied, "I have nothing to discuss with pirates, unless you cease being pirates." Trick chuckled softly, finding her childish stubbornness amusing. Suddenly, a vibrant 5-line staff appeared, ensnaring the group like flypaper. Nami exclaimed, "What is this?" Usopp yelped, "Oh no, I can end Appos. Team move my hands or my body." As the notes danced, everyone became ensnared on a single note, suspended high in the air. Yuta regarded them seriously. "Now, will you agree to stop being pirates?" Luffy struggled. "No, I aspire to be the pirate king." With a slight motion, Trick freed himself from the note, standing effortlessly in midair. Usopp shouted, "Trick, how did you escape? Tell us quickly." Trick understood the mechanics, but deemed it irrelevant. Yuta's pupils widened in realization. What abilities do you possess? Trick made no further movement, simply stating, I am one who can wield energy. Yuta frowned. Wielder of energy? Trick nodded. Indeed, the ocean is vast. Without personal experience, one might assume it is merely this. Yuta retorted in anger. What have you experienced? You appear to be about my age. Trick inhaled deeply, realizing he could no longer preach. Instead, he resolved to endure the moment, disregarding Yuta and Appo's words as he retrieved his phone, preparing to play music. Chapter 30. The Devil and Appo's song score. Hiss. Remember, you only live once. So live without restraint. Let that rigid mountain tremble for you. Let that desolate sea stir for you. You must understand, you are not as ordinary as you think. Trick had watched a montage video of Yuta set to this song, and it seemed quite fitting. Yuta could no longer contain herself. What do you mean by playing that strange thing? Trick raised an eyebrow, just passing the time. Waiting for you to sit down and talk. Yuta conjured a colossal golden lance and charged at Trick. Bang. If she had attacked with her own hands and feet, he would have had to defend himself, but the weapon born of her ability hardly made him budge. Trick. Sanji initially shouted, then quickly corrected himself, saying, yes. This embodies the spirit of chivalry. Trick nearly spat out a mouthful of blood from this exclamation. Yuta, furious and confused, demanded, why aren't you fighting back? Trick smiled gently, a look of affection on his face. Yuta was beside herself. You. Each repetition was accompanied by a punch. Trick remarked, can your fist truly compare to a mere puff of air? I can withstand it. Usopp, astonished, exclaimed, Hey, is it really okay to keep this up? Yuta, stop it. Luffy and Appo's intuition took charge. Silence. Trust Trick. The song Trick played on his phone reached a poignant moment. There were times when one returned home, hoarse from shouting, until the release was complete, wiping away tears as if nothing had ever happened. The music abruptly ceased, and Trick and Appo's phone transformed into a rabbit plush toy. Yuta and Appo's tears flowed abundantly. Why? Trick shook his head. I Don and Appo's. Do you know why Shanks left you here? But Shun and Appo's. Do you seek him out and ask for clarity? Yuta hugged her knees, weeping uncontrollably. Trick felt a sense of pride within. I too can wield the power of words. Trick flew to Luffy and Appo's side, this 5-line staff. It seems that singing the notes in the correct pitch will lead to our escape. Does anyone here understand sheet music? Usopp excitedly volunteered. Let me do it. I have 20 years of singing experience. He immediately began to sing in a cacophony of sounds. Nami covered her face and then shouted, It's do re mi la. In the next moment, she felt something was amiss. The notes behind her loosened, and she began to fall. Trick, quick of mind, used the shoes Nami wore to catch her. Nami clutched her heart, nearly frightened to death. The remaining 4 hastily tried various methods, and finally managed to break free. Luffy approached Yuta. Yuta, let us go find Shanks. Yuta looked up, nodding through her tears. Yes. Luffy jumped for joy. Wonderful. The lights, sound system, and stage abruptly vanished. Everyone sat up from the table in the castle. Gordon stood beside them, bewildered. With Luffy around, the atmosphere instantly became lively. They recounted their journey, interspersed with Usopp and Appo's boasts. Yuta's eyes sparkled with anticipation, likely envisioning the moment she would meet red-haired Shanks. Trick smiled with satisfaction. Suddenly, a piece of parchment appeared beside Yuta. Curiously, she picked it up and gazed at it, seemingly entranced. Trick's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, Yuta, stop. Everyone was startled by this sudden outburst. Instinctively turning towards Yuta, Nami frowned. Yuta was merely holding a piece of sheet music. Why was Trick reacting so strongly? Yuta looked up at Trick in surprise. What's wrong? Trick let out a sigh of relief. Don't look at that sheet music. Yuta, as if to showcase her treasure, waved the parchment. The music on this score sounds beautiful. Trick instantly raised his hand. No. Stop. No. Yuta puffed out her cheeks. What's the matter? Trick pressed down repeatedly with his hand. You absolutely must not sing. Even Gordon looked at Trick with confusion. Is something wrong, young man? Trick and Appo's gaze sharpened. These individuals were not only unhelpful, but could potentially become obstacles. Yuta, growing anxious, asked, what is happening? It's nothing to worry about, Trick reassured himself, employing his mental discipline to regain calm. Luffy, confused but sweating nervously, exhaled, wiping his brow. What? So there is nothing wrong after all? Zoro eyed Trick suspiciously. Was he dazed from the earlier blow? Was the ship about to gain yet another fool? Zoro watched as Trick produced a box filled with seawater, suddenly splashing it towards Yuta. Yuta froze for a moment, then stomped her foot, angrily glaring at the sheet music in her hands. Oh no! Trick felt a chill run down his spine. Sanji roared, "Bastard! What did you do to the lady?" Zoro even placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, frowning at Trick as he charged toward Yuta. Suddenly, Trick and Appo's body lurched forward. He could not afford to ponder why the seawater was ineffective against the score. He knew he had to organize Yuta to sing whatever was inscribed on that parchment as swiftly as possible. The fastest technique at his disposal was the Solar Divine Art. The pure young energy, fearless of the blazing sun and fierce winds, could take shape or disperse, traversing streets and alleys, soaring and transforming, manipulating objects. In an instant, Trick seized the parchment and pulled it outward. Yuta gasped, "No." Usopp, witnessing Trick's unmasked divine form, stared in shock. Trick instantly reached the corner of the ceiling, grasping the parchment with both hands. Hiss. The parchment was torn in two. A horrifying scream echoed, as if emanating from a distant, desolate place. The scream quickly faded, becoming faint before vanishing entirely. Trick turned to the others. "Trick, why did you snatch Yuta and Appo's belongings?" Nami and Appo's expression suddenly became peculiar. "Huh? Why was I so concerned about that score? It's not a treasure." Gordon paused for a moment, murmuring, "That is." He quickly shut his mouth mid-sentence. Trick sighed with relief, realizing that for the time being, all was well. Fortunately, that piece of parchment was likely akin to a soul artifact. Regarding the nature of the Devil of Song, Trick began to piece together some clues. Yuta remained frozen for a while, her face pale as she looked at Gordon. "What was that just now?" "Tell me, Gordon." It seemed she was beginning to remember something. Trick stood up, the Solar Divine returning to its rightful place. "Speak up." "As I said, both you and Shanks are fools, hardly better than Yuta. If there are any more soul artifacts, let us deal with them all now." Gordon, slumped in his chair, observed Yuta beginning to recollect something. Remaining silent might lead to worse outcomes. After a brief pause, he began, "That night, when the kingdom of Elbaf was destroyed." Chapter 31, The Iron Ruler, Trick. As Gordon continued to speak, Yuta's complexion grew increasingly pale. Nami and Appo's brow furrowed deeper, and suddenly, she slammed her hand on the table. "Are you an idiot?" It was clearly the Song Devil that controlled Yuta. The Song Devil committed wrongdoings, yet you blame Yuta, fearing she cannot bear the burden? Sanji moved forward and grabbed Gordon, exclaiming, "You scoundrel, trying to frame a lady." Yuta weakly raised her hand. "No, please stop." Usopp urged, "Yuta, you too are a victim. Now that the Song Devil has been vanquished, gather your strength." Lost in thought, Luffy stared blankly, while Trick distilled the essence of the situation and leaned in to whisper something to him. "What?" Luffy's eyes widened, and he sprang to his feet, fists clenched in frustration. "That bastard Shanks. To abandon his daughter like this is unforgivable. I will make him pay." The idol had shattered, albeit likely only temporarily. The next moment, Trick was startled as a figure darted past him. Yuta lunged at Luffy, pulling his face towards her. "You will not speak ill of Shanks." Luffy retorted defiantly, "No. Shanks is a big fool." Yuta pressed his cheeks inward, insisting, "He is not." Luffy stubbornly pouted, "Yes, he is." Trick chuckled softly. Nami sighed, "Let them argue." He approached Gordon and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "You know, if Yuta continues like this, it won't end well. Perhaps it would be better for her to take a walk." Without further ado, they spent the night in the castle. The following day, Gordon was escorted to the port. With tears in his eyes, he waved goodbye. "Take care, Yuta." "I will." Yuta waved back. "You must do your best too, Gordon." Gordon decided to return to the music scene and rebuild the musical kingdom of Eregia. Trick watched him depart, reminding himself to be wary of any potential loss of intellect. It could be a curse, a power, or perhaps a form of will, such as the will of a devil fruit. Those who yearn for something are easily tempted to consume the corresponding fruit. Some may acquire a fruit, but, for various reasons, lock it away, unwittingly benefiting others. It is challenging to guard against such a fate, as those who have lost their intellect would not even realize it. Being able to withstand the Song Devil must be considered a form of resistance against a loss of intellect. Trick stroked his chin thoughtfully. When that piece of sheet music appeared, he sensed that everyone's reactions were off, even Gordon, who had experienced it firsthand. At that moment, they had all been influenced by the music that carried the evil of the song. Trick felt that he had only managed to endure due to the strength of the sun god. Otherwise, knowing what that thing was would have been futile. and Yuta would have sung it out without hesitation. As for the Song Devil, it requires a user of the Song Song fruit to sing the music into existence. Undoubtedly linked to the fruit itself, it is highly likely that it is a creation left behind by a previous user of the Song Song fruit. A user of a devil fruit can leave a permanent change, one that is impervious to seawater and sea prism stone. Suddenly, a newsbird swooped down, circling above the Mary. Nami, sunbathing on a deck chair, waved at the bird. The newsbird descended and retrieved a newspaper from its red pouch with its wings. Indeed, it was using its wings. In the pirate world, most animals possess high intelligence. The newsbird had been trained by Morgans, a user of the bird fruit. In its albatross form, Nami glared at the price tag on the red pouch, exasperated. Why has it gone up again? If it rises again, I want an amp, Oppos, buy it. The newsbird tilted its head, as if to say, I'm just a bird. What do you want from me? Nami waved her hand dismissively, tossed a coin into the pouch, and shooed the newsbird away. Usopp remarked that Nami didn't need to worry about money anymore. However, her retort about needing money for bags and clothes sent him packing. Trick shook his head, realizing that most of the crew and Oppos' finances had been consumed by Luffy. And now, with Yuta joining them, who also had a hearty appetite, things were becoming quite challenging. After a while, Nami exclaimed, Hey, everyone, come look. What's wrong? Luffy tugged Yuta along. Is there something fun? Yuta asked with a smile. With Luffy around, she hardly had time to feel sorrowful about parting. Nami's face turned pale with fear. Look, Luffy and Trick, you both are on the bounty list. Luffy snatched the bounty notice from Nami's hand. Let me see. Yuta burst into laughter. Luffy, you look like a fool. Having heard the tales of their adventures, she certainly didn't believe they had done anything wrong. The Straw Hat Boy Luffy, who defeated Arlong and attacked Navy Captain Monka, had a bounty of 30 million berries, accompanied by a photo of him squatting and playing with pebbles. Sanji picked up Trick's bounty notice. Hey, you little rascal, showing off behind our backs. How dare you? The notice read, Iron Ruler Trick attacked Navy Captain Mouse, bounty of 26 million berries, with a photo showcasing his formidable and stylish weapon. Usopp nervously asked, What about the others? Nami shook her head. Usopp sighed in relief, but then lamented, Damn it. My greatness as Usopp has gone unrecognized. I have no bounty. Luffy laughed heartily. That and Oppos' great. I finally have a bounty. Nami screamed in frustration. Do you know what having a bounty means? All of us will be relentlessly pursued by the Navy and bounty hunters. While Luffy and the others bickered, Sanji lamented his fate, striking the ground. Zoro, who was working out, glanced at Sanji with disdain and turned away. Sanji confronted Zoro. What's with that look? Want to fight? Zoro smirked. Bring it on, curly brow. Sanji kicked out. Die moss head. Everyone was preoccupied with their own matters, ignoring the significance of their bounties. Nami, exasperated, covered her face and slumped back onto her deck chair. Trick wielded his ruler. The Iron Faction, like Iron Rod Arlita and self-proclaimed Iron Fist Hody, are mere small fry. But then there's Iron Fist Garp. This nickname might not be so bad after all. As he took out his ruler, Trick also retrieved several weapons, preparing to practice and maintain his skill. After launching 3 weapons into the air, he suddenly realized that the 7 other weapons he held felt like extensions of his body, as if they were part of him. Trick's eyes lit up. Harnessing the sun god brings such benefits. Controlling objects with intent greatly enhanced his soul, raising the limit on the number of objects he could manipulate. After summoning more weapons, he concluded that, with his current prowess, he could control up to 18 weapons. The Mary sailed towards Rogue Town. Trick practiced diligently aboard the ship, honing his sword formations. In no time, 5 days passed, and Rogue Town came into view. This time, Trick planned to be patient and not rush into signing. On this island, Luffy and Oppos' father was secretly there to see him off. Everything must go smoothly. Moreover, this time, Buggy had already been captured by the Navy. Chapter 32, The Slippery Fruit. Buggy's escape. I wish to acquire a pair of fine blades. I seek materials for crafting props. Furthermore, I wonder if there are any scopes available for sniping. I must make my way to the execution platform, to the very spot where the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, met his end. Trick stood before Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp. Yuta approached, furrowing her brow, pondering what else to purchase. Yuta, let us buy some clothes, Nami suggested, linking her arm with Yuta's as they made their way toward the gangplank. I need to procure some ingredients, Sanji proclaimed confidently as he descended the plank. I'm off as well, Luffy exclaimed, dashing away. Usopp glanced at Trick, puzzled. Trick, why do you ask us what we want to buy? Trick rubbed his fingers together. Do you have any money? Usopp pulled out his wallet. Indeed, I brought a little from home. Zoro suddenly wore a look of realization on his face. Oh wait, I don't have any money. Trick proudly lifted his chin. We have a small treasury. 990,000 berries can be used as operating funds. Luffy has already dashed off, so Zoro, take 1,000,000 berries to buy some swords. Usopp, you take 1,000,000 berries to purchase extra materials. Zoro exclaimed, oh. Trick, you actually have money. Thank you. Usopp was taken aback. Is this really for me? Trick glanced at Zoro with exasperation and handed over the money. Take it. After all, it's our collective funds. Once we defeat Buggy, Nami will distribute half of it among us three, though everyone else seems to have forgotten. Moreover, Nami is quite generous when it comes to spending for her own crew. The materials Usopp buys will be useful aboard our ship. The finest blades start at 1,000,000 berries, and the signature treasure of the store is the exquisite snow blade. Perhaps Zoro and Appos, S1,000,000 will ultimately return to him intact. After disembarking, the trio split up. Trick intended to procure yellow paper and vermilion, or perhaps other materials suitable for talismans. To his delight, he indeed found what he was looking for. The shopkeeper informed him that the Navy of Lowtown conducts an annual import business, bringing in items such as vermilion, copper coins, and peachwood swords from the West Sea. Although he discovered that drawing talismans had no difference in efficacy compared to those made with sincere intent, the ceremonial aspect felt much more profound. Now, this is more like it. After completing his purchases, Trick sought out the establishment known as the Bar of Gold. Roger. A pilgrimage to listen to the old man and Appos' tales. It was also a chance to confirm that Buggy wasn't hiding there, engaging in some wild divination. After inquiring about, he descended a spiral staircase and pushed open the door to the basement bar. Inside, there was but one elderly man donning a knitted cap. Bartender, a bottle of rum. Element brand, Trick stated as he took a seat at the bar. That liquor is quite potent. Can you handle it, kid? The bartender glanced over his shoulder, half turning to retrieve a bottle. How can a man say he can't? Trick laughed as he accepted the bottle and took a swig. He raised an eyebrow. Realizing too late how fiery it was, he nearly coughed. The man and Appos' competitive spirit ignited. He swallowed a few times, set the bottle on the table, and exhaled a long breath. Quite spirited, aren't you, kid? The bartender's interest was piqued. After a while, listening to the bartender recount tales of Roger and Appos' foes, Trick finished his drink and exited the bar. He found a secluded spot nearby to practice his internal alchemy. As he cultivated, the effects of the liquor swiftly dissipated. By midday, Luffy had likely bounced through the street near the execution platform without encountering Buggy. Bored, Trick wandered toward the execution square, observing the platform. All right. Luffy isn't directionally challenged. He relies on a sense of temperature to orient himself. It's not that he can't find his way. The environment just isn't right. He has probably still lost somewhere. Luffy wouldn't give up until he reached the execution platform. But it would take a little longer for him to return here. While idly strolling, Trick passed by a fruit shop, noticing a beautifully patterned pink peach. Its surface smooth and reflective. After a glance, he exited the shop. He then paused at an ice cream parlor, intending to treat himself to some ice cream. Just as he was rummaging for coins, his hands suddenly froze as he gasped, "Asin and Appos, that a devil fruit? It looks like the slippery fruit." Without hesitation, he turned and dashed back to the shop. That pink devil fruit lay quietly, undisturbed. Phew, it's still here. Trick sighed in relief. What a stroke of luck. His hand brushed against it, confirming it was indeed the slippery fruit, and he promptly tucked it away into his personal space. He then casually filled a bag with peaches, weighed them, paid, and stepped out of the fruit shop. Trick pondered within his personal space. How did this end up here? He had never anticipated acquiring this fruit. The slippery fruit allows the user to glide over anything they touch. Similar to the bouncing fruit, it may lack slightly in offensive capabilities and mobility. Yet it remains a formidable existence. At this moment, Arlita had only developed the ability to slide and attack. It is likely that it could also alleviate fatigue, injuries, emotions, and memories. It is presumed that after some time, these burdens would revert to their original bearer, rather than being a mere concept. After all, devil fruits aren't that absurd. When awakened, They achieve a balance with nature or an external manifestation, but cannot alter the laws of reality. Fatigue and memory are merely mechanisms of the human body. Trick had no intention of consuming the fruit himself, shaking his head. Let us see if anyone desires to eat it. At the Navy station in Logue Town, in the underground prison level, many guards had been reassigned. The clown Buggy lifted his head with difficulty, resentment flashing in his eyes. In the cell to his right, Machi stood, dragging his chains, and whispered to the cell on his left, "Hey, Arlita, our captain has proposed forming a pirate alliance. Let us escape from this wretched prison together." Arlita and Apos, as imposing figure emerged from the shadows of her cell, grinning wickedly. "Sure." Kabaji pulled out a slender wooden stick. The Navy seems to have thinned out for some reason. Let us seize this opportunity. With a click, he picked the lock on his handcuffs, followed by his leg shackles. Before the Navy soldiers could react, Arlita and Apos' shackles fell away. "What?" One soldier turned, startled. Bang! In the next moment, he was sent crashing into the wall by Arlita. Grabbing another soldier by the head, she declared, "Trick, I must find you." The guards barely had time to sound the alarm before they were all defeated. With the sea-stone chains removed, Buggy regained his strength and bellowed with a sharp voice, "Straw Hat Brat! Floating bastard! I will make you pay!" Machi exclaimed, "Captain, keep your voice down. Otherwise, the Navy above will hear us." Buggy recoiled, then realized he couldn't afford to be so disgraceful, and turned to Machi, quietly scolding him. Chapter 33. I want you to be my man. In this world, there is no man who is not captivated by my beauty, and I have a penchant for powerful men. I want you to be my man, Luffy. Alita declared her affection for Luffy, who stood at the execution platform. Through her phone screen, sitting on a stone bench in the square, Trick chuckled to himself. Luffy aspires to be the Pirate King, while Alita desires him to be hers. Thus, the Pirate King is Alita. However, this time, Alita would be unable to obtain the slippery fruit, and her whereabouts remained a mystery. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the street where the fruit shop was located. "Hey, you need to pay for the fruit. This is not the time for that. Run. Stop right there." The fruit shop owner, the staff, and several cloaked figures shouted toward the shop. "Quit your whining. I and Apos, am starving. Get out of my way," boomed a towering cloaked figure, who swung his arm back, sending the fruit shop owner flying. The owner crashed to the ground and quickly scrambled to his feet, shouting, "Help! Robbery! Where are the Marines?" From a distance, Trick's brow furrowed. The Marines should have already established a perimeter around the square. Smoker had already encountered Luffy, and it was certain he anticipated Luffy, the East Blue and Apos' most wanted pirate with a bounty of 30 million, would return to this square. Smoker had set a trap specifically for Luffy, the big catch. He would not act against smaller prey at this moment, as it would risk revealing his position. Trick shook his head. Smoker was engaged in a battle of wits with the air. Luffy would never expend the mental energy to consider his opponent's strategy. It was impossible. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept down the adjacent street. "My hat!" "No!" Luffy shouted in a panic, chasing after his hat as he ran into the square. Upon finally retrieving it, he looked up and spotted the execution platform. "Great! I and Apos, am back." Luffy cheered, donning his hat. Trick greeted him. Luffy turned, surprised. "Trick, you and Apos, we here too. Shall we go check it out together?" Trick shook his head. "You go ahead. I'll wait for you down here." What was the point? He now suspected that the One Piece was merely a curse for others. It was not a matter of being drawn to the sun god. If that were the case, it would be difficult to reprimand Luffy for his foolishness in the future. At the fruit shop and Apos' entrance, a cloaked figure, drawn by Luffy and Apos' earlier shout, turned to look toward the execution platform. He was momentarily stunned. An unexpected mix of rage and the thrill of impending vengeance washed over him. A red nose emerged from beneath the cloak. "There, the Straw Hat Kid. You floating bastard. You lot. Follow me." From the fruit shop, the tall cloaked figure peeked out. That's a group consisting of 3 thin figures, 2 tall ones, and a gaggle of henchmen charged toward the execution platform. "Marine headquarters. Not good. Colonel Smoker. The clown Buggy's gang has escaped." A Marine rushed onto the balcony. Smoker, biting on 3 cigars, turned back. "What did you say?" "Report. That gang of outlaws is heading toward the Straw Hat Kid and the Iron Ruler Trick in the square. Based on their physiques, they appear to be Buggy's crew and Alita," the officer reported. "Then let them fight it out," Smoker replied, gazing toward the square. "Once they settled their scores, we'll move in to apprehend them." In the square, Buggy rushed to the edge, pointing at Luffy, shouting, "You there! Stop!" Luffy halted his approach to the execution platform, turning back with a mix of curiosity and impatience. "What do you want?" Trick turned around, stunned. Red Nose. Among the two towering cloaks stood a lion and Alita. Buggy whipped off his cloak, transforming the square into his stage, exclaiming, "Wah! The grand finale has arrived. Monkey D, Luffy and you, Trick. Ever since the day you defeated me, the flames of revenge have burned within my heart. Do you have any idea the effort I expended to escape prison? Finally, the moment for vengeance has come." The people in the square, frightened by Buggy's notorious name, scattered in an instant. Yet, a few audacious onlookers remained at the street corner, eager for the spectacle. Luffy blinked. "Who are you? What did you say?" Buggy roared, losing his temper at being forgotten. Alita ignored the exchange between Buggy and Luffy. She stepped beside Buggy, declaring, "That man is mine." Ah, Buggy nodded. Compared to that floating idiot, that Straw Hat is much more annoying. Buggy suddenly thrust out a hand, launching a dagger toward Luffy and Appos' face, feigning an attack that snagged Luffy and Appos' hat. "My hat." Luffy paused for a moment, then erupted in fury. Buggy and Appos' triumphant laughter echoed through the square. "Rubber, rubber, gun." Luffy unleashed a powerful punch. Buggy's head went flying. "Hey, missed." He gloated, admiring the hat that now bore 3 holes. Unbeknownst to him, Luffy seized a nearby lamppost, propelling himself forward. "Rubber, rubber, sickle." He ensnared Buggy in an embrace. Trick's jaw dropped. "It's me hitting you. Why is your obsession with that hat so intense?" With a thud, the ground trembled. Trick composed himself and looked ahead. Alita, wielding a large wooden stick, approached with a grin. "I've wanted to see you for so long. Trick, long time no see." With a grand stature and bold demeanor, Trick's expression faltered. "Why is it me? Wait, I think I understand why." This was not merely a matter of beauty or potential. He had just watched the anime where Alita declared her interest in the man being executed. She was clearly seeking a consort, a plaything. Alita rested her empty left hand on her forehead, reminiscing, "That powerful blow you delivered back then felt remarkable. As the most beautiful woman on the seas, I delight in strong men. I want you to be my man, Trick." The onlookers fell silent. "Uft, that guy actually claims to be the most beautiful woman at sea. Ha, we don't acknowledge that. She's just an ugly hag. That poor guy." They laughed, unaware that they were about to become the punchline themselves. Trick and Appos' face became devoid of expression. Alita turned sharply, her veins bulging, glaring at the crowd. "What did you say? How dare you question the beauty of Iron Stick Alita and call me an ugly hag? Oh no, that is Alita. I heard that anyone who dares to say she isn't the most beautiful will have their head smashed. Run." The onlookers fled in terror, their laughter quickly turning to panic. Chapter 34, The Wind Rises. 18 Swords. So naive. Nami and Yuta strolled ahead, hand in hand. Usopp and Sanji struggled to carry an elephant tuna, hailed as the jewel of the sea, while Sanji and Appos' arms bore an assortment of hefty bags. Zoro, with 3 swords slung at his side, trailed behind, his spirits buoyant. The group, laden with bountiful treasures, prepared to return to the Going Merry. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the streets. "Not good. Hide quickly," cried the crowd. "The Buggy Pirates are clashing with the Straw Hat Pirates." Some rushed home while others darted into nearby shops. Nami, exasperated, pressed her forehead. "Buggy? How did that fool escape again?" Sanji hastily shoved the items into Usopp and Appos' arms. "You escort the ladies back to the ship." Yuta stepped forward, declaring, "I'm coming too." Zoro glanced at her skeptically. "Can you handle it?" Yuta huffed defiantly. "I'm quite strong." Sanji interjected, nearly spitting in Zoro and Appos' face, apologized to Ms. Yuta. Zoro rolled his eyes dismissively. "Idiot." Nami erupted. "This isn't the time for squabbling." She couldn't fathom how, in such a brief time with these people, she had become so exasperated. Sanji, releasing Zoro, stood tall before Yuta. "Ms. Yuta, Nami might need your assistance more. That fool Luffy's fight will surely attract the Navy and Appos' attention, and they might come to sabotage our ship." Yuta nodded. "I see. I understand." Usopp, flustered, exclaimed, "Hey, how am I supposed to carry all this?" Nami and Yuta grabbed the bags and, alongside Usopp, who was still struggling with the elephant tuna, they rushed towards the Going Merry. Nami suddenly glanced up at the sky. "Strange, the atmospheric pressure has dropped drastically. I've never encountered such an odd situation. Hey, a storm is coming. Be careful." Sanji and Zoro pushed against the tide of people, heading toward the square. At Nami's warning, Sanji jumped up, his legs forming a heart shape. Yes. I'll be careful. I'll be back soon. The sky darkened abruptly, and a thick blanket of ominous clouds enveloped Logtown. In the square, Alrita contemplated smashing the heads of those around her but feared that Trek would escape. Furiously, she turned and shouted, "Say it. Declare that you will be my man." Trek, indifferent, focused not solely on Alrita. The measuring rod appeared in his hand, surrounded by 18 long swords, forming a sword array that enveloped the square. Flash! Flash! Alrita was sent flying, drenched in blood. "Curse it!" Kabaji shouted. As deep wounds erupted on his body, his balance shattered. I fell to the same technique. Kabaji and Appos, his hand reached out in dismay. The distance to his foe felt insurmountable. "Watch out." Straw Hat. Machi, on Ricky and Appos' back, swung a long whip, only to find it suddenly light. Ah, my. Ugh. Arg. Both Machi and Ricky were sent sprawling. Trek swiftly cleared the area of the underlings and officers. What is happening? Buggy scanned frantically. Just as he was about to seize his moment after denouncing Shanks, everything went awry. He spotted Trek and, infuriated, shouted, "You floating bastard." Trek met Buggy's furious gaze. In certain respects, he was indeed formidable. Others might falter after a single defeat. Buggy would not. Others might be knocked down, but Buggy would rise without hesitation. Luffy dusted off his hat, gazing mournfully at the 3 holes in it. After adjusting it firmly, he clenched his fists and roared, "Shanks ISNT the villain. I'll defeat you. Prepare to meet your glorious demise." Buggy quivered but forced himself upright. Trek sat cross-legged on the ground, his body merging with the sun. Piercing through Buggy. Ah! Buggy gasped, feeling a pang in his heart, his limbs stiffening, unable to exert any strength. Rocket cannon! Luffy elongated his arms and thrust them forward. Boom! Buggy was blasted into a nearby building. On the Navy's balcony, Smoker waved his hand, "Arrest them." With his rage dissipated, Luffy exclaimed, "Oh, I'm coming for the execution platform." Sanji, having reached the square's edge, paused to light a cigarette. "Is it over? Hey, why isn't the storm Nami mentioned started yet?" Zoro raised an eyebrow toward the weaponry in the square. Trek had advanced further, proving himself a man who trained daily aboard the ship. Suddenly, a throng of Navy soldiers surged from all directions, the most pouring from behind the execution platform. Long swords and rifles aimed at the four. "Don't interfere." Luffy glared, fuming, rubber, machine gun. He cleared a path. But instantly, more Navy soldiers surged forth. Sanji exhaled smoke. "It seems our captain won't rest until he reaches the execution platform." Zoro unsheathed his swords, muttering, "Let us go." Trek and Appos' weapons danced too, slashing through the soldiers with ease, sending them flying. The trio surged toward the execution platform, backs against it, bracing against the relentless assault of the Navy. Luffy clung to the top of the platform, pulling himself up. "Is this the view GOLD? Roger beheld at the end?" Luffy cheered, arms outstretched. "I'll become the Pirate King." Smoker, witnessing this, was taken aback, disbelief washing over him. The resolve to capture Straw Hat Luffy surged within him. Straw Hat Kid, Smoker and Appos' lower body transformed into smoke as he charged at Luffy. Zoro's eyes narrowed. 36 Troubling Phoenix. A spiraling slash soared toward Smoker in midair. Trek raised an eyebrow, impressed by Zoro's prowess. However, encountering a Logia user at that moment was unfortunate. "What?" Zoro gasped. The Troubling Phoenix dispersed the white smoke, causing Smoker to pause momentarily, casting a glance at Zoro before coalescing once more, charging toward Luffy. Suddenly, torrential rain began to pour. The wind blew westward, sweeping toward the Grand Line. Trek stood before Smoker, brushing the wet hair from his forehead. Smoker sneered, "Do you wish to stop me? How naive." Chapter 35, No One Can Defeat Me. The sky was illuminated by flashes of lightning as the arena filled with tension. Crocodile nodded knowingly. "I recognize you, White Hunter." Smoker, brimming with confidence, declared, "No one can escape me. I have consumed the smoke fruit, allowing my body to transform into smoke at will." His hands morphed into billowing white clouds. Exclaiming, "White Hunter!" Two colossal smoke fists lunged towards Crocodile and Luffy, who stood bewildered on the execution platform, clutching his straw hat. "What is that?" Crocodile, channeling his energy into a dragon claw technique, unleashed dragon and amp, Appos' breath. A powerful suction drew the smoke towards his hands, intensifying and thickening the fog. Crocodile clapped his claws together. "What is happening?" Smoker and amp, Appos' expression shifted as he realized the intelligence he had received was flawed. Crocodile and Amp, Appos, abilities were not merely akin to the float fruit. As the smoke around him retracted, he regarded Crocodile with a mix of confusion and determination. Crocodile remained silent, further frustrating Smoker, who turned his gaze to Luffy, stating, "I told you, you cannot enter the Grand Line without defeating me." Luffy, Mouth Agape questioned, "Did you say that?" Crocodile interjected, "Did you even consult us crew members before saying that? You are not worthy of our captain's efforts." "Very well," Smoker retorted, drawing forth his towering javelin. "You will all remain here." As he spoke, 2 cigars jutted from his mouth, emphasizing his arrogance. Crocodile, aware that Smoker's confidence stemmed from the javelin's power against devil fruit users, Seastone, was intrigued by the might of this natural element user. Smoker propelled himself forward, the smoke swirling around him as he charged the javelin towards Crocodile. "Come on," Crocodile countered, launching his weapon towards Smoker. "Today, I shall show you what it means to be unbeatable." The javelin struck Crocodile's golden skin, causing him to arch backward under the force of the blow. Smoker, biting down on a cigar, noticed the iron staff enveloped in swirling gas approaching rapidly. He discerned that it was not infused with haki and that the gas would not affect his smoke. He prepared to elementalize, allowing the staff to pass through him. However, to his astonishment, the staff collided with his face, the swirling smoke failing to disperse, delivering a resounding slap. Taken by surprise, Smoker's head tilted as he was propelled backward, dispersing into smoke upon crashing into the building's exterior. Zoro, slicing through a minor officer, squinted. Crocodile's attack is. Sanji, dispatching several marines, exclaimed, "That kind of natural devil fruit attack shouldn't affect him, so why?" Luffy laughed heartily. "Awesome, Crocodile." Smoker, clutching his cheek in anger, shouted, "Who are you? What struck the smoke? You're supposed to be a devil fruit user." Crocodile, having regained his composure mid-air, observed Smoker with keen interest. Indeed, energy can serve a purpose akin to haki. When Smoker pressed for answers, Crocodile simply chuckled. "Guess." Anger flared in Smoker's eyes. "You cheeky brat. Don't get too cocky." The iron staff, now spinning in the air, surged toward Smoker. "What?" Smoker gasped as the gas erupted from the staff, launching a powerful wave towards him. The smoke surrounding Smoker expanded dramatically, dissipating under the force of the blast. He elementalized, evading the attack as he reformed away from Crocodile. This display of power intrigued Crocodile. Even in the New World, where haki grew stronger, mastering the technique of elementalization offered significant advantages. Yet, he pondered, one need not solely pursue natural devil fruits. The techniques within the 5 element arts could yield similar results. With a determined rush, Crocodile charged at Smoker, unperturbed by the pain of being struck. Pain was a reminder not to underestimate the formidable forces of the sea. Sanji shouted, "Crocodile, wrap it up. These marines are relentless." Smoker, fuming, declared, "You want to escape? Stay right here." He swung his javelin toward Crocodile. In response, Crocodile executed a wind-catching technique, aiming to seize the javelin with one hand while targeting Smoker's shoulder with the other. As Smoker swung both hands forcefully, 2 military swords unexpectedly intervened, defying conventional swordsmanship as they disarmed Smoker, pulling his hands apart. Stunned, Smoker prepared to abandon the javelin for a punch. Crocodile seized the opportunity, closing in on Smoker. With a technique reminiscent of the Black Dragon, he struck, causing Smoker to cry out in pain as he was flung away. Unlike others who might refrain from pursuing a downed opponent, Crocodile soared after him, performing a series of aerial maneuvers akin to a dance, all while targeting Smoker. The stormy skies calmed, and the Marines were left in disbelief. How can it be? Such a powerful captain. Excellent work. Luffy cheered, "Brothers, let us make our escape." The 4 swiftly forged a path toward the ship, the Going Merry. As they neared the shoreline, they encountered a flustered Tashigi, who stood in their way. "I can't believe you are Roronoa Zoro, a pirate." Zoro, visibly annoyed, replied, "I didn't and Amp, Appos, deceive you. I simply didn't mention my name." Sanji, incensed, roared, "What have you done to her?" Zoro pushed past him. "It's none of your concern. This is between Tashigi and me." Tashigi, gritting her teeth, insisted, "Please don't intervene. This is my battle with Roronoa." Zoro, unfazed, urged his companions, "You all should leave now." Zoro, indifferent to women, often found himself in unforeseen situations. Sanji, feeling frustrated, could only watch as Crocodile stifled laughter at the unfolding drama. Luffy, bewildered, tugged at Sanji to move quickly. Just as they reached the shore, they spotted Yuta on the ship's railing, leading a group of Marines in an exercise routine. Sanji's eyes sparkled. Wow. Yuta. You're so youthful and vibrant. Crocodile glanced around and noted the coastal artillery had been toppled by the wind. Nami called out to the trio from the ship. You're back. Where's Zoro? Sanji, gritting his teeth, muttered, forget him. Let that guy fend for himself. Luffy laughed, it's all good. Nami then noticed the 3 gashes on Luffy's hat. Luffy, your hat. Crocodile explained, it was that pesky buggy who did it with a dagger. Luffy removed his hat, brushing it off. But after knocking him away, I'm not even mad anymore. After a brief moment of surprise, Nami extended her hand, saying, give it to me. I shall mend it for you. It was Nadapos, long before Zoro returned, leaping onto the ship. Luffy, attempting to adjust his hat, but missing it, raised his hand and exclaimed, set sail. Frankie lowered the mainsail. With the wind and tide in our favor, the Mary surged through the storm, heading towards the Red Line and Apos' reverse mountain. Zoro finally seized the opportunity, asking, Frankie, what was that you struck amidst the smoke just now? Chapter 36. Beautician. Protect the meat well. On the shore, Smoker, sporting 5 finger marks on his face, chased after a group of Marines, demanding, is the ship not ready yet? Hurry up and pursue. Suddenly, a man cloaked in a dark green cape appeared, proclaiming, let the winds blow. The storm of fate is upon us. Smoker paused, then shouted, did you do this? Why are you aiding those fellows? Drago. Lightning illuminated the merry go at sea, revealing the shoehorn-like lines etched on the man's face. What reason could ever hinder a man from setting sail? After Monkey D. Drago departed, Smoker waved his hand again, prepare the ship. I intend to venture into the Grand Line. That is the essence of my unique chi, Trek mused, raising an eyebrow. However, there must exist a method to injure those with Logia abilities. The devil fruit cannot be invincible. Zoro pondered deeply. Sanji, Usopp, Yuta, and Nami gathered around to listen. Luffy, initially attentive, was now distracted, glancing around. Trek extended a finger. I have a hypothesis. My chi is cultivated. Could it be that my chi is merely special, and that everyone possesses a latent energy capable of injuring those with abilities, yet it remains dormant? Zoro inquired, what must we do? Trek grinned. Pirates generally lack systematic training methods for haki. Most rely on informal techniques. Haki, this blend of physical and mental strength, exists within everyone. Engaging in combat with sufficiently strong opponents fortifies one's body for survival. By honing their aura, one can awaken armament haki. By sharpening their perception, one can activate observation haki. It is both wild and fierce. Originally, there were no conditions aboard the ship for training, but now there was Yuta. Trek suspected that a person's consciousness could maintain its strength in the Song world, relying solely on aura, coupled with the formidable and plentiful note warriors in the Song world. The effectiveness of surrounding attacks was remarkable. It was an ideal training ground. After some discussion, Zoro and Sanji began to tussle. Usopp was the first to start, boasting about his own prowess before exclaiming, no, please spare me, as he evaded a lance, commencing a deadly marathon. Enduring in the Song world was still quite taxing. After their training, Usopp and Zoro were exhausted, and Yuta cried out for more food. Just then, Sanji served dinner. As they ate, Trek suddenly felt he had forgotten something. Slapping his forehead, he recalled the slippery fruit in his spatial pocket. To prevent Luffy from devouring all the food, Trek patiently waited until everyone was satisfied before clapping his hands to gather their attention. Everyone, listen. I acquired a devil fruit in Logtown. Usopp's jaw dropped. Trek, how did you obtain it? Nami's eyes sparkled with images of wealth. How much is it worth? Trek shook his head. That is of little consequence. The fruit is called the slippery fruit. It can make everything it touches slip away. Upon consumption, it renders one immune to all attacks, slashes, blunt force, bullets, and explosions. Usopp was astounded. Isn't that more formidable than Luffy's rubber fruit, which only grants immunity to blunt attacks? Trek paused. Well, in that respect, yes. Who wants to eat it? As for the offensive capabilities, one could consider Bartholomew Kuma. The pawpaw fruit repels attacks. The slippery fruit could manipulate air to create whirlwinds or slide water vapor like Fishman Karate. The pawpaw fruit rebounds attacks, while the slippery fruit could perform Tai Chi. Yuta shook her head. One can only consume one devil fruit. Neither Luffy nor I can eat another, or we will perish. Sanji nodded in agreement. The devil fruit of my dreams is a paramecia type, an invisibility fruit, he exclaimed, releasing 2 gusts of air from his nostrils. Usopp waved his hands. Hey, your dark thoughts are leaking out. Zoro leaned back in his chair. I have no interest. A swordsman only needs a sword. Nami jumped up, raising her hand. Me. Please give it to me. A Trek was momentarily startled. It was hard to fathom that someone's eyes seemed to be counting money like a banknote counter. Trek cleared his throat. I meant, who wishes to eat it to gain its powers. I apologize for not being clear. This devil fruit can also eliminate fat, dullness, blemishes, and crow's feet, serving as a beautifying elixir. It can even develop the ability to heal injuries and emotions. Before he could finish, Sanji raised his hand. Hey, me. I want it. Please, I beg you. His expression was one of determination, as if he were willing to face death. Trek contemplated, realizing that Sanji must have only heard the beautifying aspect and was clever enough to think of how to use the ability on others. Nami sighed. I want need to eat a devil fruit. The seed to test those with abilities, right? I still want to chart the water currents and tides. Usopp chimed in. I don't need it either. Trek understood he was also quite tempted by the immunity to attacks. However, he had claimed he didn't want it. Moreover, for that reason alone, when Haki became prevalent, he would be at a loss. It would be better to wait for a fruit that enhanced long-range attack capabilities before offering it to him. Sanji retrieved utensils. Trek hastily added, I've heard that consuming the entire fruit can yield even more deliciousness. How did you all eat it? Luffy, suddenly called upon, looked up and said, I swallowed it whole. Yuta thought for a moment. I did the same and only realized how terrible it tasted afterward. Sanji steeled himself and took a large bite. This it was more unbearable than eating a pile of filth. Trek shouted, You mustn't spit it out, Sanji. Top chefs seem to have more sensitive palates. Sanji, grimacing, covered his mouth and forced it down. Okay, ladies. Then, with true resolve, he bit down a second time, tears of pain and determination streaming down his face. Trek applauded, stifling a grin. So moving, Sanji. Is this the power of dreams? Once he finished, Sanji gulped down water, gasping for air. Trek specifically instructed him. To activate the slippery fruit's power on others, you only need to casually touch them. Convenient in battle, right? You bastard. Sanji glared at him. Flames in his eyes. Do I need you to teach me? One knows how to use a devil fruit after consuming it, all right? Nami's eyes lit up. Then please help me with my beauty regimen, Sanji-kun. Sanji regained his composure. Yes. Miss Nami. The group curiously gathered around to watch. Sanji patted Yuta's shoulder, sliding out a translucent, cloud-like substance. Nami was overjoyed. I feel lighter. Has the fat been removed? She watched as Sanji unhesitatingly slid the cloud-like substance into his own body, absorbing it. Yuta couldn't hold back. Please help me with my beauty too, Sanji-kun. Sanji felt elated. Trek stroked his chin, realizing that Sanji might not have the chance to become more handsome the following day. Before preparing lunch, Sanji trained rigorously. By the time he finished, the sea chart indicated they were nearing Reverse Mountain. After a brief combat meeting, Sanji excitedly brought out a barrel of wine. To celebrate our imminent entry into the Grand Ocean, let us hold a launching ceremony. He placed his foot on the barrel first, declaring, I am here to find all blue. Luffy exclaimed, I am here to become the Pirate King. Zoro, I aspire to become a great swordsman. Nami, I yearn to chart the world's map. Yuta, I seek to find Shanks and give him a punch. Usopp, observing the turbulent waters of Reverse Mountain, stammered, I wish to become a brave warrior of the sea. Trick, I am destined for the greatest adventure in the world. Amidst the storm, the towering red line came into view. Usopp exclaimed in disbelief, such a high mountain, can we truly ascend it? The Mary was caught in the current of Reverse Mountain, being propelled swiftly forward. Before the majesty of nature, humanity appeared insignificantly small. The waves surged as the crew struggled with the sails and the helm. Yet the Mary continued to sway amidst the tumult. If they failed to enter the canal of Reverse Mountain, the Mary would be shattered against the rocky cliffs of the Red Line. At this rate, we will crash into the cliffs. Even Luffy recognized the gravity of the situation. Oh, the crack in that rock face. Nami's eyes widened as she finally noticed the anomaly. Usopp poked his head out from the cabin. Nami, what should we do? Nami waved her hand decisively. Just go straight ahead. A straightforward approach would suffice. Trick gripped the ropes, pulling the mast to maintain their forward trajectory. The rest was entrusted to their partner at the helm. Nami, is that the entrance to the Grand Line? Luffy asked excitedly. It should be. Nami replied, invigorated. Between the massive fissures in the rock, 9 gates adorned with mysterious flying fish, hornless dragons, and dragon motifs fortified the entrance. A waterfall surged upwards, crashing through the clouds. Trick instinctively felt that Reverse Mountain was a wonder forged by human might, not a mere natural phenomenon, igniting a sense of longing within him. It's astonishing. The sea is truly climbing the mountain, Zoro exclaimed, peering through his telescope. Approaching the entrance, the currents became increasingly ferocious. Luffy shouted, right side, further to the right. The trio pulled with all their might on the helm. Understood. The ship still tilted to the left. We must exert more effort, Nami cried out. The three in the cabin strained with all their strength. Crack. The helm broke. The helm is ruined. A chorus of startled exclamations erupted. Luffy prepared to leap overboard. Trick shouted, hold on tight. Fly, Mary. Boom. The bow of the Mary lifted, crashing through the waves. Moments later, the hull leapt from the water. Luffy clung to the railing midair. We're flying. Yaha. Yippee. Well done. We made it. The crew cheered as Nami, exhausted, let her hands drop in relief. Whoosh. The Mary soared through the gate, landing steadily in the middle of the canal, riding the swift current. The Mary broke through the clouds to greet the sunlight. The sparkling water at the confluence of the currents created a rainbow. Crossing the mountaintop, they burst through the clouds. Oh, behold, this is the greatest ocean in the world, the Grand Line. Somewhere beyond this vast sea lies the One Piece. Luffy climbed onto the deck of the Mary, exclaiming with excitement. Beyond the mountain, beyond the sea, there's a group of blue sprites, adorable and clever. I will, armed with the finest sword. I shall traverse the highest peak, bringing disaster and whisking away the princess before vanishing. Yuta joyfully began to sing. Trick raised his hand in surprise. Hey, hey, hey. Even in joy, one must not sing carelessly. Those blue sprites have done nothing to provoke you. This is a song from his phone. We wouldn't want him to corrupt the children. Ha ha. The companions erupted in laughter. Hearing their mirth, Trick raised an eyebrow. It seems, perhaps, there is a hint of appropriateness in that. There remains the risk of colliding with Laboon Mountain. The Mary surged downward with the current, accelerating faster than their ascent. Closer, much closer to the surface of the sea. Hold on tight. We shall fly once more. Otherwise, we'll crash at such speed. And we might be flung into the air. Trick concocted a reason. The crew, some excited and some fearful, hurriedly complied. Whoosh. The Mary soared, gliding toward the sea surface. Wait. Trick realized his efforts were in vain. Laboon was not upright. His form was nowhere to be seen. Trick. Over there. Sanji exclaimed with excitement. Trick followed his gaze and spotted the Twin Cape Lighthouse. Let us head there to prepare today's lunch. We shall celebrate our entry into the Grand Line with that magnificent giant bluefin tuna. Sanji was visibly thrilled. That fish from the South Sea, which I've never cooked before. I have 9 recipes in mind. Oh, it's mealtime. Luffy shouted exuberantly. They approached the shore, confirming that no one was inside the lighthouse, igniting a fire, setting up a pot, and watching as Sanji busied himself. Trick occasionally glanced at the sea. Finally, a massive wave surged unexpectedly, crashing toward the shore. Nami and Yuta screamed. This is bad. Luffy panicked. Quick, protect the meat. A mountain of water, accompanied by a deafening roar, surged from the waves. Boom. The colossal wave struck the rocky cliffs, drenching everyone in a deluge. Trick recalled a time in his hometown when he ventured to a temple on an island, witnessing a sand-carrying ship that towered 3 or 4 stories high, seeming to cascade like a mountain. Now, Laboon and Appo's half-submerged form was even taller. Chapter 37. This ISN and Appo's T-right. Nami was left speechless, astonished by the sight of such a colossal whale. Yuta covered her mouth in disbelief. We should hurry and escape. Usopp trembled. Not just his legs, but his entire body quaking. From the lighthouse, they could see the enormous eye of Laboon, larger than the Going Merry itself. Phew. Thankfully, the ingredients Warren and Appo's tea swept away. Luffy sighed in relief, only to glance up and see Sanji, wide-eyed, holding a pile of fish. What in Appo's going on? Luffy asked, puzzled, turning around. Wow, what a gigantic whale. Hey, Luffy, don't be reckless. Zoro quickly warned him. Yet Luffy merely furrowed his brow, standing there, fixated on the whale. Trick observed with keen interest. Was this what it meant to fully awaken the voice of all things? Boom. Laboon dove into the sea. Usopp exhaled deeply, relieved, thinking they had finally departed. A lingering sense of foreboding crept over Zoro. Don't scare me like that, Zoro. Usopp screamed in terror. The next moment, a massive tremor emanated from the seabed, causing the nearby cliffs and lighthouse to shake ominously. Usopp turned pale. We need to run back to the ship, quickly. Nami dashed away, yes. Yes. With a whoosh, the ocean surface bulged, and water cascaded down. Nami gazed at the whale and Appo's back, resembling an island, tears streaming down her face. There is no way to escape now. Boom. The island whale, Labu, crashed once more into the red earth continent. After a brief pause, Labu prepared for another strike. Luffy, inexplicably enraged, shouted, "This is not right." In a fit of anger, Luffy leaped onto the Going Merry and yanked the mast down. "You fool, Luffy!" Usopp cried out in anguish and panic. "What are you doing?" Luffy hoisted the mast and charged forward, bellowing, "Stop!" Labu's eyes reflected Luffy's figure. But he paid no heed. Roar. The gigantic island whale barreled straight into the cliffs. Enraged, Luffy raised the mast high and leaped. "This is not right." The mast struck Labu, causing him to halt. Luffy was propelled like a cannonball into the sky. Trick's two swords caught Luffy's feet, lifting him up. Luffy flailed his arms for a moment, but soon regained his balance, landing back on the ground. "Thanks, Trick." Trick waved dismissively. Such inexplicable events, indeed, were characteristic of Luffy. Nami could no longer contain herself and slapped Luffy on the back of his head. "What on earth are you doing? Do you want that whale to crush us?" Trick approached, relieved, and asked, "Have you discovered anything about that whale?" Usopp waved his hands. Can he even understand whale speech? Luffy turned to Labu. "That fellow seems very sorrowful, as if he is yearning for something." Usopp gasped, "Really? The whale? It's coming this way." Yuta could no longer contain herself. Trick clapped his hands. "Right? Yuta, can you pull that whale into your song world? That way, we wouldn't have to fear being knocked into the sea." "Huh." Yuta's mouth fell open. "Are you serious? Such a massive whale." Trick stroked his chin. "Your ability pulls consciousness in, right? Would it harm you if you can't pull it?" Little Labu. "Would he be more burdensome than a group of armed warriors?" Yuta pondered, furrowing her brow. "That shouldn't be the case." "Well then, I'll give it a try. To hear the farewell and gratitude is more important than sorrow. I wish to convey this to your distant silhouette." "Fire, Demon Slayer." Yuta's face lit up. "I did it." Trick looked around. It transformed into an enormous fish tank. And they stood on a scenic branch-like rock formation. "Incredible." Trick praised. "Now we're safe." Yuta frowned again. "Inside the whale, there are 3 people." Usopp's tongue nearly fell out in shock. "Huh? Is that a killer whale?" The group stood ready. Yet Labu merely watched them quietly, tears flowing like streams. Creak. A previously unnoticed hatch on the whale's back opened, revealing a fierce old man with a bald head and flowers stuck in his scalp. Climbing up and glaring at the group above with a menacing gaze. As he ascended slightly, 2 figures he was carrying entered their line of sight. Sanji felt uneasy under that stare. "What are you blabbering about, you jerk?" Usopp pointed at him. "Want to fight? This is our turf." The old man scrutinized the group. "Stop. You might die," he said earnestly. Usopp and Nami were taken aback by his imposing presence. Sanji, thoroughly irritated, retorted, "Who is going to die?" The old man replied matter-of-factly, "I am." Sanji was left speechless, shouting, "Why you?" Zoro placed a hand on his shoulder, chuckling. "All right, don't get worked up." Trick noticed the 2 individuals the old man was carrying. They were Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday from Baroque Works, peeking with their eyes wide open. He felt a bit nostalgic. Princess Vivi, with her hair pulled back, resembled a little delinquent. Such is the complexity of one's aura. Zoro confidently stepped forward. "Old man, can you tell us who you are and what is up with this whale?" The old man gazed at the group. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "When asking others questions, isn't it polite to introduce yourself first?" Zoro realized he had a point. My apologies. My name is Roronoa." The old man interrupted. "I am Kurikasu, the lighthouse keeper of the Twin Towers, aged 71. Zoro couldn't hold back. "Can I chop him up?" This time, Sanji restrained Zoro. Kurikasu finally stopped entertaining himself and grew serious. "Was it you who made Labu stop so abruptly?" "Labu is this island whale." Kurikasu began to recount the tale. Trick observed as Luffy drifted off again. He truly couldn't comprehend how Luffy could zone out yet still grasp the most fundamental aspects. Luffy's expression seemed to convey a newfound determination. As the story concluded, Trick proposed, "By the way, this is a rare opportunity. Can we visit inside Labu's belly?" Kurikasu nodded. "As you please." The group followed Kurikasu through the passage he constructed for a major operation, arriving at a whale's stomach resembling a tropical paradise. Such is the marvel of this world. Trick felt the journey was worthwhile. He wished to experience it firsthand. The colossal creature of the sea. The king of the near seas, sea beast, sea king class, super giant sea king class. Trick had tried battling a sea beast. It was lackluster. The supergiant Sea King class could be defeated with effort by a Marine Rear Admiral, but it would not be a straightforward contest, and certainly, Labua's size would be a formidable challenge. Chapter 38, A Substitute Agreement. Miss Wednesday. Is there truly no way to prevent him from crashing into the Red Earth continent again? Usopp pondered with a frown. Kuroka sighed. I have tried numerous methods, but alas, even sedatives have lost their effectiveness on him. Luffy spoke solemnly. Let us go outside. Usopp momentarily froze at Luffy's rare seriousness. Are we leaving the Song world? Luffy nodded. Yes. Usopp shrank back, sensing an ominous turn, yet the captain was resolute. Trick approached Luffy. I understand. Let us proceed together. The concept of a substitute agreement is not so strange once one is familiar with the tale. Upon Trick and Appo's suggestion, Zoro turned his head, drawing his sword with the blade facing outward. Is that how it is? Sanji lit a cigarette. Let's stir up some chaos. Yuta excitedly raised her fists. Let us go. Nami exclaimed in terror. What on earth are you all talking about? The fish tank scene faded. Laboon. Luffy shouted at the island whale. Come forth for a duel. Gum Gum pistol. Bang. Laboon stood bewildered. What are you doing? Laboon plunged into the sea. I'm done. Trick shouted, nearly incoherent with excitement. His hands transformed into a golden hue to avoid injuring himself. Boom. Laboon broke through the water's surface, crashing toward the shore. Trick manipulated his shoes with intent, positioning himself straight and charging full speed at Laboon. Thud. Trick, resembling a superhero or Ultraman, collided forcefully with Laboon and Appo's head. His enchanted shoes propelled him forward, channeling his strength. Arg. Laboon roared, laced with pain. Nami was in utter disbelief, while the others merely observed in silence. Though Laboon ceased his struggle, his massive form propelled through the water. The tremendous inertia remained. That force surged toward Trick, overwhelming him as if he were struck from afar. Haha. What a thrill. Trick roared, experiencing both pain and pleasure. Laboon finally came to a halt, and Trick chose to withdraw. Zoro crossed his swords before him, three-sword style. Sanji sprinted, it and Appo's. My turn, algae head. Zoro shot him a glare, back off. Curly brow. Yuta, wielding Nami's staff, leaped high. If you're not in a rush, allow me to go first. Yuta struck Laboon and Appo's forehead with the borrowed staff. Zoro executed a three-sword style tiger hunt. Sanji delivered a flying kick to Laboon and Appo's head, sending him sliding toward the right rock wall. Laboon felt wronged and prepared to dive back into the water for another charge. Luffy stepped forward, shouting, Wait. No more fighting. It's a draw. He stood confidently. Remarkably. Laboon halted. Luffy, hands on his hips, declared, When we return to this place after circling the Grand Line, we shall settle this. Laboon responded earnestly, All right. Thus, the agreement was established. Luffy clapped his hands. We need a mark to signify this agreement. I'll do it. Usopp exclaimed eagerly, bringing out some paint. Laboon. Please don't move. He climbed a ladder to Laboon's head and began painting the Straw Hat Pirates emblem. Trick remarked, From today onward, this island is protected by the Straw Hat Pirates. The first step toward confronting the four emperors begins with Laboon. Creak. Kuroka's opened the cabin door, bringing two individuals out. Trick blinked. I completely forgot about them. Sanji shouted in frustration, Are you serious? Again. Kuroka's cursed, You little brats. Did you forget I was still inside Laboon? Thank you on behalf of Laboon. You scoundrels. Nami gasped. Is there anyone normal besides us here? Trick retrieved the mainmast. The sea was littered with debris. Yet he paid it no mind. The rich aroma from the pot wafted through the air, soon to serve up a feast of 9 dishes from the elephant tuna. Trick helped Usopp secure the mast and sat down at the dining table, only to hear Nami exclaim, Strange, is the compass broken? Kuroka's replied, It appears you know nothing and have come here to meet your demise. The compass does not function in the Grand Line. One must rely on a record pointer that tracks the magnetic fields of the islands. Luffy toyed with a glass orb resembling a watch. Is that so? Kuroka's nodded. Nami, both anxious and fearful, warned Luffy, Be careful with that thing. Mr. Nine, brushing off his coat, discovered that his record pointer had fallen. His eyes narrowing in alarm, wanting to intervene but afraid to. Clack, clack, clack. Suddenly, a sound of shells being struck echoed from above. The group looked up to see a vulture carrying a beaver flying overhead. Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday jumped up in alarm. The ominous duo. This is bad. Wait. Mr. 13. Miss Friday. There is a reason for this. We will report to the boss soon. The two appeared genuinely terrified. The others looked at them, bewildered. Whoosh. The vulture flew past, dropping a gift package. What is that? A gift? Luffy and Appo's face lit up with excitement. Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday scrambled about in a frenzy. Trick narrowed his eyes, using his long sword to capture the package and send it soaring. Boom. The package exploded in midair. What on earth is wrong with those two? Luffy exclaimed, sweating in frustration. He stood up, angrily shaking his fist at the sky, but the ominous duo had already flown far away. We survived. How splendid it is to be alive. Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday collapsed onto the ground, wiping their cold sweat. They looked at the straw hats and knelt. Bowing their heads to the ground, we have a request. Please take us to Whiskey Peak. Luffy tilted his head. Whiskey Peak? What a strange name. Mr. Nine replied. That is the name of our hometown. Absolutely not. Nami exclaimed. These two look like they would bring nothing but trouble. Usopp, with a grave expression, asked. Who exactly are you? Mr. Nine responded. I am the king. Nami and Appo's expression darkened. What nonsense are you spouting? Miss Wednesday struggled. I cannot disclose that. Mr. Nine continued. However, we wish to return to town, and we do not intend to be so clandestine. Miss Wednesday, sweating profusely, added, but our company's principle is mystery. We are requesting your assistance because we value your character. Mr. Nine insisted, we will certainly repay this kindness. Trick thought to himself, as if anyone would believe that. Kurokas chimed in, ignore them. No matter what they say, these individuals are not trustworthy. Yet Luffy gazed at the two and said, all right, you can board the ship. You wish to go to Whiskey Peak, right? Then let us go there. Eh? Nami nearly cried. Was all that for nothing? Are you really bringing these two dubious characters along? Usopp still wouldn't give up. What is the matter? It's a trivial issue, so let us not dwell on it. Luffy appeared to be lost in thought, his expression somewhat dazed. Furthermore, I harbor a disdain for that bird and raccoon from earlier. Kurokas reminded him, however. It is only here at the starting point that one can choose the course of the journey. Luffy turned back with a smile. If you and Appo's are not satisfied, we can always circle around again. Kurokas's eyes reflected a blend of admiration and nostalgia. Is that so? Miss Wednesday could not help but inquire. Who exactly are you? Luffy stretched languidly. Me? I'm the man destined to become the king of the pirates. At this moment, Miss Wednesday stifled a laugh, exchanging a knowing glance with Mr. Nine. The implication was unmistakable. What a foolish pirate. The Mary set sail once more. Farewell, Laboon, and farewell to the uncle who resembled a flower. Luffy waved from the ship. Off we go. Kurokas waved back. A loud erupted as Laboon released a towering column of water, which burst into a magnificent fountain in midair. Crocus glanced at the system interface. Accumulated days. 8. After some contemplation, he resisted the urge to sign in, hoping to see if something grand could unfold. Chapter 39 Mr. Swordmaster. Having departed from the stable weather conditions of the upside-down mountain, the crew found themselves in the tumultuous waters of the Grand Line, where the climate was particularly extreme and unpredictable. One moment, fierce west winds brought storms, and in the next, an east wind unleashed hail, snow, rain, and dense fog accompanied by thunder. The waves surged, and icebergs lurked ominously, ready to appear at any moment. A mere moment of inattention to the compass could send the ship veering off course. Trick, Kuden, and Appo's help but marvel once more at the might of nature. Everyone sprang into action. Even Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday, typically self-aware guests, were roused to work. Well, everyone except the sleeping Zoro. During his watch, the Mary had sailed through calm waters, but as the others awoke, the weather began to turn chaotic. Zoro leaned against the ship's railing, oblivious to the thundering footsteps, howling winds, and pelting hail. He remained undisturbed. When the weather eventually cleared, the crew was on deck. Stretching, Zoro awakened and remarked, Hey, even with the pleasant weather, you all seem a bit too lazy. Shuden and Appo's, we be on our original course? Trick, feeling both irritated and fatigued, sensed the palpable frustration from the crew. Zoro remained oblivious, chatting amiably with the energetic Luffy. In a playful manner, he crouched before the duo, a mischievous grin on his face. Oh, is that the look of someone concocting mischief? What are your names? The two, startled, took a step back, stammering, I and Appo's, am Mr. Nine, and this is Miss Wednesday. Ah, is that so? No wonder I felt intrigued when I first heard your names, Zoro mused, stroking his chin, as though he had encountered them before, though he was not forgetful, just directionally challenged. The duo was taken aback. Zoro, satisfied with himself, continued, well, regardless. Unbeknownst to him, their fright stemmed not from his words but from Nami, who was fuming, her whole body ablaze with anger. She delivered a fierce punch to Zoro's head. Well, cough, haha. Zoro stumbled forward. Haha. Trick burst into laughter. You really managed to sleep through all this chaos, didn't you? No matter how much you were called. You just kept snoring. Nami, still furious, clenched her fists. Eh? Zoro retorted angrily, but before he could react, Nami landed another punch that completely shattered his fierce demeanor. Humph. Trick chuckled softly, knowing full well that no one on the ship dared to oppose Nami and Appo's wrath. Zoro and Appo's had now bore 2 new bumps, cradling it in pain. The agent duo was left utterly dumbfounded. Nami declared, everyone, stay alert. We don't know what will happen next. I finally come to understand the terror of this sea and why it is deemed the Grand Line. Even my navigation skills are rendered useless here. Usopp, shrinking back, quipped. So you admit it? Is that really safe? Nami confidently pointed ahead, it and Appo's fine. Though it may be challenging, there will always be a solution. Just look. Ahead. Several mountain peaks resembling cacti emerged from the mist. Not only did they resemble cacti, but they were also adorned with sharp spines. However, most aboard remained unaware that those spines were individual gravestones. The agent duo leaped onto the railing, striking a pose. Mr. Nine proclaimed, well then, we shall take our leave. Miss Wednesday added, thank you for escorting us back, darlings. Together they chimed, goodbye, sweethearts, and promptly leaped off the railing, splashing into the water towards the island. Usopp, sweating profusely, pondered, what on earth are they up to? Luffy, gazing ahead, declared, who cares? We're about to land. The Mary entered the river channel of Whiskey Peak. Usopp began to tremble. No, please, don't let there be any monsters or anything. The crew discussed the necessity of staying on the island for a while to allow the compass to regain its magnetic charge. Usopp once again succumbed to his old fear of not being able to set foot on the island. As they neared the town, the mist lifted, revealing the shoreline. Welcome to our town, pirates. Welcome, roared the crowd with enthusiastic cheers. Usopp tossed flying kisses, so pirates really are heroes to everyone? Luffy, seated in the prime spot, cheered joyfully. Yuta, with a flair for the dramatic, acknowledged the crowd. Sanji's eyes sparkled with affection. Trick thought it prudent to let the unsuspecting crew relax a little and refrain from warning the oblivious group. I am Akaram, the mayor of Whiskey Peak, announced the man with the suit and curly hair. I'm Luffy, pleased to meet you. Luffy pointed at Mr. 8. Old man, your hair is way too curly. Mr. 8 chuckled. This is a town famous for its wine and music, and we take great pride in hosting guests. Please join us for a banquet. Delighted. The 5 cheered, following along. Nami and Zoro lingered behind, shaking their heads at the foolishness of their companions. Later that night, in the tavern, Usopp boasted as he was poured drink after drink, eventually succumbing to drunkenness. Sanji was similarly inundated by the attentions of the ladies, quickly becoming intoxicated. Yuta, after belting out a song, was also pulled into drinks and fell unconscious. In a drinking contest with a reward of 100,000 berries, Zoro collapsed. Trick followed suit. And in the end, even the victorious Nami succumbed. Luffy, having devoured more food than he could handle, exhausted 3 chefs and finally fell asleep. The townsfolk departed. Zoro stood and headed outside. Moments later, he overheard Akaram whispering outside, these guys have a bounty 30 lower than their living counterparts because they are to be publicly executed. Trick was deeply moved. Cap, Luffy and Appo's grandfather, truly cared for not only Luffy, but also for his companions. Then, Zoro and Appo's voice rang out from the rooftop, I apologize. But could we let them sleep peacefully? After all, everyone is quite tired from the day's sailing. Trick felt a swell of emotion. Recognizing Zoro as the most dependable man on the ship, I shall be your adversary, Baroque works. How do you know? Attack. Did he just vanish? Hey. Well, take him down. Bang, bang, bang. You fools, you're hitting your own allies. Stop. Are you going to hit me too? Saxophone shotgun. Beep, beep. Bang, bang, bang. Nami awakened. I suspected it might turn out this way. She dashed outside. Trick, too, sat up, eyeing the wine barrels in the corner. The wine from Whiskey Peak was quite good. He stored several barrels in his spatial pocket. Gunfire erupted nearby, and screams of panic filled the air. A gruff female voice called out, "Mighty strength, diamond fist," followed by the sound of splintering floorboards, then a woman's anguished cry, leading one to believe Zoro was up to no good. Another ruckus ensued as Miss Wednesday, riding Karu, crashed into the door. Miss Wednesday burst through the door, her eyes locking onto Trick's. Startled, she immediately swung her peacock chain. Trick pointed at her neck. "It's best if you don't move." Two swords, unclaimed by anyone, were poised at her throat. Miss Wednesday and Appo's eyes widened in surprise as she nervously clutched her neck and raised her hands, asking, Could you perhaps move them away a little?" Outside, a commotion erupted once more, only to be momentarily silenced before another thunderous explosion resonated. Trick and Vivi peered out the window. Mr. Five and Miss Valentine's Day had arrived. Ikelam, in a state of panic over the failure of their mission, pleaded for mercy. However, Miss Valentine and Appo's Day retorted, "Did you think we traveled all the way to this remote corner of the Grand Line for such trivial matters?" Mr. Five replied, "The boss said my secret has been discovered. Although I am unaware of the nature of this secret, our company's principle is secrecy." Miss Valentine's Day continued, "We have uncovered that a high-ranking official from a certain kingdom has infiltrated our Baroque works." With his hands in his pockets, Mr. Five declared, "The culprit is the Alabasta Kingdom." "Is this where it ends?" Curly Cannon. Ikelam's expression shifted dramatically as he vowed, "I will not allow you to lay a finger on Princess Vivi. I stake my name as captain of the Alabasta Royal Guard." The 6 cannon barrels protruding from his curls unleashed a barrage. However, it proved ineffective against Mr. Five, a user of the bomb fruit. Mr. Five extracted a photograph and nonchalantly stated, "Ikelam, along with Princess Nefertari Vivi, I have received orders from the boss of Baroque Works to eliminate you. Run, Princess Vivi." Ikelam did not look back, firing fiercely. Amidst the flames, Mr. Five flicked away a booger. Boom. Ikelam collapsed, smoke billowing from his body. "Ikelam!" Vivi cried out, disregarding the swords and rushing outside. "Stop struggling." "Ahaha." Miss Valentine and Appo's Day descended from the air with force. Vivi, agile as ever, spun around and swung her peacock chain, momentarily pushing back Miss Valentine and Appo's Day, who had lost her headband. With her long hair cascading down, Vivi took on a semblance of a true princess, lying on the ground. Ikelam struggled to speak. "Princess Vivi, do not concern yourself with me. Flee at once. If we lose you, our Alabasta Kingdom will. Hurry." Mr. Nine, wielding a baseball bat, stylishly flipped into the scene, declaring, "Though I am unclear about the situation, I will buy you some time, considering our long partnership." Gritting her teeth, Vivi turned and dashed into the tavern. Thud bang. Upon entering, Vivi knelt and bowed her head to the ground, pleading, "Mr. Swordsman, please save Ikelam." Trick had already moved aside. This code name, wasn't it the same one she mentioned earlier when she inquired who he was? She had called him by name. It was truly perplexing. Nami appeared at the windowsill, her eyes sparkling as she twirled her fingers. "You are a princess, Arin and Appo's. You?" Trick cast a sidelong glance at Nami. What does it mean to be motivated by money? This is what it means to be motivated by money. Chapter 40, The Modified Wave Walking Technique. Nami enthusiastically helped Vivi to her feet, inquiring, "Surely, the Grand Kingdom of Alabasta must be quite affluent? If we assist you, I wonder if there might be any rewards in store for us." Vivi paused momentarily, contemplating the wealth. 500,000 berries in her private stash. Would that suffice? Nami leaned closer, suggesting, perhaps 1 billion berries would be in order? Are we engaging in some negotiation here? 1 billion berries. Vivi exclaimed in astonishment, but no. Ikelam is in grave danger. A triumphant smile spread across Nami's face. So, does that imply we should rescue him first before discussing the price? Raising the stakes seems rather easy. Nami pointed to Churik. "Churik, step up." Churik hesitated. "Why am I the one chosen without consultation?" He waved his hand dismissively. "Half goes to the treasury. The Sand Crocodile has accumulated quite a fortune, but expenses are also high operating an organization, building casinos, constructing ships, purchasing dance powder." Churik was uncertain if they would ultimately secure any funds. Nami clenched her fist. "Deal. After all, we're all part of this crew." Churik stepped outside. Mr. Nine had already been taken down by the explosion. In the Grand Line, only those with a modicum of strength could withstand such blasts. Those nearing the end of their lives were the only exceptions. Mr. Five, it seemed, was unable to cease producing nasal mucus due to his abilities. "Oh, Just one blast into my nose, and the smoke returns. Splat. Mr. Five expelled another glob of mucus, launching it toward the fallen Icolum. Churik brandished an iron spoon, propelling it forward. Boom. Smoke enveloped Mr. Five's face. What? Mr. Five was perplexed, yet remained steadfast. Look there, shouted Miss Valentine, who had been propelled into the air by the explosion. Mr. Five finally noticed the iron spoon hovering beside him. Interesting, but lacking significance, Churik commented. Both of their devil fruit abilities thrived in close combat. One acted as a marksman, while the other assumed a mage and amp, Oppo's, role. From the balcony, Zoro set down his bottle. Are we really going to fight? Churik turned back. Adventure calls. Zoro grinned. Then count me in. Churik gestured. You take care of that one with the umbrella. Let us each handle our respective weaknesses. For Zoro, distinguishing between genders was secondary to identifying friend from foe. Is that so? Zoro stepped forward. Don't underestimate me, kid. Miss Valentine cackled. Clang. Swish. Ah. Miss Valentine cried out as she was sent flying. Miss Valentine! Mr. Five exclaimed, drawing his revolver. Let us see how this advanced pistol from the West fares. Not impressive, Zoro retorted, sheathing his blade and pointing at the opponent behind him. Your opponent is him. Churik intended to face the one he was less adept against, which meant he would not employ any object manipulation. With hands glimmering gold, he charged forward. Mr. Five blew into the chamber of his revolver, aiming at Churik. 7 steps away, the gun is fast. 7 steps close, it's both quick and accurate. This principle did not apply in the pirate world. As Zoro moved to the bounty hunters, he seemed to vanish. Churik prepared to counter the revolver. Eager to practice the footwork he had discerned from the compass sword formation. During his training, he had pondered whether the sweeping motion of the measuring rod could follow the trajectory of the character, and whether walking in accordance with it would yield intriguing results. To his surprise, there was a familiar reference, the modified wave walking technique. This technique was derived from the I Ching and Amp, Oppo's, S64 hexagrams, stepping upon each hexagram. With his compasses intersecting lines, how could he fail? Bang! Mr. Five fired. Churik executed a graceful retreat, his upper body naturally leaning back with each sweeping step. Evading the blast. Boom! The explosive light illuminated his extraordinary figure. In rapid succession, he dodged Mr. Five's triple shot, closing in on him, nearly face to face. Mr. Five's eyes widened as he reloaded, preparing to fire again. Churik swiftly maneuvered behind Mr. Five. Are you toying with me? Mr. Five roared, tearing at his own hair in frustration. The explosive light illuminated the street, but Mr. Five could not perceive Churik's presence. Churik had already crouched low, retreating behind him. Churik had several opportunities to seize the treasure, disarm him, and exploit positional errors. He simply needed to practice his footwork more. The technique was effective. He was truly engaged in the dance of combat. Henceforth, he would call it the modified wave walking technique. With a clawing strike, Churik sent Mr. Five flying into a building, resulting in a resounding explosion. Mr. Five struggled to his feet, incredulous. What have you done? Why did the spot where I was struck not explode? Churik assumed a fighting stance. There is no need for such elaborate explanations. The Paramecia-type devil fruit can be further categorized into many varieties. The explosion fruit and bomb fruit, for instance, can reconstruct the body after an explosion. However, pain is still felt, and injuries still occur. The explosive nature of the fruit means an explosion does not harm him. A violent collision can result in an explosion, akin to having a built-in counter. The Golden Bell technique does not transform energy into other techniques. Rather, it embodies the essence cultivated through rigorous training, akin to the armament hockey. When Mr. Five was struck by Churik's Golden Bell-infused hand, he could not trigger a passive explosion. Of course, if Mr. Five initiated an explosion, Churik would not be able to strike him. However, Mr. Five had yet to reach the level of understanding armament hockey, nor had he contemplated this aspect. Churik would not enlighten him. I am a senior agent of Baroque Works, Mr. Five shouted, pulling out a few strands of hair. Do not underestimate me, kid. Churik empathized with his embarrassment. After all, those who roam the seas are quite concerned with their reputations. Regrettably, Churik shook his head, even as a sparring partner. You've only managed this much. Mr. Five seethed. Damn it. Just wait and see. You'll be blown to bits. Churik dashed towards him, elusive as smoke. Mr. Five abruptly raised his hair. Churik was speechless. Even if you switch roles to a mage, unleashing an area skill, your casting time cannot be that prolonged. Churik anticipated this. Sidestepping effortlessly. Boom. Explosive flames engulfed Mr. Five entirely. Churik would not grant him the chance to tug at his own hair again. Dragon and Amp. Oppos. S. Water absorption. A powerful suction emerged, pulling Mr. 5 from the flames, contorted into a C shape as he flew into Churik's grasp. With a swift motion, Churik executed the Azure Dragon's claw, sending Mr. 5 off to join Miss Valentine. Thank you for saving me. Ikelim, lying on the ground, lifted his head. No need for thanks, Nami replied, pulling Vivi along. After all, we are here for our reward. Now, Princess Vivi, shall we discuss the remuneration? 1 billion berries should be manageable, right? Look at their strength. They can certainly assist you. Hey, you woman, don't presume to include me, Zaro grumbled. Ikelim, who had managed to rise halfway, was stunned, collapsing back down. 1 billion? Even selling current Alabasta wouldn't cover that. Vivi, feeling embarrassed, said, I'm not sure. Could my 50,000 berries cover your return to Alabasta? If that's insufficient, I can earn more. After 3 years of severe drought, Alabasta was utterly depleted of funds. Nami's expression faltered. They had encountered a master negotiator. Zaro, sensing the dullness, retreated to fetch a drink. At that moment, Luffy exhaled a heavy breath and struggled to rise from the tavern. A necessity arose. Inadvertently, he stepped on someone. Luffy exclaimed in astonishment, What has happened to you all? Who has put you in such a state? Zaro and Amp. Oppos. As expression shifted. This is dire. Chapter 41. Encountering the 7 Warlords. Nami, regardless of the circumstances, you are still a princess. Arin and Oppos. To you? How could you possess so little money? Would a sum of 980 million suffice? Luffy, Zoro, I cannot forgive you. A person as ungrateful as you shall be defeated by my hand. Vivi, I sincerely apologize. This is all the money I have. Zaro, wait, how have I been ungrateful? Those fellows. Nami, you see, if we assist you, we will be up against a mysterious and formidable organization, correct? Asking for 950 million is not unreasonable, is it? Just think about what the Baroque works entails. Am I wrong? Luffy, he just stated that it was you who struck them down. They provided us with food and drink, and you still chose to attack them. Vivi, all agents ranked 5 and above in Baroque Works possess abilities. Their ultimate objective is to establish an ideal nation. Zaro, you fool. I've wanted to strike you down for quite some time. Clang. Clang. Nami's temple throbbed with anger. Enough already. Can you not see how unbearable this is? Trick. Who is the boss of Baroque Works? Bang. Luffy and Zaro clutched their aching heads, doubled over in pain. The 7 Warlords, Crocodile. Vivi instinctively gasped. Oh no. I let that slip. Nami and Amp. Oppos. S pupils dilated. Is it that Crocodile, one of the 7 Warlords? No, we cannot take this job. The street fell silent, and a persistent rustling sound became apparent. Trick looked up to see the ominous duo sketching on the roof of a 4-story building. Furrowing his brow, he thought. In the anime, don't they usually wait for a conversation to conclude before drawing? How long has this been going on? If only I had the foresight ability. Oh wait, from the anime, it seems the foresight cannot be maintained indefinitely. Trick summoned 2 long swords and aimed them at the ominous duo. The vulture had already taken flight the moment Trick glanced in its direction, now soaring further away. It's over. Vivi collapsed onto the ground. What's wrong? Nami exclaimed in terror, looking at Vivi. Vivi, feeling guilty, looked up. Our appearances have been recorded by the ominous duo. We've been placed on the Baroque Works wanted list. Nami was on the verge of tears. How is it that upon entering the Grand Line, We've already attracted the attention of the 7 Warlords? They had witnessed the terror of the 7 Warlords, particularly the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. Trick. Nami, with tear-filled eyes, looked at him. What are we to do? Only this fellow could possibly endure a bit longer before the 7 Warlords. Trick raised an eyebrow. The ship? When we reach the dock, it will naturally straighten out. There will always be a way. Fleeing now would only lead to their secret pursuit and a missed opportunity for counterattack. Slay them. Slay them. Nami exclaimed, gripping Trick excitedly. But we'll be the ones slain. Trick allowed her to sway him. Vivi, please explain the situation in Alabasta. Vivi spoke in a subdued tone. Alabasta was once a peaceful and prosperous nation. Zaro smirked. What a brave princess. Nami, dejected, crouched in the corner. I see. Internal strife must have led to the lack of funds. Zaro laughed and looked at Luffy. In any case, we are already wanted by Baroque Works. Luffy, uncertain of how much he absorbed, exclaimed, This is so exciting. At that moment, Ikarim approached, having completed his disguise. He carried several stuffed dolls sewn from burlap. Do not worry, I have a plan. Ahem, Well, it appears that about 1,000 enemies might be pursuing us. So I'll disguise myself as a princess with 4 dummies, and we'll sail straight back to Alabasta to divert the pursuers. Trick glanced at Ikaram. Adorned in Vivi's attire, you merely wish to wear Vivi's clothes, don't you? This hardly resembles her at all. Not even a woman would wear this. Wait, that's actually how my wife looks. Nami trembled at the thought of the approaching enemies, springing to her feet. Wait, who said anything about escorting the princess? The contract hasn't even been established. Luffy, ever curious, asked. Escort the princess? What does that mean? Zoro stood up. Didn't you hear? This old man wants us to take them back. Luffy pondered and appeared rather daft. Oh, is that how it is? Sounds great. Nami, utterly exasperated, cried, Didn't I say Crocodile would come after us? It's too late. Luffy, puzzled, inquired, Is Crocodile really that formidable? Ikaram replied candidly, He is currently one of the 7 warlords, recognized as a legitimate pirate, thus he is not under a bounty. However, his former bounty reached 80 million berries. Nami, in despair, lamented, 80 million? ISNT that 4 times what Arlong had. We must refuse this. Ikaram turned to Luffy. Are you willing to escort her back? Luffy grinned. It sounds like it will be fun. Trick remarked. Old man, that disguise is hardly convincing. Is it? Anyone can see it's not true. Ikaram responded. I merely need to appear somewhat similar from a distance to lure the enemy ships into pursuing me. Trick was taken aback. That actually makes sense. Luffy finally grasped the significance of Ikaram and Appo's disguise. Old man, you are quite impressive. It looks just like her. Zoro was astonished. Where is the resemblance? Trick shook his head. It was futile to argue. Oh well, it's not like anyone will die. This is the real world. Human potential is vast, and life is resilient. Even if the enemy truly wishes to kill, it is no easy feat. That must be the explosive set by the ominous duo. Robin is the one who saved Ikaram. Otherwise, Ikaram's permanent pointer would never have survived such an explosion intact. The group escorted Ikaram to the shore. He retrieved the permanent pointer for Alabasta and set the ship in motion. They watched him depart. Suddenly, the ship in their sight erupted into a massive fireball. Nami's pupils dilated in shock. How could this happen? Did the pursuers arrive already? Luffy held his breath, turning to pick up his blown-off hat. Incredible, he shouted as he dashed towards the town. Nami embraced Vivi. It's all right. We will surely get you back. Trick and Zoro caught up with Luffy. Luffy would rescue people while they prepared the ship. Upon boarding, Usopp and Sanji were unconscious, and Yuta looked at them. Still trembling. That was close. If it weren't for Luffy having only 2 hands, I would have fainted too. The ship sailed out of the Whiskey Peaks River. Nami finally let out a sigh of relief. Oh, it feels wonderful to escape from the pursuers. An insightful voice chimed in. Indeed. Nami nodded as she gazed ahead. We must be careful not to let the ship crash into the rocks. Leave it to me. Nami replied confidently, but then realized something felt off. Who just spoke? Trick leaned against the railing, observing Robin, whose sharp chin was sun-kissed, and thought, this one is truly cunning. Chapter 42, Miss All Sunday. The Small Garden. The others finally noticed the beautiful woman wearing a cowboy hat at the railing of the second deck. What a fine ship, Robin mused, resting her chin on her hand. Ah, Vivi gasped in fright. Who is it? Zoro drew his sword. You are. Vivi was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Just now, I saw Mr. 8 over there. Oh, Miss Wednesday. Robin and Appo's teasing demeanor had not faded. It was you who brought Ikelam. Vivi was filled with both hatred and anger. Whatever the case, Luffy was displeased. But why are you on our ship? Why are you here? Miss All Sunday? Vivi questioned. Trick blinked, wishing for it to be all Sundays, just wanting a day off. There was no doubt that Robin was there to assist them. However, Trick instinctively chose not to divulge anything to Luffy and his crew. Luffy, after all, was not one to let anything slip. He would reveal everything proactively. Trick leaned against the railing, listening to their conversation. Luffy went from saying, what a nice person she is, to pouting, indeed, she is a bad person. Vivi shouted in indignation, don't underestimate people. Tension rose on the ship, and even Sanji burst out of the dining room, aiming a flintlock at Robin's head. Usopp caught the rubber band. Sanji, are you sure you're aware of the situation before acting? Sanji, sweating coldly, replied, no, unconsciously. I must have sensed that the lovely Miss Wednesday was in danger. Trick raised his measuring tool but suddenly realized he almost missed a blind spot. Even Sanji, who would never strike a woman, had drawn a gun, truly a testament to the aura of the contemporary king of the underworld, the Halo technique. Of course, this was not explicitly stated in the animation. Robin closed her eyes, helplessly saying, "Could you not aim those dangerous things at me?" Trick then noticed, from the blind spot of his companions, petals falling from nowhere. An arm, slender like a lotus stem, flashed past, knocking the measuring tool from his hand, disarming Nami's staff and Zoro's sword, then grabbing the railing and flipping Usopp and even Sanji onto the deck. This move was both stylish and mysterious. The way the arm was generated was unique, sprouting from another's body, which is why Sanji couldn't simply slip away. Sanji looked up, momentarily forgetting the pain in his tailbone. Wow. Upon closer inspection, isn't this a beautiful sister? Looking again at Vivi, she was already stunned. All right. Don't be in such a hurry, Robin chuckled. I didn't receive any orders. There's no reason to fight. She even provoked Luffy, extending an arm from behind his neck to toss the straw hat into her hands. Trick began to drift off and thought. Nami and Robin had experienced their third growth spurt over the 2 years. But he realized that this was not an exception and was not limited to just men and women. Golden Emperor Tezelo, when he first met Stella as a young adult, was about the same height as her and that celestial dragon. After Tezelo escaped from the Holy Land, he began to grow and reached a height of 3.5 meters while sitting, towering over Luffy. Trick pondered if he could grow that tall. It might not be so bad, but to say how much advantage such height would bring is hard to determine. Robin departed on her plump turtle. Vivi helplessly collapsed onto the deck. That woman. I completely don't understand what she wants to do. Zoro nodded. There is someone like that on this ship too. In any case, the permanent pointer Robin had produced was smashed by Luffy in his displeasure, and the Mary sailed toward the next island indicated by the log Small Garden. Trick observed Karu, who was running fast and getting excited, recalling how he used to have keychains of Karu and Chopper as a child. On the distant sea, a dolphin jumped out of the water. Woo. Nami's eyes brightened. Wow, so cute. Trick laughed heartily. Don't you think that sound is too loud? Nami, confused, replied, What do you mean? As the dolphin leaped, it drew closer to the Mary, revealing its true size. It was as large as Laboon, capable of leaping out of the water. Nami's shriek rose in pitch, even higher than the dolphiness. Luffy, filled with excitement, shouted, Quick, let us escape. Hoist the sails to the max. Everyone sprang into action. Before this, Vivi could hardly imagine that this group could work together so harmoniously. Trick gazed at the sea, and at the moment the water surged, he shouted, Fly, Mary. He commanded the keel, and the Mary soared into the air. The massive dolphin broke through the surface, its long mouth chasing after the Mary's tail. Boom. The dolphin soared over the apex of its leap, crashing back into the sea. The Mary flew higher and higher, and in the air, the outline of an island came into view, finally gliding down smoothly onto the water. Trick checked the system interface, noting 11 days accumulated. He frowned in contemplation. Now that Zoro had achieved the realm of a sword master, he could easily slice through Mr. 3's iron hard wax candles. Sanji, being clever, had never fallen for a man's trick. Moreover, as long as he wasn't completely encased by the wax, he could slip away. He himself had no worries. So he would continue to save up for something bigger. The Mary entered the river leading to Small Garden Island. Usopp's illness of not being able to set foot on the island struck again. A large predator swooped down to capture someone, but was chased away by the flower guardian Sanji. Afterward, Nami felt she was afflicted with the same ailment as Usopp. Nami, are you listening? Trick chuckled. This island has an air of mystery. We need to investigate it first. Check your books for any biographies that mention this island. This kind of task would be better handled once Robin was there to provide on-site explanations. Oh right, it has to be you, Trick. Nami dashed into her cartography room. Soon, she emerged with a book in hand. This is an ancient island, akin to a garden for its inhabitants, hence named Small Garden. Nami looked at the large island before her, her heart racing. Trick cautioned. So, within the forests of the island, there might be ancient mosquitoes, and if bitten, there is no cure. When we go ashore, make sure to dress warmly. Who would want to set foot on such an island? Nami felt a tremendous resistance inside her. Unlike Luffy, who was constantly shouting for meat, Usopp, also waiting for Pirate Bento, eagerly chimed in with a spirited, Oh. Trick nodded in satisfaction, then paused. If no one has a fever, wouldn't that mean there's no opportunity to find Chopper, and the Straw Hat crew would enter that theatrical version's alternate timeline? Magu Magu Island is not just the next island. To store the magnetism of Small Garden, it takes a very long time, obtained from Mr. 3 and Appos. permanent pointer to Alabasta, and then found halfway based on weather changes. Vivi, in a state of panic, felt it was inappropriate to bring up the need for a ship's doctor at this moment. And the others would surely disagree. While lost in thought, Trick transformed his shirt into an open-collared one as they entered the ancient forest. Chapter 43. Do not place blind faith in Haki. Change the drink. Nami and Usopp resolutely decided to guard the ship, while Zoro and Sanji competed to see who could capture the larger prey. Luffy, Yuta, and Vivi, who rode Karoo, ventured forth for adventure and leisure. Trick vanquished a pack of velociraptors that sought to encircle him. The velociraptors, surprisingly intelligent, had their leader swiftly tamed as Trick and Appo's steed. Charge! Trick exclaimed, exhilarated atop the velociraptor, brandishing a straight tree branch. The velociraptor galloped, swaying uncomfortably. Yet, as a classic mount in many games, it looked splendid. After weaving through the trees for a while, the velociraptor suddenly lowered its head and roared. Trick turned to see it confronting a passing saber-toothed tiger, and his eyes lit up. Without hesitation, the velociraptor charged toward the saber-toothed tiger, which crouched, poised to pounce. "You thought to make me your henchman?" Trick exclaimed, striking it so forcefully that it wept. Before kicking it away, the velociraptor gazed at him in awe, realizing it was disregarded, and promptly fled. The saber-toothed tiger stood dumbfounded. However, Trick strode toward it. With a growl, the tiger bared its prominent fangs, retreating a few steps in fright. "Time for a mount upgrade," Trick joyfully shouted, charging forward. After a flurry of punches and leaps, he marveled at how much more comfortable it felt to ride now, in a glade carved by the feet of giants. Trick spotted a pterosaur soaring overhead and abandoned the saber-toothed tiger to pursue it. Whoa! Trick's flying mount, the pterosaur, took flight. "This island is truly vast," he mused, surveying his surroundings. Soon, he beheld towering brachiosauruses peeking above the treetops, along with two small figures. With a nudge of his right knee, the pterosaur obediently veered toward the herd of brachiosauruses. "Hurry up," Trick urged, eager to reach the brachiosaurus slide. "Ah, Luffy!" Yuta's distant exclamation echoed. Trick then witnessed a giant, taller than the brachiosauruses, its eyes shrouded in the shadow of a Viking helmet, striding forward with thunderous steps. Eastly caught Yuta as she tumbled down, severing the brachiosaurus' neck with a single swing of his sword, and caught Luffy, who fell from the severed neck. "Wow!" Trick, Kuden, and Appo's helped but gasp. "Can you believe a building is walking toward us?" If this giant collapsed before them, it would feel like the sky was falling. Contemplating, Trick turned to seek the timid duo, likely invited by Brogy for a visit. They were easy to find. Trick. The timid duo sat beside a T-Rex leg, their faces lighting up as they saw Trick approach, signaling him with urgent gestures to escape quickly. "Is he your friend?" Brogy, adorned with a horned helmet, inquired warmly. "Greetings, Mr. Giant. I am Trick, their companion," Trick responded politely. "Then, let us dine together," Brogy insisted. "Well, I shall not hold back," Trick declared, extracting his hunting knife to cut a piece from the massive T-Rex leg. It was indeed delectable. The ancestors of chickens were dinosaurs, it seemed, was no mere myth. Usopp and Nami were nearly in tears, yet too afraid to voice their concerns. "Why not run away? Do you not realize that once you are full, you will become the giant's meal?" As Trick prepared to carve another piece, the ground began to tremble ominously, and with a resounding boom, the volcano in the island's center erupted. Brogy's expression shifted, and he tossed the unfinished meat into the fire, rising to his feet with renewed vigor. "Apologies. I must step away for a moment." Nami, though not truly timid, inquired, "Step away?" Rising from a hill to tower like a skyscraper, Brogy boisterously declared, "Ah, this is the signal for a duel that has lasted a century." Usopp gasped, "With whom and where are you battling? What is the reason?" "The reason?" Brogy laughed heartily. "I have long since forgotten." He charged forth, clearing the obstructing trees, colliding with Eastly, who had similarly carved a path. Their colossal axes clashed against each other's shields, sending shockwaves that toppled trees like wild grass. "Oh," Trick marveled again. "It is not merely iron. One must not place blind faith in Haki." Witness the collision of these two giants. Without sufficient strength, even Haki will falter, akin to a watermelon encased in armor. Besides the disparity in might, one must also be wary of elemental attacks. Ace's flames can indeed penetrate Jinbei's Haki. Ultimately, Haki serves as a buffing skill. One must possess adequate physical strength. As he pondered, Trick stowed away the drinks Usopp had given to Brogy into his spatial pocket. Turning to the hill behind Brogy, He called out, I see you. Come out. Usopp and Nami, stunned by the colossal clash above, were startled into turning back. Who are you, Trick? Is there another dangerous foe lurking? Trick remained focused on that direction. If you do not come out, I will come find you. In truth, he felt uncertain. The anime did not specify when Mr. 3 would toss Mr. 5 and Appo's S9 into the drink. Even if Mr. 5 could not join this time, Mr. 3 would likely deploy poison, so Trick resolved to replace those drinks directly. Behind the hill, Mr. 3 sneered disdainfully, preparing to leave with others, only to see Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine and Appo's S-Day swaggering out. Mr. 3 scoffed, leading Miss Golden Week away. Mr. 5, bandaged and hands in pockets, emerged from behind the hill. Nami gasped. Those two are back. What a disgrace. Mr. 5 coldly retorted, Today, we shall repay the humiliation you dealt us. Miss Valentine and Appo's S-Day, revealing her bandaged arm while holding an umbrella, exclaimed, Where is that swordsman? I shall crush him, ha ha ha. With a mighty leap, Trick soared between them. Ugh. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's Day cried out in agony as they were sent flying far away. Trick reached the hill, seeing no sign of anyone. He lacked the ability to pursue in the dense forest. This island was too vast for humans. Two giants were battling. And even Zoro and Sanji were oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Trick had no choice but to return to continue watching the spectacle. Thud. Eastly and Brogy slammed their shields against each other's faces. 73,466 battles. 73,466 draws. Exhausted, they collapsed simultaneously. Boom. The entire island vibrated with the impact of two skyscrapers collapsing. Usopp gasped in disbelief. Is this how they have fought for 100 years? Trick and Appo's expression turned grave. If either side faltered by a fraction, victory could be decided in an instant, yet they have fought for a century. Usopp murmured, This is the true battle between men. It is as if they both bear a banner named and Appo's, warrior and Appo's, upon their chests. This is undoubtedly a duel filled with glory. The courageous sea warriors I yearn to be. Nami began to understand. So you aspire to become a giant. Thud. Thud. The two colossal weapons fell to the ground, and the giants shared a hearty laugh. Brogy then addressed Eastly. A guest has just gifted me some wine. Dongli, unhurried, replied, How delightful. It has been ages since I last indulged in wine. Do share some with me. Jia. Trick ascended into the air, soaring towards a dozen barrels of whiskey and mountain wine. Oh, thank you. Loki exclaimed as he sat up, simultaneously introducing, This is one of my esteemed guests. Upon noticing Trick, Luffy propelled himself into the sky, exclaiming, Trick, is that you here? He leapt up, only to come crashing down. Trick pointed towards Luffy's landing spot, stating, He is the captain of our pirate crew. Dongli erupted in laughter. So, you are comrades. After sharing the wine, the two giants returned to their respective camps, awaiting the next volcanic eruption. Chapter 44. The Envoy of Honor. The Might of the Kingdom. The Brave Warriors of the Sea? What is that? Brogy retorted to Usopp, who was brimming with enthusiasm. Of course, it is you all. I aspire to become like you one day. Brogy pondered for a moment. To transform into a giant? Nami smiled proudly. Usopp, however, was undeterred and declared, I wish to live one day like the people of Elbaf, with a profound sense of honor. Trick admired Usopp's spirit. Although it seemed that the captains of these two giant pirate crews were engaged in a duel while their subordinates were scattered and deceived into servitude by Mary Geos. It was clear that such individuals could not have carved out such a formidable reputation in an era where giants were hunted by the celestial dragons. In the midst of his thoughts, Usopp exclaimed, I have made my decision. From this moment on, please allow me to address you as my master. Trick raised an eyebrow and quickly echoed, Master, teach me the techniques of the kingdom and the combined strike of the might of the kingdom. Master. While a human may not possess the grandeur of a fishman wielding fishman karate, the technique harnesses residual energy to unleash powerful spiraling strikes against adversaries. Before Trick could say anything further, the volcano on the island erupted with a thunderous roar. Brogy stood up abruptly. Usopp expressed concern. Are you going to fight? Your wounds from earlier have yet to heal. Brogy interrupted with a dismissive swing of his axe. What of it? The conditions are the same for us all. In the heat of battle, any excuse is shameful. Brogy strode forward decisively while Usopp cheered him on. Trick followed suit. They will likely perceive any interference as a divine judgment upon warriors. Consider it a tuition fee, haha. It's splendid to fight the enemies we must face while also learning. Nami gasped. Trick? Shouldn't we hurry and run now? Trick turned back. You've seen those Baroque agents, Haven to you? The forest is likely perilous now. Do not run carelessly. Bang, bang, bang. The two giants collided fiercely. Even a single foot descending from above would send Trick bouncing upward. As he navigated through the chaos, his heart raced uncontrollably. A vehicle from another world. Crushed beneath a giant's foot, would surely never traverse again. Trick focused intently on the giant's feet, predicting their landing spots. Suddenly, he caught sight of a large mass of molten candle wax emerging from behind a great tree. Dragon and Amp, Oppos, S. Waterspout. Trick shouted, forming his hands into claws. You shall not interrupt this glorious duel. The suction pulled the wax away, diverting it to the side. Out of the corner of his eye, Trick noticed the astonished Mr. 3 behind the tree, along with Miss Golden Week seated on a picnic blanket. Thud. Brokey and Amp, Oppos, S. foot landed firmly, and the two giants found themselves in a stalemate. Dongli chuckled. It seems someone wishes to disrupt our sacred duel. Brokey laughed heartily. It appears my disciple is an envoy of honor sent by the god of warriors. In the next moment, clang. The weapons of the two giants clashed once more. In the thicket, Mr. 3 frantically waved his hands, crying out, "Don't come over here." At that moment, no one could see the treacherous expression on his face. In the gaps between the branches, Miss Golden Week painted a red bullfighting scene on the ground. Declaring, "Don't run," Trick pursued into the narrow, flight-challenging thicket. Miss Golden Week noticed the smirk on his face but paid it no mind, sipping her tea. Boredom enveloped her. Missions held no interest. Trick stepped onto the red bullfighting scene and continued after the distant Mr. 3. What? Mr. 3 exclaimed in terror. The hand holding the teacup froze for Miss Golden Week, a look of panic finally crossing her face. Trick raised his measuring rod. The hypnosis techniques of the pirate world are indeed fascinating, capable of deriving from various skills. Color hypnosis is particularly challenging to defend against, unfortunately. It had no effect on his solar deity. In a true state of panic, Mr. 3 rolled onto the ground, desperately employing his abilities to create a maze of wax figures. Come on, can you distinguish which is the real me? Mr. 3's voice echoed. Trick was at a loss for words. Setting aside the fact that the voice could only originate from the real Mr. 3, the unpainted wax figures were all gray-white, starkly contrasting with the colors of Mr. 3's attire. Trick advanced a foot and slapped the figure on the forehead. Can't tell the difference, can you? Ah. Mr. 3 clutched his head, pleading, "Don't hit me." Trick raised his rod, sending Mr. 3 flying with a staggering blow. He then returned to the picnic blanket, pouring himself a cup of tea. Earl Grey, is it? You seem to know how to enjoy yourselves. Don't come any closer. Miss Golden Week exclaimed, her face filled with terror as she shuffled backward. The blanket was painted a tranquil green, yet it appeared to have no effect. She merely believed herself powerful, lacking any expression. Trick found it tedious. With a swift motion, he sent Miss Golden Week flying as well. Bang! The two giants collapsed once more. 73,467 battles. 73,467 draws. This time, we've made some wonderful friends. Jaijiagia. I've gained 2 excellent disciples. Baba Baba. The two giants exchanged glances as their followers rushed over. Luffy, curious, asked, "What just happened?" Trick emerged with the bounties of the two giants, recounting his encounter with a man sporting a 3-letter hairdo. Dongli laughed heartily. I had forgotten about our bounties. Jaijiagia. Vivi expressed remorse, but they came to this island because of me. Nami tugged at her cheek like Luffy. Don't say such things. Brokey declared, you have aided us. We wish to do something in return. Luffy jumped with excitement. Then let us do it this way, uncles. Please help us think of a solution for the magnetic situation. Dongli shrugged helplessly. This matter is beyond our capabilities. Zoro and Sanji arrived at their agreed-upon time and met with the group. Thankfully, the volcano here is quite tall. Zoro remarked. Earlier in the forest, I encountered many of your wax figures. What is the story behind that? Sanji greeted them enthusiastically, but suddenly realized the two giants were stirred up. Are you Mr. 3? No way. Nami questioned curiously, how do you know Mr. 3? Speaking of which, Sanji took a seat. I just finished a call with Mr. Zero in the midst of his storytelling. He proudly produced the permanent log pose for Alabasta. Receiving an excited embrace from Vivi, Luffy adjusted his hat. So, the round tree and the tall tree, it's time for us to leave. Is that so? Brokey recalled something. Well, it seems you are in a hurry. Though it is regrettable, we shall not keep you. Dongli added, I hope your country remains safe and sound. The group cheerfully bid farewell and ventured into the forest towards the Mary. Brokey observed them as they departed. The ship of my disciples is about to set sail. Dongli. Ah, we cannot ignore this. There is a monster lurking in the Western Sea. This axe and that sword are nearing the end of their lifespan. Are you not reluctant to part with them? Of course, I am reluctant. This axe has fought alongside me for over a century. However, if it is for them, I would not mind losing it. It is decided. The two stood up, weapons in hand. By the river, Nami forcefully interrupted the stalemate between Zoro and Sanji, who were arguing over whose catch was larger. The Going Merry was unfurling its sails, ready to set sail. Upon reaching the edge of the island, Luffy and Yuta in the special seats shouted, noticing the two giants waiting to bid them farewell. Hey Zoro, Trick called back. There's something you haven't seen that you will deeply regret missing. Come with me. Originally, Zoro's worries were shadowed by the presence of the Sea King, but now he had first seen the whirlwind of the troubles. Observing the situation fully this time, he wondered what immense gains could be achieved. After a brief exchange with Nami, Trick flew Zoro above the two giants. Brogy, to those who come to this island. Dong Li, the greatest reason we cannot reach the next island lies ahead. You have safeguarded our honor. Therefore, regardless of the opponents we face, we shall never let the glory of friendship be tarnished. Trust us, and advance straight ahead. No matter what happens, do not alter your course. Luffy shouted, I understand. The cold wind howled, and Zoro felt the imposing aura of the two giants, his expression growing serious. The sea swelled, and a gigantic goldfish, akin to a massive island, emerged from the water. An enormous sea king-like goldfish. Usopp trembled. A gigantic goldfish. After hearing his tale, can we blame him? It's not his fault. Right? Has it appeared, the Food Island monster? I shall pave the way for you, risking the name of Elbaf. The two giants raised their weapons high. The axe was enveloped in a crimson aura, while the long sword was shrouded in a cerulean one. Trick stood in awe. Haki. So this is the origin of the titles Blue Demon and Red Demon. Zoro's forehead beaded with cold sweat. Is this? Haki. The pressure is immense. Cool. Huh. The might of the two giants continued to surge. The Going Merry, under the persistent insistence of Luffy and Usopp, sailed straight into the mouth of the goldfish. The two giants took a moment to steady themselves, and during this time, the information shared about the Food Island monster mirrored the stories Usopp had recounted. Dong Li raised his long sword behind him. Only those warriors who fight valiantly can pass our test. Brogy raised his axe behind him, experienced the legendary might of the Elbaf, the strongest spear of the giant race. As the flying slashes erupted from the long sword and giant axe, entwined in cerulean and crimson Haki, the sea could not bear the pressure and split to form two paths. The spiraling slashes converged into a single, frontal assault, crashing against the towering Food Island monster. Bang! Trick experienced a moment of deafening silence. The monster's body was torn open, leaving a colossal void. As Trick's hearing returned, he felt the resounding roar. Haki! The giants and Appos, cries echoed endlessly. Even as the long sword and axe were enveloped in armed Haki, they shattered upon impact. The Going Merry sailed through the void within the Food Island monster. Master, thank you, Trick shouted as he flew forward, guiding a still-dazed Zoro in pursuit. Chapter 45. Let's ride the cable car. Trick and Zoro returned to the ship. Nami erupted in a furious roar. You too. Where were you during that critical moment? Trick cautiously chuckled. Haha. Next time, I and Appos, LL bring you along. Nami could hardly contain her frustration. Next time? At that moment, Usopp pointed at Trick and Appos' abdomen. Hey, why is that area so red? Trick glanced down, scratching his brow. I don't know. It just itches a bit. It's nothing serious. However, a little while later, Trick began to run a fever. Are you really alright? Usopp reached out to touch Trick and Appos' forehead. You and Appos, burning up. Trick opened his eyes. It and Appos' nothing. I have my inner elixir technique to alleviate it. I can hold out until Alabasta. That bacteria was indeed quite formidable. It wasn't mere cheap poison. And even divine spirits would be helpless against it. One would need medication or to strengthen oneself to resist it. Trick even contemplated having his son's spirit hide for a while. Nami interjected, could it be that you were bitten by ancient mosquitoes? You told us to be cautious. Yet you fell prey yourself. Trick forced a bitter smile. What can I say? Luffy squatted nearby, his face scrunched up as he tilted his head. Hey, eating more meat should help, right? Yuta frowned. Yeah, let us give it a try. Nami was taken aback. But you can't have anything too greasy. Haven't any of you ever caught a cold? Several voices chimed in unison. Nope. Trick interjected. All right, just let me rest. You all can go. He genuinely wished to head to the Drum Kingdom. He couldn't just say he didn't need a doctor and could go straight to Alabasta. Moreover, the latest news from the newspapers reported that 300,000 royal troops had joined the rebel forces, making it 300,000 against 700,000. Vivi raised her hand to interrupt. No. If it's ancient mosquitoes, even the doctors in Alabasta won't be able to help. I know of a Dr. S nation nearby. Perhaps they can assist us. My issues are minor. Trick and Apos. S condition is far more pressing. The group quickly reached a consensus to search for the Drum Kingdom. Trick felt somewhat embarrassed by this declaration. The next day passed, and the day after that. His fever worsened considerably. The weather grew increasingly frigid, with snow and frost falling, prompting Trick to let his son's spirit leave his body to escape the torment. As he stepped out of the cabin, he spotted Vivi standing there, staring at him. Trick blinked in surprise. Seeing Vivi on the verge of tears, he hurriedly shouted, "Wait. I and Apos, am not dead. No, Vivi, please hold on. This is my ability." With red-rimmed eyes, Vivi paused. Really? Is that true? Trick pointed behind her, asked them. Nami clenched her fists and roared. The patient should stay put in the room and not come out to scare people. Trick sighed and obediently returned to the cabin. While he could evade harm, Nami's fierce demeanor made it difficult to argue. Snow continued to fall gently. Usopp, perched atop the mast, looked up in confusion. Strange. The weather isn't and Apos changing anymore. Vivi nodded excitedly. Yes. This means we and Apos VE reached the waters near Winter Island. Trick smiled at Luffy, who had drawn a face on his own, then closed his eyes. His son's spirit descended through the ship and into the sea, beginning its reconnaissance. It guarded the Mary until it reached the ocean floor. Where is the submarine ship, the White Iron King? Trick mused, scratching his phantom chin. Is this an alternate timeline? The timing doesn't end Apos, match. Could it simply be that Wapol is still lost? As he pondered, he floated back to the cabin. Upon returning, he felt lightheaded, enduring the agony of warmth within and cold without, needing to lean against the wall to walk. This was the result of having practiced his inner elixir technique for a day. Pirates, get out of here. Listen up, leave at once. A shout arose from the shore. We're here to find a doctor. There's a patient on board, came the replies from Luffy and Vivi. In a panic, Trick's son's spirit exited again, bursting through the door, propelling himself outside. Thud. His body landed on the deck. Trick. Luffy shouted anxiously, rushing over to check on him. His companions quickly gathered around him. Doctor, please save our friend. Vivi urgently called out to the shore. A hush fell over the crowd on the shore. Trick, hidden from view, struggled to lift his head. I'm fine. No need for kneeling. There and Apos. No need to make it so sentimental. Dalton on the shore gazed for a long moment before finally speaking. I'll take you to the village. Follow me. Trick sighed with relief. Dalton was truly a good person. Sanji stayed behind to guard the cold-sensitive Karo. Zoro carried Trick as the group trudged through the snowy path towards Great Horn Village. Dalton turned back to say, I must inform you that our nation only has one doctor known as the Witch. Vivi asked curiously, what is the story behind that? Isn't the Drum Kingdom known as the Land of Doctors? Dalton took a deep breath. This nation no longer has a name. Hidden Trick's sun spirit spotted a towering white bear person approaching. His eyes lit up. This journey from Reverse Mountain to Alabasta had introduced him to the most extraordinary creatures. Usopp, frightened, pretended to be dead, while the group followed Dalton's lead to perform a customary greeting. Before long, they arrived at Great Horn Village and reached Dalton's home. Dalton pointed out the window, the witch resides in the highest peak of Drum Mountain, at the original royal castle, 5,000 meters high. Unfortunately, we have no way to contact her. We Don and Apos know when she will come down. Vivi exclaimed in astonishment. But how will the witch come down from that mountain? Dalton replied, There's a strange legend that she descends on a sled when the moon is bright. Some even say she lives with a creature that has never been seen before. Luffy, determined, ran over to Trick. Trick, can you hear me? Nami, exasperated, grabbed his collar. He's a patient. A patient. How can you do this? Trick feared his face might get slapped, so he quickly returned to his form, opening his eyes. Luffy leaned in closer. Listen, if we don't climb the mountain, we won't find the doctor. We have to go climb. Vivi hurriedly tried to dissuade him. But Trick's condition will worsen. Trick felt a heaviness in his head, but had already decided what to say. Climb? Isn't there a cable car? Let us take the cable car. Nami clapped her hands and looked at Dalton. Right. That was originally the king's castle, so there must be a cable car. Right? What if the witch descends from the cable car line on her sled? Dalton frowned. The cable car lines have likely been dismantled, but I will inquire. He stepped outside to ask the residents willing to join the patrol. Before long, someone reported, I heard that a large tree in Kester Town has a rope leading to the top of Drum Mountain. Luffy raised his fist. Then let us hurry. Chapter 46. Dr. Kureha, invite that fellow aboard. The group trudged through the snow, Dalton gazing at Vivi. From the very beginning, I couldn't shake the feeling that I have seen you somewhere before. Unwilling to elaborate, Vivi wore an awkward expression. What's the situation with this country? Dalton was reminded of unpleasant memories. This nation was ravaged 3 months ago by a pirate crew of merely a few individuals. The king abandoned his realm and fled with his soldiers. King Wapol. He recounted Wapol's foolish and tyrannical actions, including the establishment of Dr. 20. Vivi, incensed, exclaimed, he is the king. How could he do such a thing? Trick, floating behind, glanced at Vivi. In a world dominated by celestial dragons, a royal family like the Nefertari was a rarity. Upon their arrival at Kesta Town, they encountered a throng of residents gathered in the streets. That witch! How despicable! One cried. Indeed, she took away 90 of our possessions. Another added, and she claims that the children's gratitude reduced it by 5. What nonsense! The townsfolk fervently denounced the witch. Nami rushed over. Who is this witch you speak of? A woman turned to her and recounted the recent misdeeds of the witch. Luffy chuckled. What? That fellow is a good person. This elicited ire from the residents. Zoro shot him a disapproving glance. Idiot, let and amp. Oppos, get moving. Kesta Town was a renowned winter resort in the Drum Kingdom. The companions quickly learned to ski, with those possessing strong physical abilities and adept at maneuvering vehicles mastering it swiftly. Trick observed Luffy gliding joyfully while he lay on the sled, feeling a tinge of envy. However, as Luffy was the one pulling the sled, he found solace in that thought. Hey, wait for me! Usopp shouted, repeatedly falling but standing up again. He was subsequently dragged along the sled by a rope. Ow. Stop, please. Usopp protested vehemently, having swallowed several meters of snow. He eventually joined the sled, though his face was now frostbitten. At the Grand Tree, or rather, the former home of Dr. Hiraluk, Nami stared at the bare cable car station. How do we get up there? Dalton replied, I inquired earlier. There's a cable car station nearby. Soon, Luffy and Zoro were huffing as they pedaled up, the cable car racing towards the mountain summit. At the mountaintop station, Dalton led the way. From here, we can reach the castle entrance. The party emerged from a chimney-like exit, which had been creaking incessantly. An elderly woman, clad only in a jacket and holding a large bottle of liquor, stood at the open castle door. Behind her, a furry little creature peeked out curiously. Dalton stepped forward. Doctor. Luffy hastily interjected. Old lady, please save our friend. Nami, exasperated, struck his head. Be polite. Kureha took a swig of her drink. Listen well. I am still a youthful and vibrant woman of over 130 years. Call me Dr. Dorairu. Luffy blinked. You are indeed an old lady. Kureha kicked him. Get lost. Mind your manners. Displaying agility that belied her age, Kureha sent Luffy flying into the castle wall. She approached Trick. You have a high fever. Bring him inside. Nami quickly bowed. Thank you, Dr. Dorairu. In a room repurposed as a sick bay on the second floor, Chopper, in his human form from the human fruit, assisted Kureha in testing the antibody response. Trick opened his eyes and looked at him. Chopper yelped, startled, and attempted to flee. Trick remarked, You're quite handsome. Chopper paused, transforming into his more familiar small human reindeer form, twisting his body like seaweed. You jerk. Even if you flatter me, I won't be pleased. Trick's eyes sparkled. Wow, adorably cute. Chopper blushed, resembling someone with a fever. Kureha thrust a thermometer toward Trick's face. Happy, huh? Did you wander around naked in the ancient forest? To have been bitten by that extinct Kaskia and to have that bacteria enter your system. By the 5th day, you would be in unbearable agony before succumbing. Judging by the wound, it seems you were bitten 3 days ago. The pain must be extraordinary, yet here you are, able to open your eyes. Impressive. Well, it's a long story, Trick said, his solar form manifesting. Hey, have you died? Chopper exclaimed, horrified. Kureha paused, taking another sip. Is that the power of a devil fruit? Chopper and Amp, Oppo's outcry drew the attention of Dalton and the others outside. Luffy pushed the door open. What happened? Nothing. Trick raised a hand. Oh. Luffy's gaze shifted to Chopper. Is that a raccoon? I am not a raccoon. I'm a reindeer. Chopper protested loudly. The antibody test revealed a change in Chopper's expression as he stepped back in panic. Yuta approached Chopper cautiously and suddenly stretched out her hands. So cute. Her hands grasped nothing as Chopper, unsure how to react, bolted. Wait, little reindeer. Yuta called after him, waving her hands. Trick chuckled awkwardly before asking Kureha, "What is his name?" Kureha replied, "His name is Chopper. He is unlike any other reindeer." Nami inquired, "In what way is he different?" Kureha smiled. "He merely consumed a human fruit. However, he was born with a blue nose and faced rejection from his kin since childhood." At that moment, Luffy excitedly approached Kureha. "How fascinating. Old lady, can we invite Chopper to join us?" Kureha shot him a sidelong glance. "Did I not tell you to mind your manners?" Bam! Luffy was once again sent flying by Kureha and Appo's swift kick. Chopper had somehow returned to the doorway, peeking out with half his head visible. Kureha tilted her head slightly. "You have no idea what the term partner means to him." Yuta dashed in from another door. "Luffy, invite that fellow aboard. He can talk." Luffy, rising and laughing, exclaimed, "Yes, yes. Don't." Chopper shouted, startled. Luffy and Yuta chased after him, grinning. Chopper reached the castle wall, peering down in shock. He hurriedly transformed back into his reindeer form and dashed back to the sick bay. "Dr. Duro, trouble is brewing. Wapol has returned." Chapter 47, Wapol and Rushu. Dalton's expression shifted as he hastily drew his weapon, a violin, and rushed out. "Is that so?" Kureha leisurely set down her crossed legs, rising to descend the stairs. The others followed her outside. Trick, the sun god, peered through the wall, gazing downward. "Ha! This is my castle, and the kingdom of Drum is about to be resurrected," Wapol exclaimed, raising his hands high. Beside him stood a furry hippopotamus and 3 others, Jess, Chromolimong, and a figure with pink hair and a rectangular face resembling Wapol's. Trick raised an eyebrow. Wapol's brother, Rushu. Dalton, bursting through the door, was taken aback. "Rushu, you were exiled from the kingdom 13 years ago. How can you be here?" Wapol waved dismissively. "I am the king. I brought my brother back. Do you have a problem with that?" He continued, "By the way, Dalton, as my captain, why haven't you safeguarded my castle? Where is the flag of the kingdom of Drum?" Kureha interjected, "I burned that thing a long time ago." Wapol's eyes widened. "You finally appeared, Dr. Kureha, the last survivor of the doctor hunt." Kureha, holding a drink, retorted, "This castle no longer belongs to you. It is not a place for scoundrels like you. Leave this country at once." Wapol and Appo's iron jaw snapped in displeasure. "What did you say?" Dalton realized that Wapol was not accompanied by soldiers, understanding the turmoil in the village. He clenched his violin and charged forward. "The kingdom of Drum has been destroyed. Leave now." Rushu leaned closer to Dalton. "Do you want me to take action?" Wapol confidently replied, "This is nothing that requires my brother and Appo's intervention." Rushu clicked his tongue. "I told you to call me Big Brother." Dalton charged, transforming into a bison with horns and hooves, extending his face into a wild bull. With a powerful stomp, he lunged at Wapol, the violin striking him hard. Whoa! Wapol was sent flying far away, rolling on the ground. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Jess and Chromolimong frantically spun around, realizing they had left Dr. 20 behind. Jess shouted, "Lord Wapol, Dr. 20 has and Appo's tea arrived." Wapol ceased rolling. "What?" He sat up, flipping his iron belly to reveal a new iron sheet. Dalton brandished his violin, preparing to charge again. Rushu grinned. "I'll play with you." In an instant, he appeared before Dalton, spinning drill. This fellow had consumed the mushroom fruit, the spore of the poisonous mushroom. Bang! The bison-human Dalton was sent crashing into the wall. Mass proliferation. A swarm of purple spores erupted from Rushu, forming 3 purple spore clones who began to assault Dalton. Dalton quickly fell to the ground, unable to rise, and Rushu disdainfully retracted the spores. Zoro raised an eyebrow. Such speed. A familiar sensation arose within him, yet it surpassed that familiarity. Wapol stood, transforming his hand into a cannon aimed at the castle and Appo's peak. "What is that filthy flag? Watch me blow it to smithereens." Chopper anxiously shouted, "Stop! That pirate flag is." Wapol ignored Chopper and Appo's warnings and fired. As the smoke cleared, Luffy stood atop the castle tower, his expression serious as he reattached the broken flagpole. "Hey, Hippo. You have no idea of the significance of the pirate flag." Wapol laughed. "You straw-hatted brat, what significance does that flag hold?" "Just a decorative joke for pirates. It has no meaning." Luffy and Appo's voice turned scornful. "That and Appo's why I say you are all worthless. This flag is not something you can mock or wave around." Wapol opened his mouth wide, raising his cannon hand. "You foolish hippo. Stop putting that ridiculous flag back up." Chopper shouted in panic. Get away. It and Appos. S dangerous. Luffy stood proudly atop the tower. This flag cannot be broken. Bang. The cannonball exploded once more at the tower and Amp. Appos. S peak. Wapol laughed arrogantly. It must have been blown away. Silly hippo. Ha ha. As the smoke cleared, Luffy hung his head, covered in soot, yet stood tall, grasping the flagpole tightly. See? It cannot be broken. Chopper was deeply moved. Luffy declared, though I do not know whose pirate flag this is, it carries the oath of life. It is not just a random flag. It is not something you can casually break. At that moment, the snow atop the peak trembled. Trick felt a surge of energy coursing from his feet to his head. Oh wait, he no longer had a head. Luffy raised his head. It will not break. It absolutely will not break. The skull is a symbol of faith. Hey, reindeer. I plan to send these guys flying next. What do you intend to do? Silly hippo. If you want to protect that flag, then stay there and guard it forever. Wapol laughed heartily, raising his cannon. Stop. Chopper charged at Wapol, landing a punch that sent him flying far away. Trick quickly moved, the sun god rapidly approaching Rushu. I will be your opponent. Zoro had drawn his sword halfway, frowned, and sheathed it again. Rushu regarded the translucent Trick. Interesting, you are also a power user. Trick shrugged. Something like that. That response sufficed. Did Rushu expect a detailed explanation of abilities? The sun god was not in the world of Go-Go, where many techniques could not be employed. Yet, he possessed unique strengths. Against Rushu, who was slightly beyond the current level, he was quite formidable. 18 long swords, long blades, and knife rings materialized around Trick. Rushu's expression grew serious. You think you can defeat me with this? Too naive. Toxic umbrella dance. He smirked, unleashing a barrage of spores like machine gun bullets from his hands. Trick recognized Rushu and Appos, as tactic as a test. His weapons moved at high speed, slicing through the spore bullets with precision. Subsequently, a majority of the weapons converged on Rushu. Trick also had his own need for testing. Curse it. Witness my ultimate move. Wapol's house. Wapol rose, his body transforming into a house. Swallowing factory. He opened his mouth wide and bent down. No. Jess and Chromalimon were entirely consumed. Come out. Jess and Chromalimon. The large door on Wapol's belly opened. Jess and Chromalimon emerged, fused into one being with 4 arms. Gum Gum Pistol. Luffy dashed forward, delivering a punch to Wapol and Appos' belly. Whoa. Wapol soared high into the air, spinning. Lord Wapol. The 4-armed Jess and Chromalimon gasped, chasing after him. What is that? Nami felt a wave of nausea. She did not realize that Jess and Chromalimon were not merely for comedic relief. They were formidable. Mr. Dalton, are you all right? Usopp seized the opportunity to help Dalton, attempting to drag him to safety behind their group for Kureha to treat him. That guy, Rushu, he ate the mushroom fruit. And his ability's weakness is fire. Dalton struggled to hold Usopp's hand, glaring at Rushu. Chapter 48, Confronting the Shaving. Troubling Phoenix, Fluttering Feathers. Chopper pursued Wapol relentlessly. Upon witnessing this, Jesmerman, transformed into a house, turned back, blocking Chopper and Amp. Appos' punch. I will not allow you to lay a finger on Lord Wapol. Jesmerman exclaimed. Indeed. There are peculiar creatures in this world. It seems you were the one mistaken for a snowman some time ago. Surely, in your lifetime, you have never been liked. Have you? What a pitiful monster. Why do you wish to save this country in your solitude? It's utterly laughable. Jesmerman's 2 faces shouted in unison. Enough of your prattle. Even without companions, I will fight. Chopper declared, transforming into his small human beast form, yet embodying the spirit of a true warrior. You have companions. I am your companion. Luffy bellowed, extending his arms to grasp Wapol. Chopper was momentarily taken aback. Jesmerman, caught off guard, watched in horror as Wapol opened his mouth wide to scream. Rubber, hammer. Luffy seized Wapol and swung him like a drumstick. Thud. Wapol was smashed into the frozen ground, causing Jesmerman to stagger back. Straw Hat Kid. What is that? Chopper asked urgently, noticing the transformation in Luffy. Hiki. I am a rubber man. Luffy replied. Reindeer, can you handle that fellow? He pointed at Jesmerman. No problem at all. I can deal with that kind of guy. Chopper responded confidently. My opponent is him. Luffy gestured to the now extricated Wapol. Do you think you can defeat me? Is that right, monster? Jesmerman taunted, amused. My name is Tony Chopper, a name bestowed upon me by the world's greatest doctor. Even if the doctor forgives you, I shall not forgive those who mock his way of life. Chopper roared. Blue Wave Ball. The effect lasts 3 minutes. I must defeat you within that time. Chopper declared seriously, producing a golden yellow pill. 3 minutes. Impressive. Luffy marveled, turning to admire him. Though Trick did not turn back. He too was genuinely impressed by Chopper's prowess. Even if Dr. Vegapunk studied lineage factors, he had the research materials from the colossal kingdom of the previous Joy Boy to establish MADS, where a group collaborated on their findings. Chopper, relying solely on Dr. Kureha and Appo's collection, conducted independent research and delved into the realm of disrupting the transformation wavelengths of devil fruits, expanding the 3 transformations of Zoan-type devil fruits into an additional 4 enhancements, totaling 7. So cool. Such genius. As Ruxum sped towards him wielding numerous weapons, he swiftly maneuvered just as they were about to ensnare him. He zipped to Trick and Appo's side. However, Trick could not capture Ruxum and Appo's form during his movement. Yet, that moment of Ruxum pausing to initiate an attack sufficed. Ruxum's spores coalesced, forming a spinning drill. Drill spin. The drill reached its maximum distance. Yet it was still a finger's breadth away from Trick. Trick grinned, "Is that all? If you can use Haki, then hurry up and show it." In the theatrical version, Ruxum was unable to. However, the current scenario diverged from both the movie and anime. It was chaotic. Ordinary spirits were fragile, easily dissipated by sunlight or wind. The sun god was significantly stronger, impervious to environmental influences, yet still vulnerable to physical blows. Should the opponent manage to strike his sun god with Haki, it would be troublesome. In such a case, while the adversary could not reach him, he could not afford to recklessly engage, necessitating a prolonged stalemate. Ruxum, suspended in midair, widened his eyes, exclaiming, "What nonsense!" Before he could land, a multitude of purple toxic spores erupted from him. Snow spores. The poisonous spores stained the vast ground purple, engulfing Trick and Appo's sun god, and spreading towards the castle entrance. Trick turned to shout, "Danger! That stuff is highly toxic." "Ah yes. Fire. Watch me. Flame Star." Usopp fumbled hastily, retrieving ammunition and launching his slingshot. Whoosh. The flame star shot forth, igniting into a blaze that surged towards the toxic spore cluster. Whoosh. The spore cluster was instantly ignited and eradicated. Ruxum hastily waved away the spores around him, glaring towards the castle entrance. "Damn it." Trick alerted. "Look here." Ruxum swiftly turned. "What?" "Those who inhaled my snow spores are still alive." Trick raised an eyebrow. "It seems your attack is ineffective." Ruxum, furious, shouted, "You brat. Don and Appo's underestimate me." He zipped to Trick and Appo's front, adjusting his stance to raise his arm. "Go, fungal type." A gray, paste-like toxic spore cluster was hurled towards Trick. Trick and Appo's sun god moved swiftly to his side. Ruxum gritted his teeth, raising another cluster of gray spores with his left hand. Trick, having gleaned the outcome, dashed through Ruxum's form, attacking his soul. Ruxum collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach. "What have you done?" Trick, however, was gazing aside. "So impressive. The 7 transformations are fascinating," Luffy exclaimed, starry-eyed as he watched Chopper and Appo's battle. Moments prior, Jasmariman had swung 4 axes, cleaving through the snow grass, a technique that splattered snow for a ranged attack, collapsing the castle wall. Chopper leapt to evade, and with enhanced wrist strength, delivered a blow capable of shattering rock onto Jasmariman. Yet, Jasmariman, having merged, was more robust, and this alone was insufficient to defeat him. "Hey Luffy, your opponent has fled," Zoro reminded. Stop right there," Luffy shouted, turning around. Wapol, having been discovered, ceased his stealth and began to run wildly, laughing maniacally. "Brother." Wapol lunged towards Ruxum with his mouth agape. Ruxum, enduring the pain, leaped into Wapol's mouth. Merch. "Haha. Trinity. Ultimate form. Prepare." Wapol cackled, with his head at the center. Below was Ruxum, and atop him were several cannons fused together into a massive artillery. The spores within Ruxum were loaded into the cannon, ready to fire. Trick refrained from intervening, knowing that Ruxum had a devastating move he had been holding for 13 years, the spore bomb. This was how they had previously merged with Wapol, using toxic spore bombs to annihilate the kingdom and Appo's inhabitants. Upon their return, they seemed intent on employing the spore bomb for their so-called selection of residents. This was a new adversary indeed. Zoro drew his sword, gripping it firmly. Trick blinked at Zoro. "Wow, you've really picked up some bad habits." He called out, "Usopp, can you fire the flame star into the cannon?" "Oh, leave the support to me," Usopp confidently replied. 36 troubling phoenix, fluttering feathers. Zoro exerted himself, slashing with his sword. Spiraling like a phoenix, the swift slashing attack sliced through the air. The phoenix's trailing feathers spiraled forward with immense force towards Wapol. Boom! Amidst the thunderous roar, Trick saw Wapol and Apos' white iron skin shatter. The entire merge being and Apos' head was engulfed in roaring flames. Both in appearance and speed, it resembled a rocket. As this formidable transformation sent Wapol soaring into the sky. Chapter 49. A farewell without proper goodbyes. The weather is splendid. Dalton and Kureha descend the mountain to address the soldiers who followed Wapol. Chopper sits dazed atop a tower, reminiscing about his past with Dr. Hiralik. Found you. Luffy climbs up from behind, exclaiming, "Come join us at sea." As he reaches out to grab Chopper, the undecided reindeer turns pale with fright and scampers away. Trek, having nearly recovered thanks to Kureha's treatment, along with Yuta, selects some fine weapons from the castle's armory, which Wapol had not yet discarded. Trek gathers several cross swords, stowing them in his personal space. Yuta hesitates between a gigantic lance and an axe spear, ultimately choosing the massive lance, resembling a collapsed parasol. As Kureha returns, she converses with Dalton, inquiring, "Where is the key to this castle's armory?" Dalton replies, "That key has always been with Wapol." They notice the armory door wide open. Kureha chuckles, "Heh. Trek, mistaking her for a villain emerging from the shadows, exclaims, "Ah, it's Dr. Doriel. You've returned." He refrains from discussing his departure with Kureha, who proves to be another reluctant farewell taker. How romantic, in a grand, heartfelt sense, rather than in a romantic or romanticized way. Luffy, persistently searching for Chopper throughout the day, remains undeterred even as night falls. Usopp, building a snowman outside the castle, remarks, "Luffy, you should give up. You've searched for so long and he still hasn't come out." Zoro concurs, he probably doesn't want to be a pirate anymore. Luffy stubbornly points at them, declaring, "It is I who will take him away." As Trek, Yuta, Nami, and Vivi emerge, Chopper steps forward. Luffy's eyes light up. "Hey, come be a pirate with us." Chopper, head bowed, responds, "That's impossible." Trek glances at a pile of snow-covered earth in a corner of the castle, with a wooden post topped by a tall hat ahead of it. Chopper hesitates before bursting out, because I'm a reindeer, with hooves and antlers, and a blue nose. Of course, I want to be a pirate, but I'm not one of your kind. I'm a monster. Someone like me cannot be your companion. So, I am truly grateful for your invitation. I will stay here, and if you miss me, come back here." Luffy shouts skyward. "Enough with the nonsense. Let us go." His companions chuckle in relief, while Zoro prepares to interject. Trek suddenly shouts, "Prepare to flee, or you will perish." The group turns to see Kureha standing there, her expression menacing. "You are my only assistant, Chopper. Stay here. Being a pirate is dangerous." Kureha lowers her bottle. Chopper weakly counters, "I appreciate Dr. Doriel and Apos' care, but I must set sail. Even if it leads to my demise, I am willing." "Humph. I have never heard of a reindeer going to sea." Kureha reaches behind her. "Yes, I am a reindeer, but I am also a man." Chopper grows despondent. "You dare say such things? If you wish to leave, defeat me first." Kureha dramatically swings her hand. The axe hurtles toward Chopper, who sorrowfully dodges it. Still attempting to explain. A crybaby claiming to be a man? How ridiculous. Kureha hefts another axe. "But, please, Dr. Doriel, understand." Chopper pleads, heartbroken. "Stop with the chatter." Kureha swiftly throws the axe. Chopper narrowly avoids it, wanting to say more. However, Kureha's terrifying demeanor leaves no room for words. "Run!" Chopper shouts. Various weapons was by him. As he turns, he sees his sled by the cableway, and, without a moment to ponder, he harnesses the ropes. "Everyone, hurry aboard." Chopper cries, "We're escaping, ha ha ha." Luffy laughs, leaping onto the sled. The others are not so fortunate, as Luffy's arms ensnare them, crashing them into the back seat. Trek, having no intention of squeezing into the cramped sled, takes flight early. "What do you think someone like you could accomplish at sea? Will you live in delusions like that quack?" Kureha berates, hurling a spear. Chopper keeps his head down and runs, silently shouting, but no longer speaking. A meteor hammer whizzes past, and Chopper, pulling the sled, descends the mountain in silence, reaching the shore. Boom, boom. The peaks of Drum Mountain reverberate with cannon fire. Drum Peak is illuminated by lights. Trek halts. Is medicine insufficient to save the Drum Kingdom? Ultimately, it relies on fists that can defeat Wapol. Oh, this time a blade. Trek gazes at several peaks of Drum Mountain, transformed into cherry blossom trunks, adorned with blooming flowers. The pink potion merges with the snow, turning it a rosy hue. The entire island swiftly transforms into a colossal cherry blossom tree. Chopper cries out in anguish. On the ship, Chopper finds everything novel and refreshing, charming, vibrant, and easily trusting. He quickly bonds with everyone, though not in the same way as Zoro and Sanji. At this moment, Chopper joins in the excitement. Observing Usopp's newly invented weather rod, Nami holds 3 iron pipes, asking, "How does this work, Usopp?" Usopp produces 2 booklets, exclaiming, "Tada! This is the instruction manual for the weather rod." Yuta, also holding a weather rod, studies the manual. "Luffy, it's time for a feast." Luffy's head pops down from the doorframe. "Are we having a feast?" Sanji, passing by, kicks him. "We don't have much food left on the ship. Save it." Luffy's eyes dim, and he sulks. "Okay." Yuta then chimes in, "Tada!" A pigeon flies out from the weather rod. Luffy's eyes sparkle once more. "Whoa! Amazing!" In the cabin, Nami clenches her fists. "Usopp spent so much money to create something like this." Usopp hurriedly raises his hands. "And no, this is Trek's activity fund." Trek interjects, "Wait, this is a weapon. Isn't it, Usopp?" Usopp jolts right. The weapon instructions are on the back. The manual is on the back. Nami shoots Usopp a sidelong glance, flipping the manual over. Soon, a dark cloud appears above everyone on the deck, and rain begins to fall amidst thunder. Yuta gasps, "It can be used like this too?" After consulting and studying for a long while, she finds it not as smooth as Nami. Trek raises an eyebrow. Only Nami, who can directly perceive the weather, can use this weather rod with finesse. Trek pats Usopp on the shoulder. "Usopp, I'll leave the jetpack to you." Usopp frowns, "That's too difficult." At the bow, Vivi gazes ahead. "Finally, we're nearing Alabasta." Trek looks at the system interface. Days accumulated, 18 days. Chapter 50, The Mysterious Arts of the Wind. The weather in the seas has settled into a stable and sunny day, and Alabasta is surely within reach today. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, Trek focused his thoughts and activated the Critical Strike sign-in. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the Critical Strike sign-in reward, The Mysterious Arts of the Wind, non-devouring version. Gulp. Trek couldn't help but swallow hard. The transformation of the cosmos empowers me to reign, a technique beyond the realms of the mysterious arts. Once the intricate layout is established, one can freely determine the central position within. The forces of heaven, earth, and humanity may be manipulated at will, disturbing time itself. The mysterious arts are unbound and defy elemental oppositions, altering space, harnessing divine energies from all directions, seizing the opportune moment and advantageous terrain. However, this extraordinary technique is fraught with peril. One can easily become lost within its internal landscape during practice, and a careless application can lead to a debilitating affliction that worsens progressively. Mastering this step is attainable through the system, which has already been bypassed. As for its application, the backlash from the tortoise flies and the chaotic Gene Tua will lead to grievous consequences. Fortunately, as it is the non-devouring version, I will not suffer from such backlash and shall remain unharmed. What a delightful surprise. Trek's eyes sparkled. At last, a formidable move had arrived. With his current innate energy cultivation of 22 years, he could set a mysterious arts formation with a radius of 100 meters. Timing the layout perfectly would leave the enemy no chance of escape from the confines of this formation, allowing not only for harvesting but also for a continuous onslaught. On the deck, a sudden cry from Vivi pierced the air. "What is that?" Trek turned to look, raising an eyebrow. Luffy and Usopp were using Karu as bait for fishing. No, wait. A vast expanse of green mist was rising from the sea ahead. Nami emerged to inspect. "It's all right. It's nothing to worry about, just water vapor. That's a hot spot, a region beneath which lies an underwater volcano." Sanji twisted in admiration. "You're amazing, Nami." The Mary sailed boldly into the choking green mist. Cough, cough. "Wow, the sulfur smell is overwhelming. I can't see a thing. Just hold on. We'll get through it soon." "Ah, ugh, wow." As they passed through the green mist, chaos erupted by the ship's railing. "Oh no. Why is someone flying in the air, clutching a duck and apples VE never seen before?" It was a heavily made-up man clad in a ballet costume adorned with swan decorations, revealing hairy legs. Trek murmured barely audibly, "Mr. Two, the true man, Von Clay." Luffy and Usopp exchanged glances. "Is that a human?" Mr. Two relaxed his grip and plummeted into the sea. "Ah, help, please. I'm a land dweller." Usopp dove in to rescue him. Mr. Two knelt on the deck, dripping wet. Gasping for air, "I thought I was done for. Oh, I am truly sorry." I can't believe I was saved by unfamiliar pirates. I will never forget your kindness. Also, could I have a bowl of hot soup, please? The crew, in exasperation, replied, We don't have any. How could you be so rude? We're nearly out of food. Trick chuckled, realizing that this fellow's declaration of gratitude was genuine, albeit contingent upon the completion of his current mission. Thus, Trick felt that the people here were rather dedicated. Vivi looked at Mr. Two, startled, but could not recall why she felt that way. Mr. Two raised his eyebrows at Vivi, blowing her a kiss. You're so charming. I just want to eat you up. Vivi leaned back, thinking, this person is quite strange. Luffy, curious, asked, You can't swim, can you? Mr. Two shrugged. That's right. I ate a devil fruit. Since there was no rush before his ship arrived, he declared, Allow me to entertain you with a performance. Mr. Two struck a pose, dramatically pointing at Luffy. This is my ability. Bang. Not only did Luffy not expect it, but he was also sent tumbling backward, surprised. Zoro's expression sharpened as he drew his sword, while Usopp trembled in fear. Mr. Two held his hands up and mimicked Luffy and Appo's voice. Wait. I said it was a performance, didn't I? Zoro, seeing the face of the person in front, gasped. Mr. Two, with Luffy and Appo's face, exclaimed, I'm not joking. Luffy sprang up, shocked. It's me. Mr. Two waved his hands. Did I scare you? Haha. Just a touch with my left hand and see. I'm back to normal. This is the power of the mimic fruit. Mr. Two had transformed into Luffy, not just in voice but in physique as well. Trick nodded to himself. This individual was the type who loved to explain their abilities, which was quite convenient. Trick called out, What exactly are you? Mr. Two halted, raising his right hand. Me? I am Mr. Two. The ship fell silent, followed by the sound of blades unsheathing and slingshots being drawn. Chopper looked around in bewilderment, unsure of what was happening. Vivi, cold sweat dripping down her brow, said You are Mr. Two. Nami sighed, exasperated. How did another enemy manage to board our ship? You are one of Princess Vivi and Appo's foes? Sanji, extinguishing his cigarette, shifted into a combat stance. Prepare yourself. He aimed a high kick at Mr. Two's head. Mr. Two countered with a flamboyant ballet move, but his words were abruptly cut off as he was sent crashing onto the deck in a split position. Mr. Two's eyes widened. It wasn't he just slippery. He had been forcefully propelled. Sanji, often acting as a beautician, had been developing his skills daily, and it showed. Bang. Mr. Two slammed into the deck, but didn't he lose his balance, looking back in astonishment. What kind of ability is that? Sanji, his eyes blazing with fury. You made the gentle Vivi worry. Unforgivable. Sanji was not the type to explain his abilities. He brought his raised leg down. Meatball. Mr. Two, struck and spinning like a meatball, cried out. What? His voice echoed as his head spun. Sanji and Appo's leg remained raised, and he began to spin like a top. Cyclone wind kick. Trick's eyes brightened. Cyclone jumbo. A hurricane-sized passenger plane. Collision imminent. Sanji's body spun left, creating a right-rotating whirlwind. The ever-growing tornado surged toward Mr. Two. Trick called out urgently. Hold him back. Not for information. Mr. Two likely knows little. It's to ensure he cannot cause any trouble. Sanji kicked upward, the tornado following his foot before descending toward Mr. Two. What? Mr. Two screamed, eyes rolling back, fainting. Usopp rushed over, distressed. The Mary. Sanji struck a pose, hands on his hips. How did I do, Miss Vivi? Nami, what do you think? This was inspired by watching you face the hurricane. Impressive, right? In the background, a swan ship was closing in. Zoro, sword drawn, approached the ship's railing. Looks like we have some work to do. Chapter 51, Fire Fist Ace. Zoro was engaged in combat aboard the Swan engine vessel. Vivi glanced at Mr. Two and remarked, I am unaware of his abilities. I have merely heard tales of a tall man with a feminine voice, a legend clad in a swan coat. Trick observed the wrists of the gathered crowd, then turned his gaze to the bound Mr. Two and lamented, we are missing a classic scene. A sea cat emerged from the bow of the Mary. Sanji's eyes lit up as he rolled up his sleeves, exclaiming, Food. Luffy, salivating, prepared to spring into action. Vivi quickly stood up, anxiously grabbing a floor brush. No, that is a sacred animal in Alabasta. With a resounding thud, two famished fiends fell to the ground. Trick looked at the sea cat, resembling a lucky cat, which swiftly dove back into the sea. It seemed it was not the two famished souls that frightened it, but rather Vivi. Chopper, still sweating in astonishment, remarked, The sea is truly marvelous. Usopp, having just played the role of an ostrich, picked himself up to be frightened by such a thing. You are still too naive. Chopper conveniently overlooked his still trembling legs. The island was now in sight. The seaside of Alabasta was not merely a beach, but a desert. The Mary headed towards a secluded coastline, where they discovered Mr. 3 and Appo's ship. Usopp shivered. This is not good. Nami began to admonish. Listen well, everyone. Please do not act on instinct. As if on cue, Luffy, who had been starving for what felt like 3 days, dashed out. Zoro looked at Nami, exasperated. The one who should heed that advice is already gone. Upon reaching a remote corner of the town of Roera, Vivi stood in a daze for a long moment. Sanji inquired, Miss Vivi, what troubles you? Vivi exhaled deeply. I apologize. I just feel a sense of relief. At least the streets appear to be safe. Though I cannot say I am entirely reassured, there may still be time. Zoro inquired, you mentioned a way to halt the rebellion? What is your plan? What should we do? Vivi replied, well, I did say that. We only agreed to get me to Alabasta. Nami lightly punched her. I am astounded you would say such a thing. We have all come this far. How could we abandon you now? Sanji chuckled. In any case, aside from me, the rest of you have either been drawn or seen by Mr. 3, and are likely wanted by Baroque Works. Zoro added, moreover, I have a keen interest in the 7 warlords. Nami leaned forward with an exaggerated expression. That statement is unnecessary. In any case, do not dwell on it. Besides, if this country falls, what reward will remain? After some banter, Vivi once again smiled. To the northwest of this city lies an oasis known as Yuba, which serves as the stronghold for the rebel forces. She began to elaborate on her plan. Trick, having just reviewed the anime, was aware that the rebels were not in Yuba, but rather in Kateria. However, their ambitions extended beyond merely defeating Crocodile and quelling the rebellion. Unsurprisingly, the Straw Hat crew would encounter Blackbeard in Magic Valley, should misfortune arise. If Blackbeard acquired Luffy's new bounty before them, he might escape the crew's grasp, transforming into a target for Blackbeard in Magic Valley. Blackbeard possessed the genuine strength of a warlord, capable of engaging in combat for days, and he enjoyed the advantage of not needing sleep. He wielded both armament haki and observation haki. In his youth, he had left 3 scars on the youthful Shanks' face, showcasing his formidable physical prowess. With the power of the Dark Fruit, he could absorb damage and temporarily silence the abilities of others, unleashing attacks that could engulf entire islands. Given Trick and Appo's current abilities, he feared he could not match Blackbeard. However, having Ace alongside would make a significant difference. Ace wielded armament and observation haki, although armament did not synergize well with fire. He possessed Conqueror's haki but had yet to master its use. His physical skills were lacking. Nevertheless, 2 years prior, Ace had fought evenly with Jinbei for days and nights. His Flame Fruit could also cover an entire island with its power. Ace was exceptionally resilient, and the potency of the Flame Fruit was indeed formidable. Jinbei, a master of Fishman Karate, could unleash powerful water-based attacks. Ace, as a Flame Fruit user, had fought Jinbei to a standstill, and his flames could pierce Jinbei and Appo's armament haki. Ace's defeat at the hands of Blackbeard was due to the dark water attack. Captured by the darkness and rendered powerless, he was left vulnerable to assault. The dark water ultimately exploited Ace's unfamiliarity with the dark fruit, making it a stealthy ambush. As long as Ace did not come into contact with Blackbeard, he could certainly overcome him. After much contemplation, Trick formulated a rough idea. He clasped Usopp's shoulder. Let us construct a vessel to navigate the desert. Usopp's mouth gaped open. A ship? Sailing in the desert? Trick, have you lost your mind? If Trick had adhered to conventional wisdom, he would have scoffed at such an idea. Yet, within the deserts of Alabasta, there existed a band of desert pirates. This desert could indeed be likened to a sea. The winds could propel sails, allowing large ships to traverse the sands. Desert pirates operated haphazardly, while Trick and his crew had a specific destination. Thus, Trick led a bewildered Usopp back to the ship to install 2 large fans at the stern of the Mary. The fan blades could be powered by the ship's pedal generator. Simultaneously, they served as Trick's weapon of choice, spinning with great ferocity. Usopp wiped his brow. Is it time to reunite with them? He felt no anxiety about how to maneuver the Mary into the desert. He knew Trick could make it fly. Just as Trick was about to speak, flames erupted in the town, accompanied by billowing smoke. Usopp's jaw dropped. Why is that flame and that column of smoke moving? Trick chuckled and patted his shoulder. Do you have a bad feeling? This is likely trouble caused by Luffy. Usopp wore a pained expression, resisting the notion. Trick adjusted the ship's course. Let us go to their aid. Sure enough, it was not long before a group of people rushed back to the shore in a state of panic. They had donned desert attire, with Nami, Vivi, and Yuta transforming into exotic dancers. Strange? Are we missing someone? The group counted heads and realized Luffy was missing. They decided to head to the left side of the Sandora Canal to evade the Navy, planning to search for Luffy once the commotion subsided. As the Mary sailed forward, Trick, keeping an eye on the right bank, spotted Luffy waving, donning a cowboy hat adorned with a light. I and Amp, Appos, am here. Luffy stretched out his arm, grasping the railing, and flung himself onto the deck, inadvertently knocking over Sanji and Chopper. Luffy laughed. Sorry, ha ha ha. Sanji sat up, grasping Luffy by the collar. You idiot. You Haven T reflected it all. Luffy turned his head away. By the way, Ace, Zoro inquired, aren't you with your brother? Nami added, is he okay on his own? Luffy replied, well, he should be fine. Ace is incredibly strong. Yuta exclaimed, wait. Luffy, you actually admit someone is stronger than you. Luffy, brimming with pride, stated, he didn't eat the flame fruit before, but even then, I never went against him. In any case, Ace is really strong. Usopp remarked, indeed. A monster, and Appos' brother is a monster. Luffy laughed heartily, but now, I am definitely going to win. Before the person arrived, the voice had already reached. I speak of you. Ace leaped up from beneath the Mary and landed gracefully on the railing behind Luffy. Who can he possibly surpass? Luffy plopped down on the deck and looked up, exclaiming, oh, Ace, these are the companions I just mentioned. Ace, resting his hands on his knees, bowed respectfully, saying, indeed, my brother is in your care. The group was momentarily taken aback, responding, and no, it's nothing. Ace beamed. This kid lacks manners. You must find him quite troublesome. The others, still processing, replied, no, not at all. Ace, feeling slightly embarrassed, continued, I kindly ask for your support. Chapter 52, The Flickering Fireflies and the Sandboat. To everyone in Appos' astonishment, they had never anticipated that Luffy's brother, Ace, would exhibit such courtesy. Sanji, holding an unlit cigarette, remarked, you all must have much to discuss. Why not come in? I'll brew some tea for you. Suddenly alarmed, Chopper thought, oh no, those who have shared a smoke with this kid seem to meet unfortunate fates. He furrowed his brow, wondering if he should be so superstitious. As he pondered, anxiety surged within him. Joy Boy is the ultimate destiny. If the Destiny crew does not believe in fate, it would be quite absurd. Chopper observed Ace bowing his head. In relation to his position, he stood to the south of Sanji. A flicker of firelight leaped onto the cigarette Sanji held. Chopper clenched his fist in front of Sanji's cigarette, exclaiming, Sanji, I've lit it for you. Sanji responded, oh, thank you. While Chopper felt relieved, he silently implored, Joy Boy, protect me. Ace lifted his gaze. No, it and Amp, Appos, unnecessary. There and Amp, Appos, no need to trouble yourself. The merry-go-round rounded a cliff, and the crew expected a more unruly individual. What a deception. How could someone so sensible be Luffy's brother? To care so much for his sibling, what a good person. As everyone continued to marvel at Ace's demeanor, Luffy leaned in. I told you, they're quite interesting, aren't they? Just then, 5 colossal ships from Baroque Works approached menacingly, seemingly intent on surrounding the merry-go-round. Luffy, leaning against the awning, exclaimed, those guys again. Ace declared, Luffy, I and Appos, LL take care of them. He leaped onto his flame-propelled skiff, hands in pockets, feet ablaze, propelling 3 propellers as he surged toward the 5 ships. You and Appos, V arrived. Fire Fist Ace. If you think you can surpass these 5 vessels, come and try. The billionaires shouted. Let and Appos, see if I can. Ace bellowed, leaping from the skiff, twisting mid-air, and exhaling flames to adjust his posture. He landed back on the skiff that had rejoined him from beneath the ship, aligning horizontally with the 5 vessels. Time to end this. Fire Fist. Ace shouted, transforming his hand into flames. With a mighty swing of his arm, a fireball with a diameter of over 10 meters shot forth, crashing through the ships. In an instant, only charred remnants of the vessels remained on the sea. Flames still flickering. With flames still dancing at his fingertips, Ace tipped his cowboy hat. Hey. The crew on the merry-go-round stood in awe. Chopper was exhilarated, thinking, truly remarkable. A single punch resulting in millions at the box office. Princess Nefertari Vivi must be a hostage. They must have some scheme in abducting her, Desbones expressed with concern. No, judging by Vivi's behavior, she seems to be one of them. Indeed, this nation is on the brink of a significant upheaval. Smoker replied, shaking his head. I have deduced the whereabouts of the Straw Hat crew. He stood up. Huh? Daz Bones was puzzled. Their target is Crocodile. Crocodile? The notorious pirate recognized by Mariewa. One of the 7 warlords? You should know how much I despise the 7 warlords, especially that loathsome man. However, from a standpoint, he aligns with Mariewa and the Navy. He has never been one to heed Mariewa's commands. Daz Bones. This is crucial. Pirates, regardless of circumstances, remain pirates. Wherever Crocodile is, the Straw Hat Kid will undoubtedly appear. Once there, everything will become clear. At that point, he won't be able to escape. Smoker commanded the Marines, his expression darkening as they prepared for action. Ace, do you truly not consider me your companion? Luffy asked, holding a cup of sake, gnawing on jerky. Ace took a sip and replied, I'm pursuing a man. His name is Blackbeard. Vivi recalled, isn't he the pirate who attacked Drum Kingdom? Ace reflected on his former position as the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. He was my subordinate. He recounted the events leading to his pursuit of Blackbeard in Yuba. Nami turned to Vivi, so your destination aligns with ours. Luffy raised his cup. Let's enjoy our time together, Ace. All the cups clinked together. Cheers. Chopper took a sip and asked, how long have you been chasing Blackbeard? You went to Drum Island before, right? If you don't catch him in Yuba this time, what's your plan? Ace set down his cup. It and Amp, Oppos, it's been quite a while. If I keep pursuing, I'm sure I'll find a way. Luffy, carefree as ever, exclaimed yes. There will always be a way. Ha ha. Chopper chuckled, clinking cups with them. Regardless of his refinement, he was still Luffy's brother, needing some tangible evidence to support his claims. In the afternoon, the merry-go-round reached the left bank of the Santora Canal. Usopp gazed at the desert. Hey, Chopper, we really should reinforce the ship's hull. Chopper nodded. All right. I'll act as the crane while you install the iron plating. As they docked, a group of Marshall Sea cows leaped out, blocking the merry-go-round. The leader jumped onto the rocks, blaring loudly. Chopper translated, if you wish to disembark, you must defeat me. Cowards should return. Usopp rolled up his sleeves. Being called a coward is intolerable. He then found himself with a few lumps on his head. Chopper rushed over, shaking him, grinning, Usopp. You can't leave me to install the iron plating alone. Get up. Yay. I won. Luffy shouted, raising his arm triumphantly after defeating one of the Marshall Sea cows. Yuta excitedly leaped off the ship. Let me join. Vivi stretched out her hand. Wait. No. That will. Chopper shook his head repeatedly, realizing he should have addressed the princess sooner. He turned back, packing seawater into his spatial pocket. Luffy and Yuta, 2 eager instructors, led their group of Marshall Sea cows in training. Chopper elevated the merry-go-round, working with Usopp to cover the hull with iron plating. Ace praised, that's quite an interesting ability. Chopper laughed. Oh, it's nothing special. As the merry-go-round settled back into the water, Chopper infused some energy into the keel. Luffy and Yuta led 2 groups of Marshall Sea cows. All right, let us set off. Vivi hurriedly interjected. The sea cows cannot traverse the desert. Chopper, however, shouted from the bow. Everyone, get on board. Even the sea cows. Nami asked, what do you plan to do? And what are those 2 large fans for? Usopp declared. The merry-go-round is now the Desert Voyager merry-go-round. With everything in place, 2 groups of Marshall Sea cows pedal bicycles, activating the large fans. Luffy, without needing to comprehend, shouted. Charge. The merry-go-round soared into the air, soaring over the rocks and landing on the dunes. Whoosh. The 2 large fans whirred, propelling the merry-go-round forward. Chapter 53, Path Dependence. Aside from Chopper, who was afraid of the heat and lay on the stairs, Zoro was fanning himself with a few tons of dumbbells. A group of manatees waiting for their turn to cycle were also practicing alongside Zoro. Ace was sitting on the stairs, enjoying the refreshing breeze without drawing attention to himself. Although Trick had seen it in the anime, he still couldn't quite comprehend why a user of the flame fruit would be afraid of the heat. Soon, the Merry arrived at the once thriving oasis city of Elmar, now buried under sand as ruins for several years. After listening to Vivi's stories and reflecting briefly, the group set off towards the northwestern corner of Yuba. As the sun began to set, Trick was searching for a place to shield them from the wind for the night when he heard a long, mournful call from a camel. Upon investigation, he found a camel chasing after the Merry, gazing at the girls on the ship with hearts in its eyes. Chopper exclaimed, "Ah, that camel from back then." He claimed to be a tough camel, ready to protect the lovely ladies. Sanji retorted with displeasure, "What a disgusting camel." Nami suddenly had an idea. "Let us take him in. A camel is quite useful in the desert. For instance, we could use him to find water when we're low." The shrewd Nami was certainly calculating. Thus, the camel was hoisted onto the ship, and after some commotion, it was aptly named Eyelash. Trick observed the amorous camel crowding near the beautiful ladies and felt it resembled Momonosuke. No, wait. Momonosuke wasn't as sprightly as this camel. Before night fell, the Mary sailed between towering rocks in the desert. Luffy suddenly pointed aside. Look over there. Those birds seem to be in trouble. Beneath one of the rocks lay a group of battered birds, resembling both cormorants and cranes. Luffy rushed over, grabbed one by the neck, and shook it. Hey, get it together. Trick turned to Vivi and asked, Vivi, what are those animals called? Vivi, startled by his call, looked over and gasped, covering her mouth. Those are the great deceivers. They trick travelers and steal their belongings. Upon hearing this, Luffy frowned. What? So they're bad birds. Suddenly, one of the great deceivers perked up and flapped its wings at Luffy before taking flight. As the other great deceivers flew away, they bombarded Luffy with a shower of black and white substances. Vivi felt deeply apologetic. I'm sorry, I should have mentioned it sooner. The great deceivers flew off behind the rocks. Trick, however, remained vigilant, calling upon the manatees for duty. These great deceivers were quite unscrupulous. If they couldn't tea-trick someone, they'd definitely return to pilfer. Speaking of which, the manatees were similar. They either got defeated and had their belongings stolen or triumphed and feasted on leftovers. It was a fitting match for both groups of creatures. That night, the great deceivers indeed launched a surprise attack. However, with Luffy and Yuta's brave disciples guarding the ship, they were chased away before they could land. The next morning, they awoke to a sandstorm that obscured the sky, burying the Mary completely. They also encountered the enormous, carnivorous Venus flytrap. Two gargantuan desert lizards, the size of sea beasts, erupted into action as the Mary passed by. One was sliced apart, while the other was charred. The charred one was incinerated by Ace, rendering it inedible. After selecting the remains of the sliced one, Sanji filled the storage to the brim. That day, thanks to the Mary's swift journey through the desert, they did not encounter the sand pirates from the anime. Ace did not succumb to heatstroke or wander off to the village well guarded by those ruffians impersonating rebels. On the third day, the rocks became more numerous, and Trick found himself checking his phone more frequently. Next to a cluster of ice cream cone-like rocks, Trick suggested they maintain the metal plating on the ship and Appo's bottom. Thus, the group decided to seize the opportunity for a picnic in the sand. After taking care of the Mary and refueling, Trick, feeling full, leaned against a rock and became too lazy to move. A large piece of lizard rib was snatched away, prompting Luffy to chase after the others in search of it while Trick remained idle. Meanwhile, Ace skillfully deflected 2 bullets fired by frightened children with small stones, gathering information on the target. It turned out Ace had learned of a man named Scorpion who had defeated Blackbeard. The group gazed in astonishment at the photograph of the farmer-like Scorpion, feeling perplexed and incredulous. Not long after, Luffy, who had wandered off, was brought back by a man riding an ostrich. That man was Scorpion, the very person Ace was looking for. Sweating profusely, Scorpion forced himself to say, Fire Fist Ace, I must apologize, your heroic exploits end here. He was a man of the same ilk as Usopp. Luffy grinned and waved his hands excitedly. This is thrilling. Ace, let us engage in a fierce battle. Do not hold back. Trick recognized this as Luffy's way of honoring his dreams. Ace, exasperated, shouted, who would hold back? I have questions for him too. Upon seeing Ace, Scorpion felt a wave of fear wash over him, and after a moment of gathering his composure, he reluctantly declared, I'll take my shot. He set up a net gun with a winch on the ostrich, launching a large net that ensnared Ace. However, Ace countered with a fiery blast that sent the net back, trapping Scorpion. Hot, hot, hot. Scorpion rolled on the ground. After regaining his footing, he shouted to the ostrich, Bobo, bring out the fire suppression gun. The ostrich ran over, dropping a set of equipment in front of him. Scorpion quickly assembled a backpack-style water gun that, astonishingly, could pierce through rock. Trick's eyes lit up. I must say that's a clever approach for dealing with a power user. Ace effortlessly dodged the water gun and landed a punch in Scorpion's gut. Ace inquired, though I suspected as much, your claim of defeating Blackbeard is a fabrication, isn't it? You knew that mentioning Blackbeard's name would draw me out. Scorpion, begrudgingly clenching a handful of sand, replied, You're right. It was a clever strategy, wasn't it? This is a tie, and now I'm serious. At this moment, the 2 small boys cried out in distress, Enough. Please stop fighting, Daddy. Scorpion was taken aback. Straightening up, Dibu. Chibu. In essence, this is a tale of a man from a homeland called Badlands, where little grain can be cultivated, who aspired to return to bounty hunting to improve their lives, while the children merely wished for the family to live in peace. Subsequently, based on Scorpion's bounty hunter intel, it was said that Blackbeard had been spotted along the Great Line to the west. Ace prepared to bid farewell to the group. Trick first spent 500,000 berries to acquire those 2 sets of equipment from Scorpion before finding Ace. Wait a moment, Trick called out to Ace, who was packing his belongings. It feels to me that Blackbeard isn't avoiding your pursuit at all. The fact that even Scorpion, who resides inland, knows you're hunting him in the nearby waters suggests that Blackbeard is still lingering around, likely engaged in his own affairs. Ace adjusted his hat and gazed into the distance. Perhaps. Trick raised an eyebrow. Unlike Luffy, Ace seemed to possess a more analytical mindset. In my hometown, there exists a principle for analyzing others' behaviors known as path dependence. Trick settled down beside Ace, explaining. It suggests that a person who has succeeded in the past is likely to rely on their old methods to achieve success again. I hope you don't take offense, but given your words, Blackbeard seemed to display no ambition during his years lurking within the Whitebeard pirates. The moment he saw the dark fruit, he immediately sprang into action. He now reveals his ambition, undoubtedly yearning for further success. I suspect he is contemplating aligning himself with another organization in hiding. This is not merely a fabrication by Crocodile. Blackbeard, at that time, released numerous prisoners from Impel Down and caused a commotion at the upper echelons, resulting in his removal from the 7 warlords of the sea. He even kidnapped Kobe, intending to leverage the former naval hero to negotiate for the allegiance of a king from a member nation. He is intent on using the celestial dragons as a shield for his schemes. Ace turned to Crocodile, asking, "What do you mean?" Crocodile continued, "The only entity larger than the Whitebeard pirates is Mariewa, Isn, and Apos. Tiet, I believe Blackbeard aspires to be one of the 7 warlords." Ace, you have declined the position of warlord, Haven Tiu? What was the situation at that time? Ace reflected for a moment. I had just defeated a warlord with a bounty of around 100 million berries, and soon after, I received an invitation. Crocodile's eyes widened in understanding. No wonder Blackbeard has been lingering nearby. He must be seeking a chance encounter with a pirate whose bounty exceeds 100 million. Suddenly, Crocodile slapped Ace on the shoulder. Ace, join us for a while longer. You remain in the shadows while we are in the light, and soon you will find Blackbeard. Because we will soon have bounties exceeding 100 million. Chapter 54. Yuba. Rain Base. Ace, are you not leaving? Wonderful. Luffy spun around Ace in circles. All right. You've made me dizzy. However, I want to intervene any further, Luffy, and you must remember not to reveal my existence. Ace wisely cautioned. He didn't need to hide in the ship's hold. While the Straw Hat crew was in action, Ace could simply guard Mr. Two on board. On the morning of the 4th day, the Mary passed by the remnants of the ancient kingdom of Alabasta, dating back 800 years. Soon after, they approached Yuba. Vivi did not see the oasis she had envisioned, but rather a town besieged by a sandstorm. When the storm finally subsided, it was already nightfall. Upon witnessing the town of Yuba engulfed by sand, the crew disembarked. Chad shook his head. Old sand is truly pitiful. Zoro remarked, "This is devastating." Vivi stared in disbelief. The oasis has been devoured. The sound of clattering echoed mysteriously. Usopp trembled. Is it a ghost? Yuta exclaimed excitedly, "Let us go see." Following the sound, they stumbled upon an elderly man wielding a shovel, digging through the sand. The old man, while swinging his shovel, spoke as if Yuba still possessed its former water sources, vegetation, and prosperity. Vivi inquired, "Excuse me, where are the rebel forces?" The old man abruptly turned around. "You're asking about that? You wouldn't want to join the rebels, would you?" In a fit of anger, he hurled sand and debris at them. The crew dodged in a flurry. Finally, when the old man grew weary of throwing, he said, "The rebels are no longer here." After 3 years of drought, Yuba frequently suffers from sandstorms. The rebels couldn't stay and have relocated their headquarters to Caturlia. Vivi gasped in shock. Caturlia? That's just to the east of the town where the Straw Hats landed in Alabasta. Chopper exclaimed, "Caturlia, ISNT, that where I got lost and met Eyelash." Eyelash whimpered, "Wah." Chopper translated, "When I was rescued, Eyelash was helping the rebels transport goods to Caturlia." Eyelash turned only to be met with a group assault led by Sanji. "Wah, how was I to know?" He was beaten again. The old man approached Vivi. Stepping out of the pit, "Vivi, you are Vivi. You're alive. How wonderful. It's no wonder you didn't recognize me." I've lost quite a bit of weight. Vivi's eyes widened, and more. More Toto. Chad compared the old man to a chubby merchant from an anime, noting how the plump figure had transformed into a gaunt one. Toto's relentless pursuit to unearth water sources in Yuba had led to Crocodile unleashing a sandstorm upon the town each day. Toto's son, Kusha, is now the leader of the rebels and Vivi's childhood friend. This revelation compelled Vivi to devise a plan to locate the rebels and halt the impending decisive battle. At this moment, Vivi was quite distressed. After a heartfelt exchange with Toto, she steeled herself to continue to Caturlia in search of the rebels. Luffy, however, was adamant. Chad, stop the ship. The captain's command prompted Chad to humorously halt the fan. Luffy had rarely activated his sharp intellect. After some persuasion from the crew, Luffy declared, "This is so boring. Vivi, I'm going to take down Crocodile. Even if we can stop the rebels, can you truly prevent Crocodile?" Vivi stammered. Luffy pressed, "You wish for no one to perish in this war. Our enemy is one of the 7 warlords. This is a rebellion that concerns millions. Don't you think that is somewhat naive?" Vivi, troubled and lost in thought, clenched her fists in response to Luffy's words. As the two argued, they began to fight. After taking several punches, Luffy excitedly flipped and pinned Vivi down. Chad raised an eyebrow, recognizing Luffy's familiar technique reserved for the princess. "Your life alone is not sufficient to wager. Then what should I wager? I have no other stakes left. At the very least, we should wager our lives. Are we not comrades?" Luffy stood, adjusting his hat. "Crocodile, where are you?" The destination shifted to Rain Base, just a day's journey from Yuba. At Rain Base, beneath Crocodile's casino, the Baroque Works' secret headquarters awaited. A long table was set. The cold Mr. 1, Miss Doublefinger with her chin resting in her hand, the dazed Mr. 4, and the impatient Miss Christmas were gathered, waiting for Mr. 2, but had to meet their unseen boss first. After a lengthy wait, Miss All Sunday finally emerged. "For a long time, I have been directing your work on behalf of the boss, but that is no longer necessary, as you understand, right?" A voice resonated from the once empty chair facing away from them. "The time has come." The operation was named Utopia, the final plan of Baroque Works. Mr. 1 gasped, "Crocodile?" Miss Christmas remarked, "A prominent figure indeed. Could he be our boss?" Miss Doublefinger questioned, "Why is a warlord our boss?" Crocodile leaned on the table, his dark gaze sweeping across the room. "Do you contest this?" Miss Doublefinger retorted, "It's not that we contest. A warlord is a legitimate pirate. Why establish this company?" Crocodile slowly explained, "What I seek is neither wealth nor status, but military power. Let me elaborate." He spoke of his grand utopia scheme, yet in truth, it was all for the legendary Pluton, intending to strike back at Whitebeard and reclaim his honor. Robin handed the mission cards to the 4 senior agents. Crocodile continued, "Once you each complete your missions, this kingdom of Alabasta will collapse under itself. By dawn, this nation will become our utopia. Operations commence at 12 o'clock tomorrow." Mr. 2 was missing, leaving no one to impersonate Cobra. Mr. 4's group would kidnap Cobra, while Mr. 1's group would collaborate with the hidden billionaire to eliminate Kusha, framing both the Kingdom's army and the rebels. This would incite a furious conflict. Just then, footsteps echoed from the staircase, surprising everyone. A man with a 3-bun hairstyle pulled back his cloak's hood. "I hope you can delay the Utopia operation." Crocodile, biting his cigar, glanced over. Mr. 3 earnestly stated, "Boss, it's a pleasure to meet you. I come to request another chance." It was obvious that failing the mission would result in persecution, which is why he took a detour to Spider CAF and followed. Crocodile glared. "What are you saying?" Mr. 3, slightly trembling, explained, "I let the Straw Hat crew and Princess Vivi escape." Crocodile stood abruptly. "You let them escape? Are they still alive?" "Warranty you on the phone in the flower garden, claiming you dealt with the pirates and Vivi? What about Mr. 2, who went to hunt you down?" Mr. 3, flustered, replied, "Phone? I never used a phone in the flower garden, and I have no idea about Mr. 2. Crocodile's expression changed. "What?" Miss Doublefinger questioned. "What is happening? Can you clarify?" The sand crocodile's expression darkened. "They are aware of my true identity. Neglecting this matter would jeopardize our battle plans." Mr. 3, filled with anxiety, declared, "I will personally deal with them." The sand crocodile seized Mr. 3 by the throat, growling, "Silence, you glutton. Do you understand why I bestowed this position upon you? In terms of combat prowess, you are inferior even to Mr. 4. What I value is your relentless obsession with completing the mission, no matter the cost." Mr. 3 struggled desperately but could not escape the sand crocodile's grip. In the blink of an eye, he was drained of moisture, leaving him emaciated. Cast onto the ground, Mr. 3 clutched his throat in agony, gasping, "Water, water." The sand crocodile pressed a button. "If you wish to drink, indulge yourself." Mr. 3 plummeted into the water below, where a banana crocodile climbed in and, with a crunch, devoured him whole. The sand crocodile, his countenance grim, returned to his seat, pulling out a photograph of Vivi alongside sketches of 4 individuals. Listen closely, upon sighting them, kill without hesitation. Just as the sand crocodile convened with the high-ranking agents, the merry-go sailed to the Santora Canal, where Frankie parked in a secluded spot. The Straw Hat crew and Vivi entered the town of Rain Base. Chapter 55, Water Bomb. The secret base of Rain Banquet. Within the secret base of Rain Banquet, Sand Crocodile and the elite agents had yet to disperse. Miss All Sunday turned, holding a telephone bug in her hand. The Straw Hat crew has arrived in the rain. A terrifying smile crept across Sand Crocodile's face. "Oh, just in time. Before the mission begins, let us eliminate them." The elite agents of Baroque Works had no connection to the assassination of Princess Vivi. That was solely the responsibility of Crocodile, the hero of Alabasta. The 4 of Mr. 1, having just witnessed Sand Crocodile's ruthlessness towards Mr. 3, immediately stood up as assassins. Yes, in the town of Rain. Luffy had just entered through the city gate and shouted, "Where is Crocodile? Show yourself." He then found himself face to face with a squad of Marines. Nami, unable to stop him in time, angrily punched his head. "You idiot." As a band of pirates, they took to their heels in the face of the relentless Marines. Yet, the Marines not only pursued them doggedly, but also multiplied in number. The group reached the end of the street, where a commercial building blocked their path, splitting into 2 diverging routes. Nami shouted, "Everyone split up." "No need." Frankie called out, "Just keep going forward." "What?" Nami was astonished. She turned to see it was Frankie who was shouting, not Luffy. "Well, that's a relief." Frankie activated the belts and shoes that had been infused with energy, flying upwards. Luffy extended his arms to grab the rooftop, propelling himself into the air. From behind came a loud shout. "Straw Hat! Frankie, you won. T escape this time." Smoker swung his large hand, transforming it into smoke. White blow. His hands morphed into 2 tendrils of smoke, twisting and entwining like rapidly growing vines, reaching for the sky. Frankie turned back. "Are you looking for a fight, Smoker?" He employed the Dragon Claw technique to absorb the smoke. With a smirk, Frankie quipped, "Have you improved during this time? If not, let us not waste time. We're in a hurry." Smoker, transforming his lower body into smoke, soared upwards. "What do you want, you punk?" Having witnessed the power of Haki, Frankie noted that Smoker had yet to master it. Perhaps Frankie lacked the top-tier teaching talent that someone like Master K could provide. He swung his measurement tool, launching an aerial assault. However, Smoker seized the moment, vanishing into smoke to evade the attack. Frankie raised an eyebrow. Smoker had indeed improved. Noticing Smoker's position to the north, Frankie waved his hand. Water bomb. Drawing upon his energy through his unique techniques, he released a water bullet the size of his fingertip. The smoke dissolved in water. As the water bullets enveloped and eroded the smoke, Smoker's smoky form could not disperse upon contact with the water, being battered by the relentless rain-like water bullets, causing him to tremble violently, his face a mix of pain, astonishment, and disbelief. How could this? The Straw Hat crew had already landed on the ground, rushing towards the Rain Banquet Casino. Sanji paused, exhaling in frustration. "These Marines just want to quit. You all go ahead and protect Vivi." Vivi, worried, looked back as Nami pulled her along. After running for a while, Chopper suddenly halted. "Watch out below." Boom. The street erupted. Miss Merry Christmas, a user of the Mole fruit, emerged from the ground with Mr. 4. Mr. 4 swung his cannon, unleashing a wiener dog. Miss Merry Christmas lunged at Vivi. Clang. Zoro sprang into action, blocking the massive mole claws with his sword. Usopp exclaimed, "What is that?" Zoro glanced back. "You all go." Usopp, trembling at the sight of the wiener dog's mouth transforming into a cannon, stammered, "I'll help." Luffy led the charge forward. Oh, the group advanced, colliding with a throng of Baroque Works millionaires filling the street. In his human-animal form, Chopper stepped forward. "I'll hold them off." Luffy and the others darted into a nearby alley. One of the millionaires frowned. "Is that a raccoon?" The others, not recognizing Chopper without a bounty poster, shouted, "Don't run." Even if Chopper had a picture, he would be mistaken for a pet. Chopper transformed into his enhanced form. "I'm not a raccoon. I'm a reindeer." The closest millionaire gasped, "A monster." Chopper threw a punch, sending a wave of millionaires flying. In the alley, Luffy and the others turned toward the direction of the rain banquet, spotting a man and a woman in black waiting for them, one bald and the other with an explosive hairstyle. Miss Doublefinger twisted her fingers at the waist, stepping forward. Oh, my, what lovely girls. Nami turned. Who are they? Vivi replied. I'm not sure either. Yuta drew her massive lance. I'll take them on. Nami assembled her weather staff. I'll join too. Although she felt a tinge of regret after arming herself, she couldn't leave Yuta behind. Unlike how she would with a boy, Vivi was deeply moved. Everyone. The rain banquet was not far off, and Luffy surged ahead with Vivi. Frankie soared towards the enormous golden crocodile statue at the entrance of Rain Banquet. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted Luffy and Vivi, who exclaimed in delight, Mr. Swordmaster. Frankie grinned in response, but was soon interrupted by a loud shout from behind. You're not going anywhere. Smoker, disregarding the blood at the corner of his mouth, flew after them. Having reached this point, Frankie glanced back and chose to ignore him. Luffy, too, was unconcerned, forcefully pushing open the grand doors of Rain Banquet and shouting once more, Crocodile, get out here. The bodyguards surrounded them, but they were no match for the two pirates and a princess. Despite Vivi being weaker compared to the Straw Hat crew, she was still capable of being a Baroque Works agent. Smoker, arriving late, was momentarily blocked by the wall of bodyguards. At the end of the casino hall, 2 rows of welcoming staff were enthusiastically guiding them toward the VIP room. Vivi shouted, That SA trap. Luffy replied, Great. Let us go in. He was responding to the welcoming staff, while Smoker pondered, So it's the VIP room. What connection do those people have with Crocodile? At the intersection of the VIP passage, one path was marked VIP and the other marked Pirate. Both routes seemed likely to be traps. Moreover, Crocodile was intent on playing the hero of the kingdom, waiting to usurp the king to search for Pluton. With Vivi present, he wouldn't dare to show himself. Yet Frankie asserted, Luffy, take the left VIP passage. Luffy, running, protested, but we're pirates. Frankie coaxed, It's a trap. We're approaching it from the wrong direction. The VIP passage is the way for pirates. Luffy suddenly realized, Oh, so it's like that. Then let us go left. The 4 of them, with 3 in front and 1 behind, dashed into the VIP passage. Clang. The floor of the entire passage collapsed. On that trap floor, both Luffy and Smoker found themselves powerless, and the 4 of them tumbled down together. They crashed through the sea stone tunnel, falling into a sea stone cage. Luffy stood up, gripping the bars. What a brilliant trap. Frankie nodded in agreement. Vivi stared in disbelief, her mouth agape, wondering why even Mr. Swordmaster. Her expression turned sour as she hung her head in despair. Luffy clutched the railing, preventing himself from falling. I have felt so weak since earlier. What could be the cause? It's as if I've plunged into water. Suddenly, Smoker erupted in fury, intent on launching a close-range ambush against Trick. Seeking revenge for the 2 beatings he had endured, Trick merely rested his chin on his hand, positioned to the east of Smoker. Yagami power, 6 harmonies. An amber shield materialized, repelling the 10 hands that threatened to breach it. Trick remarked, We have shared the same roof, my friend. Let us conserve our strength. Chapter 56. It's no wonder the villain talks so much. Usopp gripped the slingshot's elastic band tightly, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Where? His heart trembled with a growing sense of urgency. Beside him, the ground was riddled with holes. Miss Merry Christmas, accompanied by Mr. 4, had excavated these without confronting them directly, suddenly emerging from the earth. Whether it was Miss Merry Christmas scratching with her large claws or the sausage dog cannon spitting out baseball projectiles, Mr. 4 unleashed bombardments. The claws were manageable. Once she emerged nearby, Zoro could react in time. However, if he chased after the baseballs, Usopp would be left vulnerable. This thought filled Usopp with dread as well as self-reproach. Hee, watch out. Miss Merry Christmas launched a surprise attack from behind Usopp by the time Zoro arrived. She had already retreated underground. That swordsman's blade was terrifying. Back in her hiding place, Miss Merry Christmas was also sweating profusely. The hardened ground could be effortlessly shattered. Even if her claws were as hard as iron, they could be severed. She could only continue to exhaust his stamina. As Mr. 4 and the sausage dog cannon emerged, Usopp spotted them. There. Usopp instinctively shouted, his tension palpable. Strength Star. Usopp let go of the slingshot, launching a projectile wrapped in the yellow flag strength talisman. The moment it struck its target, a glimmer of light flashed, and the imposing figure of the Strength Star appeared. Upon its summoning, it surged forward, poised to strike with its blade. Mr. 4 was so startled that he nearly lost control of himself. The sausage dog dove headlong into the ground. Boom. Mr. Fur was cleaved into the earth, along with the ground collapsing around him. A resounding success in gopher hunting. Usopp exclaimed in excitement, waving his hands. Well done, Usopp. Zoro praised him generously. Now, it's your turn, you damn mole. At this thought, Zoro's temples throbbed with fury. Why, yet again, was it such a bizarre creature? First Garo. Second Garo. Zoro exhaled sharply, extending his arms to wield his sword. This technique was inspired by Chopper's strength enhancement. The first Garo surged his left bicep, and the second Garo surged his right bicep. Three-sword style, second Garo slash. Boom. The ground was struck as if by a wrecking ball, exploding with a thunderous crack. Miss Merry Christmas was jolted from the earth. Yuta winked at Nami before pointing at the two, her toes dancing rhythmically. Oh, you. Do you want to dance? Mr. One remained coldly silent, arms crossed. Showing no reaction. These two girls failed to pique his interest in battle. Miss Doublefinger, twirling her cigarette holder, chuckled. What are you doing? In the next moment, her expression turned serious. Mr. One also lowered his arms. In the alley, a circular platform rose beneath Yuta, lifting her skyward. Colorful spotlights transformed the entire area into a stage, while the buildings on either side morphed into gigantic lollipops. Miss Doublefinger, using her thorny fruit powers, scaled to the highest rooftop. However, she was certainly unable to reach Yuta. Mr. One and Appo's arms morphed into blades. A power user, I see. He swung his blade-like arm. The devil fruit that transformed his body into cold weaponry had additional abilities, like the scythe fruit that unleashed wind blades, or the scissor fruit that rendered cut objects fabric-like. The quick slash fruit could unleash flying slashes. Yuta was unaware, but she ascended rapidly. Her pupils instinctively constricted, yet she continued to sing, whenever the guitar noise echoes. Electric currents flow between you and me. A legion of musical notes emerged to shield her. In the world of song, Yuta had yet to develop elemental attack capabilities. However, in the real world, Nami's weather sticky-mitted cold, hot bubbles, and dark clouds loomed over the immobile Mr. One and Miss Doublefinger. Electric bubbles soared into the clouds. Nami waved her weather stick. Thunder weather. Crack. ZZZZT. The two elite agents were engulfed in smoke from the electric shock. Yuta and Nami leaped in a high five, yay. The consciousness of the two elite agents was restored, their vision blurred, and as their bodily pain returned, the two collapsed unconscious without their soul abilities. Smoker, at his wit's end, attempted to strike Luffy, who was gripping the railing, but was once again thwarted by Patrick. Smoker clenched his cigar, glaring at the two. Vivi looked anxiously at Luffy. Luffy, what's wrong? Why have you lost your strength? Luffy weakly stuck out his tongue. I'm not sure. Patrick observed Luffy's grip on the railing. Is it the sea stone? Smoker raised an eyebrow. A pirate from the East Blue actually knows about sea stone? Vivi gasped, what is that? Smoker replied, a mysterious stone found in certain waters. Sea stone emits energy akin to the ocean. He coldly explained the properties of sea stone. Vivi urged, Luffy, quickly let go of the railing. Luffy seemed oblivious. After Smoker finished explaining, he raised his hands to attack once more. Vivi urgently shouted, stop. Arin and Appo's. Tiwi both imprisoned by Crocodile? Her words were interrupted. Crocodile, having arrived silently, remarked, indeed, it would be best to cease. You are comrades facing death together, so why not get along? The grand chair at the desk beside the cage turned. Miss All-Sunday approached the desk. The scar running across the face of the old man with a horizontal seam smirked amidst the serious and surprised murmurs. Smoker scoffed. Your face is even more repulsive than I imagined. Crocodile glanced sideways. Oh, just like the rumors say, a mad dog, Smoker-kun. It seems you've long ceased to consider me one of your own. But you are right. Smoker, let us allow you to meet an unexpected demise. You've done your best to fight against a child like Straw Hat. He smirked. I trust they will have faith in me as a warlord. Vivi's eyes flared with anger. Crocodile, your plan will not succeed. Alabasta will not yield to you. Crocodile grinned wider. Poor Princess Vivi, risking herself for her country. Truly commendable. But alas, the Utopia plan is nearly complete. Patrick regarded Crocodile with a sense of novelty. It is no wonder the villain speaks so much. It appeared Crocodile was genuinely enjoying himself. Luffy gasped heavily. Hey, you were Crocodile, right? You bastard. Let us settle this once and for all. Vivi, in despair, exclaimed, Luffy, don't touch that railing. Crocodile admired. Straw Hat Luffy, it's impressive that you've made it this far. I shall thoroughly dispatch you. Patrick stepped forward, setting the stage for a strange formation. This maneuver consumed most of his energy. However, utilizing the formation to employ strange arts would require only invoking the setup. Patrick called out, Palace Transfer. There are various methods for spatial movement. Palace Transfer targets the existing space, shifting it from here to there. The four within the cage materialized beside Crocodile's desk. What happened? Luffy blinked, spotting Crocodile. I'm going to knock you out. He charged forward, fist raised. Crocodile, turning to face the group with a furrowed brow, remarked, You came out from a place devoid of sea stone using your abilities? Old Shah remains utterly unperturbed. Shah. Luffy propelled a multitude of sand, piercing through Crocodile and Appo's S-form, exclaiming, Hey, what is this? Crocodile and Appo's S-brow relaxed as he declared, I have consumed the sand fruit. A Logia-type devil fruit. Luffy, after a couple of bounces to regain his balance, furrowed his brow, inquiring, Sand fruit? What is that? Trek chuckled heartily. Before Luffy, the antagonist could not find any sense of triumph. Trek brandished his measuring tool, saying, Watch closely, Luffy. With a powerful push, he propelled himself, and the measuring tool struck Crocodile's cheek with tremendous force. W.H. Wah. Old Shah was sent flying, crashing solidly against the sea prism stone barrier. Luffy gaped in astonishment. Trek, how did you accomplish that? He was no longer surprised that Trek could contend with Smoker. That seemed entirely reasonable now. Trek clenched his fist, stating, If you think you can hit him, then you surely can. I believe in you, Luffy. Luffy tightened his straw hat, exclaiming, Oh, I understand now. Crocodile, bracing himself on the ground, wore a grim expression, muttering, Armament Haki. Trek, with the measuring tool in hand, taunted, You don't know how to use it. Crocodile shot him a murderous glance. Trek raised an eyebrow, seemingly confirming his suspicion. After his defeat to Whitebeard, Old Shah had been preoccupied with the desire for military power. The blow from Whitebeard had sapped his spirit, leading him to believe he could not triumph over Whitebeard through sheer strength, thus rendering him incapable of harnessing Haki. Perhaps he could have before, but now, after his defeat, it felt as though he had been rendered powerless. Crocodile gritted his teeth in frustration. You shall all remain here. In this confined space, facing a user of Haki, his abilities were severely hindered. Suddenly, the glass of this underwater secret base shattered, and water surged in. Miss All Sunday, who had been frowning in contemplation, was taken aback. The three ability users, inundated by the incoming water, quickly lost their strength. Trek observed, already prepared, as Old Shah transformed into sand and ascended. He then focused his attention on the three ability users. Old Shah and Appo's departure was not of concern to him. The boundary of the wind and strange formations he had set was 100 meters. However, if this 100 meters were merely a flat plane, how could he dare to claim mastery over the transformation of the cosmos? Chapter 57. Not just a simple dish. A lesson in depravity. The secret base beneath the rain banquet crumbled, and naturally, the casino built over the lake suffered the same fate. The bridge leading into the casino suddenly broke, plunging into the water, and the patrons in the first-floor hall were fortunate that the structure remained sturdy, sparing them from being buried. That was Crocodile. What transpired? Who dared to provoke the hero of the kingdom? At this moment, the gamblers rushed out, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at the towering yellow sand and the figures amidst the swirling dust. Crocodile and Appo's expression darkened as he silently observed below, seemingly trying to ascertain something. By the lake of the rain banquet, the remaining members of the Straw Hat crew had arrived. Chopper anxiously inquired, Where are Luffy and the others? Usopp gnawed on his fingers. Could it be they are buried beneath? Yuto waved her massive lance. I'll take care of that guy. Sanji raised a hand to halt her. How can we let a lady take such risks? Leave it to me. Zoro unsheathed his sword, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Crocodile. Perfect timing. Nami pulled out a talisman from her pocket. I'll go rescue Luffy. Crocodile heard a somewhat familiar voice. The sand crocodile turned to face Sanji, who had stepped forward. Who are you? Sanji pointed at himself. I am Mr. Prince. At your service from the trash restaurant. Heh. Crocodile raised an eyebrow. You are the insolent insect who dared to deceive me. Desert Blade. Crocodile and Amp. Appo's hand transformed into sand, violently slashing downward. A massive sand blade rushed towards Sanji, the swirling sand creating an ominous spectacle. Sanji exhaled gently, and as the sand blade struck him, it split into two, sliding harmlessly aside. Not only was his clothing intact, but even the ember of his cigarette remained unscathed. In truth, the properties of armament haki complemented the Sand fruit exceedingly well. Had Crocodile possessed the skill, the power of his desert blade would have escalated significantly. Unfortunately, Crocodile was incapable of wielding armament haki. Thus, not only was the attack's potency diminished, but even Sanji, the user of the slip fruit, found himself unharmed. Old Sand was genuinely infuriated, one after another. Are you all relentless? Sandstorm. With a loud shout, Old Sand unleashed a fine stream of sand, summoning a colossal sandstorm that erupted from the ground. The fierce winds generated by the sandstorm nearly swept the nearby trio off their feet, their screams escalating in volume. The reason there were only two of them was that Chopper had temporarily distanced himself from the group during the battle. Sanji leaped into the air. Cyclone wind leg, potato burst. The hasty suffix indicated that Sanji did not perceive this as a significant challenge. When an object encountered a user of the slip fruit, it would be swept away. The user could further develop their abilities to control the direction of the sweep without needing to rotate their body. Within the clockwise vortex, an anti-clockwise cyclone emerged. Old Sand was using sand to generate the whirlwind, yet Sanji seized control of the air currents, redirecting them. Even the sand within the storm was forced to slide away from him upon contact. As Sanji ascended higher within the cyclone, he delivered a powerful kick toward Old Sand. With a resounding thud, Old Sand disintegrated into a cloud of dust. Moments later, his form reassembled from the grains scattered about. Sanji sighed. TCH, was that truly ineffective? Previously, as Crocodile turned away, Trick had led the Holding Breath Vivi and 3 others through the ruins, akin to a conveyor belt, landing atop the collapsed statue of a banana crocodile. Luffy lay back, expelling water like a whale. Saved at last. Smoker and Robin propped themselves up, coughing out the water they had ingested. Robin, still trembling from the experience, curiously asked, "Why did you save me?" Smoker, filled with anger and embarrassment, struggled to maintain his composure. Trick, why did you save me? Ignoring the situation could lead to death, right? Luffy pushed himself up on his knees, adjusting his treasured straw hat. Smokey, do you want to fight? Trick observed Smoker's stunned expression. Though aware of the impending situation, Trick, having grown up in a different environment, found it difficult to comprehend the profound changes or revelations one might experience after narrowly escaping death. Perhaps in his homeland, there were many who repaid kindness with malice, akin to the tale of the farmer and the snake. In the pirate world, however, such tales might be absent. Or perhaps stories and fables failed to circulate between the islands. Smoker's grip slackened. This guy, how much of this is genuine? I and Amp, Oppos, I'll let you go this time, but next time we meet, your lives will be forfeit. Trick chuckled softly. Heh. Luffy grinned widely. I Don and Amp, Oppos, dislike you. He. Next up, let's take down Crocodile. To his surprise, Smoker's face flushed with embarrassment. Seeing Smoker's impending outburst, Trick shouted, Luffy, Crocodile is over there. The swirling sandstorm erupted, shattering into countless grains. A throng of Marines surged forward, directed by Smoker. The Navy was allied with the 7 warlords. Luffy charged toward the reformed Crocodile, Gum Rocket. He grasped the rooftop of a building across the lake, launching himself toward Crocodile in the air. Meanwhile, Robin approached Trick. Vivi nervously brandished her peacock chain. What do you intend to do? Robin bore an enigmatic smile as she gazed at Trick. You saved me. But now you must take responsibility. Trick turned to her. What now? Are you scheming? Trick composed himself. If you wish to join us, you must speak to our captain. In the memories of the anime, the 16-year-old Robin had once stated during her application that she was open to anything. Speculation about her selling her body had never been lacking, and Nami had endured similar treatment. However, upon witnessing them, Trick realized they had never engaged in such actions. One could easily deduce that only those who remained unsold could command a high price. Those who had been sold would be deemed worthless. To put it bluntly, only sycophants could provide them with the greatest benefits. Once connected, they could be easily manipulated. The pirate world was not lacking in young and beautiful women. Those who dealt with fearsome pirates and underground forces would have long been exploited and discarded. Luffy crashed through a pile of sand, his head colliding against the building's exterior. His face contorted in frustration. Damn. Why can't I hit him? Crocodile swung his arm, crescent sand dune. Trick's mind flickered. Using his ability to shift Luffy and Oppos, as position to the ground, where he landed safely. Boom. A corner of the building was shattered by the crescent sand blade. What happened? Luffy turned back, bewildered. Crocodile glared at Trick, relieved he did not possess the Eye fruit. Otherwise, his gaze could have eliminated Trick. I shall be your opponent. Zoro stepped forward, drawing his sword. Trick instinctively fell back, realizing Zoro had truly embraced the darkness. Chapter 58, The Menacing Spirit. How disappointing. What do you take me for? Crocodile seethed with rage. An eerie aura emanated from Zoro's cursed sword, Enma, rising ominously around him. The Desert Diamond Blade. Crocodile was serious now. In the blink of an eye, he conjured 5 massive axes of a golden iron hue from the sand. Ordinary desert blades were already harder than steel, but these resembled true diamond axes, even more resilient than titanium alloys. With ferocity, he swung and struck, targeting the audacious intruders. Three-sword style, Ox Demon. Zoro, gripping the 2 swords of Wad Ikamanji, pointed them skyward, summoning the might of a fierce claw. The 3 blades merged in the air, and the spreading aura made this strike appear as if a colossal claw of hellish demons had been unleashed. Clang! Boom! The gigantic claw shattered the axes, reducing them to grains of sand. The claw pierced through Crocodile, while Zoro descended through the remnants of Old Sand, landing on the ground beyond. Much of Old Sand's body was reconstituting itself. You bastard! Crocodile snarled, baring his teeth. Do not belittle me. When did insignificant little pirates become so brazen in my presence? Zoro, upon landing, furrowed his brow. The cursed sword's aura was still potent, albeit serving a different purpose than the Haki of armament. Trick remarked. Zoro had encountered Haki before. He should not overlook the potential of the cursed aura merely because it was ineffective against a user of abilities. It would indeed be a pity to miss witnessing the 3 heads, 6 arms, 9 blades. The implication here is, you cannot reach him. So it is my turn. Everyone shall perish. Old Sand could no longer contain himself, invoking the desert prison. Right before him, they dared to engage in idle chatter. His attack was executed without restraint, disregarding the gamblers around him, completely unconcerned about the Rain Banquet Casino he had established. The hardened sandy ground immediately became soft, swirling like a maelstrom at sea. Hey Luffy, lost in thought, felt the shift beneath his feet and was instantly alarmed. He leapt aside to cling to a building, only to find it beginning to tilt. Wow, danger. Usopp actually reacted the earliest after Trick. Trembling hands keenly aware of the unfolding chaos, fearful of any sudden mishap. At that moment, he promptly threw out a strength talisman, allowing the yellow turban warrior to scoop him up and flee. Clasped in the warrior's grip, Usopp still had the presence of mind to throw another talisman, bringing along Nami, who was frozen in fear, her face pale and unresponsive. Sanji freed himself from the sand, rushing to assist Yuta and secure provisions nearby. What? Zoro, under focused scrutiny, found himself trapped in a sandy pit, his thighs already buried. Luffy also lost his footing, his legs sinking into the sandy whirlpool. Struggling within the quicksand only caused him to sink faster and deeper. Sealing word, explosive flame. Noticing his hand was slightly slack, Trick raised his sword in a gesture of focus. Within the wind after Chiman formation, elemental properties could be manipulated at will. He chose an appropriately effective technique. The explosive flame struck the edge of the desert whirlpool, erupting with a resounding blast. It was as if the explosion occurred in the air rather than within the sand. In an instant, clumps of sand were sent soaring into the sky. This desert prison was undoubtedly shattered, and a rain of sand began to fall around the banquet. Each grain pelting Old Sand and Appo's face. Crocodile and Appo's expression darkened ominously. Damn it. I can end Appo's. Pull it out. Luffy struggled fiercely, trying to free his deeply embedded leg. The rubber leg only made extraction more difficult. Zoro tightly shut his eyes, envisioning Sanji and Appo's slippery fruit abilities. He attempted to move, only to sink a little deeper. Trick, observing Old Sand hovering above them, realized he could not first rescue the two. The windward, sandalwood merit. With a quick motion, Trick summoned a robust sandalwood tree, rising like a great serpent, carrying him upwards towards Crocodile. Who are you? Crocodile demanded, raising his golden hook. Infuriated, Old Sand had regained his composure after experiencing that unforeseen change. Clearly, he was an experienced pirate of considerable strength. Guess. Trick launched an aggressive barrage, declaring the Earth word. Flowing Stone. After being questioned multiple times, he finally understood the unspoken nuances he had missed while watching anime. Most individuals at sea would readily explain their abilities, making inquiries about identity synonymous with inquiries about power. Would Trick admit to being a wielder of the 8 unique techniques, mastering the wind after Chiman among the extraordinary? If he wasted more words, he risked revealing a flaw and exposing the limitations of his formation to Old Sand. Humph! Crocodile scoffed, unleashing a desert blade. Old Sand was uncertain about the cause of the previous explosion. Now, even if mere stones flew towards him, he did not take chances. Whoosh! The stones and the sandy blade collided, but the impact was less than expected. The desert blade, harder than steel, shattered upon contact with those stones. Crocodile's gaze sharpened, and in the next moment, he transformed into sand, evading the potential threat. Even though the stones appeared unadorned with the hockey of armament, he would not gamble on their harmlessness, despite common sense suggesting that stones would not restrain sand. Witnessing this, Trick focused intently. The Chiman technique consumed chi to manifest. Elemental attacks did not harness chi. However, within the wind after Chiman formation, any technique could counter Old Sand's sand, meaning all could strike him. Old Sand's move revealed to Trick that this transitional power from the old to the new era was indeed formidable. The windward, wood hammer. Trick quickly corrected himself. Twin dragons playing with pearls. Still utilizing sandalwood merit, he imitated Luffy and Appo's rubber hammer. The entwining and intertwining growth surged toward the vast expanse of sand above. Crack! Two sturdy sandalwood beams collided. A few grains of sand squeezed through at the last moment. Old Sand spat blood, revealing his form. Crocodile had yet to recover from that strike, unable to transform his lower half into sand to spiral away, and he plummeted downward. Trick pressed the sandalwood down, colliding directly with him. A muffled thud resounded. Old Sand smashed through the exterior wall of a building, finally dispersing into a cloud of sand. Evading the relentless pursuit of the wood, Trick furrowed his brow, brandishing the measurement rod as he lunged forward. Dispelling the sand and dust, he surveyed his surroundings. After all, Crocodile was not buggy. He was not concerned about Crocodile's escape. The exchange word, black glaze. This bore semblance to the hockey of armament. However, it was crystal clear, more robust, and formed a full suit of armor that would impede movement. What audacity! You have forced me into such a predicament. Crocodile emerged from the shadows, declaring, "Die," with a calm tone, tinged with self-reflection. Boom! The floor beneath Trick and Appo's feet suddenly exploded, a sandy blade tip shooting forth in an instant. The tip resembled that of a giant and Appo's sword, entwined with the hockey of armament, yet could not withstand the onslaught. Its speed was such that even those with observation hockey could not evade it. It appeared that the blade tip had cleaved Trick in two. The desert blade. Crocodile clenched his fist lightly. Yet, how disappointing. Trick mimicked Crocodile's tone, striking at the looming Old Sand with his rod. The desert blade slowly disintegrated. He had merely been grazed by the forked gap. Of course, that gap was not natural. It had separated upon contacting his surface of black glaze. The desert sword's speed was astonishingly swift, leaving Trick unable to evade, yet unscathed. However, it led Crocodile to believe he had succeeded. In that moment, Trick utilized his gravity-defying shoes as a foothold, propelling himself from the shattered floor. The 8 gates of transport unleashed kinetic energy, surging towards Old Sand. Unbeknownst to Old Sand, he harbored not a shred of vigilance. Chapter 59, The Defeated Hound. Bella the Falcon. Bang. Boom. Old Sand barely had time to narrow his pupils before a mark was imprinted on his forehead. His entire being plummeted down, crashing through a layer of flooring. The agonized cries he stifled were drowned out by the sound of splintering wood and falling debris. Crack. Crocodile swept aside the rubble with his golden hook. Rising to his feet, draped in his long cloak. "That is not hockey," he remarked, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "What exactly is it?" "I advise you not to ponder it too much," Trick replied, shaking his head. After 3 heavy strikes, it seemed Old Sand and Appo's vitality had not diminished significantly. Of course, reality is not a game. Injuries impact stamina and reflexes as well. Suddenly, Trick and Appo's brow arched. The animal-type fruit user and Appo's untransformed body possesses enhanced vitality and stamina. The natural-type fruit user, too, must have some augmentation when not elementalized. Sand is silicon-based. Could it not be said that Old Sand's very constitution is silicon-based? Though this reasoning may not hold, Trick was startled by his own musings. Quake. Thunder. Trick tightened his grip on the measuring rod. A wild and ferocious thunderstorm formed around him, unleashing bolts in every direction. Zing. Struck by the lightning, Old Sand emitted a blue glow and a searing heat. Crocodile trembled involuntarily, yanked back by his golden hook, propelled through the air. He crashed through a wall, landing by the lakeside of the Rain Banquet Casino. Trick is incredible, Chopper exclaimed in awe. The 7 warlords, Usopp and Amp, Apos, S raised hand faltered. Ah, that guy is up again, how terrifying. Crocodile shakily rose, peeling away the shell of his golden hook, which was laced with deadly toxins capable of eroding even rock upon contact. Robin cautioned, be careful. Okay, Trick responded, descending gracefully with a swift motion. Ha. Crocodile had been gasping for breath. After starving for days, he regained his strength as soon as he consumed food. Despite being battered, he could fight again after a brief respite. It hardly counted as a sit-up. Come on. Trick charged at Crocodile, stepping lightly as he executed a modified version of the wave-walking technique, shifting behind him. Little mouse. Crocodile and Apos, S eyes sharpened. Trick swung the measuring rod toward Crocodile and Apos, S nape. In an instant, Crocodile faced Trick directly. This was not merely a twist of the waist. His torso had elementalized, spinning like a cyclone. Clang. The poisoned hook and the measuring rod collided. Trick and Apos, S eyes sparkled. This was the challenge he sought. The armament haki was quite impressive. If he could envelop it with his haki, it would provide an additional layer of defense and offense. Moreover, haki consumes stamina, which does not conflict with chi, an improvement indeed. Only by battling opponents of equal or greater strength can one truly awaken haki. Old Sand in his current state was an excellent sharpening stone. The six-form shave was akin to instantaneous movement. During an attack, one must pause to adjust their body posture. Trick's modified wave walking was no exception. When Crocodile elementalized into sand, it should have been loose. However, after his development, he wielded a sandstorm that was incredibly forceful. After a brief stalemate between the iron rod and the poisoned hook, they finally separated. Trick stepped forward, striking with the rod, but his footing faltered, and the force was deflected by the poisoned hook. This ends now. Crocodile's golden hook came crashing down. Trick's center of gravity was not positioned in his hands, feigning a weakness. In that moment, he spun to Crocodile and Apos' flank, uncertain whether Crocodile possessed observation haki. Regardless, even if he did, Trick and Apos' mystical combat strategy rendered it ineffective. With a powerful swing, he struck Crocodile's back with the measuring rod. The resilient Old Sand was merely sent flying, not a sound escaping him. Why won't you just die? Crocodile roared, akin to a wild beast fighting for its life. He lunged at Trick, betting on the hook and Apos' ability, as Robin claimed, to erode even stone. Faced with the swirling sandstorm of Old Sand, Trick could no longer maneuver as he would against a singular opponent. He could only dance around as if against a multitude. The fierce battle was draining his stamina, and soon Trick was also gasping for breath. The two became a whirlwind of conflict. Crocodile and Apos' movements faltered as he swung the poisoned hook. Ambition. Trick bellowed, delivering another blow that knocked Crocodile and Apos' head askew. Don and Apos, be arrogant, rookie. Crocodile shouted defiantly. Soaring into the air, every year, countless beings like you emerge from the sea. You think you can defeat me, Crocodile? What a joke. Heavy. Sandstorm. The sand swirled in his hands, forming a sphere, and then he struck down fiercely. Stability. Trick halted, gazing intently at Crocodile. This is the defeated hound that Zoro would never become. The tempest that shook the earth surged forth, grains of sand blasting outward like shrapnel from cannon fire. It met the rising earthen waterfall. The sand was pulverized, the storm quelled. Crocodile clenched his teeth, witnessing Trick adopt a resolute stance. Trick dropped into a horse stance, hoisting the measuring rod above his head. His swordsmanship, Apos' simply call it swordsmanship, was undeniably inferior to Zoro and Apos'. Throughout this journey, he had sought Zoro and Apos' guidance numerous times, ultimately mastering that technique through cunning. Mighty slash. Trick exerted all his strength, delivering a powerful strike toward the heavens. His chi served as an embodiment of armament haki. So there was nothing wrong with that proclamation. A colossal, surging spiral shockwave erupted from the iron rod. The spiraling force surged through Old Sand and Apos' body, expanding and washing over him. Wow. Crocodile and Apos' eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Has he already been defeated? Luffy, just emerging from the sand, wore a glum expression. Zoro, are you alright? Chopper rushed to assist Zoro, who had become increasingly buried in the scuffle, leaving Chopper wide-eyed. Idiot green algae head, Sanji could not contain himself. Bastard! I'll chop you to pieces once I get out, Zoro retorted, equally unable to hold back. At that moment, something unknown flew in from the horizon. An enemy. Usopp adjusted his sniper goggles. That is a massive eagle. Vivi paused in surprise, her eyes sparkling with joy as they drew nearer. That's Bell. What is that? Luffy gaped. Then he joyfully witnessed the reunion between the great eagle and Vivi. This majestic creature was a falcon, Bell, a user of the bird fruit, falcon form. Trick had long pondered the world-renowned 5 great flying abilities that Bell possessed. He recalled watching Marco and Jin transform into their human-beast forms without extending their wings, mistakenly believing their hands had become wings. Recently, while catching up on the anime, he observed Bell extending his hands while growing wings. Bell, along with the tiger wolf Gaka, were collectively known as the Guardians of Alabasta, which intrigued Trick immensely. These 2 fruits, rich in desert characteristics, had likely been passed down in Alabasta for ages. In Trick and Appo's homeland, they were indeed revered as deities of the region. This led Trick to speculate that Nika, before becoming Joy Boy in primitive times, was merely an ordinary fruit, with its essence residing within the rubber tree. Then, time and again, Nika became Joy Boy, granting this fruit newfound powers. Of course, this was merely a conjecture without evidence to support it. Bell brought news that Cobra had received a letter from Karu, deciding to advance into the Rain District tomorrow. It seems there is no need now, Bell exclaimed excitedly. You are the true heroes of Alabasta. He discovered that the majority of people's attention was not focused here. Are you serious, Luffy? Hey, she's an enemy, Usopp exclaimed, pointing at Robin in astonishment. Just moments ago, Robin had volunteered to join the Straw Hat Pirates. Chopper also found it perplexing why Luffy had agreed. Perhaps it was his ability to hear the voices of all living things that allowed him to intuitively sense something. After Robin's acceptance, the first to extend a warm welcome was none other than Sanji. Beautiful lady, I am the ship's cook and beautician, at your service, he said, bowing gracefully. Over there. Uncle Bell, we must hurry to Karlia and stop the rebel army, Vivi urged anxiously. We need to ensure that the Baroque works can infiltrate the elder members of the rebel army without a fight, and that the royal army remains uninvolved. While also bringing evidence of Crocodile's crimes to Karlia, Chopper reminded. There's no need to rush. We will certainly assist until the end. After defeating Crocodile, we can take a breather and wait for the Navy to issue new bounties, as well as for the news from the World Economic Journal to spread those bounties across the globe. Chapter 60, The Historical Text. Forever Our Companion. A torrential rain cascaded over the entirety of Alabasta. The downpour had commenced yesterday, coinciding with the Navy's arrest of Crocodile and his senior agents, while Mr. 2 was handed over to them. The rain was also a result of Smoker and Appo's rain-inducing ship. Trick was eager to see some cash from the banquet. Yet Nami surprisingly shook her head in refusal. The Straw Hat crew arrived in the capital of Alabasta, Alyabarna, and once again found themselves in a rather awkward situation upon meeting King Cobra. Robin, the only one on the surface capable of interpreting the historical text, was also a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, standing close by. Cobra instinctively reacted with trepidation, as if facing a formidable foe. With widened eyes, he anxiously inquired, "What are you planning to do?" Robin replied with a mysterious smile, "Who knows?" The Straw Hat crew, unable to comprehend Robin and Appo's intentions, recognized that whatever the captain decided would unify them. Zoro glanced at Robin, recalling the past with Nami, and felt a strange sense of familiarity. After all, yelling at Luffy was futile. Trick was lost in thought, distracted by the sound of the falling rain. Given that Robin's motives remained undisclosed, it was likely that her cunning nature would not yield answers easily. One could only observe the outcome. She, dwelling in shadows, could not bear to see the underground forces obliterate a nation, so she sought to create opportunities for Vivi and aid those who could defeat Crocodile. It seemed increasingly improbable that Cobra would guide them to the underground palace to view the historical text. The historical text was an essential element for becoming the Pirate King. Thus, he could only lead Robin to partake in a theft. After Vivi and Appo's detailed account, Cobra reluctantly set aside his concerns regarding Robin and prepared to confront the rebel forces. The celebratory banquet, arranged for the Straw Hat Pirates and the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, had commenced. Luffy indulged himself gluttonously, while Ace, with a chicken leg in hand, dozed off unwittingly. Robin, appearing as an outsider, sipped her wine with a smile. The sun shone brightly over Alabasta, and the locally brewed fruit wines were delightful. Trick savored his drink and approached Robin. "Our pirate crew is quite lively, ISN and Appo's See it? Robin nodded. Indeed. They seem to be having a great time. Trick suggested, if you're still feeling restrained, why not take a stroll outside? Robin lowered her legs. All right, Mr. Swordsman. Trick chuckled at the title and led her to a statue on the palace lawn. Robin tilted her head slightly. What are we doing? Trick, not turning back, instructed. Steady yourself. With a firm step, he initiated a ritualistic maneuver, invoking a mystical passageway that transported them into the underground palace. Robin felt a rush of astonishment upon witnessing the sight before her. This was a site for grand burials. Trick observed her mixed emotions and thought that perhaps she was beginning to grasp the profound weight of history. He remarked, "It seems this palace harbors secrets that are best left undisclosed. I believe you would be intrigued." Robin nodded enthusiastically yes. She was captivated by the murals and statues within the underground palace. As they ventured deeper, her movements faltered. The historical text. It was her dream. The pursuit she had dedicated years to, inscribed upon the stone tablet before her. Trick, unable to decipher the words, pulled out his phone, muted it, and began reviewing the O'Hara incident. The last time he viewed it was many years prior, and he discovered numerous plot points he had forgotten. Vice Admiral Sorrow was responsible for handling the historical exploration ships emerging from around the world, alongside scholars seeking the truth of history. Sorrow and his marine subordinates had slain countless frail scholars, leading him to question the orders from his superiors. Hence, he rebelled. Spandam and Amp, Oppos, as father, Spandane, arrived at O'Hara ahead of the massacre order, distinguishing between historians and civilians. Spandane made it abundantly clear to Nico Alvia that the order was intended to serve as a warning, a means to instill fear in historians worldwide, thereby curtailing the fervor for historical exploration. Trick raised an eyebrow upon realizing that this would incite rebellion in all kingdoms harboring historians. The Celestial Dragons, viewing the hunting of an entire kingdom and Oppos as populous as mere sport, sought to differentiate between civilians. When Robin attempted to board a civilian evacuation ship, Spandane was present, driving her away with both civilians and himself. Spandane, unscathed by cannon fire, pursued Robin when Akainu's ship opened fire, causing the ship and Oppos' helm to freeze at the hands of Akiji, who was stirred by Sorrow and Oppos' actions. After Trick finished watching, Robin remained engrossed in the historical text. Trick retrieved paper, ink, and a brush from his spatial pocket and approached her. Here, lend a hand. The underground palace lacked air, sustained solely by the mystical passageway. The banquet had been ongoing for quite some time. As the smaller gathering continued, it seamlessly transitioned into a larger feast. Cobra and Vivi went to Cartlay, and the previously hesitant Cobra was swayed. With evidence of Crocodile and Oppos' misdeeds laid bare and the rain falling anew, the rebel forces dispersed swiftly. The wealthy elders who still sought to cause trouble were subdued by Bel and Gaka. Icolum returned, and the banquet continued for another day. When Vivi and the others returned, the celebration extended for yet another day. On the 8th day of their arrival in Alabasta, the Navy could no longer tolerate the Straw Hat Pirates, particularly Tina, who could bear it no longer. Chase them down. Prepare the formation. Tina commanded, clenching her cigarette. Set sail at full speed. Nami, the navigator of the Straw Hat crew, pointed ahead, for naval ships encircled the Going Merry. Trick, positioned at the ship and Oppos' stern, observed the pink-haired woman commanding the approaching vessels. To save time, they captured Mr. 2, which means we've lost 2 iconic moments. Ace's voice echoed from the cabin window behind him. Do you need my assistance? Trick shook his head. Thank you, brother, but it and Amp, Oppos' unnecessary. We can manage. Luffy, at the bow of the ship, felt no tension despite being surrounded by naval vessels, preoccupied with wondering if Vivi would appear. Indeed, this journey had forged bonds of life and death. The naval ships roared as they fired their cannons. Yet the projectiles were intercepted and detonated by Zoro, Sanji, and Chopper. Even Usopp had developed some explosive prowess, though he was still unclear on how he achieved it. The Marines tightened their grip on their swords, their breaths growing heavier as they prepared for the imminent boarding battle. Trick stepped to the ship and Amp, Oppos', bow, Windstyle, Sandalwood Virtue. Thick sandalwood sprouted in an instant from the 5 encroaching naval vessels. What is happening? What power is this? It and Amp, Oppos', terrifying. A high wall rose along the ship and Amp, Oppos' side, causing the naval vessels to lose control, transforming them into massive bathtubs. The Going Merry surged straight through the encirclement. The log pointer indicated an island, opposite the direction of the canal's exit. The Going Merry sailed around Alabasta in a wide arc. Luffy pointed excitedly toward the shore. Look over there. Can you see? She and Amp, Appos, S here. Vivi, adorned in her finest attire, stood on the rocky shore alongside Karoo. Ikelim, disguised as Vivi, stood atop the palace ramparts. Vivi and Amp, Appos, S voice, transmitted through the transponder snail carried by Karoo, resonated throughout Alabasta. I have come to bid farewell. I cannot accompany you any longer. I am immensely grateful for all that you have done. Despite her yearning for adventure, her love for her country remained steadfast. Though I must stay here. If we meet again someday, will you still call me a companion? Fortunately, the Navy could not keep pace this time, sparing Vivi from any trouble. Luffy leaped onto the stern of the ship. You will always be our companion. Chapter 61. The Mastery of Ingenious Craftsmanship. The Great Route. Often whispered about with trepidation across the four seas, is not perilous everywhere, provided one has a top-tier navigator like Nami. The Straw Hat crew traversed several small islands. Witnessing the peculiar commerce of the snail-operated telephone company, enjoying a fireworks display, and encountering a formidable moneylender who once dealt with pirates. The adorable Chopper quickly forged a bond with Robin, resulting in a delightful camaraderie aboard the ship. Robin, ever knowledgeable about the intricacies of the Great Route, frequently enlightened her comrades, alleviating many of Trick and Amp, Appos, S burdens. Subsequently, on the island of Leluca, they ventured through a rainbow mist, fulfilling a pact made 50 years prior. Within that vibrant haze, Trick amassed a trove of treasures into his spatial pocket, filling the cannon storage area at the ship and Appos, S bow. Nami, appearing somewhat tipsy, busily recounted the treasures within. A sudden thought struck Trick. Who is steering the ship? Zoro, lifting dumbbells, replied, I'm keeping an eye on things. Trick slapped his forehead in realization. At that moment, a newsbird swooped in. Following the routine of the past few days, Trick waved it over, purchasing a newspaper to check the bounties. Upon flipping through, a broad smile spread across his face. Luffy, your bounty has increased. Luffy, dangling from the second floor of the cabin, exclaimed, Really? Let me see. The Straw Hat boy, captured mid-yell in the air, was now worth 100 million berries. Usopp leaned in, his mouth agape, 100 million berries. The others were equally astonished. Zoro raised an eyebrow, while Sanji dropped his cigarette. Trick picked up another bounty notice. Iron Ruler Trick, 80 million berries. The photo depicted him clad in a desert robe, soaring above the rooftops. Likely due to his recent encounter with Marine Colonel Smoker, the Navy had once again suppressed the bounty for the sake of their reputation. Two additional notices caught Trick's attention. World Diva Yuta, 60 million berries. And Little Thief Nami, 20 million berries. Both adorned in desert dancer attire. Yuta leapt with joy at her bounty announcement. Yay, I have a bounty now. Nami, having just emerged from below, was handed her bounty notice by Trick. Confused, she stared at it, her expression shifting to one of horror, tears streaming down her face. Why do I have a bounty too? Luffy scratched his head. Isn't that a good thing? You fool. Sanji kicked him and turned away. Miss Nami, no matter what, I will protect you. Nami could only weep, while Zoro sighed. Shaking his head, Ace perched on the railing of the second floor, chuckling. Usopp, feeling dejected about not having a bounty himself, caught a glimpse of a blurred island in the distance. Usopp turned to Zoro, ready to complain. I told you, you're not even watching the record pointer. Zoro, gritting his teeth in frustration, found himself at a loss for words as the ship did not point towards the island ahead. Let me check. Usopp leaned closer to the record pointer. Huh? Is this pointer broken? Why is it pointing up to the sky? Trick sensed he might never grasp the intricacies of navigation. Zoro's uncanny ability to reach destinations was indeed beyond the grasp of ordinary folk. Upon hearing of the pointer's malfunction, Nami rushed over without wiping her tears. Zoro instinctively recoiled. Yet Nami, lacking the mood to lash out, fiddled with the pointer, discovering it was not broken. Could there be an island in the sky? How could that be? Robin shook her head. In the Great Route, the most unreliable thing is common sense. A navigator should never doubt the record pointer. This indicates the pointer is directed towards an island with stronger magnetic pull. In other words, there is indeed an island in the sky. Luffy's eyes sparkled at the thought of a sky island. A sky island. Nami, realizing this, rushed to cover Luffy's mouth. That exists. Ace suddenly interjected. Sky islands do exist. However, for the sake of adventure, it is best for you to explore on your own. He was aware that the high-speed air routes to the Sky Island lay along another route. Nami was stunned. Sky Island. Sky Island. Sky Island. Luffy and Yuta began spinning in circles, soon joined by Usopp and Chopper in their joyful dance. Robin suggested, "Then let us first gather information from the island ahead." After observing through his telescope for a while, Usopp's legs began to tremble. "Look, there are so many pirate ships over there." Ace pondered for a moment. "Ah, that's Magic Valley Town, a haven for outlaws." Usopp's shoulders shook. "I think my illness of not being able to set foot on an island has returned." Chopper exclaimed, "Usopp, what's wrong?" Trick had already begun his signing process. Cumulative days, 13 days of critical sign-in. Congratulations! You have received a critical sign-in reward, Ingenious Craftsmanship, Brain Protection version. Trick's lips twitched. It appeared the side effect of Ingenious Craftsmanship was brain damage. He touched the railing of the Mary. Ingenious Craftsmanship was a miraculous and powerful crafting technique. Firstly, in terms of usage, it allowed for the manipulation and transformation of materials in mere moments. His transformative weapons were no longer limited to the measuring ruler. He could simultaneously wield 18 weapons from a distance. In terms of crafting, it enabled the rapid creation of powerful artifacts from rudimentary materials. Artifacts are items that inherently possess magical properties. Crafting refers to the process of imbuing objects with such properties. The notion that crafting masters had nearly vanished and that ordinary crafters could only produce a few items in their lifetime was no longer relevant. Mastering ingenious craftsmanship was akin to learning mechanics. One had to practice principles, design, and metalworking, as well as familiarize oneself with components. Once learned, it was akin to playing a game where one assembles mechas for combat, equipped with a toolbox, basic component packs, and foundational blueprints. The endeavor involved constantly pondering how to assemble stronger constructs and refining components. The mechas, no, the artifacts created, would become increasingly formidable. Trick descended to the first floor cabin, rummaging through Usopp and Appo's workshop for materials. He first crafted 10 communication rings that allowed for designated contacts, without a base station or telephone snail signal. They relied solely on the infused energy, which Trick estimated would suffice for several nearby islands. He no longer feared Zoro. After all, even asking him would likely yield no clarity regarding their whereabouts. Next, he created protective artifacts for the ADC and the Navigator, a whistle and a copper coin. After some contemplation, he also crafted protective earrings and headphone charms for Robin and Yuta. Subsequently, Trick assembled 2 humanoid iron frames. He retrieved his 2 outfits and whimsically painted on the leather. Thus, he fashioned 2 puppets. After a thorough inspection, Trick nodded in approval and stored the puppets in his spatial pocket. The disguise of Ikelim as Vivi was indeed quite reasonable. As the ship approached the shore, Trick distributed the crafted items. Luffy and Yuta, one inside the cabin and the other on deck, began conversing energetically through their rings. While handing Zoro his ring, Trick gently patted his hand. Zoro's temples throbbed with veins. "What do you mean by that look? Are you asking for a fight?" Chapter 62. He is the man Ace is pursuing. Despite Chopper's thorough examination confirming that Usopp was unharmed, Usopp chose to remain behind to guard the ship, as Chopper feared he might harbor some hidden ailment. The group disembarked in 2 factions. Robin and Yuta went to procure clothing, while Sanji carried their bags. Luffy, accompanied by the heavily cloaked Ace, intended to seek sustenance, prompting Nami to follow closely behind, her apprehensions evident. Nami grasped Luffy and Appo's ear, cautioning, "Listen well. Our purpose on the island is to gather intelligence on Sky Island. Do not provoke any trouble." Luffy and Appo's features contorted comically as he replied, "Yes." Trick interjected, "All right, Ace is here, ISN and Appo's. Teehee, you wanted to shop, so go ahead and pick something out." Nami shot Trick an admonishing glance but, reassured by Ace's presence, joined Robin and the others in their shopping venture. As the quartet strolled, they passed a picturesque resort hotel. Trick mused to himself, contemplating the appealing location that had drawn them here. Unbeknownst to him, a burly man, adorned with a championship belt, swiftly retreated behind a corner wall. Ace cast a glance in that direction before diverting his gaze. Trick noticed Ace and Appo's reaction, raising an eyebrow in curiosity but refraining from further comment. Food. Food. Luffy cheered as he dashed into the nearest tavern. The group settled at the bar, one of them calling for a meal. The proprietor promptly attended to their order, presenting 4 servings of cherry pie and 4 glasses of a unique beverage. Luffy took a bite of the pie, exclaiming, "Yuck, this is awful." He quickly washed it down with a sip of the drink, declaring, "But this is delicious." Trick grimaced as he set down his pie, agreeing, "It does taste a bit strange." "Boss, Could we have some meat and wine instead? This tastes like cherry-flavored soda. Before long, the food arrived, and both Luffy and Ace dug in with fervor. Suddenly, a loud thump echoed as a hefty man slammed his palm on the bar, exclaiming, "Boss, cherry pie?" Trick observed the disheveled Blackbeard, thinking, this cherry pie must be the leftover from your order that the boss couldn't sell. He nudged Ace, who turned with a piece of meat in one hand and a fork in the other, only to widen his eyes in shock. "Teach." Blackbeard raised his brows and grinned. "Ha ha ha, Ace. Captain, you're here too." Ace discarded his plate and troublesome cloak, retorting, "Enough. At this juncture, I am no captain." Zoro had already drawn his sword. Luffy, oblivious, continued munching, mumbling, "Who is this guy?" Trick reminded him, "He is the man Ace is after." Luffy paused, his eyes widening as he gazed at Blackbeard. "You are the one who killed my crewmate." Blackbeard's smile faltered. "Ace, who are they?" Flames ignited on Ace's back. "This man is my brother." Trick interjected, "You're here to find Straw Hat Luffy, aren't you?" Having previously speculated on this, it felt appropriate to voice it now. Blackbeard's expression shifted to one of intrigue. "Ah ha ha. Why would I seek the Straw Hat Kid?" Noting Blackbeard's intent to evade, Trick interrupted. "To capture Luffy and exchange him for a position among the 7 warlords." Blackbeard momentarily lost his words, yet the stubborn smirk remained on his lips. Ace flexed his wrist. "Teach, let us dispense with the pleasantries. Having lived longer than most, you must comprehend the current situation, correct?" Blackbeard's eyes darted, revealing a toothy grin. "Ah, I understand. Let me add one more thing, Ace, and you too, Straw Hat. Why not join me? Together, we can seize the world. I've already devised the path to ambition. The era of Whitebeard is over. I shall become the Pirate King." Ace frowned. Luffy sprang to his feet, declaring earnestly, "The one who will become Pirate King is me." Blackbeard chuckled heartily. "Ah ha ha, amusing." Ace raised his hand. "Luffy, this man is my enemy." Luffy retracted his hand. "Oh, I see." Ace shaped his hands into the form of pistols. "Fire gun." A barrage of fiery bullets erupted from his fingertips, sending the already tense patrons of the tavern scattering. Blackbeard nimbly evaded the successive attacks, leaping backward. Outside, laughter resonated. Suddenly, a building crumbled, smashing into the tavern's corner, threatening to collapse the columns. Trick and the others leapt from the tavern just in time. Upon spotting Ace, they saw him standing atop a building directly opposite the tavern, facing off against Blackbeard. Trick noticed 2 individuals flanking Blackbeard, the champion fighter Geezus Bagus and the notorious Poison Q. He furrowed his brow, warning Zoro, "Be cautious. I'm not only referring to Blackbeard. Typically, the hypnotic devil Sheriff Lafitte should have infiltrated the 7 warlords meeting in Mariewa by now. However, another figure, Venoka, had likely accompanied Blackbeard to encircle the Straw Hat crew, preparing to strike." Trick silently summoned the Golden Light spell, anticipating that the battlefield between Ace and Blackbeard would unfold here. The Wind After Strange Gate was activated, and he donned armor for both himself and Zoro. Concerned, he also equipped Luffy with a set. Luffy gazed in awe at his armory, touching the helmet atop his head. "Wow, this is amazing." A sudden clang echoed as Luffy's helmet struck something, causing Trick to stumble slightly. Before he could recover, he glanced in the direction of the impact, relieved to find it was a fully enclosed helmet, sparing him from disfigurement. In the distance, a figure leaped across rooftops. "Idiot!" Zoro yelled, launching himself in pursuit of the figure like an arrow released from a bow. Moments later, a resounding crash echoed as a building split into 3 sections. 2-sword style, second slice, ascending stairs. The second slice was a powerful cut. Blackbeard, momentarily distracted, revealed his chipped grin. Quite skilled, that swordsman. He appeared unperturbed by the potential threat posed by Venoka. As he glanced towards Trick, Ace raised his hand, Fire Fist. With a tremendous explosion, a colossal fire fist shot forth, engulfing Blackbeard and demolishing a building behind him. Blackbeard tumbled to the ground, rolling on the street to extinguish the flames. Bagus and Poison Q gasped, "Captain." They were about to rush to his aid when Trick swiftly positioned himself in their path. "You two should refrain from getting in the way." Chapter 63, The User of the Jutsu Fruit? The Dark Cavern Technique. Ace strode forward along the path carved out by the destruction of the house, approaching Blackbeard step by step. The flames engulfing the debris seemed to come alive. Bowing in submission to Ace, Blackbeard rolled on the ground several times, finally extinguishing the flames, and sat up, panting heavily. He then knelt before Ace, facing him. "I know. Ace, you wish to kill me, don't you?" It is understandable. Killing a comrade is a grave sin. I indeed killed Sachi, the captain of the 4th Division. It was unavoidable. He possessed the devil fruit that I desired, and according to the ship and Apos' rules, the first to discover it gets to consume it. I stayed on Whitebeard and Apos' ship all these years because the odds of acquiring this fruit were highest there. Had fortune favored me otherwise, I would have given up. But that fruit fell into my friend and Apos' hands. The flames on the ruins converged toward Ace. The scene before the house was vividly imprinted in Blackbeard and Apos' eyes. Zhuang seemed to have stumbled, collapsing to the ground. The poison Q lay there, exclaiming, "Ah, I'm going to die." The contents of the basket and cloak were strewn across the ground. A peculiar, colorful smoke wafted through the air. Trek had already distanced himself from the chaos. That must be biological toxin. If one were poisoned, they would regretfully have to seek Chopper for assistance. At that moment, he extended his left hand in a sword-like gesture, while his right hand mirrored the action, either vertical or sweeping. Lee character, Red Snake. Sun character, Wind Rope. Kuan character, Flowing Stone. Kin character, Water Bullet. A torrent of gentle yet decisive attacks surged toward Bagus and the poisoned Q. The toxins were incinerated by the blazing flames, while Zhuang and the poisoned Q were ensnared by the visible wind ropes. The poisoned Q let out a feeble groan. Fragments of stone the size of fists and water bullets the size of fingers struck Bagus. Bagus was quick to react, swiftly evading the water and stone attacks. Charging toward Trek, laughing maniacally. "Let us have a fair fight." Trek retracted his sword-like gesture, and the Jin character, Earth Dragon, burrowed into the ground, emerging a short distance behind Bagus. Noticing the movement, Bagus pivoted and leaped towards Trek. "Don't dodge. A man should fight me head-on." Trek chuckled, unleashing the Kuan character, Earth River Cart. The ground heaved, forming a raised trench that collided with Bagus. Bagus countered with a punch. "Ha ha ha. Let us see." The two forces clashed, and Bagus was sent flying backward with a roar, crashing into a house. He quickly stood up, wiping his face. "Come again." Trek executed a fragrant sandalwood technique, enveloping Bagus. The sound of continuous thuds emanated from the pile of sandalwood. Blackbeard and Apos' eyes widened, his mouth agape. And he shouted at Trek, "What kind of devil fruit ability do you possess?" Trek grinned widely, responding, "I have consumed the jutsu fruit, allowing me to wield jutsu. If it weren't for the amp, Apos, Jin character, Earth Dragon and amp, Apos, breaking the ground, I would have claimed it was a natural type fruit." However, he recalled that Blackbeard had never attempted to seize a natural type ability for himself. Perhaps even if Blackbeard acquired another natural type ability, he could not elementally transform due to the nature of the dark fruit. Claiming it was a natural type could lead to complications. The ability to utilize various elemental attacks, along with control and displacement, was far more intriguing to Blackbeard. Indeed, Trek desired Blackbeard to engage him. After speaking, Trek glanced at Luffy. Noticing that Luffy's focus was entirely on Blackbeard, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Ace looked disdainfully at Blackbeard. "So you killed Teach and stole the fruit?" Blackbeard's smile gradually morphed into something sinister. "Ah, it was merely a coincidence. This power chose me." Ace. His gaze shifted from Ace to Trek. Just as his subordinates were no match for Ace, Trek's strength appeared trivial in his eyes, supporting himself on his knees. His grin turned maniacal. "Now I shall become the strongest person, Ace." Luffy, vigilant against potential ambushes from the opposing side, suddenly felt an inexplicable tension. Blackbeard and amp, Apos' hand transformed into a dense, dark smoke. "Behold, this is also an anomaly among natural types." Dark tendrils erupted from his form, intertwining into a thick, pitch-black column, with the emitted mist resembling serpents. An ominous aura permeated the air. "Ace, you wield fire," Blackbeard mused, entranced by the dark smoke, "while I command darkness." Ace frowned. "Darkness?" Blackbeard spread his arms wide as if to embrace the universe. "Yes, I cannot be killed by you. This power is the most vicious in the history of devil fruits. The dark fruit. I have become a being of darkness. You shall witness the strength of this power shortly." Ace smirked derisively. "Humph, do as you wish." Trek inwardly sighed, pondering that Ace might not even comprehend the text in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. However, observing Ace and Apos' demeanor, including his earlier banter with Blackbeard, it seemed they were all awaiting Blackbeard's next move. Despite being cautious, they could not guard against Blackbeard's trump card. "Thief!" Blackbeard forcefully thrust his hand downward. Darkness surged into the ground, the smoke rapidly spreading in multiple directions. Soon, it flowed like a viscous liquid, engulfing the entire town. Zoro, in an alleyway, had just felled Van Oka when he noticed the ominous black substance on the ground. Sanji and the others were in a clothing store, selecting outfits. Yuta asked curiously, "What is this?" Nami, feeling uneasy, urged, "It feels so dreadful. Let us leave quickly." Robin cautiously nodded. Upon exiting, they were met with the sight of the black substance covering the ground. The clothing store owner, upon witnessing the phenomenon, was struck with terror and fled the town. Inside taverns and restaurants, pirates and members of underground factions gazed in fear at the ground. The experienced shouted and ran, while the clever followed suit in haste. In the hotel of the resort, the hyena Bellamy was sipping on his drink when he noticed the encroaching darkness, his tongue lolling out. "What is this?" At the ruins of the tavern, the darkness represented gravity. Blackbeard clenched his fists, wielding the power to attract and devour all. Not a glimmer of light would escape his grasp, an infinite pull. Ace surveyed his surroundings. "I have yet to encounter my most significant opponent." Nearby Luffy was absent as well. Trek soared into the air. "Oh, you've encountered me." The darkness, reminiscent of oil, churned with rippling waves as if yearning to consume Trek. Noticing Trek's ascent, Blackbeard's eyes gleamed, and he remarked to Ace, "I won't strike you yet. You can just observe the fate of the entire town." Black hole. The dark cavern technique commenced, the darkness undulating beneath the surface, while black mist engulfed the skies. Boxes on the streets were crushed and consumed by the unknown force. Soon, the already shattered glass of houses began to collapse inward, drawn by the ground and Apos' gravitational pull. Not a single object in the entire town was spared. Chapter 63. Intrusion into the Dark Waters. As the darkness surged forth, the unprepared pirates and rogues were pulled down by an unseen force, engulfed by the encroaching shadows. Those with foresight had already fled to the seaside, diving into the ocean to witness this terrifying spectacle. A few stronger individuals managed to use debris as a barrier against the sinister pull of the darkness, desperately scrambling towards the shore in a bid for survival. Zoro dashed across the rooftops of collapsing buildings, heading towards the tavern where Luffy and the others were located. Sanji, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed with widened nostrils and heart-shaped eyes, "Be careful. Come closer to me." Like a solitary rock upon the shore, he stood firm as the darkness flowed toward him, parting to create a safe space for the three women behind him. A pirate wearing a black eye patch charged through the remnants of the ruins, spotting Nami and the others with a glimmer of greed in his eyes. "Get lost. That spot is mine," he shouted. Sanji, turning with a fierce glare, retorted, "You filthy scoundrel, scram." With a powerful stomp, he sent a wave of darkness splashing toward the eye patch pirate. The pirate, leaping off a broken plank, furrowed his brow in confusion. Is it possible for this dark force to behave this way? What is the point of jumping around? In a sudden panic, he attempted to escape the island, only to find himself ensnared by an overwhelming force. "Ah, help me." Moments later, he was devoured by the darkness, akin to a piece of tissue being pulled away. Nami clenched her fists in terror, exclaiming, "It and Apos, so frightening." As the darkness began to recede, the ground was left eerily clean, as if licked by some unseen creature. Crocodile soared high above, realizing that the receding darkness was specifically targeting him. While elsewhere it merely formed waves, beneath him, the water surged chaotically. To appear more convincing, Crocodile dispelled the barriers trapping Poison Q and Burgess. Meanwhile, Blackbeard abandoned any pretense, unleashing the darkness like a great serpent surging towards Crocodile. Luffy gasped, "Crocodile." But Crocodile waved dismissively, assuring, "I'm fine." He had already tested the waters. The darkness itself was not capable of pulling him in. Nor was it affected by the wind, it merely required a physical barrier. However, it was of little consequence. He was currently within the confines of a peculiar barrier. With a powerful arc of electricity, Crocodile shattered the darkness, doing so discreetly. Blackbeard continued to boast, "The gravitational pull of darkness compresses objects with infinite force, then destroys." Ace interjected, his gaze sharp. "Do you not realize your opponent is me?" Suddenly, a swarm of glowing fireflies enveloped Blackbeard as Ace shouted, "Firefly flame." The flames ignited around Blackbeard's upper body, causing him to writhe in agony. "Ah, so hot, so hot." The fragments of darkness lay scattered across the ground, transforming the entire town into a desolate wasteland. From a distance, Sanji and the others became visible. Zoro landed just beyond the range of darkness, his expression one of astonishment. So this is the true warlord of the sea. Crocodile had previously described the legitimate warlords to Zoro. With a raised eyebrow, Crocodile remarked, "What was the pain level again? To yell out and oppose, hot and oppose, with such vigor, tsk. Ace, gazing at Blackbeard, mused, it's astonishing. A Logia fruit user should easily be able to withstand such an attack." Tendrils of darkness emerged from Blackbeard, swirling around him. Once the shadows dispersed, the flames on Blackbeard's body vanished. Ace frowned, while Blackbeard gasped for air, struggling against the encroaching darkness. "I've told you before, darkness can devour everything. Unlike you, I cannot defend against these attacks. My body absorbs several times more pain than a normal person. However, accompanying this risk is the..." Blackbeard raised his right hand, and Crocodile felt a surge of anxiety. Blackbeard bellowed, "Release." Everything swallowed by the darkness erupted forth, splintered wood, stones, iron bars, and various grotesque substances. Crocodile suppressed his nausea, recognizing Blackbeard's cunning. It was not enough to catch one off guard. He aimed to catch them by surprise again. The debris from the town was abundant, and the speed and force of the expulsion were overwhelming. Crocodile soared upward and forward, evading the onslaught. Blackbeard expanded his range of expulsion, and Crocodile chose a horizontally spinning plank to collide with head-on. With a resonant crash, Crocodile was knocked off balance, spiraling counterclockwise and landing on the street to the left of Blackbeard. "Dark waters," Blackbeard shouted, prompting Crocodile to turn and look. The darkness emanating from Blackbeard and Appo's left hand resembled flowing water, swirling like a vortex heading towards a drain. The gravitational pull of the darkness quickly manipulated the atmosphere, creating visible currents that intensified the ominous appearance of the dark waters. Blackbeard's eyes gleamed with malice as he declared, "I can absorb something else too." The gravitational pull of darkness can accurately draw in the bodies of devil fruit users. The tendrils of darkness, reminiscent of an octopus and Appo's limbs, sought to ensnare Ace. If Ace were captured, it would render Crocodile and Appo's efforts futile. Crocodile propelled himself towards Blackbeard and Appo's hand. He, too, was a user of powers. However, he had no desire to be struck. Flowering chaos. Several indistinct images of Crocodile appeared as he employed a mystical strategy. Blackbeard and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you still coming?" "What for?" Crocodile unleashed his puppet, mingling it with the illusions to charge at Blackbeard. Employing a technique of spatial manipulation, he directed the darkness's pull entirely towards Ace. Ace, caught in the grasp of the darkness, cried out in pain. Ugh. He collided with the puppet, which blocked Blackbeard's hand. Crocodile pressed against the puppet, with Ace leaning against him. "You." Blackbeard's eyes ignited with rage. "You bastard." Crocodile understood the source of his fury. He was reveling in the announcement of his own strength, only to be interrupted. How could one not feel the urge to obliterate their opponent? Ace transformed into flames, and Crocodile propelled himself backward. The dark waters surged forth rapidly. Luffy finally realized, wonderful. Blackbeard, seizing the puppet, bellowed at the grotesque features drawn upon its face. No. He struck the puppet with a mighty fist, shattering it. Crocodile gasped, "I just recalled. The darkness fruit allows him to nullify the powers of any devil fruit user he touches. All their strength vanishes. Furthermore, as he had stated, he could specifically absorb the powers of users, relentlessly pursuing them. One must be cautious not to come into contact with his darkness." "Thank you." Ace adjusted his cowboy hat. Blackbeard gritted his teeth. "No devil fruit user can escape my gravitational pull." Crocodile ignored him, feeling reassured after his first-hand experience. He intended to explore a more efficient method, bending down to gather materials from the ruins to forge a magical artifact on the spot. Chapter 65, The Gold Medal. The Fire Medal. In an instant, Trick had forged a gold medal. This was an evolution of the gold medal worn by the Jinwu guards stationed at the Imperial City, transformed into an artifact adorned with a statue. It was also the foundational template Trick had acquired from the Divine Machine and Appo's relentless crafting. The gold medal was substantial, wide enough to span across his torso, resting upon his back. Inscribed on the front were the 4 grand characters Wu Ju Shao Han, implying that while others were confined, they could patrol freely. The artifact's function was to break control. As for the efficacy of the gold medal, Trick tossed it over. "Catch it, Ace. Strap it on your back." Ace caught it and inquired, "What is this?" Trick felt a twinge of concern that he might refuse to wear it. Just wear it on your back. Ace chuckled. All right then. The ancient and mystical gold medal radiated an exotic charm when worn by Ace. Trick let out a sigh of relief. After all, Luffy had brought water when confronting Crocodile. And later, he had absorbed a belly full of shadows while battling Moria. Ace positioned his hands as if to throw. Divine Fire, Shiranui. Two fiery spears pierced through Teach without any prior throwing motion. Teach had encased himself in the defensive layer of Haki. Blackbeard gritted his teeth through the pain, unleashing dark water. The dark water surged forth, rapidly entangling Ace. The shadows enveloped him, generating immense gravitational pull. Ace clenched his teeth, being tugged forward by the force. Trick widened his eyes as yet another puppet emerged, shifting to intercept Blackbeard and Amp, Appos, S-Palm. Unfortunately, this could not prevent the dark water from drawing Ace closer. Those two fiery spears had already been absorbed by the darkness. Perhaps Blackbeard would learn from this lesson and use his right hand or even his belly to confront Ace. Sensing it was insufficient, Trick also transported himself over. Ace and Appos, S heels had already lifted off the ground, but he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Ace exclaimed in surprise. It disappeared? He quickly took a step forward to steady himself. Glancing back at Trick, he slapped the back of his head, ignoring Blackbeard, and hastily transported himself away. Blackbeard swung a fist into empty air. Don't interfere. Trick, chuckling from a distance, scratched his head. My apologies, please continue. The furious Blackbeard crushed the puppet. Ace formed a cross with his fingers. Cross fire. A beam of flame illuminated the trajectory, the concentrated fire surging directly towards Blackbeard and Appos' heart. Blackbeard, encasing his heart with concentrated Haki, prepared for impact. Boom. The fiery column struck with the intensity of a cannon, piercing through the Haki and crashing into Teach. Teach's scream echoed across the island. The onslaught of the crossfire continued, each wave amplifying the agony he felt. He was aflame, rolling on the ground, crying out in pain. Of course, the extent of his injuries remained uncertain. Teach, Ace shouted, embrace your punishment. Yet Trick felt it was still not enough. Ace was still being tugged up by the gravitational force, and the outcome would be unpredictable once Blackbeard engaged in hand-to-hand combat. However, the effects of the artifacts could not simply be stacked by wearing two together. Lacking the time to ponder a more potent artifact, Trick decided to craft something different. In the blink of an eye, he forged a fire metal. This fire metal was also derived from the foundational template, an evolution of the gold metal. It was of the same size. The fire metal bore the four characters Gxin Zhongliang, while the gold metal belonged to the temple. The fire metal was for the monastery, intended for the protectors of the monastery, urging them to remain pure. The artifact's purpose was also to promote purity. Trick tossed it over. Catch it, Ace. Ace, intrigued, asked, what is this now? Having just escaped the gravitational pull of darkness. He understood that the previous metal had aided him. After a moment of contemplation, Trick succinctly stated, it enhances your natural abilities. Ace tested the passive elemental state. Raising an eyebrow, impressive, Blackbeard's subordinates looked on in astonishment. The captain's abilities seemed ineffective against that fire-wielding Ace. Baez expressed his surprise, his mind filled with doubt. It must be that kid's doing, muttered Q, perched on the sturdy horse's neck. He possesses the power to liberate Fire Fist Ace from the dark water, indicating the captain's dark fruit is not as invincible as he claims. Blackbeard, visibly irritated, roared, enough with the chatter. Trick found amusement in the scene. It was said that Blackbeard was a true pirate, and his crew mirrored this sentiment. Their connection was not based on camaraderie but fear. Even after enduring numerous attacks, being burned and pierced, his body bore no wounds aside from being singed. Yet, Blackbeard had failed to showcase the invincibility he boasted against those with abilities, revealing his vulnerabilities, which would undermine the loyalty of his crew. Ace gestured for Luffy and the others to step back. Luffy, retreat a bit. Ace recognized that Blackbeard was preparing for a full-throttle assault. Zoro nodded gravely. It was rare for Luffy to act responsibly and step back. Trick also retreated, knowing he could transport himself freely within a 100-meter radius. Now, Ace. Blackbeard clenched his fists, declaring, today, I will teach you that even natural ability users cannot neglect physical training. Ace coolly replied, who wants to be touched by you? Oh. Blackbeard bellowed as he charged forward. Flame ring. Ace twisted his waist and spun, creating a pillar of fire. Flames danced wherever his hands reached, forming a slanted circular ring. Blackbeard and Appos' fists, shrouded in Haki, gleamed with darkness. However, Ace, with his remarkable combat experience, had fought several intense battles against Haki users. When Blackbeard lunged forward, he could only see flames. Ace and Apos, as figure had vanished, melded into the flames. With the ring as a foundation, a spiraling pillar of fire shot skyward. Blackbeard found himself enveloped in flames but resolutely advanced. Howling like a demon from the inferno. Dark water. A mass of darkness began to devour the flames enveloping him. A swirling vortex of shadows forming in his left hand. The pillar of fire flickered as Ace was yanked partially from the fiery column. Ugh! Ace grimaced, forcing out a cry through gritted teeth. At this moment, his body was less than a foot from Blackbeard and Apos' hand. The flames erupted in a blaze of scorching light. Ace and Apos, as half-extracted form quickly reformed into flames. Not only could Blackbeard and Apos' dark gravitational force no longer pull him, but Ace was also moving backward. In the blink of an eye, Blackbeard and Apos' dark water had lost its effect on Ace. The flames that constituted Ace and Apos' form flew aside, reassembling into his shape. Facing the gasping Teach, he raised his hand for a fire punch. Whoosh! The fire punch was undeniably striking. Teach and Apos' cries were laced with defiance. Rising from the darkness that had absorbed the flames, he was already panting heavily. Seeing Ace lift his hand again, he shouted defiantly, "Your dreams will not end." With the resolve of a life-or-death struggle, he turned to flee. Luffy was taken aback. "Hey, you cowardly scoundrel!" Ace, reluctant yet determined to pursue, yelled. Dawn and Apos, to even think about escaping. Trick shook his head repeatedly. Naive. Chapter 66, Death Penalty. Cremation. From the fleeing Blackbeard, a thick, murky darkness, suffused with black energy, flowed forth. It seemed intended to obstruct his pursuers. Without time to converse with Ace, Trick raised his sword, declaring, "Eight Gates Golden Lock Formation." In its usual form, the Eight Gates Golden Lock Formation could not be breached without unraveling the array to find an escape route. Even if one could decipher it, they would only encounter a dead end. Blackbeard pressed on, appearing first to Ace's left side, then to his right, like an ever-elusive progress bar, reminiscent of a bug in a video game. Luffy furrowed his brow, questioning the antics of that man. Ace halted, glancing at Trick, who nodded in response. With a fiery fist, Ace struck forth, Fire Fist. Gasping for breath, Teach rolled on the ground, exclaiming, "It hurts. It hurts. It hurts." Trick noted that Teach's cries had shifted from hot to pain, suspecting he still intended to deceive. Teach bellowed at Trick, "What have you done?" He recalled Trick's mention of the art fruit. Such sorcery could only be akin to alchemy or the mystical abilities of sorcerers and priests. Trick pondered briefly before replying. "What I aim to do is to prevent you from defaming the word dream. When one shouts out their dreams, there should be an explosion of passion. You bastard." Teach glared at Ace, knowing he could not escape without dealing with that damned brat. "Kid, stop boasting," he retorted, fixing his gaze on Trick. "This is not a battle you can interfere with. Witness true darkness." Feeling the ominous aura, Ace and Apos' pupils constricted. Luffy and the others. The darkness emanating from Blackbeard expanded violently. Those confronting this attack felt as though they had been thrown into a grinder. Facing the relentless gears that crushed all in their path, Ace could withstand it, but Luffy and the others would likely be unable to endure even the residual force. Trick felt a momentary halt in his breath. The inexperienced newcomers, unacquainted with the formidable powers of the New World, would undoubtedly feel despair when faced with such a genuine warlord of the sea. Fortunately, they were within the wind after Chi Min formation. Confronted with an elemental attack of darkness, Trick felt compelled to act. Ace shouted, "Luffy, Zoro, Trick, get closer." Trick formed a hand seal, recalling a video he had stumbled upon back home, featuring the voice of a young boy. "It's exhilarating. Darkness envelopes all. I shall be the last glimmer of hope amidst the shadows. With thunder, I shall shatter the darkness." Thunder word, divine retribution. Behind Trick, thunder erupted from the sky. The divine retribution, propelled with immense force, surged toward the colossal dark gears. Boom. Thunder was inherently a counter to darkness. And within the wind after Chi Min formation, it was utterly unreasonable. The gigantic gears, which absorbed the atmosphere, immediately had one of its teeth shattered by the thunder. Teach was taken aback. "What? Are you joking?" Anger surged within him as he strained against the force, exerting even greater effort. The dark gears rotated slowly yet resolutely, while divine retribution raged against them. More and more teeth broke apart, and the fissures widened. Seizing the opportunity, Trick refused to linger with Teach. The divine retribution burrowed into the cracks, striking Blackbeard fiercely. Ugh! A cloud of darkness erupted from Blackbeard, not of shadow, but of smoke produced by the thunder's impact. Ace, shielding Luffy and Zoro with a great flame ring, paused momentarily. Blackbeard remained stiff for a moment before summoning darkness to envelop himself. Ha! Once the darkness dissipated, he gasped for breath. As long as Blackbeard could wield his dark powers, he would not succumb to injury. However, using such abilities drained stamina, and despite being recoverable, Teach had already sustained numerous injuries and unleashed a significant attack, revealing signs of fatigue. Ace's Great Flame Ring surged with energy. Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor. With so much fire unleashed, it was impossible for it to go unused. Damn it! Teach roared. I've concealed my ambitions for so many years, enduring so much to acquire the dark fruit. Boom! A sun rose from the ground of the town, its searing flames purifying the darkness expelled by Teach. Standing alongside Luffy and Zoro, they were shielded by a fiery barrier. Trick glanced at the vibrant, crimson flames outside, regretting he could not witness the full grandeur of the sun-like Flame Emperor. At sea, Nami screamed, "What is that?" Robin, sweating profusely, remarked, "That must be Luffy's and Ace's full power of the flame fruit." Yuta lamented, "Oh, why am I not there?" Sanji kicked a pirate attempting to climb aboard the ship. "Don't even think about approaching the ladies on this ship." On the other side, the weight-enhanced chopper fought diligently. Usopp shouted, "Look over there, a group of people is coming." A few individuals, adorned with diagonal striped smiles, paddled over on a piece of wood. Hee. Bellamy sneered. "We can't find our ship, so hand yours over." Sanji raised an eyebrow. "Huh? What is up with that guy? He seems disgusting." Bellamy bristled. "What did you say?" His underlings panicked. Bellamy's legs transformed into springs, propelling him towards Sanji. The wooden plank rebounded, plunging into the sea, sending his subordinates scattering into the water. Nami felt a flash before her eyes and grew anxious. Sanji, amused, became intrigued. "Shoot." Bellamy and Appo's face collided with Sanji and Appo's foot. Well, it looked that way. In comparison, Bellamy's speed was woefully inadequate. Sanji's kick, enhanced by the slippery fruit's ability, sent Bellamy flying far away. The flames in the town extinguished. Ace gathered the remaining flames from the ground and approached Blackbeard. With a solemn expression, Ace declared, "I, Portgas D. Ace, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, hereby sentence Marshal D. Teach to death for his heinous crimes." Teach, sprawled on the ground, frantically raised his hand. "Listen to me. Ace, hear me out. Spare me. We are comrades, right? I am also the son of the old man." Ace hesitated. "Hey," Trick interrupted. "Sachi from the 4th Division is your brother, ISN and Amp. Appo's. Tee? Such a sentimental person." With a swift motion, a flaming spear pierced the position of Blackbeard's heart. Trick frowned, observing that Ace seemed undisturbed. Contemplating, he remarked, "Ace, he was once on your ship as well. It's better not to leave his body here for beasts to disturb. The legendary Blackbeard is said to possess 3 hearts." Shaking his head, Trick continued, "I mean, the place is deserted. Burying him here might mean he gets dug up by wild beasts from the other half of the island's forest. For the sake of the bond that once existed, let us give him a cremation." At that moment, Blackbeard showed no reaction. Ace, somewhat despondent, nodded. "All right." The fierce flames blazed, consuming Blackbeard until he was reduced to ashes. Trick breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 67, Sky Island. Total War. One Piece. At the opposite end of Gaia Island, the home of Brown Kurokai remained untouched. Trick and his companions found him, and their foolish ambition to reach the Sky Island moved him deeply, earning his assistance. Trick refined the Mary into a defensive artifact through meticulous craftsmanship. Riding the monstrous sea current, under Nami and Appo's command, they surged to an altitude of 5,000 meters in the White Sea. Following the guidance of the logpost, they entered Angel Island without paying the national fee. Even with 1 billion, it only equated to 100,000 berries. However, Enel had established rules condemning the intruding sea dwellers, compelling the residents of Angel Island to lead them to the holy land of Appiato to face their doom. He aimed to render the inhabitants numb or complicit. Upon reaching Angel Island, they met the father-daughter duo, Cornus. Trick candidly laid out the situation, encouraging them to act boldly according to Enel's directives. They boarded the express shrimp once more, racing towards Appiato. The 4 trials commenced. allowing Luffy and his companions to hone their skills and experience the observation haki known as the Heart Network in the Sky Island, gaining initial mastery over it. They caught Enel off guard. A bolt of lightning, dubbed Divine Punishment, struck the Mary. The duo's shock was palpable as they witnessed the thunderous strike enveloping the ship, merging into the sea clouds. Enel, taken aback, sat upright in astonishment. He hesitated, contemplating whether to unleash divine retribution upon the Sky Island or first eliminate the audacious ants that dared to challenge him, the god. Trick, however, had already steered the Mary into battle. The disappearance of the priestly aura prompted the Shandians to take action, and the old god Gopher followed suit. In a moment of carelessness, Enel was struck hard by Luffy's punch, only to be entangled further by Luffy, who had begun to grasp the use of observation haki. Enel gritted his teeth and unleashed a lightning metallurgical technique, ensnaring Luffy with gold. Trick rushed in, transforming the gold into a mechanical artifact. Faced with Luffy's glowing eyes, Enel had no choice but to retreat, activating the Arc Maxim to summon dark clouds and enhance his power. However, the thunder was entirely incapable of targeting Luffy. Trick piloted the Mary into confrontation with the Arc Maxim. The ship's cables had been transformed into mechanical arms, launching cannon fire. The Arc Maxim's smokestacks were soon obliterated. Luffy relentlessly pummeled Enel, and amidst the blows, his hands darkened, activating his armament haki. He sent Enel tumbling from the Sky Island, plunging down to the blue sea. To repay Kurokai, he rang the golden bell. Gopher could now strive for peace in the Sky Island once more. The Straw Hat crew acquired another piece of historical text, and Trick collected the Arc Maxim and all the gold surrounding the golden bell into his spatial pocket. Trick, with the technological marvel of the Arc, sought out Usopp to play, humorously stating he was merely a sniper, at most a gadgeteer, descending from the Sky Island. The Straw Hat crew encountered a series of absurd adventures. They then arrived at Water 7, where Trick signed in for the Fishman dance. When Bruno approached Robin, Trick seized him, pinning him down and delivering a thrashing. Robin gasped, inadvertently revealing that Bruno was a legendary CP9 agent. This time, the Straw Hat crew united without the need for ship repairs. Under Trick's leadership, they located the iceberg belonging to the Galley-Lock Company, revealing that the CP9 agents were targeting it. They dragged Bruno along, striking a blow to Lucci's pride. That evening, Lucci and his companions stormed aboard the Mary. The Mary instantly illuminated, exposing the Mafia's scheming individuals. The war against the Six Powers commenced. The iron blocks served as catalysts for the Straw Hat crew to unleash their armament haki. Luffy barely had a chance to activate Gear 2nd or 3rd, as Lucci, Kaku, and Califo were swiftly defeated. After being informed by the iceberg, Frankie was astonished upon seeing the scene as he rushed to provide support. Reluctantly, he boarded the ship. Trick declared that the plans for the Pluton were within the Straw Hat pirates. Frankie procured Adam's tree and crafted the Thousand Sunny, adorning it like armor. The interior space of the Sunny expanded, and its amenities were greatly enhanced, offering more activities during their sea travels. They inadvertently stumbled upon a terrifying three-masted ship. Trick signed in, acquiring a complete dual body. Luffy was unable to attempt swallowing the shadow to achieve the nightmare form as Trick initiated the Fishman dance. The crew united, forming the Soaring Dragon. A fierce battle ensued against the Demon Oz, piloted by Moria. With dragon whiskers, manes, and claws, they struck with devastating force, unleashing flames and thunderous cannon fire, displaying formidable defenses and soul-binding roars. The battle threatened to collapse the island of the three-masted ships, resulting in Moria's crushing defeat. Suddenly, Bartholomew Kuma arrived. Trick sprang into action, severing the mechanical arm that had been grafted onto Kuma, aiding in its regeneration. With a single motion, he extracted the implanted monitoring device, hoping for a reunion between father and daughter. However, Kuma lamented his inability to oppose the celestial dragons, stating that for Bonnie's sake, he had to comply with Saint Saturn's demands. Trick instructed him to scatter the crew and take Bonnie to Sky Island for refuge. In due time, they would meet again. Trick had initially planned to strengthen the Straw Hat crew at a rapid pace, enabling them to become formidable enough to evade the celestial dragons and the Navy. Unexpectedly, after arriving at Elbaf, the territory of the red-haired pirates, Trick learned of the Navy's imminent full-scale war against the Whitebeard pirates. The news confirmed Whitebeard's death. Trick's first reaction was that Whitebeard was causing a ruckus. Intending to elevate Ace to prominence, the red-haired pirates mobilized, and Trick followed suit. He signed in for a Chi Body Flow adaptation version, acquiring the ability to eliminate all elements, utilizing the Golden Light spell and all techniques, while also giving birth to a primordial spirit within. The Beast Pirates and Big Mom Pirates also moved into action. Even though the red-haired pirates aimed to halt the war, they could not act immediately, lest the power balance worsen. On an archipelago in the New World, the war erupted. Kaido aimed to strike against the Navy with ferocity, while Big Mom sought to capitalize on the chaos. Trick and Jean followed Kaido into the fray. The three admirals engaged, ensnaring Kaido while Akainu unleashed magma upon the Whitebeard crew. Trick swiftly intervened, nullifying the magma. As Ace clashed with Akainu, Whitebeard suddenly appeared, delivering a punch that embedded Akainu into the ground. Kuma, bewildered, unexpectedly leaped forth, hammering Akainu. Red-haired rushed out to mediate. This battle concluded with the significant fall of Admiral Akainu. Subsequently, Akiji ascended to the position of Fleet Admiral, leading a massive recruitment for the Navy. Trick ventured to Punk Hazard, retrieving the artificial dragon fruit. 6 months later, the Straw Hat crew reconvened, their powers significantly enhanced. Navigating through Fishman Island and Punk Hazard, they arrived at Dressrosa. The newly appointed Admiral Fujitora, witnessing Doflamingo's tyranny, compelled the Gorosei to abolish the Shichibukai system following the defeat of the Flamingo. However, there was no sign of Momonosuke, who had been sent back 20 years in time and would not appear for another year and a half. While the Thousand Sunny was en route to the next island, Kuma appeared, leading them to Egghead Island, where they encountered the Revolutionary Army led by Dragon. Luffy's call awakened Sabo's memories. The Straw Hat crew and the Revolutionary Army clashed with Saint Saturn and Kizaru, who had come to capture Vegapunk at Egghead Island. Kizaru was repeatedly thwarted, and the Straw Hat crew emerged victorious, evacuating Vegapunk from Egghead Island. Luffy then commenced his challenge against the Four Emperors, triumphing over Big Mom at Cake Island and seizing another piece of historical text. After arriving at Elbaf to seek out the red-haired Shanks, Luffy engaged in a spirited duel with him, awakening the Nika fruit. Subsequently, he was bestowed with the historical text. The group then ventured to Wano country, fulfilling Teacher Kaido's intention to vanquish their foes and completing the navigational markers. The Sunny Mary, guided by the historical text, reached Laugh Tale. Luffy achieved the title of Pirate King and comprehended the true essence of the One Piece. He vowed to create a world where joy and laughter abound for all. Crocodile signed in, gaining access to the Great Void and the 6 paths of the Immortal Thieves. He mastered the fate of his own existence and the intricacies of his interactions with others, augmenting his physical prowess infinitely. The Straw Hat Grand Fleet, the Whitebeard Pirates, the Red-Haired Pirates, the Revolutionary Army, and a colossal army of Sea Kings assembled to launch an assault against the Celestial Dragons. In an unexpected turn, the Navy switched sides in the midst of battle. The Knights of God and the remaining 4 elders were rendered as nothing more than paper tigers. Ultimately defeated by the Straw Hat crew, Vivi reclaimed the authority of the Pluton, restoring several islands that had been submerged beneath the sea. However, the Calm Belt remained unaffected. Crocodile awaited in Wano, and upon the arrival of Momonosuke and his companions, he swiftly captured a few nefarious individuals. This encounter awakened Momonosuke's sovereign power, dispelling the Calm Belt. Tragically, he then met his demise. The world became unified, transforming into a realm where every individual could wear a joyful smile.